Me tell you, the most important thing about fighting is to never let yourself be at a disadvantage. If you really can't fight him, kick his balls, or just kiss them unexpectedly. Hey, Tang Lang, what are you teaching? Ning Xi kicked him and said, watch me kick your balls till they explode. Once she said that, Ning Xi suddenly took precise, small steps. She walked unusually gentlewoman-like to the devil and cooed. Big boss, you're awake. Have you eaten your breakfast? When he saw Ning Xi's 180-degree change in attitude, Tang Lang almost puked blood. Have you prepared what I told you to? Tingxiao patted the girl's head and then looked at Tang Lang to ask. Prepared. Boss, please go through them. Tang Lang quickly delivered a document folder to him. There was actually a detailed class plan inside. Ning Xi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she saw that. Tang Lang actually knew how to prepare things like a class plan. Obviously, the two of them who were usually wild and reckless were completely obedient in front of the devil. Big boss, you and senior brother discuss first. I'm going to go next door to look for Lu Jingli. I'll be back very soon. Tingxiao nodded. When Ning Xi ran over, Lu Jingli was humming and watering his baby cabbages in the garden. When he saw Ning Xi, he immediately stood alert. What are you doing? Want to steal my vegetables again? It's not that you can't steal them, but I want to eat them too. Ning Xi felt her mouth twitch. Who's here to steal your vegetables now? Can't I have some official business to talk to you about? Lu Jingli looked at her in alarm. What official business would you have? Ning Xi hopped over and clung to his arm like he was her bro. My dear koi fish king. Hook me up with a girl, please. Lu Jingli was speechless for a moment. What did you say? Chapter 769. She's hooking up with girls behind your back again. Lu Jingli contemplated her in disbelief. What did you say? Help me hook up with a girl. Ning Xi repeated herself. Bro, sister-in-law is interested in a girl, and she even wanted me to hook her up with one. Bro, come quickly. The protective Lu Jingli immediately shouted to the garden next door. Ning Xi's eyes flew wide open. Damn it. Lu Jingli, what are you shouting for? Since when did I ask you to hook me up with girls? You just said so yourself. Lu Jingli got fired up at her sense of righteousness. My God. I'm saying that I want you to help me hook up. Puffed. Wait, no. I mean that you. Lu Jingli ran as fast as an arrow towards the fence and shouted. Bro. She's hooking up with girls behind your back again. This time, she even asked me to help her. Obviously, I rejected her, and I came to report to you right away. Ning Xi was speechless. Why don't you just evaporate? At last, Ning Xi had no choice but to explain the whole situation. She turned to shoot a look at Lu Jingli. How does your freaking brain's thought process go? For you to understand things in such a way, can you blame me? It was only because you have too many past records that I naturally misunderstood. Lu Jingli mumbled. Yanju and how? Lu Tingxiao looked thoughtful. Yeah, his family background, looks, and figure are all good. That girl will definitely not let go after hooking up with such a stellar man. A normal person would be of no use to hook up with. I wanted to put on my male disguise to take action myself, but I lack the identity and the reputation. Besides, that woman is very alert, so she definitely would be wary of such a thing. I think only with Lu Jingli's help, the plan will be flawless. Ning Xi analyzed. I'll say you have a good eye. With me making the move, of course, the plan will be flawless. But why would I sacrifice my body to help you? You're putting me at a disadvantage here. Who's asking you to sacrifice your body? I've written the script for you, and I guarantee that she would not touch you at all. Lu Jingli looked suspicious. How could that be? Is that woman so stupid? She would get hooked on without a single benefit. That would depend on whether the bait is tempting enough or not. Ning Xi stroked her chin and looked cunningly at Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli felt like he was being stared at as though he was a fat piece of meat on the chopping board. Then, how do I benefit after succeeding? We're all family. Do you still need incentives? Right, big boss. Ning Xi went over the fence to squeeze Lu Tingxiao's arm. Lu Tingxiao replied, one family. Lu Jingli instantly looked wronged. Hey, you're too shameless. Bro, how can you just watch her sell me off? Don't worry. I'll get your brother to close his eyes. Lu Jingli had no words left to say. As she watched Lu Jingli's miserable expression, Ning Xi patted him on the shoulders. Okay. How could I not give you an incentive? As long as you help me get this done beautifully, I will prepare a feast for you. Really? Don't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? Your brother's here as a witness. At last, Tingxiao said with a poker face, 1 dish of pork ribs with glutinous rice. A feast would be too tiring. Hey, am I only worth 1 serving of pork ribs with glutinous rice? Enough. You help me settle this. When I reach the peak of my life and I marry your brother, become your sister-in-law, I will still cook you anything you want to eat next time. Something's not right here. Chapter 770. You should just stay single forever. That Saturday, while Tang Lang was teaching Little Treasure Kung Fu, Ning Xi was teaching Lu Jingli how to pick up girls. In the evening, Tingxiao called her to the garden. Big boss, what's up? She observed the way Tingxiao looked. It seemed like he had something to say to her. I have dinner plans tomorrow night. I can't accompany you guys. Oh, no worries, you go ahead with that. Coincidentally, I have to bring Lu Jingli out to execute the plans. It's with the Guan family, Tingxiao reported. When Ning Xi heard this, her eyebrows raised. It seems like your parents have thought of the same thing as I did. She had looked for Lu Jingli to pick up a girl, while they had been looking for a girl to hook up with Tingxiao. Without a doubt, her relationship with Tingxiao had been found out, so they definitely would have any backup plan. To be honest, she herself had never thought that she would progress so far with Tingxiao. There would definitely be many things they have to face in the future, but she never regretted it one bit. Ning Xi, do you trust me? Tingxiao looked at her earnestly. Ning Xi didn't reply. She just tiptoed and kissed him on the lips. On Sunday, at a certain high-end Western restaurant in Imperial, Ning Xi and Lu Jingli had chosen a corner to sit. The one who's playing the piano is Yang Shiro. She originally worked at the bar, but her current job was probably scouted by Yin Juanhao. Ning Xi pointed at the girl who was playing the piano and outlined the situation to Lu Jingli as they watched her. Yang Shiro wore a white dress and had soft, jet black hair that reached her waist. One look at her gave off the vintage yet fresh and gentle aura, the type that could really easily invoke a man's urge to protect her. Lu Jingli watched Ning Xi stare at the girl intently and immediately looked annoyed. He reached out to block her sight. Hey, are you done looking? You already have my brother, but you're still staring at other girls. This is too much. Ning Xi swatted his hand away and continued to look. I'm just observing the enemy here. Lu Jingli looked angry. Who would believe you? Your eyes are about to fall out. All you shallow asshole men. Ning Xi's mouth twitched in amusement. Hey, don't you think there's something wrong with what you just said? Lu Jingli then blinked. It did seem like something was not right. Ning Xi held her chin and looked at him thoughtfully. Lu Jingli, let's get serious now. Forget the rest of it. Just based on her appearance, this girl does seem like she would attract men. Don't you feel anything at all? Lu Jingli scoffed condescendingly. No, that's not the type that I like. Ning Xi instantly raised her brows. Oh, you have a certain type? Based on what I know, you have only started to be single recently. You dated numerous hot girls, thin and fat, without any particular type. Lu Jingli's expression had darkened now. Of course, I have a type. Don't make it sound as if I don't pick and choose at all. I'm very picky, I'm telling you. I really like those open-minded, extraordinary, flawlessly beautiful, light as a bird, elegantly unpredictable, few in words yet fragrant in aura, graceful as a swan, and pretty much supernatural girls. Ha. Ning Xi rolled her eyes and waved. You should just stay single. Forever. This guy's selection criteria for a partner was too much. Chapter 771. Go, Pikachu. What's wrong with me? My standards aren't high at all right? When I asked you the kind of person you liked back then, you even said whoever he is should be walking on rainbows. Lu Jingli scoffed, then suddenly thought of something and stared at her. Right, I suddenly thought of something. Why didn't you get my brother to come hook up for you? He would be an even more convenient option, so you wouldn't need 7 days. Just a wink would be enough. You only know how to order me around. Ning Xi looked at him like he was an idiot and said, Duh, your brother is taken and I forbid it. If you torture me anymore, I won't do this. Ning Xi quickly pat Lu Jingli's head and said, Oh, I won't torture you anymore. Be good. Have you read the script I wrote for you? Lu Jingli was annoyed when she brought it up. What kind of script was that? It's not even creative at all. Didn't you say it was hard to pick up this girl? Can it really work? It's hard for other people. Don't you worry. She's just a girl, and even a mother of several children would fall for you. Go, Pikachu. Ning Xi chirped as she slapped Lu Jingli on the shoulder and finally pushed the rambling guy off to get the job done. On the stage, Yang Shiro was playing the piano. Ning Xi had given Lu Jingli a single reserved and low-key stalk of white rose to represent purity and innocence as he walked towards Yang Shiro on stage. There was a Bluetooth hands-free piece in Lu Jingli's ear through which Ning Xi issued him instructions from afar. Go. I'm not asking for your charming eyes or whatnot. Just put the rose on the piano and your mission for the day will be complete. Ning Xi was afraid that Lu Jingli would go overboard with the acting, so she fixed her eyes on him nervously. Thankfully, Lu Jingli's performance was not bad. When Yang Shiro had finished playing one song, he laid that rose on her piano like a gentleman and even used those charming eyes of his to affectionately grace her with a look before turning around to leave. Ning Xi observed Yang Shiro's expressions, amazed, shocked, subtle disbelief, and ecstatic joy, all while she pretended to be calm and indifferent. It was basically all playing out within her expectations. Okay, done. Work's over. I'll treat you to barbecue. At the same time, Ning Xi stood up and left the restaurant to catch up with Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli muttered unhappily, I still think it's too simple. You did so much to mobilize a top-class god like me to help you smack a mosquito. Ning Xi scolded him impatiently. Are you trying to get beaten up? Isn't it good if it's easy? You want me to order you around like cows and horses? You're still my future brother-in-law. I wouldn't throw you into the pit. So how could I torture you? Even though these words are kind, but why do I feel like I'm being tortured? Again, after they left the Western restaurant, the two of them found a roadside stall to sit down at and ordered some fried chicken and beer. Do I really not need to be more flirtatious? Otherwise, how would she know who I am? Lu Jingli was still muttering worriedly. What do you know? It's too lowly of you to announce your identity. Your entire magnanimity was put out right there. She will definitely go around to ask by herself. Tomorrow or the day after, just continue to come at this hour, and every time you do, you just have to give her one white rose. On the fourth day, the time would be about right. So give her 99 roses, then reserve the entire restaurant and treat her to a meal. Obviously, the money for flowers and booking the restaurant will all be borne by me. Chapter 772. Can you not break up with my brother? Lu Jingli pouted. You're really going all in. Have you never thought of what to do if you fail? Ning Xi shrugged and said nonchalantly, What can I do then? I'll just beat you up to release my anger. Hey, you just said that I was your beloved brother-in-law and wouldn't torture me. The two of them continued to chat for a while when Lu Jingli suddenly got startled again as he counted on his fingers. Dead, 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 dead. Why were you dead? Ning Xi watched him in confusion. Today is the 7th day of you dating my brother. The 7th day, isn't it? Lu Jingli looked like the apocalypse was dawning on them. Yeah, what's up with that? Ning Xi was still confused. Lu Jingli put down the drumstick in his hand and said, Xiao Shi Shi. I don't want your feast or your glutinous rice with pork ribs anymore. Can you not break up with my brother? My brother really likes you. Ning Xi was dumbfounded by this. What? You've only drank a few sips of beer. Are you drunk already? Since when did I say I want to break up with your brother? Lu Jingli looked like he wanted to cry. But it's already the 7th day. All the guys you've dated before this have never lasted beyond the 7th day, have they? Ning Xi was speechless. No wonder Lu Tingxiao had suddenly celebrated that random 5th day thing. No wonder she always felt like something was odd about Lu Tingxiao. This dude wouldn't be taking this thought to heart, would he? She was thoroughly at a loss for words. A certain 6-star hotel in Imperial. Guan, my brother, long time no see. Lu Chongshan passionately went up to shake the man's hand. Guan Rue was also all smiles and he laughed. Bro Lu, we haven't seen each other for so many years. You haven't changed much, still as young as ever. One look and I know you haven't been worrying. Nah, both of our sons are worth worrying about. They are not as considerate as your daughter. Yin Rui said as she playfully nudged Guan Ziyao's arm and looked delighted. Your girl, Ziyao, is becoming prettier. After the two families greeted, they sat down at the dinner table. Didn't Zihao return? This time, no. After sending us home, he immediately rushed back. He can't leave the company over there. It's a good thing Ziyao is accompanying you both. Yeah. This girl, she's amazing. I heard she just got an MBA. Such a young girl, yet she's already so advanced. Not easy at all. Yin Rui could not stop singing praises. While the parents were chatting, Guan Ziao and Lu Tingxiao's were happily catching up too. Tingxiao, do you remember Gao Zhua? Our high school friend who was the student council president. Guan Ziao casually started a topic. Despite being distant for 7 whole years, they shared countless memories together. Those were things that could not be erased. Before this, Gao Zhuo invested in tech stocks. At last, he lost everything, said Guan Ziao with a sigh. Even though it's the technology generation, the depth of defense of many tech companies is limited, so it would be too hard to determine the final victor early. It's very hard to value their shares logically. There are indeed risks. Additionally, there are 2 more types: the companies which need too much funds but have little potential for profit, and companies that are too young. Usually, I wouldn't dare to get involved. There are also exceptions. Chapter 773. The process of making is corrupt. Of course, take IM and CN for instance. Even though they both have the same deep form of defense, they have sufficient cash flow and a history of long-term profit. That year, you used $300,000 to buy 7% of IM stock at $3.56 per unit. 3 years later, IM changed their business strategy and started to withdraw their funds and invest in the production of smartphones. Now, the stock unit price has risen to $32.80, increasing by tenfold. You're still amazing, daring to play in any field. Just my luck. You can be humble with others, but you don't have to pretend with me. Both families' parents watch their children interact and delight. Look how chatty the kids are. Sigh. You don't know that usually at home, we would talk until our mouths fell out, and he would still reply us a grunt. It's very hard to get him to talk. Don't mention it, my daughter's the same. I remember that these two have always been very compatible since they were children. Guan Rui initially had something to say about the fact that Lu Tingxiao had a son and was currently dating someone. However, once he thought of Lu Chongshan's promise and saw that the huge Lu family's business had grown quite a bit in the past 7 years after Lu Tingxiao had taken over, he suddenly felt like those were just petty matters. Most importantly, this potential marriage could bring the Guan family unmeasurable profits. In reality, Lu Chongshan was still not satisfied with Guan Ziao as a candidate to be his future daughter-in-law. The one he was most satisfied with would still be Zhuang Qi from the Zhuang family. Now, that girl would really hit the spot. Guan Ziao had grown up in a family of business. She was too smart and snobbish. Sadly, recently the Zhuang family had suddenly turned cold towards them, making Lu Chongshan feel somewhat regretful. After all, the Zhuang family was a family of public officials. Generations of Zhuangs had been married to families of similar backgrounds, much less with families of business. Such a tradition could not be forced. At last, the dinner was considered a happy occasion for both hosts and guests. Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui could finally relax and wait for Lu Tingxiao to change his mind, yet they did not know that their own son was like an unbreakable reed, an unmovable rock. At Regal Riviera Hotel, after she returned to the apartment, Ning Xi showered and was prepared to sleep when the doorbell rang. When she saw Lu Tingxiao outside her door, Ning Xi was slightly surprised. Lu Tingxiao, it's already so late. Why are you here? Come in. After he entered, Ning Xi was about to get him a pair of slippers when he pulled her into an embrace. What's wrong? Sorry, because of some reasons, I can't change their attitude in a short amount of time. But it doesn't matter if we're dating or getting married. It is still between us. You don't have to worry or please anyone else. No matter what happens, don't settle things alone without telling me. Just leave it to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand. Ning Xi nodded. Initially, he was worried she would mind, so he had rushed over that late at night to soothe her. Actually, if you want to resolve the other side, it's very easy to, Lu Tingxiao said. You have a plan? Ning Xi immediately asked suspiciously. Since he had a plan, why didn't he say so earlier? Lu Tingxiao nodded. There's a most effective way to do this. In fact, it is very easy. We just haven't achieved it yet. Really? What is it? Ning Xi was increasingly curious. Make a human. Ning Xi scratched her head, unsure of what he was implying. Make what? Lu Tingxiao looked towards her stomach meaningfully. When she noticed Lu Tingxiao's line of sight, Ning Xi's face instantly reddened. Hey, Lu Tingxiao, why are you starting to be corrupt again? How am I corrupt? Wasn't this a very sacred thing? The process of making this human is corrupt. Chapter 774. Epitome of True Love. Tingxiao looked helplessly into her eyes as he touched her little corrupted head. I'm leaving. Ning Xi was dumbfounded. You're leaving just like that? Had he especially rushed over just to say these few sentences? Ning Xi's eyebrow raised in question. Really leaving? You sure? Aren't you afraid that when you wake up tomorrow morning, I'll break up with you? It's the 7th day. 1 week already. Break up doomsday. When he heard this, Tingxiao's back instantly stiffened. Upon seeing Tingxiao's reaction, Ning Xi held her forehead and did not know what to say. Sigh, what should I say? Big boss, you have such a high IQ. Why do you believe Lu Jingli's nonsense? I already said, you're special. Tingxiao paused mid-step. Which part of me is special? All of you is special, Ning Xi said. Tingxiao fixed his eyes on her and suddenly asked, even more special than the person you liked before? Ning Xi was stunned. Aren't you the person that I have always liked? Just as she was about to blurt that out, she suddenly realized that the person Tingxiao was referring to was that dude. When she thought about this, Ning Xi suddenly shuddered and had goosebumps. It's already so late at night. Can we not mention that guy? This creepy panic bubbling up. She had finally gotten rid of living under his shadow. Tingxiao's eyes dimmed, and the arm he hugged her with tightened a little. Okay. The person I like right now, right this moment is you. You're not allowed to think nonsensical stuff. Stay tonight, so that when you wake up first thing tomorrow morning, we can celebrate our 8th day. Ning Xi suggested happily. Okay. As they lay in bed at night, Ning Xi could not fall asleep. She got up and leaned on her elbow to look at him. Tingxiao, The World, will be released in a few more days in Imperial. Will you go watch it? I won't. Ning Xi immediately straightened up a little. What? Tingxiao looked at her, then covered her with the blanket and did not say anything. Ning Xi looked disappointed as she spoke sadly to her fingers. This is my first acting stint in a movie. In fact, it's the first one after I was picked by you to come over, the boss himself, so it's very meaningful. I still want to show you how awesome my performance was. Why don't you want to watch it? She felt like a child who had scored 100 points, but her dad was unwilling to look at her test paper. Because I might not hold myself back from getting it all off the screens, Tingxiao said, shooting her a side look. In the next second, Ning Xi suddenly understood. Could it be because she was acting as a couple with Jiangmai in the movie? But hadn't all the bed scenes and kissing scenes already been edited out and succinctly implied instead? The only one that made the cut was the first kiss, and that had been done with a mask in between them. Even that couldn't do? Get it all off screens. How scary. Big boss. Please don't watch it. Ning Xi changed her mind. They had been together for quite a while, so Ning Xi did understand his feelings a little. Tingxiao was not as harmless as he looked. On the contrary, he was someone fearfully possessive. The fact that today he didn't break her legs and chain her to the bed, letting her run around outside instead, and that he simply wouldn't watch her movie knowing he would get jealous, it was already the epitome of true love. Chapter 775. Little Treasure won't be angry, right? The morning sun trickled in through the window. Wow. The girl's skin looked delicate under the sun rays. You could barely see her soft and cute fine hair on her arms and face. Tingxiao leaned on the bed while his fingers grazed her cheeks lightly. Before this, his heart had been tensed up, but now, he could finally relax. Since they returned from DC a week ago till now, he could finally confirm that this girl in front of him was really officially with him. Ning Xi woke up with the rest of the world, and the moment she opened her eyes, she was met with a godlike handsome face, a delicious-looking one. She was immediately in a good mood as she rubbed her cheeks against his fingers. Then she hugged him like a koala and said in a dazed, sleepy voice, Big boss, you're awake. Good morning. Morning. The blanket was so warm and comfortable that Ning Xi subconsciously fell asleep again. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes. Say, you left Little Treasure alone at home again. Is that okay? Wouldn't Little Treasure be angry? No, I'm on official business. Official business? I still need this half-mother to work hard. Gosh, did he usually lie to Little Treasure like this? These few days, apart from promoting The World with the crew, Ning Xi had been busy with the studio, preparing for the upcoming spring-summer fashion week. After all, whether their reputation and market could expand would rely on this. Finally, after Lu Jingli had been giving white roses to Yang Shiro for 3 days. The plan to attack Yang Shiro had reached the most crucial 4th day. Night fell. Yang Shiro went to work at the restaurant as usual, feeling emotional and uncertain. After she glanced at the man who had presented her with the rose on the 1st day, she was almost in disbelief. Apart from those low-key important figures in Imperial who never appeared in newspaper and magazines, she knew all the other ones like the back of her hand. Furthermore, it was the second master from the Liu family who had always been very prolific. She really could not believe that such a person would want to be involved with her, so she was not assured and had secretly asked around. At last, she confirmed that this man was really the second master of the Liu Corporation, Lu Jingli. Before this, a famous tabloid magazine had organized a leaderboard of the top man all women in Imperial wanted to have a one-night stand with, and Lu Jingli was rated number one. So you could see that this man was quite the charmer. Of course, at the same time, this meant that such a man could be messed around with. But if you were serious, then you would lose out. In a certain hidden corner of the restaurant, Ning Xi flipped a tabloid magazine as she spoke through the Bluetooth earpiece to Lu Jingli. Puffed. Lu Jingli, I can't believe you're voted as number one on the leaderboard for the man that girls want to have a one-night stand with. All these girls just want to hook up with you and not marry you. You really deserve to be single forever. Huh. So what if they want to hook up with me? What's wrong with that? They want to hook up with me because I have the skills. Lu Jingli said with pride. Yes, 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 your skills. So, today you must perform better and not use your usual hookup ways. Don't let Yang Shiro feel like you're just messing around. You must make her feel like you're really serious about her, that she's special, understand? I know, you've already said it 800 times, right? Isn't my brother on that leaderboard? Lu Jingli asked curiously. Chapter 776, An Unexpected Surprise. Ning Xi looked surprised he should ask such a thing. Of course he's on it. Your brother is number one on the leaderboard for the man girls want to marry the most. Is this even a question? Oh, this makes me so angry. Ha ha ha. Don't be angry now. Jiang Mai is voted as the number one guy girls want to have as booty call. Doesn't that console you a little? Console my ass. At least, a booty call gets more than a one-night stand. Okay. Yang Shiro is here. Get ready. Official business comes first. The restaurant door was pushed open. After Yang Shiro entered, she was at a loss. The entire restaurant was dimly lit, and there was no one inside. What was happening? Could the restaurant be closed today, but no one informed her? If it wasn't open, then she would not be able to see that guy today. She had tried very hard to tell herself to calm down, that even if he really took a liking to her, a man like Lu Jingli was probably only just doing this on a whim. However, deep in her heart was filled with silly temptation and a wild longing. She had still been touched by his actions. Even though she was from a poor family, she was born with a naturally good figure and pretty looks. Just with these, she had many men chasing after her. Of course, she would not be interested in just any common man. At last, she finally found a good opportunity and had caught Yin Junhaz, a big fish, one that could help her get rid of her past and enter his world. Besides, it was not only his family background she was keen on. He was also handsome and treated her like a princess, fulfilling all of her wishes. So, she was determined that even if she had to die, she had to hold on to this opportunity. As for his wife, wait till she officially got married to him. Then who would remember how she got together with him? However, after the white roses appeared, the greed and lust that Yang Shiro had suppressed deep in her heart had been awoken. A human's heart was filled with the most insatiable greed. Yin Junhao was very nice, but she suddenly realized that there was someone better than him. She actually was worth more with her natural beauty. Once Pandora's box had been opened, she could not close it. This thought could not be taken back, and it had become even more hungry with the second and third white roses. Thus, even if she knew the danger behind it, her greed could not help but grow. The restaurant's unanticipated closure made Yang Shiro frown. She had fallen to the bottom of the pit at the peak of her anticipation, and she was very disappointed. She was about to call the supervisor to ask, but just as she took out her phone, the dark restaurant had suddenly lit up, and the super luxurious chandelier that was usually reserved for special occasions had been lit too. In the next second, she saw that under that bedazzling chandelier was a man. He wore a black tuxedo with a dark red tie, and from his left chest pocket hung a vintage pocket watch. On the inside, he wore a brown English vest and white shirt. With a big bouquet of white roses in his hands, he looked like a character who had walked right out of a painting. Predictably, Yang Shiro was entirely stunned, unable to believe her eyes. The piano she had played every day was already being played someone else, and there was even a professional orchestra beside it, playing a romantic, soothing tune. On the only table that had been lit by a candle were fresh flowers and exquisite dishes. Chapter 777, Key Timing. She had just been feeling disappointed and down in the doldrums about not seeing this man today when he unexpectedly appeared in such a manner before her. The ecstasy she was feeling was about to make her heart explode. Just like that, her heart beat faster and faster as she watched him walk towards her. Then he handed her the bouquet of 99 white roses. Yang Shiro watched him, stunned, before finally calming herself and revealing a surprised yet confused and doubtful expression. Mister, thank you for your flowers the past few days, but I still don't know who you are. Nice to meet you. My surname is Liu. I'm very sorry that I acted so randomly, but after struggling in a dilemma for a long while, I still could not control myself from being impulsive. Who I am is not important. I really like the way you play, so maybe you can treat me as your fan. I wonder if I would have this honor to have you join me for dinner. Yang Shiro restrained her glee and hesitated for a few seconds before she hurled out her hand to accept the bouquet, pretending to be coy about his intentions towards her. Mister, you're far too kind. I'm no professional. Playing the piano here is just a means of survival. Lu Jingli swiftly pulled a chair out for her while he fixed his gaze on her. No, I'm not talking about the piano that's taken my heart, but the pianist herself. Yang Shiro's heart skipped a beat. In the corner, Ning Xi had been watching the scene play out with great satisfaction up to this point. However, she waited for so long and still did not hear Lu Jingli's next dialogue. Then, she saw this guy touch his hair. This hint meant that he had forgotten the words to say. Ning Xi then cued him. I have never seen a girl like you before. Lu Jingli heard Ning Xi's reminder and continued. I have never seen a girl like you before. The first time I saw you, I could not tear my eyes away. Ning Xi quickly cautioned him. Lu Jingli, watch your body expressions. Don't act so calmly. Act like you're more nervous. Do you know what's the feeling of falling in love with someone for the first time? Act like she's your first love, okay? Lu Jingli's face turned slightly gloomy. First love, my ass. Even though he had dated many times, he still didn't even know how first love felt. He was usually the one loved by others. If you really don't know, then just stutter for me. Tighten your fingers, or accidentally push something over. It's the little details. Ning Xi could only teach him step by step. It was a good thing that Lu Jingli was pretty good at understanding her tips. He immediately gripped the cup tightly, then drank a huge swig of wine. He looked nervous and started to say with a slight stutter, I have met many girls before, but none of them have ever been like you. It really is very weird. I can't begin to describe what this feeling is, I think. Would I be able to understand if I moved closer to you? I don't know what I'm saying either. Do you understand what I mean? When she saw Lu Jingli, who had always been someone superior to others, act unexpectedly like a young, green lad discovering love for the first time, Yang Shiro's initial nervousness suddenly calmed down. She felt the satisfaction of having everything within her control. In fact, her conceitedness and confidence had been boosted. She laughed lightly and said ambiguously, We are probably destined to meet then. The conversation progressed considerably smoothly, and the entire dinner was filled with a flirtatious vibe, basically achieving the effect Ning Xi had wanted. Then, it was time to find the next key timing. Chapter 778, Give you an extra drumstick. Usually after Yang Shiro finished work, Yan Juanhao would come to pick her up. Thus, when Lu Jingli suggested sending her home, Yang Shiro naturally rejected immediately, indicating that she had made plans with a girlfriend and wanted to wait for her to come over. So Lu Jingli left first, when in reality, Lu Jingli did not leave at all. He waited in a dark corner instead. Very quickly, a Porsche drove over to the car park. Yan Juanhao got down from the car and walked over to pick Yang Shiro up as usual. He even kissed her lips affectionately before asking, Was work tiring? Lu Jingli, time for you to take action. This performance is all about the eyes. You must pretend to be very shocked and so heartbroken that you cannot believe you have lost the love of your life. Be extra dramatic. Understand, Ning Xi reminded repeatedly. Lu Jingli pursed his mouth and rolled his eyes at her. Why don't you switch careers to be a director? Because I'm afraid that there will be too many actors like you. Then I would die of anger. Hey, my performance is clearly good, okay? Okay, okay, it's very good for a first-timer. Go, quickly. They're about to finish kissing. Ning Xi agitatedly pushed him out. He really was not that good at acting. He had obviously dated many times before, but he was like someone who had no dating experience and had no heartfelt emotions at all. People could obviously tell from one look that he was the kind to mess around with girls only. No wonder all the girls only wanted to have one-night stands with him. Lu Jingli followed exactly as per the prepared script and dropped the car keys in his hand, then looked at the scene before him in disbelief. A pained expression crossed his face. He looked like he had just found his true love, but realized that his true love had already found the love of her life. When she saw Lu Jingli, Yang Shiro's expression paled. She obviously did not expect Lu Jingli to leave and then return again. Hey, I'm letting you be dramatic, but not that dramatic. Your eyes are too wide and your performance is not convincing enough. Don't continue to stand there. You will be exposed. Quickly turn around and leave. Ning Xi urged. Finally, it ended. In the car, Lu Jingli slumped onto the car seat like a dead dog. Acting is so hard. So hard. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. Of course, this is a skilled job. What else do I have to do tomorrow? The foundations have been laid enough, so you don't have to do anything tomorrow. Just keep her hanging. The day after tomorrow, we will finish the final scene and then we'll be done. Thank you, Director Ning. Good boy. I'll give you an additional drumstick for the boxed rice later. At night, when Ning Xi had just returned to the apartment and parked her car, she unexpectedly saw two familiar people outside. Those two people being intimate under the lamppost looked like Ning Xiaoluo and Su Yan. Ning Xiaoluo already seldom stayed at this apartment. After history became popular, she had immediately bought a bungalow and rarely came back. Who'd have known she would meet them today? Su Yan, my father said that after this fashion press conference, he will use the opportunity to suggest to my grandfather to let me enter the company. The last time father mentioned it, grandfather was already unhappy about it. This time, he said he is worried if grandfather would be even angrier since, after all, he seems to still be waiting for my sister, Ning Xi asked, distressed. How can that be? When grandfather sees how excellent you've been, he will definitely change his mind. Ning Xi sighed. Actually, I don't really want to go. After all, with my identity, I'm in an awkward position. But I can't bear to reject my father. I have already rejected many times before this, and I'm afraid that father will be disappointed. Besides, I do sincerely wanted to share the burden with my father and grandfather, but... Chapter 779, My brother is so lucky. Then go. After all, you're entering based on your own capabilities, aren't you? No one will say anything. But, on sister's end, would she feel like I'm taking what belongs to her away? I really don't want to fight with her for anything or else. I wouldn't have started my own company. You, my dear, think too much. All of these things you have are well-deserved. How can you say you've snatched it away from her? I've already gotten someone to send that dress for you to Tingxiao, so there shouldn't be any problem. Su Yan, you don't actually have to do so much for me. Nonsense, you're my future wife. If I don't help you, who else would I help? In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the agreement with Tingxiao. It was nighttime already, and Ning Xi was still at her wit's end. At last, Lu Jingli impatiently huffed. Hello, there isn't much time left. You won't let me work for nothing, will you? I've already gotten someone to ask around. Yang Shiro and Yin Juanhao have still been lovey-dovey these past few days. She has no intentions of breaking up at all. She obviously wouldn't break up with Yin Juanhao. Do you think she would stupidly ruin her plans before she can be sure that she can get you? Then, what do we do? Ning Xi looked at the time on her handphone and waited for another half an hour. Then she slowly changed her outfit and put on her makeup. Lastly, she looked at the radiant Lu Jingli and slapped her hand on her forehead. Didn't I tell you not to shave for a few days? That would affect my attractiveness. Lu Jingli replied seriously. Ning Xi speechlessly dragged him over and to put on some makeup for him as disguise. 10 minutes later, Lu Jingli's energetic face earlier was now replaced with a thin and pallid look. Lu Jingli looked at Ning Xi, then turned to his reflection and was shocked. Wow, Xiao Shi, your makeup skills are really comparable to a proper disguise. My brother is so lucky. How does this relate to your brother? Every time you change your makeup, you become another person. It's like changing a new girlfriend every day. How exciting and refreshing is that? Ning Xi was speechless. This guy's focus was indeed extraordinary. When Ning Xi and Lu Jingli reached the restaurant, they only had half an hour left until Yang Shiro got off work. Ning Xi had already reserved a good spot in advance, neither too far nor too close to the piano, yet just close enough to eavesdrop on their conversation. Lu Jingli asked Ning Xi, who had dressed up to the nines while clinging onto his arm, "Why is this different from the previous script? Are you a cameo?" Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. "Because your acting skills are too horrible, I just have to take action myself and increase our impact to prevent any mistakes." When Yang Shiro saw Lu Jingli as she was playing the piano, she first looked overjoyed. Then her expression changed when she saw the woman beside Lu Jingli. Ning Xi led Lu Jingli to the reserved seat and both of them ordered some food before starting to chat idly. She kept coming up with topics to chat with Lu Jingli about. However, Lu Jingli's gaze continued to fall absent-mindedly on Yang Shiro. When Yang Shiro could feel that Lu Jingli's heart was actually still with her, she was instantly filled with emotion. She glanced over to lock eyes with him, very much enamored. Ning Xi looked at Lu Jingli, then at Yang Shiro, before she stood up swiftly and splashed half a glass of water on Lu Jingli. She then stormed off angrily. Lu Jingli revealed a distressed expression, then he left the restaurant too. Chapter 780, finally showing true colors. Finally, because of her deductions about Lu Jingli's sincerity towards her firming up and the threat of Ning Xi's appearance, Yang Shiro's psychological defense completely shattered. She immediately stopped playing the piano and ran out quickly to chase after him. By the roadside, Lu Jingli was just about to get into the car. Behind him, Yang Shiro called to him to stop while panting. "Mr. Lu, can we talk?" In the corner, Ning Xi smiled. She could finally reap the harvest. Lu Jingli and Yang Shiro spoke in an extra huge private room in the restaurant, and within that room was a separate section. Ning Xi had invited Yin Juanhao over much earlier, and at that moment, he was waiting in that separate section. She had used the identity of Yang Shiro's best friend to invite him over, saying that she had something important to tell him, so Yin Juanhao rushed over immediately. After waiting for a while, there were suddenly sounds of footsteps outside. Then a familiar voice spoke. It was unexpectedly Yang Shiro's. Yin Juanhao was about to walk out to greet her when he heard another man's voice. Instinctively, he paused and observed while holding his breath. "Ms. Yang, how may I help you?" Lu Jingli asked courteously, standing at a distance. Yang Shiro was afraid that Lu Jingli would disappear again, so she impatiently said, "Mr. Lu, you've misunderstood. The man you saw at the car park the other day has nothing to do with me. At that time, he forced me." "Who was he?" Lu Jingli asked intentionally. Yang Shiro explained even more anxiously. "He was a customer I met at my previous workplace. He's a very nice person and has helped me a lot, so I feel very thankful for him, but that is all. I know that he might have other intentions towards me, but I have only felt nothing but gratitude towards him. I have also been rejecting his pursuits. He already has a wife, so there is no way I would wreck his family. You don't like him? How could I like him?" Yang Shiro continued worriedly and then added shyly, "Mr. Lu, I actually like you. I have liked you from the moment I first saw you, but you were too far away. I never thought that you would actually be interested in me." "Is that customer of yours called Yin Juanhao?" Lu Jingli asked. Unexpectedly, Lu Jingli had already found out who the other person was. Yang Shiro's expression stiffened. Thankfully, she maintained her composure and said with a pained expression, "Yes, so you know as well. He has power and reputation. I can't defend myself at all. I can only hide." In the next second, the door of the separate section was pushed open and Yin Juanhao stormed out furiously. He slapped Yang Shiro without hesitating. "Bitch!" When she saw Yin Juanhao, Yang Shiro froze. "Yin Juanhao, how are you here? If I wasn't here, how would I know that you were such a cheap bitch? You always say that I'm your everything, that you would die for me." When she heard this, Yang Shiro's first reaction was to look nervously at Lu Jingli. "Mr. Lu, I can explain. Yin Juanhao looked angrily at Lu Jingli and then was bewildered. Wasn't this the second master of Lu Corporation? How did Yang Shiro get involved with someone like this? Could there have been a misunderstanding? Lu Jingli just looked innocently at him and shrugged. I always come to this restaurant for dinner, and I admire Ms. Yang's piano skills, so we chatted for a bit. But Ms. Yang seems to have misunderstood me. Yang Shiro instantly stared in disbelief. What? But didn't you give me flowers? And you even treated me to dinner. Lu Jingli responded. And then? Yang Shiro was at a loss for words. Lu Jingli had never said anything or done anything out of line. In fact, his personality had always been to fool around. There were numerous women he had given flowers to. All of this, could it all just be her wishful thinking? Chapter 781. If you're satisfied, please give 5 stars. Late at night, in a certain bungalow in the north of the city, an assistant carefully carried an elegant dress into the bedroom. Sis, the dress for Fashion Week has been chosen. Would you like to take a look? It's a dress from history. I saw that you were praising their designer's style previously, so? Qin Xingyue was absent-mindedly sitting in front of her dressing table, not even looking at the dress before saying, just put it down. Oh, seeing that Qin Xingyue did not reject the dress, the assistant was relieved and quickly put the dress down. After she left, the assistant immediately sent a message to the person who had asked for her favor. No problem, I've passed it to Sisyu. In the room, Qin Xingyue stared listlessly at the dress, then pulled out a document from her drawer. The divorce papers. These few days, Yin Juanhao's attitude towards her had become increasingly indifferent, and he was increasingly anxious, urging her to sign her agreement to the divorce. He did not even care about their reputation anymore and immediately brought the matter to court. She stood up and slowly opened her wardrobe. Hanging inside was a beautiful dress for the runway. It was the dress she wore the first time she walked onto an international stage. While she was a slightly fitful and cranky woman, lacking the thoughtfulness of that woman, it did not mean she had put in any less effort into the relationship. Initially, she had a change in careers to become a top model, and she even climbed to the peak of the fashion pyramid. However, for this man, she had given up on her dreams. At last, what had she gotten in the end? Compared to a girl who buskied in the bar, divorce? She had made such a sacrifice and clipped her own wings, and now he wanted a divorce while she watched the two of them take flight. How could she be willing to sign the papers? Sadly, they had already reached this stage. Did she have any other options apart from divorce? She looked up at the time on the wall and saw that it was a few minutes till dawn. At that moment, she suddenly thought about that girl she had met in the car park and her promise. She could not help but smile wryly. She slowly pulled open her drawer and took out the divorce papers with a trembling hand. At that moment, the room door burst open. Yin Juanhao, who had not been home for half a month, was now standing at the door, staring at her with bloodshot eyes. That gaze of his made Qin Xingyue's heart wrench in agony. Didn't I say I would give you an answer tomorrow? You can't even wait another night. In the next second, Yin Juanhao fell to his knees in front of her and slapped himself, before hugging her legs. Dear, I've been wrong. Please forgive me. Please. Qin Xingyue was speechless. That very moment, a voice flashed in her mind. I can guarantee that your husband will be crying his way back to you while hitting his mouth to beg for your forgiveness. Then, her phone suddenly rang. She had received a message. Miss Qin, if you're satisfied, please give 5 stars. Spirit Studio. The next night, in a private room at Imperial Night Hotel, Qin Xingyue finally evaluated the girl in front of her. How did you do it? I've asked Juanhao the reason, but he wouldn't say anything. He only kept saying that he was wrong, and he begged me to forgive him. This was within Ning Xi's expectations. As a man, how could Yin Juanhao tell his wife that he had been cheated on by a third party? It's nothing special. I just hired a man to hook up with Yang Shiro and let your husband catch them red-handed. Ning Xi simply explained. Chapter 782. Afraid the devil would be jealous. Qin Xingyue suddenly understood, but she was even more suspicious. Is it that easy? She was not tooting her own horn, but based on Yin Juanhao's qualifications, he was only one step away from being in the top percentile of most handsome and successful men around. There was no way Yang Shiro could easily be seduced by another man. Everything is possible, Ning Xi simply said. Qin Xingyue did not want to hear any more about the woman either. so she didn't pursue the matter. She just looked at Ning Xi and said, "It doesn't matter how you did it. I will fulfill my promise to you. Even if your designs are like dog shit, I will wear them." Ning Xi's expression darkened. "I know we did this under the table and not very transparently, but our designer is talented and capable." Then, she gave her a folder. Inside it was an introduction to their studio and Gongshang's portfolio, including some of his work. Qin Shengyue took it from her and simply skimmed through it. Slowly, her expression changed to one of wonder. "You're the studio that won the Golden Award?" "Yes. I've not been paying attention to what's happening outside in the past few days because of my husband, but the latest Golden Award winner is quite interesting. How is your designer related to David? Why do the styles look so similar? It's like it's the same person, but possibly in different phases. David's style is slightly underdeveloped, but full of passion and life, whereas ZX's has more volume and explosive power," Qin Shengyue analyzed. She was indeed a professional. Ning Xi nodded excitedly. "I can't say anything now, but one day, the truth will be made known to the world." Qin Shengyue gave it some thought, then closed the folder and asked, "Since you guys have already gotten the Golden Award, why are you still worried about not getting business? Why do you have to use such ways to get to me?" Ning Xi scratched her head as she tried to explain. "On one hand, it's market saturation we are being challenged with. Even you can see that our style overlaps with history's. On the other hand, we haven't found a suitable sales manager for the time being. Some other studios' designers also do sales, but our designer is one of those whose heart is focused on designing only. Plus, we don't want him to be distracted either." Qin Shengyue rapped her knuckles on the table, then said, "I'll give you one then." "Huh?" Ning Xi blinked. Give me? Give me what?" "Give you a person, my marketing department's trump card," Qin Shengyue said casually. Uft. Ning Xi almost spat her coffee onto the woman across her. "You can even give a person? Sis, you're being too generous, aren't you?" "Why not? Do you want this offer? If not, it's fine." Wait. Let me ask first, the one you want to give us, is it a man or a woman? Is there a difference?" Qin Shengyue asked. Ning Xi nodded vigorously. "Of course, there's a difference. If it's a man, then forget it." "Why?" Qin Shengyue did not understand. "Why? Obviously it was because she was afraid the devil would get jealous. The last time when she had picked up Gongshangza, Lu Tingxiao had gone crazy. He would go off the charts if she took in another man. Because my designer has a peculiarity. He can't come up with designs when he sees men," Ning Xi replied, using Gongshangza as an excuse. Qin Shengyue laughed out loud. What an unexpectedly queer reason. Nevertheless, she did understand. Many designers also had unknown oddities. "Don't worry, it's a woman." Ning Xi was relieved. "Then yes. Yes. I want her in." If it was a woman, then there would definitely not be an issue. It shouldn't be an issue, right? Chapter 783, Traded the Most Precious Thing. That's settled then. I'll tell her to report directly to you. Qin Shengyue immediately decided. Ning Xi suddenly had some concerns. Your trump card, is it going to be expensive? If it's too expensive, even if you give her to me, I couldn't afford to employ her. Besides, would she agree to this arrangement? After all, my little place. Since I'm the one making this arrangement, of course, you don't have to pay for anything. I've signed a 5-year contract with her, and there's still a year left. I'll transfer her over to you for the remaining year. After that, I'll let her decide for herself whether she wants to stay with you or return to me. When Ning Xi heard this, she frowned and gave it some thought. Despite Qin Shengyue's assurance that it would not cost her anything, this trump card was from her. Since this trump card was a top performer, her annual salary would at least be in the millions, right? And this was just a conservative estimation. Wait till she came to her little studio. She could probably only get a low salary. It would be a staggering difference. At last, Ning Xi gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'm giving it my all. I want this person. If my studio has yet to grow within a year, I will compensate her for the time lost with me." Qin Shengyue looked at the girl in front of her, and admiration flashed in her eyes. "Don't worry, my trump card is not an amateur either. If she can only get a basic salary after a year, there is no need for me to give her to you. You can be assured of her capabilities, but whether or not you can lead her will be very much up to you." "Okay, I understand," Ning Xi replied and nodded. "Right. Remember to prepare 3 sets of outfits for me, okay?" Qin Shengyue suddenly added on as a reminder. So many? Is it so that you have options? Ning Xi was confused. Qin Shengyue shot her a look. No, it's not for backup options. All 3 sets must be exquisite. I will be wearing all of them. 1 set for the morning, 1 for the afternoon, and 1 more for the evening. Will I only wear 1 set of outfit for such an important occasion? What incredible! You're willing to wear 3 sets of our outfits. Ning Xi was in shock. What do you think? I thought that you would only wear 1 set at most. After all, she was a trendsetter. It was not easy for her to wear even 1 set of a new designer's work. To protect her status, all the other outfits would be top designs from internationally renowned brands, but this time she was actually willing to become a walking billboard for them? Qin Shengyue shrugged nonchalantly. It's nothing. I'm in a good mood today. Gladly. Ning Xi started perspiring. Okay. She would never have thought that her impulsive suggestion would gain her something beyond her wildest imagination. It was worth making. Her future brother-in-law worked too. It was worth running around with Lu Jingli for 1 week. It was worth shouting her throat hoarse at that playboy Lu Jingli, so he would know how to connect with the heart to pick up girls. Qin Shengyue contemplated, looking at her, then suddenly said curiously, Hey, tell me the truth. Do you look down on me? My husband has already treated me that way, yet I still kept hoping for him to change his mind. Ning Xi scratched her head. Based on my temper, I would never take someone back once they're disloyal. However, everyone has their own ways of doing things, so you probably have your reasons. Huh. Yeah, reasons, Qin Shengyue sighed. She smiled wryly and muttered. Because the sacrifice was too big, he was someone I had traded my most precious thing for. My dreams. Chapter 784 gave me a person. Ning Xi knew that Qin Shengyue had left the international fashion scene to stay in Imperial for Yan Juanhao. From a certain perspective, Qin Shengyue was quite similar to her when she had given up on her acting dreams for Su Yin. This was probably also the reason why she could not help but want to help her. However, as compared to Qin Shengyue, the road she had chosen was the complete opposite. Even though it was very difficult to rediscover those precious things and rediscover herself, she never once regretted her decision. At the Liu family's old residence. Sigh, little girl, you are usually so busy with studies and work. We never expected that you could cook too. Yin Rui was pleasantly surprised at the dishes Guanxiao had cooked up and laid on the table. No one was at home today, so she used the opportunity to invite Guanxiao over and have a one-on-one chat with her personally to get to know how her life away from home had been like for the past few years. In the end, not only was the girl elegant and poised in the way she carried herself, her range of knowledge was broad, and she had also cooked a few of her best dishes. Even though it was just common home-cooked dishes, such a combination of talents was still quite rare. Guanxiao blushed when she heard the praises. I practiced while I was living alone during my studies abroad. Ani, you are too kind to eat it even if my cooking skills aren't at a professional level. Look at you. You've already done so well. Most of the girls these days haven't even tried cooking, but you had the heart despite being so busy. My ideas might be a little traditional, but I still think that even though families like us don't need to personally cook every day, the meaning of a personal home-cooked meal is definitely different. You're right, Auntie. Yin Rui herself was good at cooking, so she held a certain standard for her daughter-in-law. She still found culinary an important skill to have even in this day and age. She had initially thought that a well-pampered, young girl such as Guanxiao would definitely not know how to cook. Plus, she was always so busy, yet she excelled in her work and studies. Who'd have thought that she also knew how to cook? This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Right, Xiao, your herbal pork rib soup is not bad. I'll send some over to the elder later. Or how about you go over with me? Yin Rui took the chance to suggest. When Guanxiao heard her invitation, she looked troubled. I'm sorry, Auntie. I still have a proposal to finish tonight. I don't think I'll be able to make it. If she followed Yin Rui over, she would have the chance to get close to Lu Tingxiao. However, he might be unhappy that she was using her mother, and she obviously knew how to balance things well, so as to not do anything that could annoy Lu Tingxiao. Besides, Lu Tingxiao had a girlfriend now. If she acted too desperately, it would reflect badly on her. To come over and accompany Yin Rui was sufficient. Yin Rui was even more satisfied when saw that she was not rash and had acted accordingly. That's okay then. Find another day to come to our house again. Okay, Auntie, answered Guanxiao politely. At Platinum Palace. In the restaurant, Lu Jingli's eyes practically bulged out of their sockets while his saliva leaked as he stared at the table full of dishes. Oh my god. Xiao Shishi. Are you crazy? You really know how to cook a full-course meal. Ning Xi put her hands on her hips and said happily, Why can't I? I'm in a really good mood today. It's my pleasure. Lu Jingli looked pleased as he reached out for a piece of his favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Looks like the issue went smoothly. Did Qin Xingwei agree to it? Not only did she agree, she is even willing to wear 3 whole sets of our outfits. Morning, noon, and evening outfits, all of it will not be repeated. And she even gave me a person. It's someone under her. Before she could finish, Lu Jingli wolf whistled. Chapter 785. Exchanged with blood, sweat, and beauty. Oh, brother. Take care of your wife. That woman Qin gave your wife a person, a person, a person. Ning Xi kicked him. It's a woman. Oh, she's given your wife a woman, a woman, a woman. Ning Xi was annoyed now. She gave me a marketing trump card to help me manage marketing and sales. And it's a female. Lu Jingli condescendingly scoffed. Is there a difference to you whether it's a man or a woman? Ning Xi gave him a hard stare, then picked up a soft piece of braised pork before she ran towards Lu Tingxiao, who was going through some documents in the living room. Lu Tingxiao looked at her, then opened his mouth. The braised pork melted in his mouth, and it was very tasty. He was not sure how she did it, but it did not feel greasy at all. Lu Tingxiao never had a thing for food, but ever since he had tried her dishes, he started to understand why Lu Jingli loved eating delicious food so much. After Ning Xi finished feeding him, she softly swore beside Lu Tingxiao, Big boss, don't listen to him spout nonsense. There is definitely no difference between men or women to me. To me, there are only 2 types of genders. One is everyone else, and the other is you. Lu Jingli made the action of bending over to vomit. Ugh, save your sweet words. My brother is not that gullible. Lu Tingxiao responded with a grunt, and Lu Jingli was speechless. Lu Tingxiao gently reminded her. This person was, after all, immediately transferred to you from Qin Xingwei, so you have to pay attention and observe her yourself. Marketing is not a child's game. However, if she is really Qin Xingyue's trump card, then her capabilities will definitely not be a problem. Give me a copy of her resume later on, and I'll help you take a look. Ning Xi nodded. Okay. Thank you, my dear. Lu Jingli had no words. How did it end up like this? He still wanted to retain his appetite. Hey, little treasure, put down my glutinous rice with pork ribs. He had only been distracted for a short while when he noticed half a plate of his favorite dish being eaten by Little Treasure. Lu Jingli felt like his heart had been stabbed. Little Treasure blinked before he swallowed another bite without hesitation. Oh, my heart hurts. Lu Jingli was prepared to protect his pork ribs to death when a golden head suddenly popped in through the door. Jiang Mai had just finished work and was prepared to go home when he was tempted by the aroma of food. Hey, what are you guys doing? Preparing to pray? It's not even the new year. Why is the grand feast? Jiang Mai removed his black face mask and directly picked up a salt and pepper prawn with his hands. At such feasts, chopsticks were irrelevant. One taste, and he knew it was Ning Xi's work. Jiang Mai's eyes instantly shone. Uncle, can I leech on this meal? No. Lu Jingli was about to have a breakdown. Why is there another person here to fight for food with me? These are all mine. All exchanged using my blood, sweat, and beauty. Beauty. That's not the main point. The main point is, are you sure you want to leech on this meal? You will be force-fed dog food. Lu Jingli used his killer card. Jiang Mai took a look at the 2 of them on the sofa, then sat right down. No big deal. I'll just eat with my eyes closed. Many days had passed, and he had finally calmed down quite a bit. Some things could not be evaded forever. Lu Jingli was speechless. The table was a whirlwind of chaos as they gorged themselves on the food. Ning Xi was initially worried that she had cooked too much, but as she watched Jiang Mai and Lu Jingli inhaling all of it, she was not worried anymore. Halfway through, another person entered. Chapter 786. Little Treasure fed her. Beside Butler Yuan was a graceful woman donned in a cheongsam. Lu Jingli swallowed the mouthful of food he was chewing on with a gulp before asking. Mom, why are you here? Grandmother. Jiang Mai greeted with a full mouth. Mother. Lu Tingxiao greeted her, then got the servant to get another set of cutlery for her. Ning Xi was in the middle of peeling a prawn for little treasure when she saw who had entered, so she stood up as well. Madame Lu. When Yin Rui saw Ning Xi at the dining table as well, she paused. I'm here to send you some soup. What are you doing? Is it a special day today? Why have you made so much food? Even Mai is here too. Oh, it's nothing. I just helped sister-in-law with a small favor, so she made me some dishes to thank me. When she heard Lu Jingli call Ning Xi's sister-in-law, Yin Rui was naturally not too happy about it. But for little treasure's sake, she did not act out. She looked doubtfully at Ning Xi. She knows how to cook? You try for yourself. Lu Jingli used his chopsticks to pick up a braised eggplant for Yin Rui. After Yin Rui put it into her mouth, she frowned as she finished chewing and said, You punk, this is obviously ordered from the restaurant, isn't it? Lu Jingli's mouth twitched in amusement. Oh, please, mother. I planted these eggplants in the garden myself. Little treasure washed them, brother cut them, then sister-in-law cooked it. Oh, right. That Jiangmai didn't do anything at all. He's here to leech on our meal. Yin Rui watched little treasure eat like a little squirrel with his chubby cheeks. He did not lift up his head, and she felt her heart fill with warmth. Elders liked watching the younger ones eat more, and Yin Rui was no exception. She did not want to move her gaze away from the little bun. The little guy had always counted his rice before eating them. Even when he had changed, she had never seen him eat this happily before. No wonder little treasure had fattened up once he was sent back. It seems like this girl was not entirely useless. At least, her culinary skills would have seen a few years of practice and training. Even though it was just an eggplant dish, the simpler a dish was, the more it tested one's skills and actual fact. She had only tried a bite earlier, but it was actually as delicious as the one from the restaurants. Mother, want to join us? Lu Jingli asked. I've eaten, you guys go ahead. Yin Rui patted her little grandson's head as he focused on his food. Little treasure, eat slowly. Be careful not to choke. Little treasure thought that his grandmother wanted to eat too because he saw that she was watching him eat. So, he looked at the huge prawn ani xiao she had peeled for him and struggled very hard with himself before he used his little chopsticks and delivered it to Yin Rui's mouth. Eat, grandmother. Yin Rui was shocked by his affection. She quickly opened up her mouth and accepted it. Hey, thank you, my good little grandson. It's so delicious. Grandmother, what are you holding? Jiangmai casually asked. Yin Rui's expression stiffened. It's nothing. The kitchen made some herbal pork rib soup today, and I brought some over for you guys, but I think you're probably too full to drink this. Now, so just leave it be. Yin Rui looked at little treasure for a while more before he fed her a few mouthfuls of food again. Then she left happily. She'll tell the old one that little treasure had fed her later. He would definitely be so jealous. On the way home, Yin Rui was a little distracted. Tonight, she saw that Tingxiao, Jingli, little treasure, and even Jiang Mai all sitting at one table and eating happily. It really was such a nice family atmosphere. Little treasure completely seemed like a normal, happy child as well. This was far from how it was like when she used to visit. It was cold and quiet without any life at all. And all of these changes have seemed to happen because of that woman. To be honest, if it was not because of little treasure's incident back then that left a scar in her, based on the way she took care of little treasure so well, she might have just. Chapter 787. How could the man I choose be wrong? After Yin Rui left, Lu Jingli casually opened the container with the pork rib soup. Even though the skills of the old residence's chef were not bad, he had long gotten tired of eating it. He felt like it tasted the same as the cooking from restaurant chefs. However, the standard of their soup was still pretty good. Thus, Lu Jingli brought a spoonful of it to his mouth, but he immediately spat it out just as soon as he drank it. My God, this is so horrible. Is she trying to trick me? Is she sure this was made by the kitchen in the old residence? Ning Xi took a sip and said, It's all right. Even though it's not that great, it's still okay. You're just being too picky, aren't you? Lu Tingxiao looked at the soup without saying anything. Suddenly, Lu Jingli thought of something and said, I bet you that this soup was probably made by Guanxiao. Otherwise, why would my mother randomly send it over herself? Probably wanted to brag a little, but it stood nothing next to my broshi's full-course meal. After dinner, Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai did not rush to leave. They sat on the sofa to watch television. Because they had eaten too much, they could not move. Ning Xi accompanied little treasure to do some Sudoku, then looked at the time and said to Tingxiao, "Big boss, I'm running out of time now. I'm going out to watch my movie." Tingxiao nodded. Be careful on the road. It's cold at night. Put on a scarf." Jiang Mai heard this and was curious. Watch a movie? What movie? Why wasn't Tingxiao going with her? Ning Xi was annoyed. "Jiang Mai, you unreliable person, the movie you're acting in is being released in theaters tonight. Don't you know?" Jiang Mai raised his brows. "The movie I'm acting it." "Oh, you mean The World? It's just being released, but I'm just the second male lead. I can't be bothered to talk to you. I'm leaving." Ning Xi kissed the little bun, then put on a mask and sunglasses. Jiang Mai got up to stop her. He said in an incredibly annoying tone, "Hey, wait up, fine, I'll go with you too. This is the first time I've acted as a supporting role since I entered the industry." "But my uncle's not going with you?" Jiang Mai casually asked. When Ning Xi heard this, she quickly stomped on Jiang Mai's foot and said, "Why are you asking so many questions? He's not going. He has things to do. Big boss, I'm leaving. Bye-bye." Moi. She gave Tingxiao a flying kiss goodbye before pulling Jiang Mai to run out with her. "Why did you step on me for?" Jiang Mai asked unhappily as he was dragged outside. "I almost got killed by you." Ning Xi gave him a mean look. "What about me?" Then, Jiang Mai suddenly thought of something. "It can't be because we're a couple in this show, can it? What do you think? Be careful if your uncle watches it and shuts you out. What about your acting with other male artists then? Will he shut out each and every one of them?" "Why not?" "Okay." He really could. Jiang Mai looked at her with a complicated expression. "To tell you the truth, I'm quite shocked. I didn't think that my uncle would let you remain in the entertainment industry after the both of you have gone steady. If not, would I be a mistress kept in a splendid abode?" Ning Xi looked pridefully at him. How could the man I choose be wrong? That's enough. At night, Ning Xi had also invited Gong Shangze and Han Momo to the premiere. When they reached the cinema, the two of them had already reached. They entered the cinema and sat in the corner of the last row. Han Momo was already curious when she saw the person beside Ning Xi. After they sat down, she impatiently asked, "Sis Xi, who's that beside you?" Before Ning Xi could say anything, Jiang Mai, who was beside Ning Xi, crossed over her and pulled his mask off and asked, "You're asking about me?" Chapter 788. "I feel like the two of you are a super good fit." Ning Xi shot Jiang Mai a mean look, then covered Han Momo's mouth before she could say any further. "Calm down." Ning Xi glared at Han Momo, who looked so excited she was about to pass out. Han Momo lowered her voice and said, "Jiang Mai? Is it really Jiang Mai? Aoeoa. My God. Sis Xi, are you really a couple with Jiang Mai offscreen? I'm a fan of this relationship. I feel like the two of you are a really good fit for each other. Get together." Jiang Mai leaned his arm on the chair and tilted his head, happy to hear this. "Hey, it's rare that you've got a girl with a good eye. Do you have a pen?" No. What to do? I'll go out to buy one." Han Momo was frantic. "I have one." Gong Shangze brought pen and paper with him wherever he went. Jiang Mai took the pen and paper before casually signing it. Han Momo was so emotional that she almost fainted. Then she gave the paper to Ning Xi and pleaded, Sis Xi, I want yours too." Ning Xi was speechless, but she gave her her autograph anyway. Then, she saw that Han Momo had actually drawn a huge heart shape around her and Jiang Mai's names. She never would have thought that there was such a huge shipper of Jiang Mai and her beside her. This was truly mystical. "Shangze, who's your favorite celebrity?" "Me? I don't really have any celebrity I especially like." "Sis Xi, are you counted?" "Ha ha ha, of course." There were a few more minutes to the movie starting. The theater was practically a full house. After all, the two protagonists of this movie were one of the most popular stars at the moment. Besides, there was Jiang Mai, who was a box office guarantee. Even if he only had a supporting role, hundreds of his fans were already showing off their tickets online. Ning Xi could be considered as the only new rookie in the movie. Finally, the screen's advertisement ended, and the movie began. Ning Xi took a deep breath. "Woo, I'm nervous." After all, this was the first day of her first movie. Even though The World was strong in terms of investment nor lineup, other movies were released today as well, such Su Yimo's Starry Sea, a famous comedy director's Joyful Occasion, and another Hollywood movie. One could say that the screens were crowded with masters of the industry, so the competition was tight. The first scene was Ning Xi's character, Superior Ingrong, being chased after for murder. The plot was exciting and tense, hooking everyone into the story instantly. Many fans of Ning Xi were softly screaming in excitement. Following this, the movie followed the two protagonists. Superior Ingrong accidentally saved the male protagonist and was forced to enter the palace to avoid getting murdered, and she started to fight off all sorts of people with the male lead. Actually, this was considered a movie with a strong female lead. Superior Ingrong's character was very outstanding and easily attracted fans. Her life story was tragic, yet she was smart like a female Zhu Guoyang. At last, because of her identity, she could not become the male protagonist's queen and had become the most important female prime minister of the Daqing dynasty. The female lead was a cool role, and she obviously needed a good compliment. Ning Xi's role as the supporting evil character was undoubtedly meant to complete Ning Xi. At last, Han Momo wanted to scold Ning Xi for being such a hateful character on screen. "Sis Xi, you're so good at acting." She had really attracted lots of haters. Chapter 789. You are already a gangster. Ning Xi giggled a little. She was quite happy listening to all the curses towards Meng Chang'e. Thank you for all your praises. However, very quickly, when the plot reached the second half of the movie, the images started to reveal Meng Chang'e's memories. When they slowly deciphered Meng Chang'e's identity, the audience's attitude had an obvious and magical change towards the character. Ooh, Jiang Mai is so handsome. Meng Chang'e's male disguise is also very interesting. I thought that with her looks, a male outfit would definitely be very striking. Who knew that Jiang Mai's portrayal of a weak scholarly character would be so up in the feels? I really feel like pushing him over. As they said that, on screen, Meng Chang'e had really tied up Jiang Mai and pushed him over in her boudoir. Dr. Sun, you're blushing. You actually take a fancy to me, don't you? How about we just straight up turn raw grains into cooked rice? Isn't that a good idea? Shrieks and roaring laughter were heard across the cinema. Oh my god. This is the part in the trailer where Mai gets tied up. I have waited for this for so long. It was the first time Jiang Mai watched the show as part of the audience, and he could not help but rub his nose and felt a little restless. Ning Xi was happy watching her performance. I'm too good at acting as a gangster, don't you think so, Blondie? My ass. You're not even acting. You are already a gangster. After this scene was Ning Xi and Jiang Mai's first kiss scene at the Lantern Festival, and the crowd's reaction had been even crazier than they expected. Those shrieks were about to blow the entire roof off. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm falling in love with this couple. How can they be so cute? Oh, my young heart. It's melting. Melting. To tell you the truth, I always thought that Jiang Mai has acted in so many lead roles as an overbearing, affectionate CEO, but none of his roles was heartfelt. I couldn't even tell how much he loved the female lead. But in this one, I actually saw love through his eyes. In fact, it's the kind that's suppressed, hidden, and buried deep in the corner of his heart. The kind of strong love that wants to be expressed, but one that doesn't have the courage, and one that just cannot be made known. As she listened to all the discussions around her about being a good fit with Jiang Mai, Ning Xi was incredibly grateful that the devil was not present, or else the show would probably be taken down. Jiang Mai looked gloomy. My ass, how was I not heartfelt? I was always pouring my emotions into the role. Also, what did they mean by suppressed, hidden, buried deep in the corner of the heart? A strong love that wants to be expressed, but it didn't have the courage or could just be made known. Could these people's eyes not be so poisonous? Ning Xi tapped his shoulders. Don't struggle anymore. The audience's eyes are crystal clear. You have really improved a lot for this film. The way you played with your different gazes was much better. Even I felt your love for me. Jiang Mai was speechless. He was not sure whether he should be relieved or disappointed after listening to Ning Xi's serious analysis. In the entire movie, the audience was probably most reactive to the scene of Ning Xi with Guan Xiaoqi. When Ning Xi announced her real identity was Meng Chang'e in front of Guan Xiaoqi, who acted as Princess Xian, a flashback played. This flashback was unexpectedly the scene where Jiang Mai had been shot by 1,000,000 arrows and died in front of Ning Xi. The entire cinema was dead silent. A moment later, the sound of choked sobs was heard. Ning Xi made a brief observation that for this movie, about 90% of people had cried, including the men. Han Momo, who was beside her, was bawling her eyes out. Oh, how horrible. Can the military doctor not die? He will be resurrected later, right? Jiang Mai was in a bad mood, so he spoiled the story relentlessly. No, he's actually dead. Once he said that, Han Momo started wailing. Ning Xi consoled Han Momo while she shot Jiang Mai a mean stare. Chapter 790. She really wasn't messing around. The 2-hour-long movie finally ended, although the audience wished it would never end. They were hooked on the story, even though she did not know how the box office did. After Ning Xi sat in the cinema and personally observed the audience's reactions and attitude, she instantly felt much calmer. No matter how the ticket sales fared, she had already reached her own standards on what she wanted to deliver on screen. When they walked out, they saw that there were reporters interviewing the cinemagoers outside the theater. Hello, miss. Did you just finish watching The World? Yes. How did you find the movie? Too awesome. Even better than I'd expected. Especially Xuelua's character, Superior Ingrong. She's so strong. She's practically my goddess. Her scenes with Zhao Xizhou were especially lovely too. At last, I almost cried because she had gone through so much with Chu Beichen, yet they could not end up together. Hi, sir. Whose acting in The World left the most impression on you? Definitely the female lead. She's just too charismatic. Right. Will this be broadcasted on television? Yes. That's great. I want to confess to my goddess, Xuelua, I love you. As he watched the interviews going on, Jiang Mai's handsome was full of disdain behind his mask. Please, do you think everyone's stupid? That theater opposite was entirely booked by Su Yin for Ning Xuelua's fans to watch for free, so everyone walking out of there are her diehard fans. If you interview them, they would obviously only praise Ning Xuelua. Gong Shangzi looked at Ning Xi, confident of his boss. The audience has eyes. Word of mouth is something that cannot be faked. Talking about Su Yin, I previously saw online gossip that Su Yin had booked theaters for Ning Xuelua's fans in every city, supporting her new movie in full force. These two people are so loving. They are considered a stream of purity within the entertainment industry, aren't they? Han Momo's expression clearly envious. Jiang Mai shot her a disgusted look. Huh, purity? Little girl, don't easily believe things you've only seen the surface of. Jiang Mai looked a little worriedly at Ning Xi. Thankfully, Ning Xi's expression was very calm. It seemed like she had really entirely let go of Su Yin. But that was not a surprise. The saying was that one only failed to forget past loves because the new ones are not good enough. She was so loving with his uncle now, so why would she still care about Su Yin? Shangzi, how's the preparation for Qin Xingyue's 3 set of outfits coming along? Ning Xi asked on the way back. I'm done preparing them. One of the sets will be the Nirvana-themed red dress from the Golden Awards, and the other 2 are my latest works. Gong Shangzi said confidently. It seems like his inspiration-driven works were going pretty smoothly lately. Good. Then I'll bring them over for Qin Xingyue to look at. Miss Qin agreed that she will transfer a sales expert over to us, so she should be reporting to us soon. The 2 of you should get ready to welcome our new member, okay? Really? That's great. Han Momo was excited. Gong Shangzi sighed a breath of relief too as he looked at Ning Xi with full admiration. Every time he felt like he had reached a dead end, she would always find a way, completing things he felt were impossible. On the side, Jiang Mai watched Ning Xi's hustler demeanor and suddenly thought of the words Ning Xi had said. This girl said that she wanted to provide for Lu Tingxiao. She really wasn't messing around, was she? Chapter 791. Gold Will Glitter. A week later, the highly anticipated China Fashion Week had officially begun in Imperial. It was a platform for the country's top fashion and latest works to show off. The Fashion Week had already become the main battlefield for well-known brands and designers to promote their image, show off their creativity, and set the trend. It was definitely no easy feat to stand out among so many brands. Many brands had already prepared for it half a year ago. Ning Xi's studio had only been set up not too long ago, and naturally could not compare to those brands that had matured long before. In the end, they managed to rush the latest season's work one day before the Fashion Week. At that moment, Gong Shangzi looked quite nervous in a corner offstage. Ning Xi had worked very hard to get Qin Xingyue in as a model. If his work did not achieve the expected effect, not only would he ruin the studio's reputation, even Qin Xingyue's reputation would be affected too. All of Ning Xi's hard work would then go to waste. Ning Xi patted him on the shoulders and encouraged him. My dear, don't be so nervous. Be slightly confident in yourself, okay? Your work is really very awesome. Even Qin Shengyue praised you. Han Momo echoed. If it's gold, it will glitter. Gong Shangzi looked gratefully at them. Thank you. With the traditional Peking opera music playing, the opening ceremony officially began. The stage backdrop had been made to resemble antique architecture with the huge red door and jade green copper ring. When the door was opened, it revealed towering palace walls and models. Wearing luxurious cheongsams started to walk out. The screen then strikingly flashed History's logo. When they saw the logo, the crowd started to buzz. Turns out the brand for the opening ceremony is History. This brand has only been around for a short 1 year, hasn't it? This is just unbelievable. That's why I said, a designer is a brand's soul. David is really a rare genius. His work is so soulful. But I heard that the last Golden Awards had an unexpected winner. He even defeated David. The work from the anonymous designer from the Golden Awards was quite mesmerizing, but too bad their style is too similar to History's. The chances of winning were huge as well, but who can guarantee that he would win over David every time? I'm guessing that the final outcome will be that he will get kicked out of the market or be bought over by History. Haven't you noticed that they disappeared recently? The show ended with international model Angie wearing History's final outfit, making her spectacular appearance. After it ended, the applause from the crowd was thunderous, and everyone walked over to congratulate Ning Xi and David. This Chinese fashion show is amazing. No wonder the organizer chose History to open. Thank you, everyone. At that moment, Ning Xi wore a clean little tuxedo, signifying her shift from a shining star to an elite company CEO, answering everyone's compliments with poise. Ning Xi had been thriving recently. The World, which had only been released a while ago, had achieved $1.5 billion in box office sales on the first day, followed by the Hollywood movie and that comedy, Joyful Occasion, becoming the season's unexpected winner. After that, the box office ran its course because of the super good reviews and netizens, every day faring better than the day before. A week later, it had closed perfectly by grossing $12.3 billion in total. Suddenly, the female protagonist Ning Xi had become extremely popular, even becoming a favored candidate to be the next best actress. You could say she was receiving double the harvest in both the entertainment and fashion industry. Chapter 792. A short-lived bloom would nevertheless leave a legacy. Ning Xi is quite capable. Other celebrities have only created something small for their own brand and whatnot, even making losses, but she has done so spectacularly in such a short time. Of course, any other person in the entertainment industry wouldn't make it. She is a really rich and beautiful girl from a wealthy family. She even has a CEO boyfriend silently supporting her. So how could she not succeed? I wonder whose outfit will Qin Shengyue wear this time around. Is it actually not History? Didn't she always like supporting newbies? That's not weird. It must be some well-renowned international brand. Ning Xi frowned as she listened to the discussions around her. Sadly, they could not invite Qin Shengyue. Initially, their plan could have been more perfect, but who'd have known that a mishap would happen in the end? She was not sure why Qin Shengyue had rejected to walk for their show in the end. David, who was beside her, said, Angie is great too. She's currently an international supermodel, and her influence is comparable to Qin Shengyue's. Ning Xi looked at him without saying anything. Even though Qin Shengyue had retired, she was the first Chinese to walk on an international runway back in the day, and she was the muse of many international big brands. Her existence now was like the compass of the fashion world, and she had opened up a fashion company herself. With all that under her belt, how could a rookie like Angie compare to her? However, she knew that Qin Shengyue would be hard to invite, so this outcome was within her expectations. On the stage, other brands were still continuing the show. After several well-known brands back-to-back, the screen changed, and a line of words were revealed. Spirit. ZX. Ah, Spirit. Isn't that the winner designer brand of the Golden Awards? I thought that he would be short-lived and that they would not join the fashion show this time around. After all, they would accidentally be compared to History. If they fail this time, even the title of the Golden Awards will be useless. Huh, they have guts. They actually dared to come. Since this designer had broken the record for the highest score in the Golden Awards, there was no doubt that everyone wanted to pay close attention. Thus, they could help but fix their gaze on the stage. The more people anticipated, the harsher they could be. Spirit was indeed in a tough spot. The models started to walk down the runway. When the first outfit appeared, everyone suddenly quieted down. A moment later, the place was filled with sounds of marvel. Spirit had two different themes this time around: Temple Peach Blossom and Midsummer's Star. It was magically beautiful. Unlike the Nirvana-themed elegant decadence at the Golden Awards, these two sets of outfits were akin to Cupid's arrow, moving the young hearts of women. Offstage, Ning Xi was at ease and David was unperturbed as well. Even though there was a bit of resentment in his eyes, he obviously did not think of them as competitors at all. So what if their designs were amazing? In this industry, one could not only rely on good designs. They had even won the Golden Award, but what about it? The old customers would still only believe in their brand and not easily trust a fleeting exhibition, a brand that could fall in reputation the next second and demote their social status. After all, they were targeting high-end customers. Clothing was equivalent to the reputation of their face, so they had to be very careful. Now, what they needed to do was wait for Spirit to run into a snag and reach a dead end. Then, they could buy them over at a low price and even expunge the brand entirely before poaching the designer for their own use. However, in the next second, the confident duo Ning Xi and David suddenly widened their eyes. Chapter 793, Breathtaking Finale. Apart from that, those who were astonished included the prominent figures in the industry, honored guests, celebrities, and more. No one had expected the model wearing Spirit's Midsummer's Star final custom-made dress to be Qin Shengyue. The dark blue backdrop was embedded with small radiant diamonds, and the V-collar near the chest area was designed to stream like the galaxy. The entire outfit was akin to a vast, starry sky within the universe, above our heads on a midsummer's night like a dream. It was just crazy. What was happening? How did Qin Shengyue appear as Spirit's finale model? Hadn't she publicly praised David many times? Yet, now for such an important occasion, she had worn the garment of designer ZX who had defeated David the last time. Was she making it known that she thought that mysterious designer was more capable than David? All the guests, public figures, and designers of the industry present were already itching to get to the bottom of this. Finally, the morning show came to end. Offstage, the reporters had long been anticipating. They waited for a long time before Qin Shengyue finally appeared from backstage and had changed into a different outfit. On her was a fire-red gown in classic Chinese-styled embroidery. The broad skirt was burnt by flames to knee level, revealing a pair of beautifully slender legs. Those who knew could immediately recognize that this was one of the outfits from the Golden Awards winner, designer ZX's Nirvana theme. Miss Qin, may I ask if you're currently wearing Spirit's garment? Yes. Miss Qin, may I ask why you are so fond of Spirit's brand? Qin Shengyue stroked her skirt lightly, and with wandering eyes, she asked matter-of-factly, "Is this still a question?" At that moment, Qin Shengyue's aura and the dress were perfectly harmonizing with each other, practically stunning everyone. No matter if it was Qin Shengyue's personality, aura, or figure, she matched the outfit superbly well. Well, there really is no need. Spirit is too beautiful and soulful, deserving of the brand's name. Then Miss Qin, may we ask what you think about history and how it compares to Spirit? You seemed to love history before this, so why have you suddenly turned to Spirit? Is there a story somewhere within this? The reporter asked in anticipation. Everyone's eyes immediately gathered onto Qin Shengyue, including Ning Xi, who was offstage. She was afraid that she would suddenly say something like, "Sure, I'm glad to." Thankfully, Qin Shengyue was still quite reliable during critical moments. She answered carefully, "David is the most talented designer I've met. Before this, I have indeed been admiring him. However, his designs are like time standing still in this perfect world. Beautiful, but unchanging. With Spirit, I saw growth, transformation, and unlimited possibilities." Qin Shengyue was very influential in the industry, and her evaluations possessed authority. This one sentence immediately defined Spirit's capabilities and moved Spirit's ambiguous status that wandered by the borders straight into the fashion circle. It was akin to being bestowed with an honorary plaque. Not too far away, Ning Xi was about to lose control at the progress of this situation. How did it become like this? Never mind if it was another big brand. But it had to be Spirit. Our outfits were already sent over earlier, but Qin Shengyue had rejected them. Is there a problem with your designs? Chapter 794. Master has been admitted to the hospital. David quickly denied. Impossible. That garment was our final piece at the Milan Fashion Week. Episodes like these kept happening, and Ning Xi could not hold it in anymore. She shouted sternly. No wonder Qin Shengyue said you were unchanging. Don't you have other designs? But I only chose that piece to be safe. Even though David was saying this, internally, he had started to panic. He could say it was a random coincidence the last time, but then after seeing Spirit's other designs this round, his guilt-driven fear had started to increase. After all, everything he owned now was actually stolen. The more glory and praise he accepted in the day, the more fear he had about losing all of this at night. Most importantly, he was seriously deficient in design drafts. Although he had secretly recruited a big group of people to emulate Gong Shang's style, even if the works were emulated perfectly, the products could never compare to the original. This could not do. He had to investigate thoroughly who that ZX actually was. The more he saw that person's work, the more he was afraid. He even had the illusion that it was indeed Gong Shang's designs. But how could that be? There was no way Gong Shangze could have risen from the ashes. Besides, his designs could not reach that higher state. At night, after the events ended, David was in a bad mood and had left alone, ditching Ning Xi. Just as he was about to get into his car, he unexpectedly saw from the corner of his eye the figure that appeared in his nightmares every night. Gong Shangze. David was frightened stiff. Just as he was about to go closer, that person had already gotten into the car and disappeared from his line of sight. David only calmed down after the car left for a long time. He must have been too tensed. He must have. That person's appearance and hairdo were so fashionable. How could it be Gong Shangze who was so often slovenly dressed? Inside the car that left earlier, Ning Xi looked in the rearview mirror and asked, that person opposite was David, wasn't it? Did he recognize you? Gong Shangze obviously noticed too, and he forced a smile. I don't think so. After all, even I can't recognize myself with my current look. Ning Xi nodded. You're right. Han Momo looked curious. How did Director Gong look before this? It's best if you don't know. It will ruin your fantasy. Just as she spoke, her phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Ning Xi picked it up in doubt. Hello, miss. Just as it got through, an agitated voice spoke. Ning Xi hesitated. You are Mother Wu? The only people who would address her like this was the old servant by grandfather's side. Yes, it's me. Miss, quickly go to the hospital. Master has been admitted to the hospital. Mother Wu's tone sounded incredibly sorrowful. What? Ning Xi parked her car by the roadside with a screech. Her face was pale. How's grandfather? Master suddenly fainted at home. The doctor said that he might not make it this time. I saw that the young masters had not informed you, so I decided to just make this call. The person Master wants to see the most would definitely be you. Mother Wu's tone sounded like she really wanted her to see him one last time. How did this happen? Which hospital is it? I'll rush right over. Chapter 795. I want you to have someone to rely on. I'm sorry, my grandfather is ill. I have to immediately go to the hospital, so I might not be able to send you guys. No worries, sis, she go quickly. Your grandfather is important. We'll just get a cab ourselves. Okay, take care. Boss, don't worry too much. Drive carefully. I will. After bidding goodbye to Gong Shangze and Han Momo, Ning Xi immediately rushed to the hospital address given by Mother Wu. As she drove, she called to ask Mother Wu about the situation. Mother Wu, what actually happened? I was just talking to grandfather on the phone a few days ago. Wasn't he quite healthy? Mother Wu sighed. Sigh, Master was just consoling you. You know the situation in this family. First young master only thinks about the adopted daughter, while second young master's two illegitimate daughters cause so much ruckus every day. Master has waited for so many years, yet he could not wait for a great-grandchild to carry on the bloodline. As he aged, his heart issue was getting more serious too. Actually, the person Master was worried most about is you. At least, Miss Xian has her mother to protect her, but what about you, miss? He was worried that after he passes on, you would be alone with no one to rely on. Before this, he wanted to matchmake you with the young master from the Xi families, just so you would have someone to depend on in the days to come. Ning Xi listened to all these words in silence, her emotions indescribable. When Ning Xi arrived, Ning Yaohua, Zhuang Lingyu, Ning Xuelaw, Ning Yaobang, Ning Tianxin, and Su Yan were all already there. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu looked forlorn, while Ning Xuelaw had cried till her eyes were swollen as she leaned weakly into Su Yan's embrace. Ning Yaobang did not look sad. He only stared at Ning Yaohua with despise. What are you pretending for? All of you couldn't wait for the old man to die, right? Once he dies, the Ning family will be all yours. Shut up. Do you have any humanity in you? Father is already like this, yet here you are saying all of this. Ning Yaohua rebuked angrily. What about me? Haven't I said what's exactly on your mind? Are you already tripping? You dare say that you aren't thinking about it. While the two sides were awfully busy arguing, the sound of rushed footsteps were heard from the end of the corridor. Then everyone saw Ning Xi hurrying over. Oh, another one has come to compete for the family inheritance. Ning Yaobang scoffed. When she saw Ning Xi, an alertness flashed across Ning Xuelao's eyes. The biggest hindrance to her getting to the power of the Ning family was that stubborn old man. Once he was gone, the highest authority would fall to Ning Yaohua. Without the old man's bias towards Ning Xi, Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu would definitely be on her side. Then, the Ning family's power would be easily attainable. As for the second family, that weak and inept Ning Yaobang and feeble-natured Ning Tianxin were not even a threat. The old man would definitely leave the company in their hands. Now, she was only worried if the old man was impulsive right before he died and transferred all of his shares to Ning Xi recklessly. Then, it would all be over. Of course, the possibility of this was very minimal. Besides, Ning Yaohua definitely wouldn't let such a thing happen. Based on the old man's personality, he would probably give her a portion to make sure she was well taken care of. Even though she was not willing to let her get his shares and bonuses for doing nothing, it was still okay to let her be a small shareholder and watch her control the company. Chapter 796. He won't make it past this winter. What are you doing here? Ning Yaohua's face stiffened when he saw Ning Xi. Obviously, he was also afraid that she would ruin things at that critical moment. Sister, you're here. Quickly go see grandfather. You usually don't come back. Grandfather has been missing you. The person he definitely wants to see the most now would be you. Ning Xuelaw cried as she said this. The way these words were said, clearly, she was trying to imply that Ning Xi was usually nowhere in sight and had only rushed over when someone was about to die. What's there to see? Why are you here to pretend to be filial at such a time? Zhuang Lingyu said in a hostile tone. Ning Xi's heart was focused on the elder, and she did not have the time to deal with these people. She looked through the glass window of the ICU room, silently watching the old man who lay on the sick bed. She knew that Mother Wu was right. The person who worried grandfather the most was her. Ning Tianxin walked over and pat her on the shoulders to console her, looking guilty. How's grandfather? Ning Xi asked. Ning Tianxin replied. Sorrowfully, he's temporarily stable, but the doctor said that grandfather's health is not looking too positive. He's afraid that he wouldn't make it past this winter. Xiaoxi, don't be too sad. When a person reaches this age, there will be a day when Su Yan consoled her and gave her a tissue on the side. Ning Xi felt uncomfortable at Su Yan's words. Grandfather was not dead yet, but his words made it sound like there was no doubt about it happening. At that moment, in the ward, Elder Ning suddenly opened his eyes slowly and looked towards Ning Xi outside the window, struggling as if he wanted to say something. The nurse took off the breathing aid and leaned in close to hear the elder. Then she opened the door to walk out and ask, the patient says he wants to see a Miss Xiaoxi. Which one of you is her? Instantly, everyone looked towards Ning Xi. That's me. Ning Xi quickly said. Come in with me, but the patient's still very weak now. Don't talk to him for too long, reminded the nurse. Okay, I know, thank you. Ning Xuelao's heart was full of envy as she watched Ning Xi walk right in. She had tried to please this old man, yet she was afraid that he would never compare her to a single strand of Ning Xi's hair in his heart. Of course, what she revealed on the surface was sadness and disappointment. Su Yan consoled her when he saw her disappointed face. Xiaoxi is not at home all year. The old man would have definitely missed her a little. Ning Yaohua did not care about Ning Xuelaw. He was preoccupied with what the elder would have called Ning Xi to talk about. Sadly, the soundproofing in the ward was so good that nothing could be heard from the outside. Inside the ward, Ning Xi quickly held the elder's hand. "Grandfather." The elder trembled as he looked at her emotionally. "You're here." As she watched the elder's weak and withered appearance, Ning Xi's heart was wrenched. "Grandfather, I'm sorry." "Silly child, why are you apologizing for?" The elder stroked her hair and gasped for a few huge breaths. He was afraid his body would not hold up any longer. So he immediately said to her, "Xiaoxi, I've always hoped that I could wait for the day you take over the company. That way, I could still be around to help you wipe out the obstacles and have you sit stably in position. But now, I'm afraid I have no more time left. I know that you now have your own career, your own life. You're angry and unwilling to return. Forget it. I won't force you. I've left 10% of the shares for you in my will. Enough for you to be well taken care of for the rest of your life. I didn't dare leave you too much. Because a man's wealth is his own ruin by causing the greed of others, it would attract bad news for you." Chapter 797. I did give birth to her. "Grandfather, stop saying that. You'll be fine." "Sigh. You don't have to console me. I know my body myself. I thought that I could hold on for another few years and wait at least. Wait till all of you have started a family and have stable careers." "Grandfather, say no more. Quickly rest," Ning Xi urged. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he could still wait. But her grandfather obviously knew that even if he waited longer, there would be no hope. He did not dare hand the business over to the second son's family. But for the daughter to his first son, she was so determined and career-minded that there was no way she would return to the Ning family and join the company. Because of the nature of her work, any ideas of marriage and bearing children were uncertain too. A person lived for a stretch of breath. Once this stretch had ended, the body would inevitably wither down. Ning Xi looked unusually serious when she left the ward. "What did your grandfather say to you?" Ning Yaohua immediately asked when he saw her walk out. "Nothing much," Ning Xi casually said, and immediately walked past everyone to leave. Ning Yaohua was so angry that he shouted from behind, "What's with her attitude?" Seeing as how the family inheritance and company was going to fall with the elder, Ning Yaobang started to be anxious. He lowered his voice and pulled Ning Tianxin aside. "Tianxin, look at Ning Xi. She's rarely home in a year, yet the elder was still concerned about her. You're still the elder's granddaughter after all. Can you help me? If you don't fight for it, you'll be left with nothing." Ning Tianxin shot him a cold look. "I can't wait for you to end up with nothing. Then I would like to see whether those women outside would still be loyal to you then. You, no matter how uncle was like, at least he never cheated with other women. But you? Are you still considered a man? What do you know? Do you know what Zhuang Lingyu's real identity is? He wishes he could do it, but he wouldn't dare. He wouldn't dare even if I lent him 100 guts." At the Ning family's bungalow, when they reached home, Ning Yaohua said heavily, "Lingyu, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it? Is it about that girl?" Zhuang Lingyu frowned. Ning Yaohua nodded, then hesitated. "How about we go advise Xiaoxi, have her come home? The elder will definitely include a part of the shares for her. If she were to be roped in by some other person, it would inevitably affect me. Besides, Shula is still not our biological child, and I would still need to continue the bloodline somehow." Zhuang Lingyu's expression instantly changed at the sound of this. "What are you trying to say? Shuela single-mindedly treated us like her own biological parents. Are your words fair to her? Is the bloodline so important? I'm telling you, bloodline means nothing to me. In my heart, Shuela is my only daughter. Have you forgotten all the embarrassing things that girl did? Don't drag me along if you want to get stepped on. If she causes any problems in the future, it will have nothing to do with me." Ning Yaohua consoled helplessly. Okay. I was just casually mentioning it because I was out of ideas. Why do you have to be so agitated for? Besides, I'm just letting her return as an adopted daughter. I didn't say anything about announcing her identity. Don't try to hit on the shares the elder gives her. I don't care about that petty sum either. You can just buy it over. The money would be enough for her to use the rest of her life. Even though I didn't raise her, I did give birth to her, but I don't owe her anything. I've been considerably kind to her. Chapter 798. You deserve everything. As Zhuang Lingyu said this, she looked coldly at Ning Yaohua. If you care so much about the bloodline, you can just be like your brother and look for young girls outside to give birth for you. Ning Yaohua suddenly panicked, and he quickly consoled her. Hey, what nonsense are you spewing? How could I do such things? Are you still not sure of my feelings towards you? Just as the two people were speaking in lowered voices, Ning Xi walked out from the kitchen with a bowl of soup. Mother, father, I was worried that you would be anxious and feel heated, so I stewed some white fungus lotus seed soup for you to drink before sleeping. You will feel better. Grandfather has already been admitted, so the two of you must watch your health. Zhuang Lingyu quickly took the soup and looked lovingly at her. Ah, okay. Good girl. You must be so tired today. You were busy with the fashion week in the day, and then you were called to the hospital as soon as it ended without any time to rest. You should get some rest soon. Leave all these things for the servants to do. Mother, I'm fine. I'm not tired. Zhuang Lingyu looked affectionately at her daughter that she raised perfectly and sighed. Shuala, the old man most probably won't make it this time. You must enter the company then. I'm just worried you will be even more busy and tired. Then, she shot Ning Yaohua a warning look, indicating for him to give up those unwarranted thoughts. Ning Yaohua could only keep silent. After all, his current position was unstable, and he still had to rely on Zhuang Lingyu and the Su family. When Ning Xuelua heard this, she disguised the happiness in her eyes and quickly said, Mother, I'm still young. It's the best time to really work hard. A little hardship and fatigue is nothing. Besides, as long as I can help father and mother, I'm already really happy. Zhuang Lingyu touched her hand and replied her, I know that you're the most obedient. You will forever be my daughter. You deserve all of this. As long as I'm here, no one can belittle you. Ning Yaohua coughed. Naturally, the same goes for me. Ning Xuelua choked on her sobs with her eyes down. Thank you, mother. Thank you. Father, ever since I found out about my past life, I've been trembling with fear, feeling like the world was going to come crashing down on me. I really don't know what I did wrong. Suddenly, within one night, my home was no longer my home, and the parents I loved deeply were not my parents too. Zhuang Lingyu felt as if her heart had been cut out. Of course not. Father is still your father, and I'm still your mother. All of this will never change. Ning Yaohua was touched too. You're raised by us. So what if you're not our biological child? In our hearts, you've long become our true daughter. There are so many children who aren't filial out there, though they are biological ones, and they can't compare to half of you. You're our pride, our Ning family's lucky star. Did you forget? You're not allowed to have such nonsense thoughts again. Late at night, at Platinum Palace, Ning Xi had prepared to return to the apartment, but she found herself driving here. It was late, so she was not sure whether Tingxiao was asleep already. Ning Xi was hesitating outside the door when the gate suddenly opened by itself. Tingxiao was standing at the door in his pajamas. Ning. Before he could finish, Ning Xi had already ran into his embrace. What happened? Tingxiao frowned and swiftly asked. The moment Ning Xi saw him, she finally let loose of all her repressed vulnerabilities and said in a hoarse voice, My grandfather fell ill. It's really serious. The doctor said he might not make it this time. Chapter 799, Lend Me Little Treasure. Don't worry, come in first, then talk. Tingxiao quickly brought her in, sat her down on the sofa, then poured a glass of hot milk for her. Ning Xi held the glass of milk and stared at it blankly for quite a while before she said with determination, My grandfather is most worried about me, Tingxiao. I want to find or rent a guy to pretend to be my boyfriend and let my grandfather meet him, so he would feel assured. Why don't you bring me? Tingxiao asked. I'll bring you. Ning Xi was stunned. Tingxiao did not look too happy. Did she not even think of him at all? Ning Xi quickly reacted and said, What I mean is that if I brought you, my grandfather probably wouldn't be assured, but shocked instead. At such a moment, he wouldn't believe you even more if you brought someone else over. You can only bring me. Tingxiao's tone was firm. Is that so? If you don't bring me, who else would you bring? Tingxiao looked at her to ask. Ning Xi looked at him weakly. Should I be honest? Ning Xi scratched her head. Actually, I wanted to bring Shi Shiqing over to help cover up since his identity is more suitable, plus grandfather has always quite liked him. Thus, before she could finish, Ning Xi could already feel a sense of danger. She quickly held on to Tingxiao's arm and said, Hey, I think grandfather would definitely like you more. Let's go. I'll bring you over tomorrow. Tingxiao shot her a look. Of course, he knew her concern was logical. With his identity, it would be hard for the elder to believe that he was sincere. There might even be a possibility that he wouldn't accept him. I will settle whatever you're worried about. Tingxiao looked at the girl and gave her his reassurance. Sadly, a boyfriend can immediately be brought over, but the wish for a great-grandchild cannot be fulfilled. Ning Xi looked sad as she mumbled. Even if I started making one now, I wouldn't make it in time. As Ning Xi said this, she suddenly thought of something and excitedly stood up. Tingxiao. Can you lend me little treasure? No need. What do you mean? You're not lending. No need to lend. He's yours, to begin with. Ning Xi was so touched that she started to tear up. I'm not sure if what I'm doing is right, but I know that if I don't do anything, I would definitely regret it. There was no way she would let her grandfather pass away with regrets and without peace of mind. Thus, the next morning, Ning Xi brought Tingxiao and the little bun to the hospital. Tingxiao had probably arranged beforehand. The ward area was extremely quiet without any random people around. A doctor personally led them upstairs. Doctor, how's my grandfather? Is he better today? Ning Xi asked anxiously. The doctor shook his head heavily. Very terrible. He remains in a daze. If the situation continues to worsen like this, I'm afraid within the next 2 days. What? Ning Xi suddenly changed in expression. She was initially hesitating about whether to lie to her grandfather about little treasure, but now, she could not care so much anymore. Ning Xi took a deep breath and pushed the door into the ward. Grandfather, I've come to see you. On the sick bed, the elder's spirit looked worse than yesterday. When he heard Ning Xi's voice, he only lifted up his eyes slightly. Xiaoxi. Chapter 800. This is your great-grandson. Grandfather, it's me. Ning Xi walked up to the bed. I'm sorry, grandfather. I've actually been keeping something a secret from you. I've met someone I like. In fact, we're already together, but because of my work, I can't publicize it, so I never told anyone. Today, I've specially brought him over for you to meet. The elder did not have much energy to open his eyes. A moment later, he slowly asked, How much did you spend? How much money did you spend to rent? Grandfather, I didn't rent him. This really is my boyfriend. Ning Xi was a little speechless. No wonder Tingxiao said that if she brought someone else, grandfather would not believe her even more. The elder sighed. I know that you just want to make sure I have a peace of mind. You don't actually need to. Grandfather, I really didn't rent him. If you don't believe, I'll prove to you. Ning Xi said as she pulled Tingxiao by the neck and kissed him on the lips. You brat. How could simply let someone take advantage of you? This is such nonsense. Ning Xi had no words. Wow, he still did not believe this was really her boyfriend. Grandfather, I haven't introduced myself. My surname is Liu, and my name is Tingxiao. I am currently with the Liu Corporation and am indeed in a relationship with Xiaoxi. The elder was immediately stunned. At the same time, he tried hard to open his eyes and slowly evaluated the man before him. Wait, hold on. Who did you say you were? Liu what? Tingxiao, grandfather. How much money do I need to be able to rent Tingxiao? Ning Xi said helplessly. He's Tingxiao. Tingxiao took out an identification card from his pocket and put it into the elder's hand. The elder's expression changed from suspicion to shock. Right, grandfather, there's still one more thing I hid from you. Ning Xi said as she held the hand of little treasure, who had been waiting obediently behind Tingxiao. Here, this is your great-grandson. The elder was initially still in a sleepy daze and not very clear-headed. But when he suddenly saw Ning Xi lead a soft and white little bun forward, and he heard the words, great-grandson, he immediately widened his eyes. What did you say? The elder almost jumped off the bed and frightened Ning Xi, so she quickly held him protectively. Grandfather, don't be too emotional, watch yourself. Ning Xi could only help support him temporarily. The elder immediately hurled out his trembling hands and stared at little treasure unblinkingly, afraid that he would disappear. Come to great-grandfather. Little treasure turned to look at Ning Xi, then obediently walked to the elder under Ning Xi's encouraging gaze. He also hurled out his hand and held the elder's hand. The moment that little hand held his palm, the elder's tears instantly fell, his body shaking violently. Is this really my great-grandson? Ning Xi's eyes had reddened too, yet she was not quite sure how to answer him. Lu Tingxiao replied. Yes, little treasure is my child with Xiaoxi. When little treasure heard this, he nodded too. He was the child of mother and father. Chapter 801. My value rises with the child. The elder carefully held the little boy's hand. That's right, this is a descendant of the Ning family. I can feel it. The elder shifted all his attention onto little treasure as he held little treasure's hand and stared at him. He really looks like Xiaoxi. Look at his eyes and his nose. The elder kept on saying that little treasure looked just like Ning Xi. However, Ning Xi was thinking to herself, was little treasure not identical to Lu Tingxiao? How could he possibly look like her? Xiaoxi, please take the child outside first. I have something to say to him in private. The elder looked at Lu Tingxiao with a serious expression. You sure you don't want to rest now, grandfather? Don't overexert yourself. Ning Xi gently scolded him. It's all right, I'm not tired yet. Or are you afraid that I'll swallow him whole? Ning Xi, take little treasure outside first, Lu Tingxiao told Ning Xi. Ning Xi looked at Lu Tingxiao helplessly, then she led little treasure out. In the hospital room, the elder stared at the man in front of him. What's up with you and Xiaoxi? We were going to get married when we realized Xiaoxi was pregnant, but due to some misunderstanding, we got separated until we reunited 5 years ago. Lu Tingxiao finally came out after making Ning Xi wait for half an hour. How was it? Ning Xi went up to him. Grandfather asked you to go in with little treasure. He wants to see him again. Oh. Ning Xi quickly brought little treasure in. As she was about to talk to the elder, he looked past her and focused on little treasure before speaking in a gentle tone. Little treasure, how old are you? Little treasure quickly wrote, 5, on his writing board. Are you going to school? Going to kindergarten now? Do your father and your mother have a good relationship? Yes. Ning Xi was worried that little treasure might have problems communicating with grandfather, but they interacted well on their own. In fact, she was the third wheel in the room. The elder, who was weak earlier, seemed much more refreshed. Who knew what Lu Tingxiao told the elder, and what explanation could he have given? After the elder talked to little treasure, he spoke to Ning Xi. Xiaoxi, you must treasure Lu Tingxiao. It's not easy to meet a man that really loves you. I will, grandfather. I know that you're focusing on your career, but don't neglect the people around you. All right. Oh, okay. After they left the hospital, Ning Xi was confused. Hey Lu Tingxiao, what did you say to my grandfather? Why was he suddenly on your side? He was all over you. Logically speaking, he'd be frustrated that you made me pregnant, shouldn't he? Do you really want to know? Lu Tingxiao looked at her. Ning Xi nodded. Yes. My value rises with the child. Ning Xi was speechless. This could not be any more accurate. I told grandfather that we're not marrying right now, considering your career, but we can do it any time as soon as you say yes. That was mean. That basically meant that he was putting all the blame on Ning Xi, but it did not seem wrong. That's all. What else did you say? Ning Xi felt that he was not telling her everything. Lu Tingxiao looked at her and said slowly, I told grandfather that we plan to have another 3 to 5 children. Ning Xi almost choked. 3 to 5? That's too many. This was unexpected. This guy, he was good at dealing with the elders. Chapter 802. I'm driving, don't mess around. After they left the hospital, they sent little treasure to school. On the way back, Ning Xi cocked her head sideways and looked at Lu Tingxiao. Then, how did you explain our relationship to grandfather? Lu Tingxiao had said that he would handle it, so she had not asked much about it, but she was curious now. Lu Tingxiao looked straight ahead at the sun and answered while driving. I said that we fell in love at first sight and that we were unable to control ourselves. Then little treasure happened. After that, due to some misunderstanding, you left little treasure and I. We reunited 5 years later and realized that we still loved each other, so we got back together again. It was the first time Ning Xi heard Lu Tingxiao utter so many words that she felt surreal. It did not seem like him at all. Ning Xi was surprised. Wow, Lu Tingxiao, you're so good at making up stories. You should be a scriptwriter already, and a romance drama scriptwriter at that. Lu Tingxiao looked at her through the mirror. I'm not making it up. It's what I envisioned. How nice would it have been if we had met each other earlier? Ning Xi's heart skipped a few beats. Lu Tingxiao's words lingered in her mind. How nice would it have been if we had met each other earlier? She had also told herself the same thing countless times before. How nice would it be if she had met this man earlier? The next moment, at a red light, Ning Xi leaned forward and pressed her lips against Lu Tingxiao's. The girl's sweet fragrance dominated all his senses. Tingxiao was surprised at first. Then he tilted his head and passionately returned her kiss. The light turned green, and Tingxiao returned to his senses when he heard the honks of the cars from behind. "I'm driving, don't mess around." Ning Xi pouted. "I'm not messing around. I only wanted to give you a small kiss. You're the one who messed around." Tingxiao had nothing to say in his defense. The next day was a Saturday. The elder was already walking around when Ning Xi brought little Treasure to visit him. He even played with little Treasure the whole morning. Ning Xi was still worried about his health at first, but after she saw that he was getting better and better, she felt more relieved. "Grandfather, it's going to be visiting hours soon. I'll take my leave for now." Little Treasure, say goodbye to great-grandfather. She always avoided visiting hours to avoid meeting Ning Xi. The elder patted the little bun's head gently. "Okay, rest assured, Xiaoxi, I'll never tell anyone about this." If people knew about Xiaoxi's relationship with Tingxiao, who knew what kind of trouble would happen? He had to at least wait until both of them were married. If not, the news of Ning Xi being pregnant out of wedlock would surely affect her career. He was now all satisfied with a grandson. Ultimately, he was glad to know that the Ning family still had a descendant. Even if he were to leave the world now, he would be able to rest in peace. However, for Xiaoxi and Little Treasure's sake, he had to live on and be there for them. After all, he was also going to wait for his second, third, fourth, or even fifth great-grandchildren. Chapter 803, Not Her Type. After Fashion Week, Spirit Studio had proven themselves worthy of the Golden Award. In addition to Qin Xingyue's influence, they were quite well known now, and this helped to open up new opportunities for them. Various parties contacted them and expressed their intention to work with them on their new project. However, there were simply too many of them from a diverse range of backgrounds, and it was hard to judge. If they picked a wrong company to work with, then it might just spell the end of them. Ning Xi's workload suddenly increased significantly. While she needed to research on a party to collaborate with, Gong Shangze and Han Momo were working on the samples. As she was occupied with her work, the assistant from Qin Xingyue finally arrived. Han Momo stood up and stretched as she heard the doorbell ring. "Is it the marketing director? I'll go get it." Moments later, Han Momo let a lady in. She was wearing a crisp champagne dress with her hair tied into a bun and not much emotion expressed on her face. She exuded an incredible aura. "I'm Qiao Weilon. CEO Qin asked me to offer my assistance here." Qiao Weilon spoke straightforwardly in a formal tone. "Hello, I'm Ning Xi, the person behind Spirit Studio. Please have a sit." Ning Xi brought her into the office. "I was late because I had a few tasks to hand over, and it took several days," Qiao Weilon explained. "It's all right, I understand." After some small talk, Ning Xi went straight to the point. "I'm not sure if CEO Qin mentioned this to you before. We're a fairly new and small studio, so surely we are incomparable to your workplace before. Although CEO Qin linked you to me, if you don't like it here, I'd be glad to help you talk to CEO Qin." "No problem. I have no objections to CEO Qin's arrangement," Qiao Weilon replied expressionlessly. Ning Xi assessed Qiao Weilon's attitude. While she was not very friendly, she did not look unsatisfied either. She was just obeying orders. This was much better than what she expected. She had been assigned here on such short notice, so Ning Xi did not expect her to fit in so quickly. Ning Xi continued with her introduction. "Our studio is really simple. There's not much explaining. Here are your two colleagues, our design director Gong Shangze and his assistant Han Momo." They introduced themselves, and Ning Xi noticed that Qiao Weilon's gaze was transfixed on Gong Shangze for a little while before she returned to her usual robot-like self. Afterwards, Ning Xi gave her a tour around the studio and arranged a workspace for her. "Our aim is now mainly focused on high-class bespoke and retail shops. The target audience is the high-end market, so we must pick our client groups carefully." Qiao Weilon spoke up. "I'll filter through the suitable clients in 3 days, and I'll deal with them after you look through the list. I'll discuss further collaboration details with the other party." All right. Although she looked cold, her level of professionalism was top-notch, and her willingness to be so involved solved Ning Xi's worries. Ning Xi would just see if Qiao Weilon would keep working obediently or would fit with them well. Most importantly, this beauty was not Ning Xi's type, so her chastity was defended. Chapter 804. The male lead belongs to the female lead. The secondary male lead belongs to everyone. I'll leave it to you guys. I have a job to attend to. Just call me if there's anything. All right, sis Shi, go quickly. Remember to help me take some photos of Jiangmai. It's best if you can get shots of you and him together. Ning Xi was attending a hot talk show. Because of the popularity of The World, they invited the main cast to talk about their shooting experience. The main characters of the night were Ning Xi and Zhao Xizhou. Most of the topics revolved around the both of them. Ning Xi, Guan Xiaoqi, and the other artistes were just there to serve as foils. Jiang Mai was a special case. He would be invited even if he was just a side character. Moreover, he acted as the secondary protagonist this time. As the host was chatting with Ning Xi's group, Ning Xi sat there quietly without interrupting. However, since she acted as Jiang Mai's better half in the movie, the host would sometimes mention her name. Ning Xi, your scenes with Jiang Mai earned the tears of the audience, and your popularity is soaring. Everyone thought you guys looked really good together, and you even made it into the top 10 best on-screen couples of the year. And in the voting poll, the most popular male character went to your army doctor, Sun Huanqing. Aren't you glad? Really? Ning Xi looked surprised. That's right, look at this. It's the online voting poll, and Sun Huanqing's leading. It's ranking even higher than Xizhou's main character. As the host was speaking, there was a picture of the online voting poll flashed on the screen, displaying Jiang Mai's vote as the highest. At that moment, everyone was anticipating how Ning Xi was going to reply. It was a tricky situation. If she made a mistake, she might offend other people. Apart from the popularity of Sun Huanqing's character, the main reason for Jiang Mai's high votes came naturally from his fans. But if she were to say that she was happy or proud, she would be indirectly criticizing Zhao Xizhou and Ning Xi, and in turn, offend their fanbase. Ning Xi smiled. Just as the saying goes. Which saying? The host asked curiously. Ning Xi looked at Zhao Xizhou and Jiang Mai. The main male lead belongs to the female lead, while the co-starring male lead belongs to everyone. Not only the host laughed. Ning Xi, Zhao Xizhou, and Jiang Mai's fans all cheered. Ning Xi's smart reply did not offend anyone. Backstage, the director looked at the cameras and noticed that a few of them were focusing on Ning Xi. Ning Xi had amazingly glowy skin, and her flawless face drew the cameras to her. Even if she was not saying anything, her eyes shone as she listened to others speak. The cameras were always fond of aesthetics. Later, keep 3 of the scenes that focus on Ning Xi's face. Put her scenes together with Jiang Mai's. The director ordered the assistants. After the talk show was done, Ning Xi excused herself with a smile, and she spoke to Ning Xi and the directors for a little before heading back to her car. As she stepped into the car, her smile turned into dreadfulness and she quickly made a call back home. Chapter 805. What happened? Chang Li and the assistant had apparently already gotten used to Ning Xi's stress and her worsening tantrums, so they tried not to speak and minimized their presence to avoid being scolded. Xiaoling, how has grandfather been doing this few days? Ning Xi asked her maid at home. Miss, he's doing well. He even asked Elder Xi and other friends to go fishing this morning. When they returned in the evening, he looked great. What about the things I asked you to investigate? I've checked that only people from the family and a few shareholders visited him in the hospital. No one suspicious went. What about Ning Xi? The nurse mentioned that she dropped by a few times, but she just visited him and chatted with him. There was nothing out of the ordinary. All right, I got it. Ning Xi's expression worsened after she ended the call. What had happened? The elder had been in such a terrible condition. Then he suddenly recovered and got much better. He even hosted a shareholder meeting yesterday. Because she saw the elder was about to kick the bucket, she planned to get closer to the shareholders who were on Ning Yaohua's side. But as the elder's health improved, she gave up that thought. Although it was Ning Yaohua who was handling the company now, the elder still held the real power and the shares in his hands. Not only was the condition at home a mess, history had been facing issues since the incident at the Golden Awards. The period after Fashion Week made things worse, with Spirit Studio taking away numerous big clients of theirs. Even though it was not that much of a loss, things could spell trouble if Spirit Studio continued to grow. However, at this moment, she had to focus on her main career. Her most important aim now was to gather various resources and networks through the entertainment industry. She could not lose what she had. What's up with Ning Xi recently? What job did she take up? Ning Xi asked cautiously. She just acted as a co-star, but couldn't get anywhere quick. I heard she wanted to take up the lead female role in a drama, but was stopped by Liang Biqin. Don't worry, as long as Su Yimo exists in Glory World, she would never have it easy, Changli replied. Ning Xi's expression softened a little. Help me take on more jobs that are related to positive literary films. Make sure that the director has received awards before, and I don't care about the pay. Changli instantly understood her. Although literary films were not very popular, they were much easier bets to win awards. Before this, Ning Xi would never have considered literary films. However, since she was already popular enough, what she had yet to achieve was a respectable award. It was not enough with just the world, which was still relatively unknown. The industry was competitive, and there were a lot of new artistes aiming for the top. Winning the next Golden Film Award would be far from easy. Got it. I'll try my best, Changli replied, but she felt troubled. Ning Xi had tried too hard back in the day, starring in too many commercial films and dramas which were poor in terms of standard and content. She did get more views, but her standards suffered. Directors who were aiming for awards would have looked for new actors instead of Ning Xi. Chapter 806, Helping Jiang Mai. The talk show aired a few days later, and the reaction to it was excellent. Aside from the debate between Zhao Xizhou's and Jiang Mai's fans about how much screen time both of them had, it was expected. In the end, Ning Xi's performance attracted attention. Did you guys realize Ning Xi was being really low profile? The other artistes kept on interrupting, but Ning Xi did not even say anything even when she's the co-star. She only answered when she was asked a question, and she answered all of them well. Her EQ is top-notch. I think I'm becoming a fan of her. That's not the main point. The main point is her beauty, her beauty, her beauty, alright? I have to repeat important things 3 times. I'm already a fan of hers. Agree. I'm a shipper of Ning Xi and Jiang Mai. If you look closely, Jiang Mai almost always looks at Ning Xi's direction. I would never believe that there's nothing going on between them. The talk show caused another bump up of fans on Ning Xi's Weibo. Together with the increase when she was promoting The World, her number of fans had grown significantly. Most of the comments asked her to post new pictures, or just to ask her about Jiang Mai. Ning Xi would never try to get famous off other celebrities, even if it was Jiang Mai. However, she felt like she was boring them by just posting selfies, so she put up some of her cosplay photos. She only had the intent of just putting them up as a hobby, and also to soften the intense celebrity competition in Weibo, but it had gotten her a lot more fans. At Glory World Entertainment Office. These are some scripts that I just received. Read through them. Ling Xi passed some scripts to Ning Xi. After The World aired, Ning Xi finally had something presentable in her portfolio. The secondary leading characters Meng Chang'e and Sun Huanqing were not any less popular than the main leads, and suddenly, various companies started sending scripts to Ling Xi. Probably because Ning Xi played the role of Meng Chang'e so well, the scripts sent to her were roles of either the unfortunate princess, the most beautiful lady in town, or the seductive mistress. Most of them were secondary or tertiary lead roles, but there were also some main roles from small productions. Ning Xi kept the scripts. All right, I'll look through them. Ling Xi pinched the space between her eyebrows as she asked hesitantly. On a side note, Jiang Mai starred in another film recently. There's a supporting character with little screen time who was supposed to be played by Liang Biqin, but she rejected on short notice, and there isn't anyone suitable now. I was thinking maybe you could help. Jiang Mai's new film? The one by director Chen Mian? Sure, no problem. Ning Xi accepted gracefully. Since it was director Chen's film, she would be honored to be involved, more so as a supporting character. In addition, Jiang Mai had helped her numerous times, so this was nothing much. When Liang Biqin took on the role, she had not been famous then, but everything was different now. She had taken on a few big projects and would never bat an eye at small characters like this. Ling Xi gave her another script. There aren't many scenes, so you should be done soon. Here, I've listed out the scenes that you're involved in. Chapter 807. That's my first love. Because the drama team's end was urging her to hurry, Ning Xi had only discussed with Ling Xi for a short while before taking Xiao Tao with her and rushing to the set. She was going to play the late first love of Jiang Mai in the film. She only had to shoot a scene of the two of them before her character died, so it was quite easy. If all went smoothly, they should be done within a day. Why are you here? When Jiang Mai saw her, he regarded her suspiciously. Sis Gigi had me come over to help with the emergency. Ning Xi answered. Jiang Mai turned his gaze to Lei Ming on the sidelines. Lei Ming cleared his throat and mumbled, It's all because you're unsatisfied with all the other girls you've seen. I had no choice but to borrow someone from Gigi. Ning Xi was speechless. I really admire you. This character only has one scene from the start until the end, and it was the last scene before she dies of a chronic illness. The director didn't even say anything. Did you have to be so picky? So what if it's just one scene? That's my first love, Jiang Mai said matter-of-factly. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. Let me correct you. It's just your first love in the film. She had no words for Jiang Mai. She had never met an actor as hard to please as him. In such a film, many times, the main protagonist would have higher authority above the director and producers, and Chen Mian probably did not know what to do with him. Chen Mian was not old. He was only 30-odd years old. He started to direct when he had just graduated university, and his debuting film, The Stars, the Moon and the Sun, had become famous in the entire northern and southern region of China. It was labeled in the American Business Weekly as the Star of Asia, bringing fame to the protagonists in the film who were now elites in the entertainment industry. Then his other coming-of-age themed work titled Love is in the Future topped the box office charts that year, setting the trend for a series of coming-of-age movies. Chen Mian was a genius director who always liked to shoot the most unexpected things. No matter if it was choosing the script or the actors, he was visionary. Sadly, even though his films in the past few years were not bad, none of it could surpass those two benchmark ones. Some outsiders said horrible things, even commenting that his talent had run out. Ning Xi actually felt quite pitiful for him, yet she knew that such a result for a director like Chen Mian was an expected compromise upon entering the industry. Chen Mian, the person is here. Do you want to come and take a look? Lei Ming ran to tell the director. What's the use of me taking a look? Is that punk satisfied? Chen Mian and Jiang Mai had collaborated quite a few times, and their relationship was pretty tight in private, so the way he spoke was quite casual too. No more issues on Jiang Mai's end. Just waiting for your nod of approval. Lei Ming anxiously said. Borrowing someone from Ning Xi was really his last resort. It was hard for him to be stuck between Jiang Mai and the director every time. Oh, Chen Mian, who had been occupied, started to walk over. When she saw the director, Ning Xi quickly greeted, Hello, Director Chen. I'm Ning Xi. Chen Mian evaluated Ning Xi. Then he said, Ning Xi, you're the second lead for Director Was the World, aren't you? It was unexpected that Chen Mian would know her. So naturally, Ning Xi was instantly delighted. Yes. No wonder this guy had no opinions. I've seen that movie. It can be considered the peak of Jiang Mai's acting, said Chen Mian as he could not help but evaluate the girl before him for a few seconds more. From the audience's perspective, they only saw the two people's suitability for the role and their collaborative chemistry. So with the world, Jiang Mai's acting progress was seen as amazing. However, Chen Mian had collaborated with Jiang Mai for a few times too, and he could tell that to actually bring Jiang Mai's acting to such a remarkable extent definitely required some tricks up her sleeves. Chapter 808. I would thank you first. When both ends had agreed that there was no issue, Chen Mian started to run through the script with Ning Xi. The shooting went very smoothly, and they were done in 3 takes. The other 2 was only to shoot from different angles. At last, when Chen Mian reviewed the images in his camera and felt deeply moved, he thought that it was no wonder that old Gua had publicly praised this rookie many times in the director's circle. After the shoot had ended, Ning Xi changed into a casual outfit for convenience. After all, more and more people knew her face now. Ning Xi had been very busy for the past 2 days, so he could finally use this opportunity to catch up with her. Jiang Mai immediately stopped her with shining eyes. Want to go to my place and shoot it up? I still lack 3 battles before I can level up. I must not lose. What's in it for me to help you level up? Ning Xi raised her brows. You want an incentive for such a little thing? Are you still my bro? Jiang Mai. Tomorrow. Chen Mian was just about to say something to Jiang Mai when he saw the young man beside him and paused. Is this your friend? Jiang Mai's mouth twitched. Director, you know this person, okay? Ning Xi cleared her throat and waved. Director, it's me. Chen Mian's jaw dropped as if he had just seen a ghost. You're Ning Xi? The young man, before him, wore a black racer leather jacket with sleek hair and had unruliness written all over. It was obviously a man who did not lose to Jiang Mai's aura, but if one were to look closely, you would notice there was indeed some resemblance to Ning Xi. How could the same person look so different just by a change of clothes and different makeup? The change in the charisma that was altered from the inside out could not be done just by putting on a wig. Even acting could not be this natural, this perfect. Well, in this acting industry, there's too little freedom, so I had to think of something, director, you understand. Ning Xi revealed an expression of tacit mutual understanding. After finishing work and donning the male disguise, Ning Xi had naturally changed even her tone and demeanor. Those who did know would think that another charismatic and unruly man lived inside her. Chen Mian could not describe what he currently felt. That long-awaited agitated feeling of emotions made it seem as if his blood was about to flow in reverse. Director Chun, what's wrong with you? Ning Xi felt goosebumps as he stared at her with a pair of burning eyes. Jiang Mai unhappily waved in front of Chun Mian's eyes to block his line of sight. Hello, Director Chun. Don't tell me you like men. What kind of look was that? Chun Mian pushed his hand away and said, Go away. If I liked men, I would tank you first. Ning Xi burst out into a laugh. Who would expect that Chen Mian was like this in private? Chen Mian did not understand what was going on either. Ever since he saw Ning Xi, he felt like he was in a situation where he could walk away any minute. He took out a cigarette and took a drag from it. Then he took out another and offered it to Ning Xi. You smoke? Jiang Mai felt his forehead cramp up. Chen Mian, what the hell are you doing? Ning Xi laughed and rejected. Director, I've quit smoking. Don't tempt me now. Chen Mian put out his cigarette, then ran to the front. He turned to remind Ning Xi. Wait a minute. Don't leave yet. A moment later, followed by Ning Xi and Jiang Mai's confused looks, Chen Mian dragged over his assistant. Chapter 809. Make her fall. In love with you. Chen Mian's assistant was a young girl in her 20s, and she was just arranging the props when she was suddenly been dragged over. She looked confused as she panted to ask, Director, what's the urgency? Chen Mian looked at Ning Xi, then looked at his watch before pointing at the assistant. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Make her fall in love with you. If you can do it, I can guarantee that I'll make you become an instant hit. At that moment, Ning Xi, Jiang Mai, and the assistant were speechless. What? Make a girl fall in love with a girl? Was Chen Mian crazy? While Jiang Mai was shocked and the assistant was completely confused, Ning Xi had already realized something. He was giving her an opportunity. The moment Chen Mian started to time her, Ning Xi caught the assistant off guard by pulling her hand. She sat on the wide chair behind her and smoothly pulled her to sit on her lap. The assistant instinctively shrieked, yet stopped when Ning Xi tersely said, Don't move. Then, Ning Xi carefully took off the assistant's heels and looked at her red and swollen ankles. 10 seconds had yet to be up, and Ning Xi had only said the two words, Don't move. Yet the assistant girl was already staring at the young man's tensed face with empathy and love. Her heart was already beating fast while her breath came in short pauses. She was speechless. Chen Mian looked at her, then directly said, You passed the test. Now follow me. Ning Xi helped the assistant take off her heels, then let her put on her own sneakers before helping her steadily get to her feet. Then, she stood up and replied, Chen Mian. Okay. Jiang Mai, who was completely ignored, was speechless at this. Chen Mian, where are you bringing her? Chen Mian had already driven off with Ning Xi off like the wind. Behind him, the assistant's gaze remained longingly at the direction Chen Mian's car had left in. Senior Jiang, which rookie is that handsome guy? Has the director taken a liking upon him and chosen him to be the male lead in the new film? My God, too charming. Earlier when he carried me and helped me change my shoes, my heart was about to jump out. Jiang Mai looked unhappy. Are you blind? That was a girl. No way. The assistant was flabbergasted. Jiang Mai rolled his eyes. What do I get out of lying to you? The assistant covered her blushing face when she heard this. Oh, so handsome. It's okay if she's a woman. Crap. Am I leaning the other way? Jiang Mai had no words. Chen Mian directly brought Ning Xi to his company. Sit. Ning Xi casually skimmed the office. There were no pictures of the set, films, or that sort of thing. Chen Mian's office was unusually simple. The only things on the wall were just charts for the characters in a script and pictures of casting actors. I have a script on hand. It has already been accumulating for 3 years because I could not find a suitable female lead. I could have simply gotten some famous artistes and cooked something up, and the box office sales would definitely not fare too badly in the end. But I could not give up this script, said Chun Mian, as he pulled open the lowest drawer with a key and took out a script booklet. The pages were yellowed. One look and you would know that it had been read many times before. Ning Xi carefully took the script and looked at the summary first. When she finished, she finally understood what Chun Mian's weird actions were for. Female in a male disguise. Chapter 8:10. Happy collaboration. Yes. Have you seen Shakespeare's Twelfth Night? Chun Mian asked. Ning Xi's eyes shone, and immediately, she nodded. I have. That was one of Shakespeare's classic comedies, and Ning Xi's favorite out of all his comedic works. It was about a pair of twin siblings who got separated during a shipwreck and had both thought the other was dead. The younger sister disguised as a man to replace her brother and became the servant to a duke's family. She even fell in love with the duke, but the duke loved another lady. The sister helped the duke run away to propose to the lady, but sadly, the lady had fallen in love with the sister, who was disguised as a male, and the duke was rejected. The most important character in the entire play was the brave, passionate, and pure sister. She had disguised as a male to be by the side of the person she loved, quietly loving him to help him get the person he liked, yet hinting to him from time to time that she loved him too. The other female character in the play was the Duchess, for whom the male lead had fallen in love with. She was beautiful and smart, kind at heart, and someone who valued friendship. She was loyal, brave, and persistent. She rejected the elegant duke's love, yet she had taken a liking for the servant twin sister. At last, she gathered her courage to confess her love for the person she had mistaken for as the girl's twin brother. Ultimately, both the female leads obtained their desires and gained their own happiness. This was a very positive and beautiful piece of work. This script is an adaptation of Shakespeare's Twelfth Night, except that the context has been changed to modern day to fit with the current day's aesthetics and flavor. However, I don't want to shoot it as a simple city drama, so my demands of the actors would be very high. Chun Mian explained. Ning Xi nodded to indicate she understood. At the same time, her heart was suddenly been set ablaze. Chun Mian's script was definitely much better than the one she had seen before. She had mostly liked the earlier script for the numerous exciting scenes, so she still had her own motives. However, for this one, the storyline to the message was a few levels higher than the one before. Besides, Chun Mian had worked on it for 3 years. Chun Mian watched the twilight out his window in a daze. He was only in his 30s, yet the expression on his face seemed to have gone through many hardships. As if all of his passion had been depleted, he mocked lightly. When I first entered the industry, I had a gut full of passion for the art, for the dream. And now, do you know how everyone shoots movies? To decide on what to shoot is not for the director to say, not even the scriptwriter, but the investors. And the directors? They're not creators, at most a puppet, just a laborer. Artist? All that is bullshit. As she listened to Chun Mian's words, Ning Xi did not know what to say. The current situation could not be changed by 1 or 2 people in the industry. Even a talented director like Chun Mian had to compromise, but it was obvious that his heart was still unwilling. Ning Xi, there are some things that are best if I clarify beforehand. I plan to shoot this independently and not accept any investments, so my compensation for you will not be too much. In fact, I will be using an entire cast of newbies including you, so the risk would be pretty high. It could flop, and even your hard-earned reputation from the world could be damaged. So, whether or not you want to accept this, you should consider it carefully, Chun Mian said as nervousness fished across his eyes. He had finally met Ning Xi, and he was ready to burn his bridges for once, but he had no right to ask anyone else to be crazy with him. Chapter 8:11. Setting a New Sail. When Ning Xi heard this, she smiled and stood up to hurl her hand towards Chun Mian, her eyes clear. Director Chun, you're betting your 10-year directing career on this while I've only got the world, so I'm still profiting either way. In fact, to be honest, I've waited very long for such a script, so there's no need for me to consider further, Director Chun. I'm happy to embark on this collaboration. Chun Mian was stunned. Then he stretched out his hand to shake hers. It's my pleasure. Because this dream that had never extinguished from the depths of his heart, he cared so much about this script and would not allow there to be any flaws. His ambitions made him want to find an actress like the Oscar-winning Hilary Swank in Boys Don't Cry, to really be able to act to the extent where it was hard to differentiate between male and female. But to let all those small, internet female celebrities put on a male disguise, that shoot would end up as a horror movie. He would much rather let this script rot a lifetime in his drawer than touch it. However, just as he had thoroughly compromised with reality, and had taken loads of investors' money to shoot commercial films that did not move him, he met Ning Xi and saw that his passion had yet to be extinguished. Chun Mian muttered to himself for a while. Then he said with a serious expression, "Maybe I should treat Jiang Mai to a meal. If it was not for him being so hard to serve, I wouldn't have met you." Well, there really is no denying that, Ning Xi laughed. "Looks like I should treat him, too. Do you usually dress like this?" Chun Mian asked, evaluating Ning Xi again. Her body was clearly exquisite, yet no matter if it was her demeanor or posture, there was not a tinge of submissive femininity. "Not too often, I guess, only when I need to." When she was abroad back then, she would often be in a male disguise. She had done less of that upon returning. However, she was used to it, and the longing to do so lingered. "You're very natural, even making me think that you were originally like this. Even acting skills are useless," Chun Mian probed as he examined her. "Initially, I was prepared to have the female lead prepare a month before, and within this month, she would live entirely in a male disguise so as to completely immerse herself into the role. It seems like you won't need it. I've observed that your speed of immersing into a role is pretty good." Ning Xi actually wanted to say that she had not really used much acting, because when she was in a male outfit, it came naturally to her. However, in this movie, she would have to act as two characters, not only the female lead. She also had to act as the female lead's twin brother too, so the pressure was pretty high. She did indeed need to prepare and study the characters. "I still have a few more days till I'm done with the show on my hand. Wait till it's finalized, and I will start to plan the shoot and choose the cast. You can use this period of time to prepare. If there's anything you don't know or need help with, look for me anytime. Have your phone on standby. When everything is in place, I will contact you to join the team." "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Director Chun. One last thing, to avoid any disturbances, this time I plan to keep the entire shoot a secret and not do any promotions. Are you okay with this?" "No problem." When Chun Mian left, Ning Xi was impatient to convey the news to Ling Xi. Ling Xi was very happy for her and said that she would support her fully. She also said that she would discuss the concrete details with the other side soon. Ning Xi's new film was finally, officially decided upon. Chapter 8:12. Did you manage to invite CEO Liu? At Royal Jazz Hotel, VIP room. In this year's competition-filled atmosphere, the world's historic film had achieved the third best result in this year's box office. Everyone from the drama team had gathered for a celebration banquet. Apart from the director, the producers, scriptwriters, camera crew, and other acting members such as Ning Xi, Zhao Xizhou, Jiang Mai, Feng Yibo, and several main actors were all present. A few of the main characters' managers were present too. There were many people in the huge room, and it was bustling with excitement. When Ning Xi reached the room and greeted everyone, she was immediately called by Jiang Mai to a corner. "Tell me honestly, why did that Chun Mian call you over for?" Jiang Mai looked at her seriously like he was interrogating a criminal. Ning Xi rolled her eyes. "Why are you so tensed up for? Could he tank me?" Please, who would dare tank you? If he did, I should now be able to see the tabloid headlines that famous director Chun Mian had died in his home." Ning Xi was speechless. "Am I that scary? Don't talk about unnecessary things. I'm being serious. What did Chun Mian talk to you about?" Based on his understanding of Chun Mian's character, he naturally knew he was not the kind of director to be inappropriate, but the way he acted in the afternoon was just odd. "Oh, right. Speaking about this, I have to thank you instead. My new film has been decided," Ning Xi said as she poured Jiang Mai a drink. Chun Mian's. Jiang Mai's eyebrows raised. "Yes. Which script? Dream Chaser. Please. Ning Xiaoxi, not bad. That guy actually gave you the script he has been safekeeping ask along." Jiang Mai was obviously a little shocked. "I have seen that script too. I wanted to take it, but he said he couldn't find a suitable female lead and was not willing to shoot. This script has probably been searching for the right person for 3 years now. Jiang Mai recalled the script's plot and instantly understood why Chen Mian had taken an interest to Ning Xi. This brat, what horribly amazing luck was she on? This script was practically made for her. Who's the male lead? Jiang Mai immediately asked. Ning Xi shot him a look as if she had seen through him. Don't think about it. Director Chen said that he would use an entire cast of newbies, so you don't stand a chance. Jiang Mai scoffed. Looks like Chen Mian is really ready to make you a hit. This film is, after all, led by a female protagonist, so if you choose me as the male lead, my halo would very easily overpower the female lead. So that must be why he's using new actors. As Ning Xi listened, she felt that what he was saying was quite reasonable. Apart from that, he probably wants to return to his true self, follow his heart, and ditch all the complicated things to start all over again. Didn't he use an entire cast of new actors for his famous debut? Can the current movie market compare to 10 years ago? That was the generation of talents. How many classics were made? Now look again, how many are left? The point is, the risk is huge, Jiang Mai muttered. Ning Xi raised her brows defiantly. I like challenging things. Jiang Mai knew she would say this, so he pat her on the shoulder and said, even though the risk is quite high, this could create a miracle. Whatever it is, I wish you good luck. Thank you. I'll ride on your lucky words. Ning Xi raised her glass and toasted with him. As everyone was chatting and drinking, the door opened, and in walked the producer Wang Taia. A frenzy later, the director Guo Qixing quickly walked over and asked, how's it? Did you manage to invite CEO Liu? Chapter 813, Flamboyant Entrance. Wang Taia replied, I just called to confirm. Second Master said that he would come soon. As for Mr. Liu, he's probably not coming. Even though Guo Qixing was regretful about it, he still nodded and said, to be able to invite the second master is already not bad. The other master is so busy. How could he come to our small little celebratory banquet? $50 million in investment was considered huge to them, but it was nothing to Lu Tingxiao. He might have even long forgotten such a thing happened. Who's director Guo and producer Wang talking about? From the corner of the room, someone asked with curiosity. Who else could it be? It's obviously about our movie's investor. It is Ning International? What Ning International? I think you've drank too much. Because Ning Xuelua caused that trouble, Ning International and Starlight Entertainment had withdrawn their investments midway. At last, because of Lu Jingli from Glory World Entertainment threw $50 million here. Then Lu Corporation threw in another $50 million. That's how our movie managed to continue shooting. Oh, alright, look at me. Now that the world is so popular, the investors have managed to profit quite a lot from their investment. Ning International and Starlight must be regretting. Of course, when they withdrew investments to exert power and threaten the crew, it turned out all good in the end. All their wasted efforts. As she listened to the discussions surrounding her, Ning Xuelua looked obviously miserable in the shadows. If it was not for Ning Xi, the huge number of profits earned from this movie should belong to Starlight and Ning International. Then her status in the company and at home would have been one level higher. Sadly, now, she had gotten nothing. When they were promoting, she had to be suppressed as the female lead, and they had to bring Ning Xi the co-star, letting her harp on her popularity as she wished. Huh, Xuelua, actually we aren't losing either. Think about it. They have spent double the amount of money, and aren't they still making you famous in the end? Chang Li could immediately see Ning Xuelua's unhappiness, so she quickly consoled her. Before this, Ning Xuelua would have listened to words like these, but now she found it annoying. Making me famous? They're obviously using my popularity to make Ning Xi famous. From the start, the world had indeed paid the most attention to her as the female lead. Yet as the movie continued to show in theaters, Ning Xi had been gaining more and more attention. From the internet to the expert reviewers, they offered Ning Xi great comments, and some even commented that Ning Xi should be the real female lead in the movie. In fact, Ning Xi was now in good relations with Glory World's higher management, Lu Jingli, and Jiang Mai. Her pathway to stardom was paving well. How could she just take all this in? Chang Li's expression stiffened as she thought about how Ning Xuelua's skills were not up to par with the other person. As the female lead, she could not even stop Ning Xi from taking the limelight. But could she blame anyone else? Right. I'm almost done discussing with Director Zhou about his literary film for you. The contract will be done next week. Chang Li changed the topic, and only then did Ning Xi's expression start to soften. After a round of drinks, the door was suddenly pushed open. Oh, how happening! The person who walked in was clad in a flamboyant tuxedo in pastel blue with a messy and unruly fringe and a pair of eyes that seemed to be electric. When he smiled, his entire being was radiant, and the moment he appeared, he attracted everyone's sight like a strong force of energy. Aya, Second Master is here. Quickly, come in and sit. The producer and director rushed forward to greet him. Oh, it's the CEO of Glory World, Lu Jingli. He's even more handsome in person than on the magazines. If Second Master entered the entertainment industry, other male celebrities would be nothing. I'm so jealous of Glory World's artistes. Do they always get to see him in person? Chapter 8:14, got hit again. Among the shrieks of the girls, Lu Jingli laughed and said a few words to everyone. He was funny and charismatic, getting along with everyone soon enough. All the girls were screaming from his sweet words. Oh my God, Second Master is so friendly. No ego at all. Most importantly, he is so handsome, even compared to a celebrity like Jiang Ma. Li Jingli was Glory World's boss after all, so after he entered, he naturally sat in the spot between Jiang Mai and Ning Xi. When everyone saw that, they thought it was only natural and had no opinions, only envy. In front of Lu Jingli, Ning Xiaolua was slightly awkward. After she made some small talk with him for her public appearance's sake, she did not say anything further and could only be like everyone else, observing Ning Xi with an envious gaze. Ning Xi speechlessly looked at Lu Jingli, who had squeezed between her and Jiang Mai. She looked respectful on the surface to her boss, while she said in a lowered voice, Second Master, there are so many seats over there. Can't you just sit over on Jiang Mai's side? Lu Jingli immediately just crossed his legs and said, No way, I just like sitting in the middle of you two. Ning Xi had no words to say. This devil of a protective brother was in motion again. Right, earlier I heard that producer Wang invited Lu Tingxiao too. Will he come over tonight? Ning Xi casually asked. Lu Jingli took a sip of his drink and looked towards the dim light, with light rays dancing. Menacingly, he said, Beg me, then I will tell you. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. Do you think it's fun to tease me? Then, Ning Xi just took out her phone and sent Lu Tingxiao a message. My dear, will you be coming over for the world's celebratory banquet tonight? Lu Jingli's initial delighted handsome face instantly turned sour. As he started to complain, Hey, you're breaking the rules. I won't allow you to do that. Ning Xi rolled her eyes. Are the rules up to you? I just like to do it that way. What can you do? Very quickly, Lu Tingxiao replied her. We'll see. I have a dinner to attend. Ning Xi thought about something, then smiled cunningly and replied. Oh, okay. Drink less. Also, you're not allowed to hook up with girls. Don't even look at any of them for more than a second. I won't. They're not as pretty as you. Lu Tingxiao replied. Ning Xi instantly covered her face. While Ning Xi was secretly texting, Jiang Mai and Lu Jingli were sneaking peeks. When they saw Lu Tingxiao's words, the two of them choked on their drinks almost simultaneously. Jiang Mai coughed profusely and cursed, Jesus. Lu Jingli chimed in. Oh, my precious eyes. When Ning Xi heard their reactions, she immediately became alert and kept her phone away. These two horrible brats had actually peeked at her messages. It was a good thing that she sat in the cornermost of the sofa, so there was no one on the other side, while Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai were on the other, hence she did not have to worry if anyone else saw. Midway, a waiter came over to open a few bottles of especially expensive wine. Wang Taihe was curious. He went up to say, I don't think we ordered this wine. It was a Mr. Su who ordered for everyone. The bill has been paid, the waiter politely answered. Oh, when they heard the name, Su, everyone instantly knew who it was. As long as it was an important dinner with Ning Xiaolua around, Su Yan would spare no effort to make her look good. It was no wonder that he was in the entertainment industry's list of top 10 best boyfriends. Chapter 8:15, Io. This has gone overboard. Please. The price of these 3 bottles should add up to a few $100,000, right? I finally understood that no matter how hard a woman works, it's not as good as having a good husband. Ning Xi's mood tonight had initially been at the pinnacle of misery, but when she heard all the crowd's praises and teases in reaction to the wine, she started to lighten up again. Su Yin was undoubtedly the best thing that happened to her in this lifetime. A while later, Su Yin, who was having a business social nearby, came over to greet everyone. Then he was asked enthusiastically to stay. When Su Yin saw that Lu Jingli was present as well, he wanted to network with him, so he stayed and then walked over to chat with Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli smiled and handled him skillfully with a few sentences before making him leave. Then, he held his chin and walked past the two lovey-dovey Su Yin and Ning Xi and scoffed to Ning Xi. Initially, I wanted to ask if you would be triggered, but then I thought never mind. You already have someone much better. Indeed, Ning Xi did not look the other side. She was texting Lu Tingxiao and teasing him. Lu Jingli shook his head and sighed. He could not bear to watch all the lovey-dovey scenes going on around him. He started to grumble. Where's the fun in just singing and drinking? Let's all play a game. Since it was Lu Jingli who suggested, everyone naturally agreed and echoed his suggestion. Okay, but what do we play? Yeah, it seems like there aren't any new and fun games. Lu Jingli smiled cunningly. It's not about it being new, as long as it's fun, so let's do truth or dare. Ning Xi was speechless. Why was it truth or dare again? Could this guy come up with something different? The last time after she played it at his bungalow party, she was traumatized. However, as one of the classic games that was suitable for a party with many people, Lu Jingli's suggestion immediately received everyone's approval. As for the rules of the game, it was very easy. To pick the big ghost was to win. Pick the small ghost was to lose. The small ghost could choose between truth or dare, but if they were unwilling to tell the truth or do the dare, then they failed and would be punished with 3 glasses of drinks. Very quickly, the game started. At first, everyone was still holding their courage in, but at last many different questions like, at what age did you start kissing girls? How many adult moves do you have in your computer? And how long did you last? Started to become frequent. Ning Xi, truth or dare? The crew member who had gotten the big ghost card asked. Her with a malicious expression. Ning Xi's luck was pretty good the first few times, and she had not picked the small ghost card, but after a while, she had unfortunately been hit. Ning Xi then replied, dare. On such an occasion, the truth was more dangerous than dares. Then, please ask for a kiss from the gentleman who picked the ace of hearts. If you're rejected, then the dare is considered a fail. Everyone started to ooh. Hey, this is too easy. Would there be a man who would reject our Ning Beauty's request for a kiss? Exactly. Where's the ace of hearts? Who's the lucky man? Come out quickly. At last, a moment later, someone from the sofa cleared their throat and said, it's me. The person who said this was Su Yin. Oh, why did it have to be Su Yin of all people? Everyone in the private room was instantly stunned, yet at the same time, they were a little excited. Even though Su Yin's girlfriend, Ning Xi, was present, but to be faced with a beauty like Ning Xi, and coupled with the fact that it was just a game, would Su Yin agree? Jiang Mai frowned, while Lu Jingli looked alert and panicked. This has gone overboard. Truth or dare had been suggested by him. If his brother found out, then he would definitely be dead. Hello, Su Yin, do you agree or not? Now many people had drank quite a fair bit, and were all cheering him on. Chapter 8:16. Ask for a kiss. You guys, Su Yan's real girlfriend is still here. How could he agree? That's not necessary. It's just a game anyway, and Shualua is so easygoing, so she wouldn't mind, right, Shualua? Under everyone's pressure, Ning Xi looked at Ning Xi, who was in a corner, then at the troubled Su Yin beside her before she said nonchalantly, it's just a game. Of course I won't mind. Su Yin, you decide yourself. Oh, I told you so. Su Yin, you're so lucky. You have such a considerate girlfriend. Su Yin looked at Ning Xi in the corner. Moments later, he revealed an apologetic expression and said, I'm sorry. Ning Xi shrugged, then downed the 3 glasses of drinks on the table. Lu Jingli could not even stop her in time. Damn it, this is over. Everyone instantly roared and shrieked. Damn it. We've been publicly shamed again. I knew Su Yin wouldn't agree. His heart was already full, so other women are just floating clouds. There was also some smaller actors who envied Ning Xi and they started to whisper happily. She's just pretty. Did she really think that all men would fall at her feet? Now, she's faced rejection. How funny. For a vase like Ning Xi, only those vulgar men who don't care about what's inside would like her, right? How could a noble person like Su Yan like someone of her type? Even if Ning Xiuelo wasn't around, I think he wouldn't say yes either. To be associated with such a small artiste that relies on her face for fame would just be degrading himself. On the side, Ning Xue looked at Su Yan, clearly touched. I thought you, Bro Yin, you didn't actually have to do that. I know it's just a game. I wouldn't mind. From the corner of his eye, Su Yan looked at Ning Xi, who held her head in her hands. Even though he looked sorry, he was still firm. Even though I've always treated Ning Xi as a sister and wanted to care for her, I would definitely not do such a thing. Even if you understand, I wouldn't want you to misunderstand. Bro Yin. Up next, Ning Xiuelo was picked. Ning Xiuelo chose a dare. Then she was asked to kiss any man present who was willing. At last, there was no question, Ning Xiuelo obviously chose Su Yan. The attractive couple's passionate kissing led to the crowds teasing someone again. Ning Xi was only asked to kiss someone in the game. Yet after the ruckus, she felt like she wanted to press up to Su Yan. Just as she was thinking about this, it happened. It was right at that moment that Ning Xi got chosen again. The person who had gotten the big ghost card was a drunk cast member who slurred. Ning Xi, truth or dare? After downing 3 glasses earlier, Ning Xi started to feel tipsy because she drank too quickly. She wanted to say truth, but before these words could come out, she actually twisted it. Dare. When she wanted to change her words, it was too late. The cast member immediately smiled and said, I've drank too much. I really can't think of anything for you to do. How about you do the same thing as earlier? But, to avoid awkwardness, let's not choose anyone in this room. Just ask for a kiss from the first person who walks into this room later. Chapter 8:17. How about I just sacrifice myself for a while? Oh right, let me add on. It can't be the same gender. It must be of the opposite gender, the cast member added. When the crowd heard this, they became even more excited. Then, what if it's an ugly and vulgar man? Ha ha ha. She wouldn't be that unlucky, would she? Ning Xi did not know how to deal with this. To choose someone from the room would be awkward, but to choose a stranger who walked in later would not. However, she had no choice. The rules of the game were as such, so she could only continue. At that moment, even though the crowd in the room continued to play, their hearts were obviously still wondering who the next person to walk in would be. The hotel was the liveliest at this hour, and every room frequently had people who walked into the wrong place, some of them even drunkards. In fact, a few had just done that earlier. However, it was not sure why this time no one had walked in for a long time, not even the waiters. If no one walks in after 10 minutes, is this considered over? At last, someone suggested. How can that do? If no one walks in after 10 minutes, then we'll just choose someone from the room. This is a good idea. The girl who picked the big ghost earlier nodded in agreement. Of course, if we choose from this room, then we have to choose someone of the opposite gender. As they watched the 10 minutes about to pass, they anticipated having to pick someone in the room. Ning Xi's gaze started to skim across everyone. It was easy to choose just anyone, but if it had to be someone of the opposite gender, it would be better to wait for someone to walk in than have her choose. After all, if she chose herself, that would be too. Director, producer? These identities were too sensitive, definitely not. Lu Jingli, Jiang Mai. They were even more untouchable. Su Yan was out of the question. As for the other male actors and crew members, Ning Xi looked around, and at last, she could not even pick any one of them. Her head hurt. When they noticed Ning Xi's gaze looking around to choose, most of the men present started to become restless. Ha ha. I wonder who would have the honor to be chosen by our beauty tonight. I'm betting Jiang Mai. I've long noticed that these two people have something going on. Why not Lu Jingli? This is a good opportunity to court the boss. Could it be Su Yan? Su Yan rejected her earlier. Maybe she's unwilling and would ask again. Don't forget our male lead, Zhao Xizhou. As the whispers and discussions in the room increased, almost everyone had been guessed by everyone, and Ning Xi's head was about to explode. The girl who picked Ning Xi earlier looked at her phone and said, Ning Xi, 10 minutes is about to be up, but still no one has come. How? About you just choose someone from the room? In the corner, Jiang Mai mumbled. How about I just sacrifice myself for a while? Actually, He was just casually saying this because he knew that Ning Xi did not want to start any rumors with him. However, would she be taken advantage of if she chose someone else? She might as well choose him. Lu Jingli shot Jiang Mai a look, then looked at the time on his watch. What's the rush? There's still a minute. At that moment, Lu Jingli looked calm while he was actually about to have a nervous breakdown. Damn it, it was over, he was dead. God bless him. If he let Xiao Shishi kiss someone else, he would definitely had to die here today. He was going to die tragically. Chapter 8:18. Amazing. The timing is perfect. Time's not up yet. I am counting. The girl looked at her hand phone. Oh, now it's really about to be up. There's still 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Ning Xi held her hurting head. I surrender. Damn it. Could she not just surrender and drink up? However, before Ning Xi could declare surrender, the heavy metal door to the room was suddenly pushed in from the outside. In that instant, everyone's gaze fell on the gold door, their eyes full of gossip potential. Whoa, someone finally walked in. A guest who had walked the wrong way. Or a drunkard. A waiter? Or other crew members who were late. First, they saw the long fingers that pushed open the door, then their line of sight followed upwards to his low-key but luxurious obsidian cuff link, then his gray patterned tie, and at last, they finally caught a clear glimpse of his face. Those sharp features, defined eyebrows, broad nose bridge, and tight lips all formed a face that had clearly been favored by God when he carved it delicately. Under the dim light and musty air, the man was akin to wine from a winter land, his eyes sharp and clear while his temperament cool. He stood there quietly as he skimmed the crowd. Only his nonchalant look could make people revere him as they dared not look him in the eye. Only those in a higher-up position would have such a palpable force. When she saw who had walked in, Ning Xi blinked, then blinked again, as she thought she was starting to have delusions. Big boss. In that instant, everyone in the room was stunned. Who was this man? Guo Qixing and Wang Taihan knew him all right, but they had not expected him to come, so they were stunned in shock. Bro, Lu Jingli, who had been silently praying, almost cried tears of joy when he saw the man at the door. Amazing. The timing is perfect. Thank goodness, he was saved. Jiang Mai was surprised. Something flashed in his eyes, but his expression did relax quite a bit. This way, Ning Xi would not be in trouble. When all those who were immersed in the man's aura heard Lu Jingli called him bro, they were suddenly shocked to their senses. What? Bro? What did Lu Jingli just call that man? This man was Lu Jingli's brother? Then, would that not be the CEO of Lu Corporation, Lu Tingxiao? The director had prepared to invite him over, but did they not fail? Bro, you're here. Come in quickly. Lu Jingli ran over to him at the speed of light and brought him over. The director and producer reacted too, and they quickly ran over to greet him in fear and trepidation. Mr. Lu, you're so busy, we really didn't think that you could come tonight. We're too honored. Quick, come in. Whoa, it really was Lu Tingxiao. But this was no wonder. Apart from Lu Tingxiao, who else would have such a charisma? The first person who walked in was unexpectedly Lu Tingxiao. Instantly, everyone looked at each other, and their expressions could not help but look sympathetic. This Ning Xi was just too unlucky. First, it was Su Yan, second was worse. It was Lu Tingxiao. At last, they did not need her to ask before they knew that she would definitely be rejected on the spot. Maybe she would be regarded as intentionally trying to get close to him with this incident, possibly inciting negative feelings. Chapter 8:19. Really wanted to kiss him. Everyone knew that Lu Tingxiao disliked seductive women, especially those who came up to him with ulterior intentions. He would not care even if it was a beauty. However, it was such a great chance to get closer to Lu Tingxiao. No one would give it up, even though they knew they would probably get rejected. Ning Xi had her expectations up. Ning Xi was going to embarrass herself tonight. Ning Xi, quickly go. Someone excitedly reminded Ning Xi. Then, Ning Xi was pushed forward to Lu Tingxiao. As he heard what they were saying, and he realized the air in the room was a little odd, he looked at Ning Xi and asked, "What's wrong?" It was obvious that Ning Xi had drank. Her cheeks were red, and she did not look fully conscious as well, so Lu Tingxiao was on alert. Director Guo Qixing coughed. "It's nothing, we're just playing a game." "A game?" Lu Jingli touched his nose. Then he pointed at Ning Xi and explained, "We're playing truth or dare. and she was picked to ask for a kiss from the next guy who entered, or she'd be punished if she failed. Bro, you're the first person who came in. Lu Tingxiao's expression changed. No wonder Lu Jingli urgently needed him to come within 10 minutes. What if he did not make it? Then, Ning Xi would have. Lu Jingli freaked out a little as he felt the icy cold aura from his brother. Ning Xi looked up and stared at the devil's handsome face. Ah, she really wanted to kiss him. No way. Ning Xi restrained herself with her leftover rationality as she remembered the game and that they were strangers here right now. The public did not know about their relationship. Under normal circumstances, she would have been rejected. Ning Xi let out a cough and acted as if she did not know Lu Tingxiao. She gave him a signal to act as if they did not know each other. She respectfully greeted Lu Tingxiao. Well, Mr. Lu, it's just a game. You don't have to mind too much about it. I can just drink as the punishment. Ning Xiaoluo was a little disappointed, realizing that she was smart enough to anticipate that she would be rejected right away. Su Yan's tightened fist relaxed as he heard Ning Xi's reply. Ning Xi bent over and took a glass filled with wine. As she was about to drink it, her hands lost control. Lu Tingxiao was pressing her hand, and he took away the glass, putting it back on the table. Then, he wrapped his arms around her waist, and amidst her confusion, he closed in and kissed her. Suddenly, the room went into complete silence, but someone's glass dropped to the floor and made a shattering sound. Ning Xi was extremely confused. What just happened? What was the devil doing? Did she not signal him? Did he not get the message? Chapter 820. It's like a secret lovers' meeting. Everyone regained their senses soon. Wow, what just happened? Lu Tingxiao kissed Ning Xi. Ning Xi actually succeeded in getting a kiss? That was not exactly right. Ning Xi did not even ask. She gave up trying, but Lu Tingxiao still kissed her. Ning Xiaoluo almost broke her glass. Then she heard the sound of glasses breaking, and beside her, Su Yan's wine glass fell onto the floor. Sorry. I need to go to the washroom. Su Yan quickly went out. Ning Xiaoluo looked unhappy as she noticed Su Yan's reaction. What did he mean by this? Why was he so worked up to see another man kiss Ning Xi? She thought she already had total control over Su Yan, that he only had guilt towards Ning Xi, but at that moment, a sense of urgency floated up in her mind. What troubled her the most was that Lu Tingxiao actually kissed Ning Xi. How was this possible? Lu Tingxiao sat down on the sofa casually and ignored everyone's gaze as if he did not just do something outrageous. Realizing Ning Xi was still staring at him in horror, Lu Tingxiao asked, "Anything else?" Ning Xi covered her mouth and shook her head. She stood up straight, turned around, and then sat back down on the sofa. Jiang Mai held his fists and balls and avoided everyone's eyes. The damaged Lu Jingli covered his chest and pushed Lu Tingxiao over. Bro, give me some more space. There was still some space between Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi. After Lu Jingli pushed, Lu Tingxiao now sat right next to Ning Xi. Ha, 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 Mr. Lu is pretty considerate. Ning Xi made it. Everyone started talking again, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. At the same time, there were people whispering around as well. What was Lu Tingxiao trying to do? What could he be trying? He's just trying to play nice. He's a man after all. Isn't it normal? It's normal for men. But this is Lu Tingxiao we're talking about. What happened was too shocking. What's wrong with Lu Tingxiao? He's a man as well. With a beauty like Ning Xi, there aren't many men that can restrain themselves. Take a guess, if Ning Xiaoluo was not around just now, would Su Yan have let this chance slip away? Well, it's pretty hard to say. Everyone had thoughts of their own, but Ning Xi just sat there obediently. As she was being all quiet and shy, she suddenly felt a warm hand on her thigh. Ning Xi's back straightened. Then she glared at Lu Tingxiao and stopped his hand with hers. What are you doing? Lu Tingxiao held his chin with one hand and sat there with his usual cool attitude. But under the table, he was holding her hand and not letting go. Ning Xi tried to take her hand back, but failed. So she just let him do what he wanted, her heart racing quickly. What was this? It felt like a secret lovers' meeting. Chapter 821. Strip off your top and do some push-ups. After Lu Tingxiao entered, everyone became more reserved. It suddenly became quiet, like an office meeting. Yet, the culprit Lu Tingxiao did not realize it at all. He just sat there on his own accord, while holding his girlfriend's hand, admiring her angry face and relaxing. Hey, don't let it stop. We should continue. After the crisis was solved, Lu Jingli quickly continued the game. As long as his brother was here, nothing bad would happen to Xiao Shishi. So now he could go all out. Following Lu Jingli's lead, everyone relaxed. As they continued, Su Yan came back and sat down beside Ning Xi, but he occasionally looked over at Ning Xi's direction. The girl seemed to be afraid of Lu Tingxiao. She sat there quietly and cautiously, her cheeks red from the wine she drank just now, but it also seemed like she was shy from the kiss. Seeing this image of Ning, she broke Su Yan's heart. Ever since Ning Xi had returned, she had changed. He had forgotten when was the last time he saw Ning Xi show this obedient side of her. Back then, when Ning Xi was still a little girl, she would blush every time she saw him, not even daring to look him in the eye when talking to him. But 5 years later, he now saw the Ning Xi that he used to know, but her gaze was not for him. It was for another man. Could she be with Lu Tingxiao? Ha ha, Senior Jiang, it's your turn again. Truth or dare? Jiang Mai was not in a good mood right now, so he just splurted out, dare. I like your attitude, Senior Jiang. All right then, please strip off your top and do 10 sets of push-ups on the ace of clubs. Oh, everyone was excited. Push-ups, huh? A few people threw over some suggestive looks. Oh, the ace of clubs. Who's the ace of clubs? How lucky. Could it be a guy? Ha ha ha. Ning Xi's expression darkened. Damn it, she had drawn the ace of clubs. What now? Ning Xi stared at the devil. Realizing the girl's stare, he looked over and saw Ning Xi's ace of clubs. Who's having the ace of clubs? Everyone was urging, but just as Ning Xi was about to raise her hand, her card disappeared. In the next moment, her card changed into 8 of diamonds. Someone laughed. No wonder the ace of clubs isn't talking. It is you, second master. Lu Jingli stared at his brother with bitterness. How could you? Well, he was the one who suggested to play this game anyway. Lu Jingli looked at Jiang Mai with determination. Come at me. Everyone laughed. Jiang Mai sat just beside Lu Jingli. He had already seen that he was not holding the ace of clubs, but it was his card now. It was obvious that who had the card earlier. Jiang Mai forfeited his dare and drank 3 glasses of alcohol. The crowd was disappointed. There was nothing to look forward to now. Chapter 822. Really no feelings at all? Sometime later, Ning Xi was picked again. Truth or dare? Ning Xi hesitated. Truth. That person was expecting Ning Xi to call for truth, so after taking a peek at Lu Tingxiao, the person said, So, when Mr. Lu kissed you earlier, how did you feel? Ning Xi was speechless. She had no idea that picking truth was much more dangerous than picking dare. After the question was asked, all the girls in the room were excited. They were all very interested in Ning Xi's answer. When Lu Tingxiao kissed Ning Xi, they were all jealous. Especially the girl who had come up with the dare rule. She deeply regretted that she created such a perfect chance for another woman. Everyone's eyes stayed on Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao had a glass of wine in his hand, and although he was not looking at anyone, he was focused on Ning Xi as well. After a long silence, Ning Xi tried her best to reply. To be honest, it was too sudden. I did not really feel anything. What was that? You have to tell the truth. That's right. Did you really not feel anything? It's not that I didn't feel anything, but it was too sudden. I'm telling the truth. Ning Xi explained herself. The crowd let her off this round. She thought that she had avoided the worst this time. Then she felt an itchy feeling on her hand. Lu Tingxiao was scratching her palm with his finger. Ning Xi glared at him again. What is it this time? Lu Tingxiao stayed silent and just looked at her in the eyes. Then, it was Ning Xuelua who was picked next. Xuelua, truth or dare? Chong Li asked. Dare, Ning Xuelua replied. Because it was Chong Li as the person behind the dare, she knew that Chong Li would not make her do anything too embarrassing. I want you to sing a song with the Kings of Spade. This was a pretty normal dare, nothing noticeable, but the Kings of Spade was Lu Tingxiao. Lu Jingli was prepared for his brother's swapping trick again, but Chong Li saw his card and announced, Oh, the Kings of Spade is Mr. Lu. Everyone had a sense of admiration in their eyes. How great if we get to listen to Mr. Lu sing. It was just singing a song, plus they were just playing a game, so Suyin should not have any problems with it. This could be the best chance for her to get closer to Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xuelua smiled and stood up as she looked at Lu Tingxiao. Mr. Lu, you can pick the song. Ning Xuelua was relieved that she was pretty good at singing. Everyone thought that Tingxiao would agree since he had even kissed Ning Xi just now, so there was no reason to decline singing. Chongli handed over the mic to him. Tingxiao did not even raise his hand. He just mumbled a few words, "I don't know how to." Chong Li's smile froze, and the prepared Ning Xi stood there awkwardly as well. How was it possible to not know how to sing? Could it be that he did not want to lower his status by singing with a celebrity like Ning Xi? In that instance, that thought occurred to almost everyone. Chapter 823, Lost of Principle. Ning Xi did not expect for Tingxiao to kiss Ning Xi, a new and nameless actress, and declined singing a song with her. Chongli felt like she had done something right for once at first, but Tingxiao's reply made her take a few steps back. Well, then, I'll take the punishment. Ning Xi went to get her glasses. She still had a small ray of hope that Tingxiao would change his mind, but he just sat there quietly without any change in expression. Xiuelua can't handle alcohol well. I'll help her. Su Yin stood up and took the glass from Ning Xiuelua, drinking all 3 glasses for her. The atmosphere softened a little, and Ning Xiuelua felt less awkward as well. After all, with Tingxiao's identity, it was normal for him to decline. Tingxiao silently stared at Su Yin coldly. Jingli understood Tingxiao well, and he could tell what he wanted to do in one glance. He had a plan. Obviously, his brother was jealous of Su Yan's past relationship with Ning Xi, and he wanted to avenge her. After a few rounds, Jingli was it. So he looked at his brother. Bro, truth or dare? Tingxiao stared at him. Dare. Jingli's eyes shone. How cooperative. Could he know about his plan already? Everyone looked at them interestingly. Jingli was a playful person who knew what plans he had for his brother. But would he be daring enough to fool Tingxiao? Jingli smilingly looked at Tingxiao. Bro, my request is simple. You'll be singing a song with someone. You can pick anyone you want. Everyone felt that his request was weird. Tingxiao already said that he did not know how to sing and was unwilling to sing. Yet Jingli now wanted him to sing with someone else. Was he deliberately trying to make him lose? But it was not the end. Jingli continued. And I'll be choosing the song. I want you and another person to sing Swirl. Everyone went silent. Jiang Mai was annoyed. Swirl, huh? He felt that his second uncle had lost all his principles. Ning Xi dared not to look at them. Actually, this song was just a little ambiguous. It was nothing much to her, but if it was with Tingxiao, no way. No more thinking about it. She almost could not stand just imagining Tingxiao sing this song. Everyone remembered the lyrics of Swirl, realizing Second Master was being very playful. He was trying to make Tingxiao sing something so suggestive with someone. Most importantly, it would be really weird to sing with another guy, so he would only pick a girl, wouldn't he? Chapter 824. How shameless. Tingxiao refused to sing a normal song with Ning Xi just now, so logically, he would not agree this time. Everyone did not take them seriously. Speaking of which, the two brothers really seemed to have such a good relationship, to the point that Jingli would pull this on his brother. Jingli quickly selected the song Swirl and urged Tingxiao, quick, drink it if you don't want to sing. 3 of it, no lesser. The intro to the song had already started. Tingxiao stood up and went towards the table. It seemed like he was ready to take the alcohol. However, Tingxiao avoided the glasses and picked up the microphones. Wow, what was Tingxiao trying to do? Everyone was surprised as Tingxiao gently put the other mic into Ning Xi's hands. Ning Xi was confused. What just happened? What did he mean by this? Had the devil gone crazy? He was really going to sing? And he picked her? The crowd almost went crazy as well. Ning Xi? What did Tingxiao mean by this? He was going to sing, and he chose Ning Xi to sing with him? Everyone's jaws dropped. Then Tingxiao casually leaned back on the sofa, raised his mic, and started singing. Following your designs, those curves, I spun round and round. Everything in the world spun around me. Be with me. I'll stay for you. A cello-like voice spread through the whole room. Wow. Is this Mr. Lu's voice? My ears are getting pregnant. This is way too good. Did they forgot to mute the artist's voice? Nope. It's really Mr. Lu. Oh my gosh, Mr. Lu's voice is so sexy. I'm passing out. Oh my god. Didn't he say he doesn't know how to sing? This is too good. I thought with his cold personality, he would be bad at singing. But I'm proven wrong now. The female part came in soon. Ning Xi missed a few beats as she was confused. She then quickly followed up, crossing through logic, surpassing nature, hiding from God to be with you. Even if I'm just left with pieces, I'll still love you to the end of the world. If you shattered, I would not want to be whole again, sink into my deepest part. The crowd was screaming as Ning Xi sang. Ning Xi looked calm, but her cheeks were burning. What was this sink into my deepest part? The lyrics of this song were so shameless. Damn that Lu Jingli. If one did not think too much into it, the lyrics meant nothing much, but no one present here was pure at heart, not after so many drinks. Then came the duet. Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi sang together. Come and hug me. Let's form a swirl. Our kiss will cause huge waves. Ning Xi sang, drowning you with the whole world. Lu Tingxiao joined in. I love you as much. Chapter 8:25. Feeling of love. The lyrics of this song were so suggestive. Ning Xi was a little defensive against the song at first, but after some time, along with the effect of alcohol and Lu Tingxiao's gentle gaze, she became more relaxed and sang even better. No one in the room could deny that the aura of love they were emitting was powerful. What was more shocking was that their collaboration was amazing. While they did not interact with each other, not even make long eye contact, their singing and the feelings between them was as if they were a couple in love. Lu Tingxiao had such a cold aura, but now he looked like he had descended on earth from the heaven. Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi sang together. Come and hug me. Kiss me starting from my toe. Our souls are slowly falling. Lu Tingxiao sang. Love is consuming me. Ning Xi continued. Like a web over the sky. He added, without caring about the consequences. Ning Xi sang along. This disaster. Finally, they finished the song. The crowd was impressed. Lu Jingli was the first one to cheer for them. I've finally heard you sing. Even though he already knew that his brother's voice was that sexy when singing, he was thoroughly impressed by him once again. Zhang Mai was stunned. It was his first time hearing Lu Tingxiao sing, and he did not expect that Lu Tingxiao would really sing a romantic duet with Ning Xi in front of everyone. The crowd started cheering and clapping as well. Oh my God, Mr. Lu, your singing was heavenly. How humble of you to say that you didn't know how. You're invincible. I should just retire myself. Ning Xi sang really amazingly as well. So, she isn't just good at acting. Her singing is superb too. Both of them collaborated so well. I'm feeling in love. I feel like Mr. Lu is showing some extra love to our Ning Xi tonight. Ning Xi felt like those praises for Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi were like slaps on her face. Not only could Lu Tingxiao sing, he even sang so well. Yet, he rejected her, then sang a love song with Ning Xi. He had just trampled her pride. Su Yan's expression was sour because his girlfriend had just been humiliated, but he could not do anything about it. Lu Tingxiao just did not want to sing with her, so what else could he do? But he was not focusing on Ning Xi alone, no. The image of Ning Xi singing with Lu Tingxiao just now was imprinted in his mind. Weren't they just boss and employee? They seemed as if they were a couple in love. Chongli comforted. Don't be so sad, Shuala. Glory World Entertainment is a company under Lu Corporation, and Ning Xi is one of them, so Lu Tingxiao would, of course, be on her side in public. Ning Xuelua glared at her venomously. Had she not made such a request, Ning Xuelua would not have been humiliated. How useless. Ning Xuelua was already frustrated, but she had to maintain her usual expression. The moment she saw Su Yin staring blankly at Ning Xi's direction, the fire of jealousy started burning in her heart, nearly exploding. Chapter 8:26. Not jealous? Right in the center of Beijing, in Ning Xuelua's newly bought villa, Ning Xuelua held a glass of wine in her hands. Upon gulping the contents down, she threw the glass to Chong Li, angrily saying, You go and tell Su Yimo about what happened tonight. Understood. Chong Li carefully took the glass, then she said cautiously, Actually, it was just one outing. You don't have to be so riled up. Lu Tingxiao was probably giving his brother some respect. Ning Xuelua glared at her. Rubbish. Of course I know that. Or are you trying to say that Lu Tingxiao actually likes Ning Xi? Chong Li kept quiet. Get lost. I'm frustrated just by looking at you. Useless. Chong Li quickly fled. Ning Xuelua was too easily triggered tonight, and she did not want to get scolded again. She was scolded when she did nothing, scolded when she did something. For some reason, Nothing good had been happening to her recently. After Chongli left, Ning Xi finished all the wine left in the bottle. Then she went into the bathroom and took a warm bath. She changed into a thin nightgown. She proceeded to lie down on the big soft bed in the bedroom and made a phone call. Hey, Shualua. The gentle voice of a man came through. Bro Yin, you're not asleep yet? It's late already. Bro Yin, I'm not feeling well. Not well? What's wrong? I'm not good. What should I do? I feel like dying. Stop saying that. Where are you? Is there anyone with you? I'm at the villa. Stay there. I'll be right there. After the call ended, she threw her phone on the bed and took out a neat little glass container. Then she poured some essential oil on her hands and rubbed it all over herself. Soon, an engine sound stopped outside the villa. Then there were running footsteps. Shuala, a soft, slender body hugged Su Yin the moment he opened the room to Shuala's bedroom. Bro Yin. Ning Shuala hugged him tightly with a terrified expression on her face, as if her life depended on it. Bro Yin, do you not love me anymore? Su Yin frowned, and he put her on the bed. Why did you drink so much? Is it true? Do you not love me anymore? Ning Xi looked at him and asked persistently. Su Yin was helpless against her. How could it be? Who would I love aside from you? Ning Shualua looked sadly at him. Ning Xi, do you still love Ning Xi? Su Yan's face froze. Nonsense. We've already talked about this. Why are you thinking about it again? Tonight, you've been looking at her constantly. Ning Shualua's expression was full of melancholy. Shualua, you're overthinking this. I was just afraid that Ning Xi would be taken advantage of, Su Yin explained. Taken advantage of? How could she be taken advantage of when it comes to Lu Tingxiao? Su Yin, look at me. Do you just feel guilt towards her? Is it just worry you feel, and not jealousy? Chapter 827. Or did she not come back at all? Su Yin freaked out a little bit, but he kept his cool. I'm just worried. I'm not jealous. Get some rest and stop worrying, all right? There's only you in my heart. Do you not believe me? After his affirmation, Ning Shula wrapped her arms around his neck and went for his lips. Bro Yin, hold me. Su Yin could feel the girl's breath, her soft, slender chest rubbing against his arms, and there was a sweet, overwhelming aroma emanating off her skin. Su Yin's body reacted quickly. However, for some reason, he was not thinking of Ning Xuelua's. The image of Ning Xi kissing Lu Tingxiao played in his mind, the girl's embarrassed face coming clearly to him. He reacted even more strongly, but he did not feel motivated to act right there and then. Remembering her suggestive relationship with Lu Tingxiao and her strange attitude towards him, he felt disappointed. He took Ning Xuelua's arms off him and covered her with the sheets. You need to rest. You have an event to attend tomorrow, remember? It's all right. I can skip it. You're all ready. Ning Xuelua touched the man's bulge. Su Yin quickly stopped her hands. I'm all right, go to sleep. He kissed her on the forehead, turned off the light, and left. There was the sound of the engine revved up again. Ning Xuelua stood up and went to the windows to watch the car leaving the villa. In a fit, she swooped everything off from her dressing table with her arms. Ning Xi, you witch. Su Yin had actually rejected her. Although his attitude was gentle as usual, this had not happened before. Especially the moment when she kissed him, his eyes did not look right. He was not thinking about her at all. That which must have seduced Su Yin. She might have even contacted Su Yin when she was not aware. Damn it. Did she think she could get Su Yin back? Dream on. The Ning family and the Su family had almost merged together, and they collaborated on numerous big projects. Everything would be destroyed even if something small went wrong. Su Yin could never leave her. After he left the villa, Su Yin drove around aimlessly. Then he realized he had arrived at Regal Riviera Hotel. He lit a cigarette and sat in the car for a while, but he could not suppress his impulse and entered. Su Yin hesitated in front of Ning Xi's apartment. Then he pressed the doorbell. But after a few times, there was no answer at all. Su Yin's eyebrows closed in. Was she asleep, or did she not come back at all? At the same time, there was a black Maybach driving slowly on the road, a wild and loud voice shouting from it. The river flows to the east. The stars on the sky form the Big Dipper. Big Dipper, when you see something unfair, do something about it. Lu Tingxiao, who was driving, along with Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai in the back seat, were all speechless. Chapter 828, Kissed Again. Ning Xi kept on singing while looking at Lu Tingxiao. Driver, open the window. No. Not that. The window to heaven. Open it. Lu. Tingxiao pinched the area between his eyebrows, and he pressed a button. Suddenly, the top of the car came down. Waves of wind went by, and Ning Xi became even more wilder. You're the strongest man. The horse galloping by like a storm, passing through a wide field of grass. Lu Jingli said, a soul of a singer has been born. Broshi, have you ever considered being a singer? Jiang Mai could not stand it anymore. Hey, be more careful. What if journalists took our picture? Ning Xi sobered up a little. Driver, close it up. Close it up. Lu Tingxiao looked at the girl dotingly. It's all right, there are no journalists around. Ning Xi's eyes brightened up, and she went wild once again. Once every 1,000 years, waiting around, every 1,000 years. I have no regrets. Who's telling me that you'll love me forever and ever? Just to listen it again, I will do anything for it. Jiang Mai looked dreadfully at her, regretting his decision to follow their car. Lu Jingli made a raspberry. Apparently, he was used to all of these. A pair of yuan yang flew by. The scenes were beautiful. Someone asked the monk, is the lady pretty? Is that lady pretty? Are they pretty? Lu Tingxiao answered her, very pretty. Ning Xi finally stopped. At Platinum Palace. The moment they stopped, Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai jumped out of the car and vanished. Lu Tingxiao parked the car and helped the drunk lady to get in. He assisted her to take her shoes off and brought her a hot towel. The girl kept on smiling, and Lu Tingxiao was relieved. He caressed her face. Are you happy? Ning Xi nodded with bright eyes. Boss, you're always saying the right thing. I've finally found a better, much better script. Grandfather's health had gotten better, her studio was on track, and her new project was starting soon as well. She forgot when was the last time she felt this happy. That dark and horrible experience felt like a memory from her past life. Lu Tingxiao looked her in the eye. Then he closed in and kissed her. What are you doing? Why the sudden kissing? Lu Tingxiao smiled at her. Didn't you say it was too sudden, and you were not able to feel anything back then? Ugh. Ning Xi remembered what she had said during the game of truth or dare. The devil's memory was superb. How does it feel? Lu Tingxiao asked again. Ning Xi blinked and put on her thinking face. I don't think I felt it clearly. What should I do? Lu Tingxiao laughed and kissed her again. As Ning Xi was having fun with the devil, she heard the sound of footsteps and pushed him away. Then she fell off the bed. As she expected, the little bun stood by the door rubbing his eyes. He thought he was dreaming as he saw Ning Xi here. He then pinched his own face. Chapter 829. I'll do anything to sleep with him for a night. Ning Xi's heart melted as she saw the little bun pinching himself. She held the little guy in her arms and cooed. Hey, my baby, why are you so cute? You're not dreaming. Father was meeting mother secretly without him again. After he noticed his son's hostile stare, Lu Tingxiao smirked and patted his head. I'll leave her to you tonight. Turning Ani Xiaoxi to half a mother, and then to one whole mother, the little guy had been spending a lot of time with Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao covered the both of them with the sheets. Sleep earlier. I still have some work to do. Ning Xi frowned. This late? Lu Tingxiao nodded. I need to earn money for the sake of my wife and kid. Ning Xi was speechless. Lu Tingxiao smiled again and kissed her on the forehead. Go to sleep. I'll be done soon. After she put the little bun sleep, Ning Xi was about to turn off the lights, but suddenly the phone buzzed with an incoming call. Ning Xi pressed the button before it rang. Then she walked to the balcony quietly. Hello. Xiaoxi, where are you? Why are you not home? Su Yan's impatient voice demanded. How do you know that I'm not home? Ning Xi raised her eyebrows. I'm in front of your apartment, Su Yan replied. What's up? Xiaoxi, where are you now? Su Yan repeated his question. Where do you think I should be right now? Sleeping with another man. Ning Xi gripped the coat she was wearing to pull it tightly around her and looked at the little bun who was fast asleep. She could not lose her temper even when Su Yan used such a questioning tone with her. Ning Xi. Su Yan became serious all of a sudden. I don't mean that. I just want to remind you to protect yourself, especially against Lu Tingxiao. You should get away from him. Su Yimo has an ambiguous relationship with him, and rumor has it that the Lu family have picked a fiancé for him. Moreover, he already has a child. As the best boyfriend in town, in order to prevent Ning Xi's misunderstanding, he had tried to avoid Ning Xi as much as possible, but something was wrong with him tonight. He had actually gone to her apartment to wait for her, and even called her to ask her whereabouts. Ning Xi did not really care about him anymore. Master Su, I have to remind you again, you're in no place to mind my business. And about Lu Tingxiao, I would do anything just to sleep with him for a night. It's much better than marrying someone like you. She hung up right afterwards. Su Yan stared at his phone and his face crumpled. What did she mean by that? That was the biggest humiliation to a man, especially for Ning Xi, someone who had once admired him so much before to say so. It was true that he was not as wealthy and as powerful as Lu Tingxiao, but he was not a nobody either, yet he could not even score a seat in her heart. Chapter 830. Charm so many girls. Su Yan cursed silently, his expression darkening as he punched his car door. She had softened her attitude towards him before this, so why had she returned to this indifferent mean character? The fact that Ning Xi could not be easily read and had mood swings made Su Yan continue to think about her, thoughts of her filling his head uncontrollably. The next morning, when she saw the maids downstairs moving things in and out, Ning Xi was curious. What's happening? Miss Xiaoxi, these are birthday presents from people, answered Butler Yuan. Birthday presents? Yes, it's the old master's birthday soon. No wonder. Those who had received the birthday banquet invite would definitely only be from the higher class and genter. On the other hand, those who did not qualify being invite-dolphed and wanted to kiss up to the Lus would obviously take the chance to swarm in with all sorts of presents. You're awake. Did you sleep well last night? Lu Tingxiao walked out from his bedroom. Ning Xi nodded. Then she casually said, Your father's birthday is coming soon. Ning Xi pulled her hair and frowned. Would little treasure have to be present then too? Lu Tingxiao knew what her concern was, so he replied, Because little treasure has not too healthy in the past 2 years, we did not let him attend the party. We'll see how it goes this year, but even if he attends, it would probably just be a simple appearance. Ning Xi was assured. You must be very busy recently. Since I have nothing much to do this morning, let me send little treasure to school today. Once she said that, the little bun had already appeared by her leg and looked up at her with a radiant expression. He had obviously heard about Auntie Xiaoxi offering to send him to school. After breakfast, Ning Xi changed into a long skirt and wore a pink hair clip. She put on an especially simple and wife-like makeup, then happily sent little treasure to school. Because he had Mother Xiaoxi accompanying him, the little bun was in a fantastic mood. On his usual cold and robotic face, a rare smile cracked, spreading cuteness to all the teachers and parents. A few teachers could not help but lament when they saw this. I thought that Lu Qingyu was autistic, but doesn't he look fine now? Yeah, this child seems to only be close to his mother. He's too cute when he smiles. In fact, he looks especially like his mother when he smiles. He's going to charm so many girls when he grows up. Speaking of which, why do I keep feeling like Mrs. Lu looks kind of familiar? Now that you've mentioned it, I think so too. She looks like a recently popular celebrity. I know who you're talking about. Is it that female warrior who's a couple with Jiang Mai in the world? I quite like her too, but they probably just look alike. If you look closely, their charisma and style is definitely not the same. After she sent the little bun off to class, Ning Xi bumped into his teacher in the corridor. Hey, Mrs. Lu. Teacher Wang quickly called to her. Ning Xi turned around and greeted. Teacher Wang. Mrs. Lu, it's great to see you. I just wanted to have a chat with you. Do you have time now? I do. Ning Xi nodded. As she could not help but worry. She wondered why Little Treasure's teacher would suddenly look for her. Could he be having some problems in school? Chapter 831. The Little Bun's Extraordinary Genes. In the office, Teacher Wang poured Ning Xi a cup of tea and spoke hesitantly. Mrs. Lu, we have had a few tests before. I wonder if you saw Lu Qingyu's results. Yes. Ning Xi nodded. Teacher Wang was a little stunned at Ning Xi's calmness, but she continued. All his scores were 0. Yes, I'm aware of it. The main point is that he did not make any mistakes. He simply didn't attempt the test at all and submitted blank papers for all of them. Even if he was unsure how to do, it's impossible that he didn't know all of them. Teacher Wang sighed. I just want to know, what is the child thinking? You also know what's happening with your child. We as teachers can't communicate with him well. Ning Xi let out a sigh of relief. So, Little Treasure was not bullied at school after all. Ning Xi chose her words carefully. Teacher Wang, I'm grateful for your concern for our child, but please understand that his situation is special. Our purpose of sending him here is to let him interact with kids of his own age. hoping that he would be happier. We do not expect anything further than that. We don't demand that he gets good grades, so you don't have to feel pressured. Teacher Wang was unsure what to reply. It was the first time she had ever heard of a parent being indifferent about their child's grades. Most parents now were focused on their children's achievements, afraid that they might lose out from the start, and began sending them to various classes at very young age. But since the boy's mother herself had already mentioned that grades did not matter, what else could she say? In addition to Little Treasure's special condition, Teacher Wang felt she should not be prying more. All right then, I understand. I really appreciate your concern about Tingxiao. Thank you. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have adapted to school life this quickly. Ning Xi acknowledged her. If she did not understand Little Treasure, she might have worried about him as well. However, she knew him for such a long time, and the little bun's extraordinary genes had surpassed her expectations countless times. His intelligence was way off the charts, and he was talented in many things as well. The only problem was his motivation. Ning Xi felt it was humiliating to let the little bun even attempt a kindergarten-level test. Every child was unique in their own way, and they deserved their own way of learning. So why should they force an adult's pride onto them and make them get full marks in tests? You're welcome, Mrs. Liu. This is my job. Although Lu Qingyu is an introvert, he's very cute and lovable. I hope that he'll do well. Ning Xi's respectful attitude prompted Teacher Wang to continue providing her best for the boy. A few days later, in the evening, the banquet for Elder Lu's 60th birthday was about to start, and the servants were busy with the preparations. Yin Rui wore an elegant red cheongsam. As she was giving instructions to the servants, she kept on looking outside nervously. Lu Chongshan was pacing around anxiously. Chapter 832. Little Treasure is here. Finally, a black Maybach parked near the main entrance. The door opened, and two people came out of the car. The father-son duo wore the same style bespoke suits in the same color to fit today's theme. Lu Tingxiao's tie and the little bun's bow tie were a festive bright red. As the both of them made their appearance, they attracted people's attention. The servants started greeting them. Good evening, First Master. Good evening, Little Master. When Yin Rui saw her son and grandson, she was relieved, going up to them with a wide smile. Oh, my baby is back. Lu Chongshan's serious face softened the moment he saw Little Treasure. Little Treasure is here. Today was a special day. It was his 60th birthday, and no matter whether it was for the public's perspective or for his own desire, he really hoped his only grandson would come. After all, Little Treasure was his only successor. Both of his sons were worrisome. One was going to live the unmarried life, while the other was not interested in either men or women. When he was feeling hopeless about the future of the Liu family, Little Treasure appeared as the light shining through his darkness. Moreover, the little guy was getting cuter and performed much better than kids of his age. In fact, he was progressing even better than Lu Tingxiao had when he was young. Ever since the appearance of Little Treasure, Lu Chongshan felt relieved and did not bother either of his sons anymore. However, bad luck befell them due to his mistake, and then that incident happened, causing him to blame himself for it for several years. Throughout these few years, Little Treasure's condition was very unstable. A once perfectly normal kid suddenly turned into a soulless doll, and darkness enshrouded the Liu family like a large rock weighing on his chest, and he was unable to get it off. And now, Little Treasure had been getting better, but he was still worried. He was constantly anxious, afraid that the same thing might happen again, and that it might lead to another disaster. Lu Chongshan remembered the times when Little Treasure was sitting on his lap and smilingly calling him. His eyes misted over. Tingxiao, you can bring Little Treasure inside first. There are a lot of people here today, and he might be scared. Only bring him out later when most of the guests have arrived to greet some people. Okay. Lu Tingxiao nodded, understanding where his father was coming from. Oh, Little Treasure prepared a present for you. Little Treasure blinked and nodded. Lu Chongshan's worries were chased away, and he smiled. Oh, really? How nice of you. I'm looking forward to it. After both of them went into the house, Yin Rui sighed. I would be at ease if Little Treasure could recover completely, and if Lu Tingxiao would marry Xiao. Lu Chongshan nodded sagely. It's never going to be that easy. Both of them were totally charmed by that woman. Chapter 833. The Only Grandson. Night soon fell. The gates opened, and the invited guests trickled in. All the guests were to pass through a metal detector, and aside from the jewelry on the ladies, all dangerous items were strictly prohibited. More and more people arrived, and numerous luxury cars filled the driveway. As an event hosted by one of the most prestigious families in Imperial, journalists were preying on it. But the Liu family had been low profile, as usual. Furthermore, the banquet was not open to the public, so no one dared to approach them. Bro Liu, happy birthday. Guan Rui greeted happily. Aside from Guan Xiao, there was another teenager following after him. Thank you, come in. This is Lu Chongshan, and Yin Rui looked at the teenager beside Guan Rui. He was about 13 or 14 years old, handsome, and carried a slight aura of arrogance. This is my grandson, Guan Zhichen. Guan Rui introduced. Yin Rui gushed. Oh, Zhichen. He was still so small when I last saw him, but he's all grown up now. I almost couldn't recognize him. He should be in middle school now. Auntie Lu, he's in his 3rd year of high school now. He skipped a few grades, Guan Xiao replied. Meekly. Wow, impressive. He must be even better than his father next time. Guan Rui was really proud of his grandson, but he carried himself humbly. He still has a long way to go. As they entered the hall, Guan Xiao looked around then asked, Auntie Lu, isn't Little Treasure around? Oh, Little Treasure is in the room now. I'm afraid that he might not get used to so many people around, but we'll have him come out later. Yin Rui sounded extra kind and loving the moment she was talked about her grandson. Guan Xiao then clung onto Yin Rui's arms and asked, Auntie, I heard a little about Little Treasure's condition. I had a minor in psychology when I was studying abroad, and I've been in contact with numerous special kids. Maybe I could help and take a look at him. Well, Yin Rui was hesitant. Things cannot remain this way. When Zhichen was 5 years old, he was already following my brother to the company to attend meetings. He was not afraid at all, Guan Xiao continued. She knew the key person in the Liu family was neither Yin Rui nor Lu Chongshan. It was Lu Tingxiao's son, Little Treasure. He was Lu Tingxiao's only son, and Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui's only grandson. Because they only had this sole grandson, they were really concerned about this child more than anything else. Because of this, she had purposely minored in psychology and specialized in autism. When Yin Rui heard her suggestion, she felt uneasy for some reason. Real autism cases would see a child totally cut off from the outside world. But Little Treasure was shocking and acting more extroverted than other kids. So how could he be autistic? Even Qin Mufeng mentioned that Little Treasure did not score highly on the autism spectrum. He surmised that it was more of a post-traumatic disorder. Moreover, ever since Ning Xi had appeared, Little Treasure's condition had improved significantly. He started to smile and laugh, even talking. Chapter 834. Little Treasure has gone missing. Nevertheless, she knew that Guan Xiao was being nice, so Yin Rui patted her hands and thanked her. Thank you, Xiao. Little Treasure is doing well now. If there's a need, I'll surely look for you. Before Little Treasure's condition stabilized, she would not let anyone be in contact with Little Treasure easily, even if it was Guan Xiao. Guan Xiao still felt hopeful, and she asked, Is Little Treasure going to school now? Yes, he is. Which school? Guan Xiao asked again. Glorious kindergarten. As far as I know, it's a good school, but it is just a normal kindergarten. With Little Treasure's condition, he should go to a special needs school. I know a school specially designed for kids with autism. I've personally gone there before for a project. It's really well planned, and most of the children have had positive changes after they went there. I know the principal. Do you want to have Little Treasure transferred there? Guan Xiao probed. Although Yin Rui did not think Little Treasure was autistic, if there was anything that could help him progress, she would be willing to try. She was slightly tempted by Guan Xiao's persuasive tone, but she hesitated again. Well, I need to talk to Tingxiao about it before making a decision. Guan Xiao quickly clarified. Of course, it's not an urgent matter. Just contact me anytime you need me. I'll talk to Tingxiao about this later and see what he thinks. All right, thank you, Xiao. Yin Rui was relieved. Not only did Guan Xiao not mind about Little Treasure's existence, she was so concerned about him, pleasing Yin Rui immensely. As they were chatting casually, a maid suddenly rushed towards them. Whispering into Yin Rui's ears, she said, Madam, Little Master has gone missing. What? What did you say? Yin Rui's expression changed drastically. Guan Xiao looked over. What happened? A while later, Yin Rui, Guan Xiao, Lu Chongshan, Lu Tingxiao, and Lu Jingli all appeared in the room little treasure was in. Lu Chongshan looked displeased. Why would he suddenly go missing? What were you doing? The maid looked at Yen Rui, then at Guan Ziyao, her expression troubled. In order to avoid Lu Chongshan's anger, she replied honestly. Actually, little master came out a little while ago, but when he overheard Madame Lu's conversation with Ms. Guan, he suddenly ran away. There were too many people at that moment, and I was unable to catch up, then I couldn't find him anywhere. The maid was sobbing. The little master was the core of the family. If anything happened to him, she would be done for. What were you both talking about? Lu Chongshan stared sharply at Yen Rui and Guan Ziyao. Yen Rui's face went pale. Could it be? Guan Ziyao's expression changed as well. Say something. Lu Chongshan looked at Yen Rui anxiously. As Lu Chongshan was asking Yen Rui, Guan Ziyao's voice sounded out from Lu Tingxiao's phone. Auntie, little treasure's condition. I knew a little, special needs child. When Jichen was 5 years old, I knew a school designed for children with autism. As they were talking, Lu Tingxiao had calmly accessed the CCTV system and checked through the footages. Chapter 835. Little Treasure avoided the security cameras. Lu Chongshan was visibly unhappy when he heard what Guan Ziyao said from the CCTV footage. Little Treasure's kidnapping was a severe matter, and the Lu family sealed off all information from the public. Everyone knew almost nothing about it, but some people within the circle heard bits and pieces of news. In addition to Little Treasure's lack of appearance in public for 2 years, all sorts of rumors came out. Some even assumed that Little Treasure had become mentally retarded due to shock. Little Treasure might exhibit signs of autism, but when he heard Guan Ziyao call Little Treasure a special needs child, an autistic child, and even compared him to Guan Jichen, Lu Chongshan was obviously unhappy. The atmosphere became a little awkward as the footage played. Guan Ziyao frowned. My conversation with Auntie Lu doesn't seem to have anything that might have triggered the child. Could there be any other reason? Lu Jingli stared at her and mumbled. Not triggered the child? Put yourself in his shoes. Would you be happy if you were being mentioned as sick, ill, and needed to be sent to a special needs school? Little Treasure is a perfectly normal kid. Of course, he would be sad and upset when he heard what you said. Lu Jingli's words were exactly what Lu Chongshan and Yen Rui thought. Guan Ziyao's expression froze. While she did not think it was her fault, she could not rebut Lu Jingli. She apologized. I'm sorry, I did not expect this. Yen Rui understood that she did not do this on purpose, so she gave Guan Ziyao a pat on her back. Ziyao, it isn't your fault. No one expected him to be there to hear what we said. Lu Chongshan was anxious. Our main priority now is to find Little Treasure. If anything happened, the consequences could be fatal. Tingxiao, can you see where Little Treasure went in the camera footage? Yen Rui asked worriedly. Lu Tingxiao replied. He purposely avoided the security cameras. Guan Ziyao was surprised when she heard Lu Tingxiao. How could a 5-year-old child know how to avoid security cameras? Was Lu Tingxiao exaggerating? It could just be a coincidence. Yen Rui became even more concerned. What now? There are so many guests today. Guan Ziyao was thinking of making up for her mistake, so she suggested, usually, autistic, children with a personality like Little Treasure lack a sense of security. They would hide in places they feel the safest, so he might be hiding in the room. Have you looked through the room? Guan Ziyao asked the maid. The maid nodded. I've looked through. Are you sure? Guan Ziyao asked again. In the cupboards, under the bed, everywhere? Cupboards? Under the bed? The maid shook her head and frowned. Know those places? Little Master loves to be clean. He would never go into those places. Just look for him there. With my experience, those are the places with the highest possibility. Guan Ziyao exclaimed. The maid did not act immediately. She looked to Lu Chongshan and Yen Rui. Chapter 836. Wife Protecting Devil activated. After getting permission, everyone in the room started looking around. After some time, they still could not find him. Guan Ziyao thought about it again. Does the child have places he likes to go? The maid replied with sweat coming through her uniform. I've looked through every place that he could possibly be in. What now, Tingxiao? Say something. Yen Rui looked at her eldest son in desperation. Lu Tingxiao stared at his phone. I've looked through the exits. He's still within the perimeter. It's all my fault. I didn't notice he was near, and said something that upset him. Yen Rui started blaming herself. Lu Chongshan did not give up. That means he's still somewhere around here? But we still have to look for him. We can't just leave him alone, can we? Let him calm down, Lu Tingxiao said expressionlessly. Lu Chongshan was enraged. Are you serious right now? He's only 5 years old. You want him to calm down? Little Treasure is already unstable, and he's only gotten better recently. Do you want him to go back to the state he was in before? Seeing that Lu Tingxiao was not doing anything, Lu Chongshan suppressed his anger. Fine, you don't have to tell me. Call that woman over. That woman. As soon as she heard the keyword, Guan Ziao was on high alert. Lu Tingxiao looked at his father coldly. Who are you talking about? That double. Lu Chongshan stared at his son. Ning Xi. I wonder who she is to us Lus. That she has to come here the moment you summon her. Lu Tingxiao said slowly. Lu Jingli shook his head, knowing that the wife-protecting devil had just been activated. Aren't you guys dating right now? Lu Chongshan was annoyed. I see father knows about it. Lu Tingxiao's casual remark was intentional. They knew he already had a partner, yet they still tried to match him with other women. They called her that woman, but when some crisis happened, then only would they remember her as Lu Tingxiao's girlfriend. Lu Chongshan was embarrassed as he was dissed by his own son in front of an outsider. You bastard, is this the way to talk to your own father? Why are the both of you arguing? Is this the right time to do this? Yin Rui pulled Lu Chongshan away, hinting him to calm down for Little Treasure's sake. Yin Rui then looked at Lu Tingxiao. Tingxiao, your father is just a little upset than usual, don't mind him. Little Treasure is our priority now. Bro, anyhow let's call sister-in-law over in case of an emergency. Lu Jingli tried to soften the atmosphere as it was their father's birthday anyway. Yin Rui nodded. Lu Tingxiao spoke up. I'll call her and see if she's available. What did he mean by asking her availability? She should come here immediately, even if she was busy. What else was more important than Little Treasure? Lu Chongshan was unhappy at Lu Tingxiao's attitude, but he could not say anything about it. Okay, quickly call her, Yin Rui said. Chapter 837. Did something happen to Little Treasure? Guan Ziao was alert when she saw what had unfolded in front of her. What just happened? Judging from the situation, it seemed like that woman had quite an influence over Little Treasure. Influential enough for Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan to acknowledge her even though it was obvious that they did not like her. She was just a petty actress, so how could she be capable of being close to Little Treasure? Guan Ziao had already investigated. Even one of the most capable psychiatrists in the country could not do anything about Little Treasure. At the same time, in Spirit Studio, Ning Xi dropped by the studio after attending an event. Gong Shangzi, Han Momo, and Xiao Weilan were working hard. After Ning Xi greeted them, she summoned Gong Shangzi alone to her office. Boss, what's up? Ning Xi nodded and looked at him. Tell me what you think about Director Qiao. Gong Shangzi looked hesitant. The truth? Ning Xi laughed. Of course. All right. Gong Shangzi cleared his throat. I'll start with her personality. She's a pretty cold person, so we dare not to talk to her any more than necessary. But her abilities are top-notch. Tasks that might take us a few days to finish can be completed by her in an instant. Our efficiency has increased sharply in the few days that she's been here. In fact, we're almost done with the orders we received after Fashion Week. Ning Xi let out a sigh of relief. Gong Shangzi hesitated again. But what? But how do I put it? I can feel that her focus isn't here. She does not proactively do anything else here aside from what she's been assigned to. Gong Shangzi replied honestly. It was just as Ning Xi expected. It's already a blessing to have her with us here. She had suddenly been transferred here, and to her, it was just a mission from Qin Shenghua. She probably just hoped that she would commit no mistakes, and that she would not do things that were outside her job scope. Once the time was up, she would leave. All right, I got the big picture. Anyhow, Xiao Weilan's arrival has been a big help to us, so be nice to her. As for the studio, we need to improve on our own. We can't always rely on her, Ning Xi said. Gong Shangzi replied. Understood, boss. As they were talking, Ning Xi's phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Tingxiao. Suddenly, her powerful aura faded and she turned gentle and sweet. Gong Shangzi instantly knew who was calling. Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. All right then. After Gong Shangzi went out, Ning Xi picked up her phone. Hey boss, what's the matter? What are you doing? Lu Tingxiao asked her gently. I'm in the studio, just checking on the progress. If you're not very busy, Could you come by the Lu residence? Lu Tingxiao asked. I'm not that busy, but why so sudden? Isn't today your father's birthday? Ning Xi frowned and realized that something was not right. Did something happen to Little Treasure? Chapter 838, Fully Automatic Treasure Seeking Ability. Don't worry, Little Treasure is all right. It's just that he's gone missing. I've looked through the security camera footage of the exits. He didn't leave, he's still around the perimeter, Lu Tingxiao replied. What? Missing? Why is he suddenly missing? I'll come over now. Fill me in on the details later. Ning Xi acted instantly the moment she realized it was Little Treasure. Take your time, grab a taxi, don't drive on your own. Lu Tingxiao reminded her, apparently worried that she would drive. Recklessly. All right, I know. At the Lu residence, Lu Jingli and Yin Rui were relieved when they knew Ning Xi was coming. Guan Ziyan forced a smile, and she tried to ask casually. So, it seems that Ning Xi is on good terms with Little Treasure. Yeah, our Little Treasure. Likes her, and usually listens to her. Yin Rui phrased her words carefully. She could never hide this, so she tried to mentally prepare Guan Ziyan. Guan Ziyan did not expect that the woman would be smarter than she looked. She had actually established a good relationship with Little Treasure this early. Guan Ziyan sighed. That's great. Hopefully we'll find Little Treasure once Ms. Ning is here. Although she sounded hopeful, she knew that Ning Xi was not here frequently and probably had not even gone through the whole of the Lu residence before. The house was so big, it was impossible for her to find Little Treasure on her own. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui realized that as well, but they had no other better ideas. We cannot just rely on an outsider. I've asked some servants to look for him discreetly. If all else fails, I'll wrap up the banquet earlier. Lu Chongshan spoke up. Guan Ziyan was surprised. Although she had prepared herself for it, she did not realize how important Little Treasure was to Lu Chongshan. At the Lu residence, most of the guests had already arrived when Ning Xi reached. The residence was well lit, and she could hear music and the sound of chatter from outside. The security was tight, so taxis could only reach the bottom of the hill. The moment Ning Xi alighted from the taxi, she saw Lu Jingli already waiting there. What happened tonight? Lu Jingli revved up the car engine and explained the whole ordeal to her. This is what happened. Little Treasure is still hiding somewhere now. The poor kid. Ning Xi squinted her eyes. Is that Guan Zichen really that amazing? He's been rumored to be a genius since he was little. He's already attending the 3rd year of high school at just 13 years old, and he's applying to the Imperial University next year. Of course, he's incomparable with our Little Treasure. Even I'm no better, all right. As they were talking, they arrived at the entrance of Lu residence. Lu Jingli opened the door for Ning Xi as he worriedly scratched his head. Shi. It's going to be tricky this time. What happened in the past was mostly him locking himself up in the attic, but he's disappeared this time, and you're not that familiar with the surroundings here, but don't force yourself. If we really can't find him, Father will end the banquet earlier. There's nothing more important than Little Treasure. As Lu Jingli was mumbling, Ning Xi suddenly yelled. Then she bent over in surprise and held up the little guy that had rushed up to her from the dark. Little Treasure? My baby. You almost scared Ani Xiaoxi to death. Where have you been? Lu Jingli was speechless, gaping at them. Bro Shi, your fully automatic, treasure-seeking ability is awesome. Chapter 839, Little Treasure had found her. At the same time, Lu Tingxiao, Lu Chongshan, and Yin Rui were somewhere in the garden along with Guan Ziyan. There were also a few tense maids joining the search party. The butler was speaking through a walkie-talkie, giving out some instructions. Master, we can't find Little Master anywhere. Butler Xing was sweltering heavily. Lu Chongshan's expression darkened. Add more people to the search party. If we add more people, the guests are going to get suspicious. Butler Xine hesitated. They had told the crowd that an expensive necklace of Yen Rui had gone missing and that they were looking for it. But if they add more people to the search party, it would seem inappropriate. Moreover, the host family had not been present after such a long time, so the guests were probably already suspecting something happened. Retreat. Lu Tingxiao said a single word to Xing Wu after checking the time on his wrist. One said to add more people, another one said to retreat. Xing Wu looked at the elder, then looked at First Master. Who should he listen to? Why should they retreat? We haven't found Little Treasure yet. Lu Chongshan fumed. Ning Xi's going to be here soon, Lu Tingxiao replied. So what? Is she a god? We have looked through almost every inch of the place and couldn't find little treasure. What in the world can she do? Lu Chongshan was not convinced. Tingxiao, little treasure's safety is important. Listen to Uncle Lu. Guan Ziao tried to persuade him. Xing Wu, what are you standing there for? Lu Chongshan urged him. As Xing Wu was in a dilemma as to what to do, he suddenly saw a surprise in front of him. Little master. What? Little treasure? Where? Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan asked at once. That seems like little master. Everyone looked at the direction Xing Wu was pointing at. They saw Lu Jingli and Ning Xi walking towards them, and Ning Xi was holding a child in her arms. The little guy had Lu Jingli's coat on him, and he was holding Ning Xi's neck tightly as he buried his face in her arms, a position that displayed extreme insecurity. Everyone was surprised with joy. Jingli, where did you guys find little treasure? Yin Rui was excited. We didn't even try. The moment sister-in-law appeared, little treasure showed up. Lu Jingli explained. They were speechless. No one expected this to happen, and they all looked confused. In the end, Ning Xi did not find little treasure. Little treasure had found her. No wonder Lu Tingxiao was so calm when Ning Xi arrived. He was sure that little treasure would be found. Obviously, little treasure was still around, but he did not want to show himself. He would come out on his own the moment he saw the person he wanted to see, the one that he could rely on and gave him enough sense of security. Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui were relieved, although they were unsure what attitude they should face Ning Xi with. Ning Xi did not care about them at all. She was just concerned about little treasure, comforting him gently. The little guy was holding his writing board tightly, seeming like he wanted to say something. Little treasure, what's wrong? Ning Xi took the writing board from him. Her eyes reddened the moment she saw what was written. Mother, I want to go home. Chapter 840. Home was wherever Mother was. Mother, I want to go home. Yin Rui cried when she saw what little treasure had written. She then realized how much damage her conversation with Guan Ziao had caused little treasure. He would not have written such helpless words if he was not this upset. They claimed to be the people that loved little treasure the most, but they could not even provide him a place to call home. Little treasure had never felt a sense of belonging here. He was at home, yet he said he wanted to go home. Guan Ziao's attention was on the word mother. She thought this woman was probably friendlier with little treasure, but he had already recognized her as his mother. She had to speed up her process. Ning Xi did not want to face this situation at the moment, and she was prepared to leave after comforting the little bun, but she changed her mind. With what had happened that day, she wanted to make sure that no one would look down on the little bun again. Even though her journey with Lu Tingxiao might be harsh, she hoped that even without her, the little bun could go on well. Ning Xi suppressed her emotions and spoke to the little bun gently. Dear baby, it's your home here, and it's grandfather's birthday today. Don't you remember we prepared a gift for grandfather? The little bun did not give any response. He just grabbed Ning Xi even tighter. I'll accompany you to give the present to grandfather, okay? Ning Xi continued. Little treasure finally nodded. He wanted to go home, and home was wherever mother was. After comforting the little bun, Ning Xi looked at the two elders. She spoke in a concerned tone. Little treasure is really cold now. He's probably caught a cold from staying outside in the breeze. It'd be great if he could take a hot shower right now. Yin Rui hurriedly invited. Come inside. Don't just stand in the garden. Lu Chongshan was mentally prepared for little treasure to leave with Ning Xi, but since little treasure was going to stay now, he quickly let them in. As long as little treasure stayed here, he would even allow that woman to show her face here. The guests were already whispering in the banquet hall and shooting furtive looks, so Lu Chongshan went into the hall after confirming that little treasure's condition was stable. I'm sorry for the wait. Thank you, everyone, for coming here for my birthday today. You're welcome, Elder Lu. We're honored to be invited. The guests greeted him warmly without any odd expression on the surface, but they were all suspecting what had happened. What do you think happened tonight? They said Madame Lu's precious necklace went missing, but if it was just a necklace, would the whole host family need to disappear for so long? It's probably the little guy again. I guess so too. The Lu family sure is unlucky. They only have this sole successor, and he's retarded. Heh, the Lu family has probably done a lot of dirty deals before, so the karma landed on their grandchild. Chapter 841. Improve relationship with little treasure. The Lu family is ridiculous. We didn't even say anything when Lu Tingxiao had a child before getting married. and you were just trying to be considerate to that child. Not only are they not grateful, how could they put the blame on you? Guan Rui was incensed after he found out what had happened from her daughter. Don't make a scene. Father, Uncle Lu and Auntie Lu did not blame me. They were comforting me by assuring me that it has nothing to do with me. They even thanked me. Guan Xiao explained. Guan Rui's expression softened. That's more like it. That woman. Is she really that close to Little Treasure? Guan Xiao nodded unhappily. I saw Little Treasure addressing her as his mother. Guan Rui was not surprised. He looked at his daughter and asked quietly, Xiao, what do you think is your top priority now? Improving my relationship with Little Treasure, Guan Xiao replied. Guan Rui shook his head. You're wrong. Although you're smart, you really have mistaken your priority here. With that kid's current condition, he's as good as useless trash now. What good could come out of you improving your relationship with trash? That woman already had the child on her side. But did you see Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui being nice to her? They didn't acknowledge her even if she was already in a relationship with Lu Tingxiao. She was not invited and could only attend the event today by using that child. Guan Xiao thought about it. It's because that woman is from an unknown lineage. I can also see that Uncle Lu and Auntie Lu are really concerned about Little Treasure, so I'd like to at least have him like me. Then Lu Tingxiao might start to notice my worth. Guan Rui sighed and explained to her. Little Treasure is their only successor, and he's their actual grandson. So, of course, they'd be concerned. It's exactly because they are concerned that they will be very strict and careful with selecting the mother to Little Treasure. Do you understand what does the position as the future madam of Lu family mean? No matter how close the woman gets to Little Treasure, at best, they would just hire her to become a private tutor, or even his nanny, to take care of him. But do you think Lu Chongshan would be stupid enough to let her marry Lu Tingxiao? Well, Guan Xiao started to falter. Guan Rui gave his daughter a pat on the back. Xiao, don't get your priorities wrong. What you should do now is to impress Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui. Of course, it'll be easy for you. You've mentioned the main point just now. That woman is not from a renowned family, so no matter how much she tries, she will never get into the Lu family. You have to act more generously. Don't be irritated by such small matters. Act like the lady capable of holding up the Lu family. Then the position will be yours, understood? Father, I understand. After listening, Guan Xiao sat up straight, her annoyance fading at once. Guan Rui beamed at his daughter. That's great. There was another important thing that he did not mention. By the time Xiao joined the Lu family and had her own child with Lu Tingxiao, Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui would definitely be pleased to have a grandchild with such amazing genes from the Guan family. When that time came, they would definitely shift their focus away from that trash. Chapter 842. He was still charming. There were sounds of knocking on the door, so Ning Xi opened the door. A maid was carefully holding a bowl of soup outside. Ms. Ning, this is some ginger soup as per Madame Lu's instructions. It can help to prevent a cold. All right. Thank you. I'll feed little master with this once he's done showering. You're welcome, it's my job. The little maid bowed before leaving. Ning Xi left the ginger soup on the table and knocked on the bathroom door. Lu Tingxiao, are you guys done? We're done, Lu Tingxiao replied. From the bathroom, Lu Tingxiao brought Little Treasure out. The little bun had a big towel wrapped around him, his hair still damp, looking all fluffy in his father's arms. Ning Xi was charmed instantly and stretched out her arms. Lu Tingxiao, I want to hold him. The little bun extended his arms as well, and Lu Tingxiao gently passed him over to Ning Xi. Ning Xi kissed the little guy on his cheek, then she spooned the ginger soup into his mouth. Little Treasure, this soup might not taste very nice, but it's good for preventing colds. It's good for your health. The little bun drank it all without struggling. Ning Xi clapped her hands. You're awesome. You finished it. The little bun looked at her brightly after he changed into his clean clothes and drank the ginger soup. Ning Xi checked the time and advised. Lu Tingxiao, you should bring Little Treasure out to greet the guests first. Lu Tingxiao nodded and did not ask Ning Xi if she decided to let Little Treasure stay. The little bun was a little anxious when he heard Ning Xi. Ning Xi patted his head as she smiled. Don't you worry, you go down with your father first. I'll be there after I change. The little bun quickly calmed down. He nodded and held his father's hand. After comforting the little bun, she looked at Lu Tingxiao hesitantly. Well, boss, I'm giving you a heads up. I might be doing something offensive later. Tingxiao replied. Be as offensive as you like. I'll back you up. Ning Xi was speechless. Why did he sound like a dictator? But even so, he was so charming. She felt it was awesome that someone was backing her up, even though she was about to do something really nasty. We haven't seen CEO Lu tonight. I didn't see him as well. Probably he's not coming. Some people were already talking about Tingxiao, as was nowhere to be seen. It was his father's 60th birthday, and as the current head of the Lu family, it was inappropriate for him not to attend. Most people were already sure that something had happened to the little master. As people were asking around, Lu Chongshan started to worry about little treasure's condition now. Tingxiao. As Lu Chongshan was about to cook up an excuse, suddenly two familiar shadows entered from the entrance. Someone noticed, then yelled, "Oh, CEO Lu is here." Ugh, the kid beside CEO Lu is. Suddenly, everyone was looking towards the entrance. Chapter 843, Uniform Seduction. Tingxiao had a black suit on him, his tie standing out in a bright color. As usual, he showed no expression with his ice-cold aura. Yet, this cold and strange man was holding a little boy's hand. The little boy looked about 5 or 6 years old with fair skin and big eyes. He wore the same retro-style suit as Tingxiao, looking like a little gentleman from the past. Most importantly, while the little boy looked cute, it was obvious that he looked almost identical to his father. His aura and expression were exactly the same as the man's next to him. Judging by his looks alone, it was easy to know that he was the rumored little master of the Lu family. Facing such a big crowd and everyone's stare, his expression remained the same. Just like his father, he was calm and collected. Suddenly, everyone thought that this was as expected of a child from the Lu family. However, that was weird. Was the rumor not that the little master was retarded and had to stay hidden from the public? How did that boy look retarded? The crowd surrounded them when Tingxiao came down through the stairs with little treasure, and everyone greeted them warmly. Oh, this must be Qingyu. He has grown so much. I remember the last time we met was 5 years ago at his full moon celebration party. How time flies. Qingyu, do you still remember me? You came to my house when you were 3. I even held you before. Many guests of the elder generation commented. When I saw Qingyu just now, for a moment I thought he was Tingxiao. He looked exactly the same when he was little. You're right. Xiao Shishi, here are the clothes you requested. I tried my best to borrow it from Xiao Rong, and she almost suspected me to be a pervert. Lu Jingli complained while holding a maid's outfit in his hands. Ning Xi quickly took them and looked at him happily. That's great. Thank you. Xiao Shishi, are you really going to wear that tonight? While I think my brother will surely like your uniform. Seduction, don't you want to be all glamorous and beautiful for the occasion today? At least, pose a threat to Guan Ziao. I could arrange the outfits for you now, or even get you a professional stylist. Lu Jingli suggested excitedly. Ning Xi glanced at Lu Jingli's charged-up expression. No, thank you. I can move around easier in this. She grinned. Tonight, it's not my stage. Lu Jingli was confused. Then whose? You'll find out later. Get out now. I'm going to change. Yes, madam. Lu Jingli quickly stepped out. He was suddenly looking forward to his brother's reaction when he saw Xiao Shishi in a maid's outfit. All the servants' outfits in the Lu family were personally handled by him, including the designs and material selection. He had put the most effort into the maid outfits. Chapter 844, Little Treasure is Hungry. In the banquet hall, Little Treasure was the center of attraction. All the guests tried to talk to him as soon as they saw his cute, chubby face. Even if there was something really wrong with him, he definitely looked cute. Looking at the people around talking to him, and with the fact that Mother Xiao she was not here yet, Little Treasure was getting impatient. He felt like running away again. He did not want to stay here anymore. Tingxiao realized the little guy's discomfort, so he looked at his son and spoke to him quietly. Wait for a while more. The little bun blinked his eyes and trailed after his father unhappily. Little Treasure stayed silent the whole time. His broodiness got more and more obvious as some attentive guests noticed and asked out of concern. Theo Lu, why does Qingyu not look very well tonight? Is he not feeling well? If he's not well, let the child have some rest. Don't push himself too hard. Guan Rue suggested. That's right, health is more important. Amongst the guests' concerned opinions, suddenly there was the clear voice of a girl coming through. First master, I'm here. A girl in a maid's outfit ran towards them. The girl had her hair tied up in double pigtails. Her eyes were big, and she had very fair skin. She looked pretty young, and she appeared out of breath before Tingxiao. With a respectful gesture, she said, First master? Tingxiao coughed lightly to recover from his wife's sudden attack in the form of uniform seduction. Tingxiao handed his son to Ning Xi and said calmly, Bring little master to eat something first. All right, first master. Little master, follow me. Ning Xi bent down and extended her hand to little treasure as she cheekily blinked at him. The little bun looked at mother, surprised. He gave her a big smile and happily followed her to the food area. Tingxiao was speechless as Ning Xi and little treasure walked away happily. He did not expect her to accompany little treasure this way, but it did seem like something she would do. No wonder little treasure looked unhappy. He's hungry. It's the period of growing. For little kids, they have to be well-fed every meal. Lu Chongshan's tensed-up body relaxed, and he smiled. That kid is not very outspoken. He doesn't usually like to talk. He thought Ning Xi would surely try to take the spotlight, or even stick beside Tingxiao to declare her status as his girlfriend. Yet she had chosen to stay beside little treasure quietly, taking him by surprise. Ha ha ha, just like Tingxiao when he was little. Lu Chongshan chuckled. That's different. Tingxiao was much more boring than Xingyu. The crowd laughed. The bunch of old friends reminisced about the fun stuff that happened when Tingxiao and Lu Jingli were still little and the atmosphere softened. So, it was genetical after all. Little treasure's quietness was explained, and nothing seemed strange anymore. Chapter 845, I'm not worthy of Xiaoxi. At a quiet table inside the banquet hall. What did you say? That little maid is Tingxiao's girlfriend. Yes, but I don't understand why she's dressed that way. Guan Ziao could not help feeling that that woman was hiding something. Guan Rui replied in a tone of contempt. Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui aren't acknowledging her, so she does not dare to appear beside Tingxiao in public and has to act as a servant. Ziao, you don't have to waste your time on a person like her. Spend your effort. As Guan Rui was still lecturing his daughter, Tingxiao suddenly came over. Uncle Guan, thank you for coming to my father's birthday dinner tonight. Guan Rui was flattered as Tingxiao had come to greet him personally. He smiled at the man. You're much welcome, Tingxiao. I'm good friends with your father. After some small talk, Tingxiao raised his hand to signal someone. While Ning Xi was eating with little treasure, she suddenly saw Tingxiao summoning her. So she let little treasure know, then she ran over. First master, is there anything I can help you with? Guan Rui and Guan Ziao looked at Tingxiao in confusion, unsure of why he had asked this woman to come over. Maybe he wanted to ask her to get some wine. Tingxiao looked at the girl gently, then looked at Guan Rui and introduced them. Uncle Guan, this is my girlfriend, Ning Xi. Xiaoxi, this is Uncle Guan, a good friend of my father's. You don't have to put up an act in front of him. What was the devil trying to do? Introducing her to Guan Rui. Was he trying to irritate Guan Rui and Guan Ziao? Fine. It might be intentional. Ning Xi was surprised, but she went along with Tingxiao and greeted, Hello, Uncle Guan. Hello. Guan Rui looked very displeased all of a sudden. What did Tingxiao mean by this? He knew that their families had the intention for him and Guan Ziao marry, yet he had introduced this woman to him on purpose. However, he did not say anything more. After all, Tingxiao had not done anything wrong and was just being polite by introducing her to him. You can go and take care of little treasure now. Tingxiao gestured to Ning Xi to go back after she had greeted them. Then, as if he did not notice Guan Rui and Guan Ziao's change in expressions, Tingxiao continued. That was inappropriate of me. I actually wanted to introduce her to everyone, but Xiaoxi really prioritizes her career. Because of her job, we can't publicly announce our relationship just yet. I just have to put up with it. Right? It was inevitable. Guan Rui was so offended that he almost snapped the stem of his wine glass by holding it tightly, but he still had to maintain his integrity as Tingxiao's elder. On the other hand, Guan Ziao was weaker and she already looked pale. Guan Rui took a deep breath and returned to a calm state as he faked a smile. Tingxiao, as your elder, I have to remind you that the girl does not come from a prestigious family and that she's not worthy of you. I'm afraid that your parents would not acknowledge her as well. Yes? You have to understand that girls from that industry are mostly into it for money, but it's alright if you're just playing around. If you're being serious, that's really inappropriate then. Lu Tingxiao looked at Guan Rui and replied expressionlessly. Thank you for your concern. In terms of statuses and all that, it's sure unworthy. I'm not worthy of Xiaoxi. Chapter 846, like father, like son. With that, Lu Tingxiao spun away on his heel. Guan Rui and Guan Ziyao were stunned. What did Lu Tingxiao mean? What did Lu Tingxiao mean just now? Isn't that woman just the adopted daughter abandoned by the Ning family? Guan Rui frowned. It seems like she's not adopted. She's the biological daughter, Guan Ziyao mumbled. Guan Rui sneered. Even if she's from the Ning family, she's nothing compared to you. But according to what Lu Tingxiao said, it seems like the woman has some other more prestigious identity. Guan Rui thought about it and assured, I'll investigate further later on. Pay it no mind. That guy is still too young, and he probably just wanted to irritate me plus oppose his family's arrangement. In the whole of Imperial, how many people are there that the Lu family is not worthy of? There's only a handful of them, and none of them could ever be related to Ning Xi. The dinner continued harmoniously, and most of the crowd focused on the elusive little master of the Lu family. Some people even secretly hoped that the child would embarrass himself out of their jealousy. To their chagrin, they were all disappointed as little treasure was really obedient after following Ning Xi. To everyone, there was no difference compared to a normal kid. His condition seemed to have stabilized after 2 years of treatment. If not, the Lu family would not have let him appear in public. Aside from the little master of the Lu family, the other star of the night could only be the genius from the recently returned Guan family. As expected of a top student, he did not forget about his studies even during the dinner. He heard that some bright people were gathered here today, so he actually brought a few math questions that he was unable to solve. To his delight, some guests were interested and tried to solve the equations with him. Oh my gosh, is this really a middle school mathematics question? This is crazy. I pity students nowadays. Haha, Imo Lingtian, you're just an underachiever. You don't even understand the questions. These are university-level questions, and they are at a competitive level. Someone mocked Imo Lingtian. Imo Lingtian's mouth twitched. Ugh, fine. It's not the questions that are crazy. This top student from the Guan family is crazy. I think I solved it. Is the answer to the first question -9? A young teen with glasses asked eagerly. Guan Zhichen replied expressionlessly as he shook his head. Nope, the answer is 0. Ugh, I'm wrong again. The young teen was disappointed. I've worked out the solution already. I can teach you, but I can't solve the second question yet. Elder Guan, your grandson is amazing. A few guests were gawking at the group of brainiac kids. Their eyes were full of envy. Lu Chongshan praised the boy as well. Like father, like son. Guan Rui shrugged helplessly. He's going to become a bookworm. I'm really having a headache about it. I brought him here to help him relax. Yet now he even brought his questions up when I was not noticing. Elder Guan, you should be glad. My kid at home would not even try to read, even if I beat him up. Can your kid compare to Elder Guan's grandson? His IQ is 180 and he's already received several international Olympic mathematics awards at the age of 10. Chapter 847. That was some big talk. He's really amazing. I think he's even better than Tingxiao when he was young. The younger generations are getting better and better, a close guest of the families commented. As the host, Lu Chongshan went along with the crowd and praised Guan Rui since they were going to become a family soon. But he chuckled to himself when he heard that comment. Better than Lu Tingxiao when he was little? That was some big talk. Lu Chongshan did not show his emotions on the surface nonetheless. Of course, he's better than Tingxiao. Guan Rui waved his hands in denial. You guys have to stop praising him. He's going to become full of himself. He could never be up to Tingxiao's standard. I would be really glad if he could be at least half capable as his Uncle Xiao. You're too humble, Elder Lu. He's going to do something great. For families like ours, the most important thing isn't the money we earn or the properties we own. It's the people. As long as our successors are capable, that's the real treasure of the family. No matter how great your family is, with an incapable successor, it will surely fall in a few generations. That's right. Elder Guan is really blessed. Xiao, Zihao, and Zhichen are all superb. Exactly. Unlike us, still having to worry about the useless kids at home. Many people were able to relate to their words, at the same time, suddenly remembering the worrying situation of the heir to the Lu family. So what if they were the richest family in Imperial? No matter how great Lu Tingxiao was, he could, at most, hang on for 1 or maybe 2 generations. Numerous shareholders and supporters had their eyes on the family. If there was no capable successor after Lu Tingxiao, things might be chaotic and the Lu dynasty might even fall within a night. It was not an uncommon sight in cases like these. No one could predict what would happen in the future. Somewhere in the banquet hall, Ning Xi noticed a group of people flattering the Guan family, and she knew her chance had arrived. Mo Lingtian and a few other guys had been defeated by Guan Zhichen's mathematics question and were even humiliated by their own parents, making them all feel very embarrassed. Mo Lingtian could not help it anymore, so he spoke up helplessly. Zhichen, we're all underachievers here. Even if we learned about it before, it's been so long ago that we've all forgotten about it. Why not you ask your aunt? Surely she could solve them. Guan Zhichen looked at Guan Ziao and mumbled. She explained it to me before, but I didn't get it. Then she got angry at me and was unwilling to teach me again. Ugh, well, Mo Lingtian shrugged cluelessly, but he then suddenly thought of something. I know. Uncle. Xiao will surely know this. Where's Lu Tingxiao? Guan Ziao stared at Mo Lingtian unhappily. Tingxiao is busy. Don't pester him. It's Zhichen's fault for not being able to solve this. Let him think on his own. Ziao, you're too strict. Zhichen is only 13. Mo Lingtian replied. Chapter 848, Little Bunny. It's you. The crowd was impressed by the education method of the Guans. This is what I call real elite education. They are this strict to their sole male grandchild. No wonder he's this amazing. Hey, Elder Guan, what's the secret to educating kids? Give us some tips. As the guests were discussing children's education with Guan Rue, a girl's clear voice came through. Master Mo, I heard you're looking for First Master. Was there something you need? He is greeting some guests outside. I can help you to send a message if it's something urgent. Oh, it's nothing urgent, just a mathematics question. Ugh, you little bunny, how are you here? His voice faded off to a lower tone. Mo Lingtian was shocked when he realized who the maid he was talking to was. He almost could not recognize her disguise. Ning Xi ignored his question and continued her act, scanning the questions Mo Lingtian had in his hands. This looks easy. We shouldn't need First Master. Is it all right if I get Little Master to help? What? Mo Lingtian thought he heard her wrong. Who did you say? Little Treasure? Ning Xi nodded. Yes, our Master Qingyu. Mo Lingtian ignored Ning Xi's outfit. He reminded her. Little girl, look at this properly, but you probably don't understand it as well. Anyways, this is not some kindergarten mathematics. It's advanced mathematics, and these are competitive-leveled questions. Oh, no problem, Master Mo. Little Master is really good. Ning Xi blinked her eyes and asked Little Treasure in a coy voice. Little Master, this little brother here needs some help with a question. Can you help him? Little Treasure nodded in enthusiasm. Lu Chongshan was already frowning when Ning Xi had appeared, and now he felt it was ridiculous when he realized what she was trying to do. He suppressed his anger and stopped her. There's nothing for you to do here. Stop bothering the guests and bring the little master somewhere else. Seeing how this maid was acting so foolishly, some guests pitied Lu Chongshan, but most of them were laughing inside. Why did the Lu family get someone so stupid to take care of the little master? Could it be easier for them to communicate with their low IQ? Guan Rue and Guan Ziao looked at each other in amusement. Before, they were cautious about this woman's presence, but now they thought she could be ignored. Seeing the maid from the Lu family asking a little kid to help him, and even bragging that he could surely solve it, Guan Zhichen felt humiliated. Flaring his nostrils haughtily, he handed over his workbook. You said that he can help me? Sure, let him try. Guan Ziao tried to stop him. Zhichen, stop being unreasonable. Qingyu is only 5 years old. I'm sorry for the fuss. Lu Chongshan had never felt this embarrassed. It's all right. She just didn't get to look at the questions properly. Guan Rue acted generously. The woman was probably trying to get on Lu Chongshan's good side, but she could not even understand the standards of these questions. How foolish. Suddenly, the crowd was cheering. Chapter 849, Possessed by Archimedes. As the guests were talking, Little Treasure scrawled a number on the exercise book. Hey, Qingyu wrote a 0. What's the correct answer again? It was 0, wasn't it? That's right. It's 0. Qingyu got it right. At that moment, Guan Rui, Guan Ziao, Guan Jichen, and even Lu Chongshan were shocked. Guan Jichen frowned. Qingyu, you could tell me if you don't know. You shouldn't simply doodle on the exercise book. Guan Jichen did not think it was a number. Many people, including Lu Chongshan, assumed that Little Treasure was probably doodling his circles. Ning Xi squatted down and spoke to the little bun gently. Little master, you can't do it this way. He doesn't understand how to solve the question, so you have to write down all the steps in detail, then only you can help him. Little Treasure blinked and looked at his mother. Then he started scribbling on the exercise book obediently. As Little Treasure started to write more and more, the crowd was surprised. Their surprise soon turned into shock, and, in the end, they were terrified, not believing what they were seeing. Mo Lingtian was especially bewildered. He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Wow! Did Archimedes just possess Little Treasure?" Guan Xiao took a glance and tried to say something, but she did not dare to bother Little Treasure. Suddenly, everyone was focused on the little boy. There was pin-drop silence. Little Treasure was totally focused in his own world, unaffected by the intense stares on him, his little hands writing rows and rows of complicated formulae nonstop. Finally, Little Treasure was done. He then put down the answer 0 at the end and looked up at his mother with inquiring eyes. Ning Xi gave the little bun a big smile and passed the exercise book to Guan Jichen. Little Master Guan, please check if you can understand this time. In the blank space of the exercise book, Little Treasure had clearly explained the steps to solve the equation because Ani Xiao she specifically mentioned to him to write it in detail. He even used arrows to point out a few formulas and included some messages in brackets, as if he was teaching a kindergarten child. Soon, the exercise book was passed around the crowd. Little Treasure's solution was so detailed that even the underachievers could understand it, and they praised him. This is really amazing. Even I understand it. I thought I'm not comparable to a 13-year-old, but I was wrong. Even a 5-year-old is better than I am. The way he solved. It is really brilliant. It's not a conventional method, is it? Ms. Guan, what do you think? Is he correct? Guan Xiao looked through the exercise book, then looked at the little guy in Ning Xi's arms in total shock. She spoke hesitantly. It's completely correct. Every step is perfect. There's no mistake at all. Chapter 850. I'd like to have some. It was as if she just saw a shadow of Lu Tingxiao back in time. The way they solved questions was the same. But Little Treasure was only 5 years old. This was shocking. The crowd was surprised as they heard what Guan Xiao said. Impossible. This little guy actually solved it? Not only that, Guan Xiao even gave him such high approval. Unbelievable. Since they all witnessed Little Treasure write down all the steps on his own, they could not help but believe it. Compared to Guan Rui's obvious plan to show off his grandson, Little Treasure's unintentional show was much more impactful. Suddenly, everyone was talking to Lu Chongshan about him. Elder Lu, you're really hiding some good stuff. No wonder you always don't let us see him. Your grandson is really a genius. The genes from the Lu family is outstanding. Brilliant. This is not just brilliant. He's already on another level. I was probably still playing with mud when I was 5. As the praises kept on flowing in, Lu Chongshan was unable to put his feelings into words. He felt like a burden had just been lifted from his chest. You all really misunderstood me. I really don't know about this talent of his. Probably the child learned on his own when he was flipping through the books. Qingyu is like his father, always having his own ideas, so he just explores things on his own. Lu Chongshan replied, You don't even need to do anything. He's already great on his own. So, it is true that geniuses act differently from others. As expected of the Lu family. If it wasn't for the maid just now, we would never have known how smart this kid is. Don't you know low-key showing off is the coolest? Someone mentioned that Guan Jichen was even better than Lu Tingxiao. Yet he can't even be compared to his 5-year-old son. The ladies were staring at the little bun with excitement. Oh my god, Lu Tingxiao's genes are so amazing. I'd like to have some. My ovaries are exploding. You're so dirty-minded. What? Don't tell me you didn't think about that. So what if we got it? Can you ensure that your own genes don't mess up the baby's IQ? Speaking of which, I'm really curious about this child's mother. Her genes must be exceptional as well. Lu Jingli saw everything as he stepped into the room as Ning Xi just controlled the crowd quietly and brilliantly. Impressive. Bro, she's acting was really impressive. She just gave the Guan family a slap in the face. Now, he understood why she chose to wear the maid outfit and stay by Little Treasure. He also realized who the main character of the night was. Lu. Tingxiao was looking calm, his expression practically radiating with "Look how great my wife is." Does Xiao Shishi not think about what could happen if Little Treasure didn't know how to solve it? Lu Jingli suddenly asked. Lu Tingxiao glanced at him, then replied expressionlessly. Do you think my son would be that useless? Lu Jingli was speechless. The lovey-dovey devil was now showing off his son. How could Lu Jingli live on anymore? Chapter 851. He has autism. Ning Xi felt a little better after embarrassing Guan Zhichen. The so-called genius Guan Zhichen was not satisfied, so he gave Little Treasure another few more difficult questions. But in the end, Little Treasure was able to solve all of them. The people who were surrounding Guan Zhichen now gathered around Little Treasure, some even trying to touch him to get some smart aura from him, which made Ning Xi speechless. Surprisingly, Little Treasure was patient today. He remained calm even when the crowd was being noisy around him, just looking really cute to everyone else. He only had eyes for his mother when she was holding his hand. It did not matter if the crowd got even rowdier. I didn't expect Little Treasure to be this good. People say that boys who are good at maths are charming, but he's awesome. I feel like pinching his cheeks. He looks so cute. Little Treasure suddenly gained himself a lot of fans, some trying to be his godmother, some even intending to set up a marriage with their children. Suddenly, Guan Zhichen was totally ignored. All the praises and envious gazes that were supposed to be his were now stolen away by this little kid. The boy's expression darkened. As everyone was surrounding the little Bon, he suddenly spoke up. I read from a book and it says that children with autism are usually gifted in certain aspects. Now I realize that it's true. Guan Zhichen's voice was loud, and almost everyone heard what he said. The atmosphere chilled down instantly, making everyone feel awkward. Ning Xi squinted her eyes. Lu Chongshan felt like someone just slapped him in the face, his contented expression now frozen. Yet, this kid was Guan Rui's most precious grandson, so no matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do. Guan Rui and Guan Xiao's expression changed instantly. Guan Xiao rushed over and pulled him over, scolding him in a harsh tone. Zhichen, what are you talking about? Guan Rui's expression was serious as well. Zhichen apologized to him. Where did you hear about all this nonsense? It was not a thing to be proud of. Talking to Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui about it in private was done out of concern, but airing it like dirty laundry in public was an obvious act of destroying the relationship with the Lus. Moreover, it was Lu Chongshan's deepest scar. Guan Zhichen had never felt this embarrassed before, and had never been scolded by his grandfather and aunt in public, so he was frustrated. The book wrote it that way, and this kid had autism, so what did he do wrong? Guan Zhichen continued talking loudly. I'm not talking nonsense. He has autism. If not, why does he not talk? Why does he need a servant to speak up for him? Guan Zhichen lost control of his emotions, creating more awkwardness. Everyone looked at each other, and no one knew what to say. No one expected things to escalate this way. Guan Zhichen had just revealed the skeleton in the Lu family's closet today. Chapter 852. Little Treasure spoke. Guan Rui slapped Guan Zhichen hard. Shut up. I told you to apologize. Did you hear me? It doesn't matter if people gossip about it. How could you believe them that easily? How does Qingyu look like he's sick? No matter how much he loved his grandson, he had to do something in order to keep the situation under control. Guan Rui had something else on his mind. Although what happened today might make Lu Chongshan unhappy, Lu Qingyu had become completely useless after today, one competitor to the position of successor easily removed. Too bad he had to treat Zhichen this way. Guan Zhichen was stunned, unable to believe what just happened. Grandfather, you slapped me. Although Guan Rui was always strict with him in public, he was always kind and nice to him at home. It was the first time in his life that his grandfather had slapped him, all because of this stupid, dumb kid. Since Guan Rui had taken such drastic measures, it would be inappropriate for Lu Chongshan to blame the child even further. Lu Chongshan gripped his walking staff tightly. It's okay, Zhichen is still young, let him off. But that was really hurtful. Zhichen, you should really apologize to little treasure. Yin Rui was heartbroken as she saw Ning Xi holding little treasure tightly. She wished she had not let little treasure appear tonight. She had overestimated this woman and forgot that the unpredictable might happen. She would rather keep little treasure hidden at home and never see anyone, rather than to let him get hurt. After all, they could afford to provide little treasure for his whole life. Guanxiao knew that even though Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui would overlook this matter on the surface, they would surely be unhappy, so she helped to persuade Guanxichen. Zhichen, be good, go and apologize to Qingyu. It's your fault. That's right. Qingyu is younger than you, and you should be the one protecting him, Mo Lingtian lectured Guanxichen. Damn you, Guanxichen. What kind of kid is that? I'm a kid as well. I'm going to beat him up. That old fart Guan Rui must be doing this on purpose. Lu Jingli could not hold it in anymore and was about to rush in when he was stopped by Lu Tingxiao. Bro, what are you doing? Your son, my nephew, is being bullied. Lu Jingli was furious. Lu Tingxiao just looked at little treasure and Ning Xi silently, without any expression. Guan Zhichen could not stand that everyone was helping the dumb kid, so he freed himself from Guan Xiao and yelled, "He's autistic, he's sick, he's dumb. If not, why is he not talking? If he can talk to me, only then will I apologize. If not, I will never apologize. I'm not wrong." Guan Zhichen was forcing little treasure to talk. His yelling filled the silent banquet hall. Sometime later, Guan Rui achieved what he intended. As he was about to have someone to send Guan Zhichen back home first, there was a young yet cold voice in the air. "You're not worthy." That voice sounded childish and slightly hoarse, yet it was so impactful and drove a chill into everyone's ears and hearts. Chapter 853. So cool, I want to marry him. He spoke. Everyone was stunned. Guanxiao looked surprised. Guan Zhichen, who was still yelling a moment ago, was silenced. He had really spoken. This dumb kid actually said that he was not worthy of him to speak. Guan Rui's confidence was shattered in an instant. How was that possible? He had spent a lot of time investigating the child even before he came back to the country, and he was sure that the kidnap had left a severe psychological scar on the child, leaving him mute in the past 2 years. He even had such a low self-esteem and ran away by just listening to Guanxiao and Yin Rui's conversation. Yet now, not only did he not lose control, he even spoke. The tables had turned. So cool, someone from the crowd commented. The comment worked like a switch, and it sparked exciting discussions. Oh my God, he is just 5 years old. He looks so soft and cute, but that moment was just so cool. I want to marry him. I wish I had been born 10 or 20 years later. Lu Tingxiao is too hard to deal with. I hope little treasure doesn't mind a girl older than him. Little treasure's fluffy face had the same expression as his father. He did not even look at Guan Zhichen and just walked away from the crowd calmly while holding Ning Xi's hand. The small silhouette left a large impact. Oh, little treasure is so neat. Lu Jingli hugged his own brother. Lu Tingxiao looked through the crowd, and his eyes met Ning Xi's. He pushed Lu Jingli away as his cold expression softened like the snow melting in spring. Is it just me, or did that feel satisfying? Guan Zhichen was overdoing it just now. Even if little treasure is really autistic, he really shouldn't be doing that. He's forcing him to talk. How could he talk if he's autistic? Does he feel very happy to prove that little treasure is sick? That's right. So what if he's a genius? How can a top student really be so rude? It was just only one question that he couldn't solve, and he got that angry. Who does he think he is? The world doesn't revolve around him. Not only is he jealous, he's very unkind as well. What was he thinking when talking to a 5-year-old kid? The little master was right. He's not worthy. Thank goodness it was just rumors. The little master is well and extremely talented. His IQ and EQ is way superior than Guan Zhichen's. Some people were unhappy with Guan Zhichen's behavior, especially when they saw a cute child like little treasure being bullied. Their motherly instincts surfaced, and they harshly criticized Guan Zhichen's personality. Chapter 854. As expected of his grandson, Guan Rui's plan was to destroy little treasure tonight, but he did not expect that his plan would not only fail and do 0 damage to little treasure. Guan Zhichen was now despised by everyone. Guan Rui acted troubled and looked at Lu Chongshan, enunciating slowly. Elder Lu, I'm really sorry for what happened. Jichen is still young and his personality is too straightforward. He wouldn't easily change his mind, although I've told him about it many times. He still won't change that attitude. His teacher mentioned that this trait of him is beneficial in academics, but it surely causes a big problem in his interpersonal relationships. Guan Rui rephrased Guan Jichen's arrogance and mean attitude to persistence and straightforwardness. Lu Chongshan was still reeling from Little Treasure talking, but he understood that his surprise should be concealed carefully. If not, he would be indicating that he acknowledged Little Treasure was autistic, so he stayed calm on the surface. It's not a big deal, bro Guan. Qingyu has to be responsible as well. His personality is exactly the same as his father's. They just don't like to talk. We rarely listen him talk at home. As well, it's unavoidable that Jichen would misunderstand. Lu Chongshan used this chance to clarify the public's suspicions and avoid any future misunderstandings based on Little Treasure's silence. As for Little Treasure's remark of Guan Jichen's unworthiness, Lu Chongshan ignored it and did not intend to apologize. Great job, as expected of Lu Chongshan's grandson. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's good that it's cleared up now. That's right. Many people just love to spread rumors. Kids are too young to separate the truth from lies. It's not entirely his fault. Some guests helped to clear up the awkward atmosphere as Guan Jichen apologized under Guan Rui's harsh gaze. Lu Chongshan's anger disappeared because Little Treasure talked, so he generously let this matter off as he was feeling overjoyed that night. At the same time, Guan Xiao was holding on to Yin Rui's arms and she apologized. Auntie, I'm really sorry for tonight. We've been pretty strict with Jichen, but just like Little Treasure, he's been treated like the treasure of our family. It was his first time being slapped, and he got too upset. That's why he said those harsh words. They aren't intentional. Auntie, don't take them personally. As Guan Xiao talked, she beckoned Guan Jichen over. Guan Jichen looked down and hid the fire in his eyes. I'm sorry, Grandmother Lu. It's my fault. It wasn't intentional. Yin Rui looked at the red mark on his face, and she sighed. It's okay now, don't blame yourself anymore. Everything is cleared up now. Xiao, quickly get him some ice. Your father used too much force. Guan Xiao was relieved as Yin Rui's tone softened. She brought Guan Jichen away. The Lu family would not hold them responsible on the surface for this matter, but it would surely leave a scar inside them. She had to make her father behave himself in the time being. Chapter 855, Priceless Gift. From the beginning, she had disagreed with her father's decision to bring Jichen over. With Little Treasure's fragile condition, bringing Jichen along felt like bragging. However, her father mentioned that it had been too long since they appeared before them, and that they needed a stage to show the Lu family the good genes of the Guan family. So she had agreed as she felt it was beneficial for her. She thought Little Treasure would not show up tonight, and that even if he did, he would probably just appear for a little while. Who would have known that things would escalate to this stage? What went wrong? That woman's face appeared in Guan Xiao's mind. Acting as a servant who brought Little Treasure over to solve the question. She was not stupid at all. She had it planned all along. She actually devised a plan to embarrass them. She and her father had underestimated her greatly. Guan Rui realized that as well, and they looked at each other and tensed up, keeping their guard up. Who knew what else would that woman do tonight? Could Little Treasure's quick recovery be all because of that woman? Guan Xiao mumbled while frowning. Guan Rui's expression darkened. That woman went to an unknown university in America at first. Then somehow she got into the University of South California. But she majored in performing arts. How could she cure the child when Qin Mufeng, a professional psychiatrist, had no clue how to help? From that kid's aura to the way he talks, he doesn't seem to have any problems. Although he did not want to admit it, this kid was much better than Jichen. One day, he would surely surpass his father, Lu Tingxiao. Such an amazing grandchild. No wonder Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui were so protective towards him. The worst part was that the Guan family had always had the upper hand because the Lu family felt guilty towards them as Lu Tingxiao now had a child and even a girlfriend. However, after today, the tables had turned and he had to behave himself for some time to carefully get back on the good side of the Lu family. As for that child, he would need a strategy. The banquet was ending and the guests presented their gifts to Lu Chongshan. Guan Rui let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his gift today was going to be impactful. Bro Lu, I know that you love calligraphy. I accidentally found this work by Wang Zi when I was overseas, and I immediately thought of you when I saw it. It took me quite some effort to get it back here. You'll surely like it. Guan Rui told Lu Chongshan. Lu Chongshan was a calligrapher himself. He was very well versed in the area of calligraphy and drawings, even reaching the level of a fanatic collector. So this gift hit his soft spot. Lu Chongshan took it carefully and looked through it again and again. He was extremely surprised. Bro Guan, your gift is too much for me. This was a priceless work of art and most of them had gone overseas. Not only did you need money and power to acquire them, one also needed luck as it was not easy to come across something this precious. Guan Rui smiled at him. You're welcome. Our close relationship is worth more than this, and it's not that expensive anyway. I was just lucky. Chapter 856. The Essence of the Lu Family. Looking at the priceless calligraphy piece, the crowd was impressed, although it was expected of Guan Rui. Are you kidding me? Not expensive? I remember this was auctioned in Zurich for $500 million. Seems like the Guan family has been doing really well overseas in the recent years. Don't you see how close were Guan Xiao and Yan Rui just now? They might even be merging. Really? I thought Lu Chongshan intends to have a marriage relationship with the Zhuang family. The Zhuangs are usually more geared towards families with a political and military background. And no matter how strong the Lu family's assets are, they are still businessmen. I don't think it's possible. Seeing that Guan Rui had given him such a priceless gift, Lu Chongshan's expression softened as he realized he was still seen as an important friend to the Guans. Of course, nonetheless, the gift he was looking forward to the most was Little Treasure's gift. Little Treasure, didn't you say you have a gift for me? What is it? Lu Chongshan asked nervously. Little Treasure looked up at his parents. Lu Tingxiao signaled to the servants. Then they arranged some papers and calligraphy tools. Everyone gathered around. It seemed like the little master was going to write some calligraphy of his own. While it was definitely a filial act, it seemed a little normal, especially after the priceless gift from Guan Rui. Ning Xi quietly prepared the ink for Little Treasure, while Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli each spread a long sheet of paper and stood in front of Little Treasure. The crowd realized that the maid had prepared 2 calligraphy brushes. Was one a spare? Little Treasure used his small hands to pick up the brushes, one in each hand. He looked at the papers in front of him and calmed himself down, then put both the brushes on both of the papers at the same time. What was he doing? Everyone was curious. Little Treasure was actually writing with both hands at the same time. He finished the calligraphy in one go. On the left, he wrote, "Blessings from the Eastern Sea," and on the right, he wrote, "Longevity as the Southern Mountain." After they realized what Little Treasure had done, they were all astounded. He can write 2 different things at the same time, and that was amazing. Such powerful ambidextrous talent from a 5-year-old. Don't you guys remember that Lu Chongshan himself is a calligraphy artist? His grandson wouldn't be too shabby. Oh my God. I'm shocked this child has gathered all the essence of the Lu family. Little Treasure's calligraphy had been taught by Lu Chongshan, but although he knew Little Treasure was pretty good at it, he was unaware of his ability to write 2 different scrolls at the same time. What was more shocking was that Little Treasure's wrist was not strong enough to write properly. His calligraphy might look nice, but it had been lacking in many aspects earlier. In just a few days, Little Treasure's calligraphy had become so powerful that it was really shocking to him. His impression of Ning Xi changed. He was worried that staying with the woman might have a negative impact on Little Treasure, but not only he was able to talk, his body coordination seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. He was sure that Little Treasure had gone through some sort of training. If not, it was impossible for him to write this well. Chapter 857. That guy is treating you this way? Lu Chongshan was slightly worried when he realized Little Treasure was about to present him with calligraphy art. Due to his achievements in the world of calligraphy, everyone's expectations would be really high, and in addition to the talented impression Little Treasure gave just a while ago, people might judge him harshly. However, the results were surprising and he was really glad. This surprise clearly made him much happier than Guan Rui's priceless gift. As the guests were praising the little bun, there was a loud and strong voice. The crowd looked at the source of the voice. It was a middle-aged man in his military uniform who walked in from the entrance. The man looked boldly at the host. He was the general from the Zhuang family, Zhuang Liaoyuan. Chief Zhuang, welcome. Thank you for coming. Lu Chongshan went up and greeted him with a smile. You're welcome, Elder Lu. I should apologize for being late. Zhuang Liaoyuan replied. Official tasks are, of course, more important. Please come in. Zhuang Liaoyuan walked towards the calligraphy little treasure had just created and hid none of his impressed expression. This calligraphy, did your grandson write them? Yes. It's his birthday present to me. Lu Chongshan was feeling proud. Zhuang Liaoyuan glanced at the little guy. Impressive. He can write with this strength at such a young age. Elder Lu, this kid has inherited the talent from you. As Zhuang Liaoyuan was chatting to Lu Chongshan, he noticed Ning Xi, who was beside little treasure. You. Ning Xi recognized Zhuang Liaoyuan as well, but it was not appropriate to talk to him at that time. So she looked down and pretended to not know him. Zhuang Liaoyuan realized that she was in a maid's uniform and noticed her submission, so he quickly concealed his surprise. But then his eyes turned icy when he looked at Lu Tingxiao. The atmosphere got warmer as Zhuang Liaoyuan arrived. As expected of a man from another prestigious family, many people wanted to rub shoulders with him. Most importantly, families like his rarely interacted with rich businessmen, and Lu Chongshan's birthday was one of the few occasions that he would show up at. So it was a rare occasion indeed. Guan Rue was tense. He knew that the Zhuangs intended to establish a marriage relationship with the Lus, so he had to see what his biggest competitor was thinking. As the evening got later, the dinner ended and the guests were adjourning. Lu Tingxiao and Little Treasure sent the guests out while Ning Xi went to the garden for a small break. As she sat on the swing, reminiscing Little Treasure's cool moments of the night, she noticed someone was closing in, and judging from the sound of their footsteps, she could determine that it was someone with a martial arts background. Ning Xi stood up and looked behind her alertly. Her alertness became awkwardness. It was Zhuang Liaoyuan. Why did he come here? Was he here just to find her? So, that guy is treating you this way. As Ning Xi was contemplating, Zhuang Liaoyuan suddenly spoke to her. Zhuang Liaoyuan's expression looked unhappy, even a little cold when he spoke. Ning Xi was confused. Chief Zhuang, who are you talking about? Was he talking to himself? Chapter 858, Good Men for You to Choose. Zhuang Liaoyuan was looking at her maid's outfit and was angry. Lu Tingxiao, you're his girlfriend, yet you had to wear this on his father's birthday. Ning Xi finally realized what Zhuang Liaoyuan meant, so she quickly explained. Well, no, it's not like that. Chief Zhuang, you've misunderstood. There's some reasoning behind it. But it's not him that made me wear like this. Is he not planning to announce your relationship with him? Zhuang Liaoyuan's expression was serious. Ning Xi frowned a little. Was this question not too personal? However, looking at Zhuang Liaoyuan's persistent face, she could sense his good intentions. So Ning Xi hesitated, but still replied him in the end. We're not announcing our relationship mainly due to my career. You should know being an actress isn't easy. Zhuang Liaoyuan's expression softened. Then he continued. I watched your movie. You acted really well. Ning Xi's eyes widened. WH. What, you watched my movie? The World? Zhuang Liaoyuan nodded. Yes, you played the character of the female general really well. Ning Xi was really excited. She blushed a little and replied gratefully. Thank you. Thank you for your praise. She thought Zhuang Liaoyuan would look down on her after he knew about her career, but not only did he not, he even praised her acting. His expression was genuine. He really thought she did very well. You didn't use any stunt doubles in the movie, did you? Zhuang Liaoyuan asked. Ning Xi nodded and replied embarrassingly. No, I didn't. That's a surprise. Do you have a background in martial arts? Zhuang Liaoyuan was interested. The atmosphere softened as the topic shifted to acting. Ning Xi became more relaxed now. Not exactly, I just learned a little. I was a stunt double before I officially became an actress. I always played similar characters when I was acting as stunt double overseas. They are really impressed by Kung Fu from China, and most of the time, they needed Eastern characters with good skills. That's impressive. Working on your own overseas at such a young age, Zhuang Liaoyuan commented. With her capabilities, there was so much more she could do to support herself, yet she chose the most difficult path. Ning Xi had forgotten when was the last time someone had been so concerned about her, and she was touched. She smiled at him. Well, acting is my dream. I'm just doing what I love. It's not really difficult. Zhuang Liaoyuan nodded. Sounds about right. This child was really good, and she had a great attitude as well. Zhuang Liaoyuan looked impressed. Then he spoke in a serious tone. Little girl, you're a smart person. You should know that the Liu family doesn't really suit you. I won't say anything further about it, but just remember, if one day you change your mind, do come and look for me. I have a lot of outstanding single men, each one of them talented on his own. There will surely be one that you like. Ning Xi was speechless. Zhuang Liaoyuan was practically telling her, time to give up on Lu Tingxiao. I have a lot of good men for you. Chapter 859. The devil is here. Did she misunderstand him? What did Zhuang Liaoyuan mean by that? As Ning Xi was contemplating how to reply Zhuang Liaoyuan, a firm grip suddenly held her waist. Then she heard a cold voice. General Zhuang, it's not very gentlemanlike to interfere with someone's relationship, don't you think? Ning Xi had no words to say. The devil is here. He even heard what Zhuang Liaoyuan just said. Ning Xi gulped and suddenly felt chills down her neck, feeling colder and colder. She tried to get away from the source of the coldness, but she was being held back even tighter around her waist, causing her to almost be unable to breathe. She decided to stay obedient and not move anymore. Zhuang Liaoyuan looked at the brooding man calmly. I'm just saying that in case she changes her mind. Ning Xi did not even need to look to know how scary the devil's expression would be right now. So she quickly interrupted. Thank you for your good intentions, Chief Zhuang. But we're in a happy relationship right now, and I would never change my mind. Lu Tingxiao's grip softened a little as she said that. Zhuang Liaoyuan sighed and looked at her. Without saying anything, he left her with a sentence. If there's anything you need help with, do contact me. Drop by the shooting range for some fun when you're available. Oh, okay. Thank you, Chief Zhuang. Ning Xi let out a sigh of relief after Zhuang Liaoyuan left. As she turned around to talk to Lu Tingxiao, her lips were blocked unexpectedly, the man's refreshing scent wafting through the air to reach her. Ning Xi felt the air inside her getting thinner, and the worst part was that this guy was not kissing. He was totally biting her. She felt a sharp pain on her lips, and her tongue went numb. His kiss became gentler once Ning Xi moaned in pain, and he gently caressed the spots he tortured just now. But when she tried to struggle, he became wild again. She noticed that someone was coming. Ning Xi anxiously pushed his chest away, blocking his next kiss. She spoke in a serious tone. No. What if people saw us? It was not a private dinner tonight, and there were a lot of people around. A few maids had actually recognized her and asked if she was the actress Ning Xi. In the dark, the man stared at the girl in the maid outfit, his eyes emitting beast-like rays. So what if they see us? If they did, I'll bite you to death. Ning Xi glared at him. She would not give way to her principles. The man's dangerous gaze turned to hurt. He hugged her tightly and laid his head on her shoulder. When can I tell everyone that you're mine? Chapter 860. I'd really miss you. Well, that. Ning Xi softened her tone as she patted his back. That day will surely come. Don't be impatient. Ning Xi, I've said before that. The only thing you need to consider is if you really love me, and it still applies right now. As long as you agree, no one and nothing can stop you from becoming my wife. Lu Tingxiao was promising her that no family influence or interference from any other sources would affect his decision. I know, don't listen to Zhuang Liaoyuan. He just doesn't know what's going on, and he probably said that because he thought you did not want to announce our relationship to the public. Speaking of which, I wonder what he meant earlier. Ning Xi was curious. He probably investigated your identity after what happened at the shooting range the other day, Lu Tingxiao replied. Ning Xi frowned a little. You mean he knows that I'm the adopted daughter of the Ning family, or that he knows I'm actually his niece? So he's just asking out of concern? But the Zhuangs don't even acknowledge Zhuang Lingyu now. Could they really be concerned about someone who's not even acknowledged by Zhuang Lingyu? This did not make sense at all. Don't you realize that Zhuang Liaoyuan likes you a lot? Lu Tingxiao said with an unhappy expression. When his own treasure was being eyed by someone else, it irritated him. Really? Ning Xi was surprised. She felt that Zhuang Liaoyuan was just being gentle and kind towards her. It's all because of your talent in shooting. He had no hope left for his useless son anymore. So he put his hopes on you, and he probably hasn't given up on recruiting you into his team, so you had better stay away from him, Lu Tingxiao warned. Oh, Ning Xi nodded. I've already said that I will not join that team. Moreover, I'd lose my freedom staying there. If I'm forbidden from seeing you for a few weeks, I might really miss you until I exhaust myself. Lu Tingxiao's stern face softened. He hugged her and kissed her cheek, Then he looked at her. Ning Xi, remember what you say today. That day will never come. I'll not let you have the chance to change your mind. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I interrupting? Lu Jingli covered his eyes with his hands. What's the matter? Lu Tingxiao asked. Yes. Seems like someone's here for trouble. Go out and take a look. A while later, Lu Jingli, Lu Tingxiao, and Ning Xi stood in their front yard. There was a big bouquet of black flowers, dew on the petals refracting through the dim light, bringing a sense of uneasiness. Looking at the bouquet of flowers, Ning Xi frowned. If I'm not mistaken, this is a black thorn apple? Lu Jingli affirmed. Yes, giving this black and unfortunate flower on someone's birthday. Someone's clearly looking for trouble. Ning Xi glanced at Lu Tingxiao and felt uneasy. She remembered the meaning of the black thorn apple, revenge. Was she overthinking? Chapter 861, A Familiar Vibe. Lu Tingxiao did not show any expression on the surface, so no one knew what he was thinking about at the moment. Do you want to check the security cameras? Ning Xi asked. Lu Tingxiao tapped on his phone screen. Then he opened the security camera footages. After looking through for a few times, they realized that the bouquet of flowers had appeared out of nowhere. Ning Xi frowned. One part of the footage was removed. It was impossible for the flowers to appear out of thin air. It was obvious the footage had been altered in some way. Lu Jingli said, Petty tricks, how dare he do this against my brother? Lu Tingxiao tapped a few times on the screen again. It seemed like he was downloading some software. A few minutes later, he reopened the footage, and they now saw a silhouette. In the footage, there was a man closing in slowly. He wore black shirt and black pants, and almost merged with the night. He had a bouquet of black flowers with him as he walked towards the entrance slowly. He bent over and left the flowers there. Then he stood back up and looked around. The light was dim, and he was wearing a black face mask, hiding his face, so only a blurry shadow was seen. He stood there silently for quite some time. Suddenly, the man looked up and walked towards the security camera. To them, it felt like the man was staring at them through the camera, provoking them arrogantly. Soon, the man turned away and left, a few black petals falling off him. Then he disappeared into the night. Bro, I checked it, and it's just flowers, nothing dangerous inside. It's probably just a prank, Lu Jingli said. Lu Jingli picked up the flowers and looked at it. He then passed it to Lu Jingli and said, Throw it away. Okay, Lu Jingli nodded. It'd be bad if the old man saw this. Ning Xi subconsciously looked into the dark as she followed Lu Tingxiao. Who might this be, giving these flowers on a day like this? Pay him no mind, just some bored people. Lu Tingxiao patted her head and seemed not to care about the strange incident at all. Suddenly, there was a panting voice behind them. There was a maid calling out, First Master, you're here. Master and Madam are waiting for you. All right, Lu Tingxiao replied. Then he reminded Ning Xi. Wait for me, don't go anywhere. Okay, go quickly. Ning Xi spaced out for a little on her own after Lu Tingxiao left. The flowers might not be a big deal for Lu Tingxiao, but the guy from the security footage gave her a familiar vibe. In the study room. Come here, have a seat. Lu Chongshan went straight to the point. Tingxiao, Little Treasure seems to have improved greatly in terms of his wrist strength. The way he walks and his structure have changed as well. Overall, he looks much better than before. Did he go through some sort of training recently? We hired a master for him, Lu Tingxiao replied. Little Treasure was willing to learn. He's learning well up to this point. I see, okay. Lu Chongshan nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 862, Your Grandchild's Future Mother. Right, Tingxiao, are you staying with Xiaoxi right now? Yin Rui tried to ask. Casually. Nope, Lu Tingxiao replied. Yin Rui was expecting that answer. She knew that with her son's personality, they would not progress very quickly. With the way her son was, even if they were in a relationship now, it might take a very long time to really be together with the girl. Yin Rui then suggested, Are you afraid that you might be seen by the journalists? Why don't you get her a bungalow? Then, you and Little Treasure can stay there as well. Lu Tingxiao looked at his mother. Yin Rui realized she had shifted her attitude a little too quickly, so she tried to cover up. Well, the both of you are really busy, especially her. She must be leaving early and returning late at night. So who's usually taking care of Little Treasure? It would be easier for you guys to stay together. Then, I could also arrange for a few servants for you. Isn't it a good idea? Lu Chongshan seemed to agree with her. He went along. Put the bungalow under her name. She deserves it for taking care of little treasure this long. Both of them finally acknowledged the influence Ning Xi had over little treasure, and they hoped that she could spend more time educating little treasure, but they were not fully trusting of her yet. So they suggested getting a few servants for them to act as surveillance as well. It's all right, we're good right now. Lu Tingxiao realized what were they plotting and rejected the offer. Lu Chongshan frowned. What's good now? Little treasure might not see you guys for a few days if both of you are so busy. You guys even need to be all sneaky when meeting up. That's why I said her career is problematic. Why doesn't she just quit? That's right. Isn't it better if she resigns and invests all her effort into taking care of little treasure? We would never treat her badly. Lu Tingxiao stayed silent while looking at the two elders, and after a while he spoke up. So, you're saying that she can become a full-time housewife after resigning? Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui were stunned. Full-time housewife? What was that? They meant to have that woman as Little Treasure's private tutor. This brat knew it and tried to rephrase it that way. If you guys mean this, I can consider it, Lu Tingxiao said. Yin Rui looked helpless. Tingxiao, there are so many beautiful and outstanding girls. Why must it be her? She used to think that her son did not like women, but since she was now sure that he actually did, why could it not be other more outstanding girls, someone more worthy of him? Which part of Xiao isn't better than her? Lu Chongshan was unhappy. Lu Tingxiao stood up and adjusted his sleeves and was preparing to leave, but before he stepped out, he stopped to say in a serious tone, "She is the only girl that can give me a hard-on." Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui were speechless. As they stayed silent, Lu Tingxiao turned around and added, "If you want more grandchildren in the future, please treat your grandchild's future mother better." He then walked away, leaving the shocked old couple behind. Chapter 863. That's right, real child. After a while, the old couple came back to their senses. That brat. Did he really just talk to his parents like that? Yin Rui was very annoyed. Then she nervously glanced at Lu Chongshan. Chongshan, do you think Tingxiao was serious? How would I know? Lu Chongshan was speechless. I think that it's really possible. If not, why would your son be this loyal to that woman? Lu Chongshan's expression darkened and he remained silent. If it was Lu Jingli who had said that, he would have slapped him, but this came from his eldest son, and judging from what happened this recent year, it might be true. 5 years ago, they were too worried and even resorted to some extreme methods, which made things worse. He ended up avoiding women, and there might really have been some severe effects. Yin Rui suddenly thought of something excitedly and paced around the room. Ah, a grandchild. It'd be nice to have a granddaughter. That girl looks quite pretty. Her daughter would be really pretty as well. Then, little treasure wouldn't be alone anymore. Lu Chongshan grumbled as he heard Yin Rui mumbling to herself. What are you thinking about? Although he sounded angry about the proposition of Ning Xi becoming his grandkid's mother, he was looking forward to it himself as well. He did not have a daughter, and his sons were all worrisome. So if he could have a cute granddaughter. No way. Stop it. He was not going to fall into that brat's trap. Nevertheless, Lu Tingxiao's tactic was effective. The seed of the image of the granddaughter was already planted in their minds. Ah, a cute granddaughter. At Platinum Palace, Ning Xi carefully put the fast-asleep little treasure on the bed and covered him with the sheets. Ning Xi stayed beside the bed and stared at the little bun's fluffy white face. Lu Tingxiao, don't you think our little treasure was really cool tonight? Yeep, just like me, Lu Tingxiao replied. Looking at Lu Tingxiao's solemn face, Ning Xi laughed. That's right, just like you. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to you for saving the night. I almost couldn't hold myself back when Guan Zhichen yelled at Little Treasure, but then you gave me a signal. But what if Little Treasure didn't speak up at that moment? Ning Xi asked. I'll recheck our DNA again, Lu Tingxiao replied. Ugh, Ning Xi was speechless. He was really confident in his genes. Was he trying to imply that Lu Tingxiao's son would not be that useless? It's all right now, Little Treasure's really your child. Like father, like son. Huh. Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao was suddenly staring at her. What's up? Lu Tingxiao looked hesitant. Do you mind? Mind what? Ning Xi looked confused. That Little Treasure is not your real child. Lu Tingxiao looked slightly nervous when asking. Ning Xi blinked and replied almost instantly, Why would I mind? I wouldn't mind, even if Little Treasure's not your real child. Chapter 864. You're my only one. She liked Little Treasure because he was Little Treasure. It had nothing to do with whose child he was. She was not sure why, but she just felt a strong affinity with him. Ever since the first time she met him, she would feel immensely happy every time she saw him. Ning Xi's reply made Tingxiao smile. Fine, it was better than not asking. Right, Tingxiao, what did your parents talk to you about just now? Ning Xi was almost sure that they had talked about her, so she was curious. Tingxiao looked at her and replied, We talked about our daughter. Huh? Since when did we have a daughter? Did you lie to them that I'm pregnant? How can I find a child for them by then? Ning Xi was nervous all of a sudden. I didn't, Tingxiao replied. Ning Xi then quietly waited for him to continue. I just said that I can only get a hard-on for you. So if they want Little Treasure to have a sister, they have to rely on you, and therefore, they have to treat you better. Ning Xi was stunned. What? This is even worse than lying. Lying about her being pregnant was much better. Tingxiao looked her in the eye. I didn't lie. Ning Xi squinted her eyes. Really? Have you tried it with other women before? I don't have to, Tingxiao replied. Then how'd you know? You can only, for me moreover, if you can't get a hard-on. With another woman, how did Little Treasure come about? Ning Xi thought of this key question. Tingxiao's expression darkened as if his secret was exposed. Ning Xi knew he was quite sensitive about this issue, so she had never asked him about it before. Yet today, she had accidentally. Well, I'm just asking. You don't have to answer me if you don't want to, Ning Xi quickly added. Everyone had something they did not want to talk about. Furthermore, she did not really mind about Tingxiao's past. Tingxiao pinched the space between his eyebrows and stayed silent for a little while. After a while, he looked at her and sighed. I have never touched any woman before. My parents were worried and even thought that I'm gay, but after I proved to them that I don't even like men, they were even more worried. 5 years ago, they cooperated with Jingli and drugged me, then put me together with a woman. I don't have any memory of what happened, but I've only done that one time, so Little Treasure should be a result of what happened that time. Ning Xi's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. She did not expect Tingxiao's first time to be that miserable. That's way too much. No wonder Tingxiao did not want to talk about it. It was surely a hard topic for a man. And from Tingxiao's tone, he seemed to have been drugged heavily. So he might have been raped. No, the devil being dominated? No more thinking about it. After that, drugs don't even work on me anymore, Tingxiao said. Ning Xi did not know what to say. The psychological trauma he had suffered was too harsh. How miserable. Actually, I've always thought that I was asexual before I met you, Tingxiao said. Ning Xi raised her brows. Asexual? Tingxiao nodded then hugged her. So, there's no doubt, you're my only one. Chapter 865, Problem with Being Too Good-Looking. Throughout the period when Ning Xi was working on the new film with Chun Mian, Ling Xixi assigned her to a magazine shoot and a few opening ceremonies of famous brands. Other than that, she spent most of her time in the studio. She had invested all her money in her studio, and now that the business was getting better, she finally got some money back. Besides, the studio had stopped losing money and started making profits. Ning Xi was glad that the money in her bank was growing little by little every day. She felt satisfied and motivated. After an event in the morning, she quickly swung by her studio to work. As she was focused on her work, a particular troublemaker came by. Jiang Mai, I'm really busy today. Don't you see I'm preparing proposals? I have to meet an important client tomorrow morning. Jiang Mai had actually gone to her studio for her. She was speechless. Hey, can you be more professional and responsible? You're not even going to your own movie premiere. Always working on your part-time job. Jiang Mai huffed angrily. Ning Xi was annoyed. Nonsense, I only acted in that one scene, and it was for just a few minutes, okay? Jiang Mai was talking about the movie that she had acted in as his first lover. The movie had just aired recently. His enthusiasm surprised her as he was never this motivated before. Ning Xi had to remind him to go to the premiere of The World, but this time, he had to drag Ning Xi along. In the end, Ning Xi was forced to attend the premiere. The movie was titled Our 18-Year-Old Youth, which revolved around the recently popular theme of teenage years in school. With such a renowned director and a troupe of cute actors, plus sufficient funds, they held extravagant promotions. It was certain that they would surely attract many spectators, even though the production period was less than a month. As expected, with Jiang Mai's extraordinary influence, every single cinema was almost a full house. Jiang Mai was satisfied. Can you feel my popularity now? Ning Xi lowered her voice and glanced at him. Blondie, as a friend I have to remind you that you change your style already. Or are you trying to remain an idol your whole life? Jiang Mai looked back at her. What else could I do? Look at my face that screams idol. If I were to change my style to a full-fledged actor, do you think people would believe in my abilities? No matter how much I try, people will just say that I get by because of my looks. Ning Xi was about to comfort him, but then he continued. This is the problem with looking too handsome. Ning Xi kept quiet. The film started soon enough. Chun Mian's first film, Star, Moon, Sun, was one of the classics, and his love in the future was exceptional as well. So Ning Xi was sort of looking forward to this film. However, towards the end of the film, she had almost fallen asleep. Although she realized Chun Mian's films were getting more and more commercialized, they still had their own specialty. However, this film was created just for the sake of it. To make the plot more impactful, weird twists like love triangles, abortion, and cheating were added, so there was nothing new. There was also no sign of positive messages sent to the younger generation. Chapter 866, A Beauty Out of This World. This was not a youth drama. It was a soap drama, and she could not stand it. The spectators were not stupid as well. Some even left the cinema halfway. Most of them who left were complaining. What is this? Must a youth drama involve all these cliches and have nothing else substantial? I can't believe that this was directed by Chun Mian. And then there's Jiang Mai. Was he possessed by Ma Jingtao? How could he act this badly? I felt that he actually improved a lot after watching The World, so I was actually really looking forward to this. I have no idea what the movie was trying to say. The guy was being a jerk just because he couldn't forget about his first love. Then he made the girl go through an abortion, and he wasn't even regretful that she almost died from the surgery. I'm really disappointed. Why would Jiang Mai take this up? Even if I'm just here for Jiang Mai, I really can't stand it anymore. Jiang Mai stayed silent amongst all the complaints, looking really terrible now. Ning Xi did not say anything. She just patted him on the shoulder. As the movie was about to end, the spectators' rage reached their peak as well. Trash. Give me back my money. I thought Su Yimo's Star Ocean was bad enough with her cold, expressionless face, but this one has broken a new record. I think the script has a problem. Nothing made sense. The male protagonist was just being a jerk the whole time. The movie will probably have a sad ending. 1-star rating, that's it. In the movie, the female protagonist had just given up and left. The male lead was drunk, and he stumbled on a grave. As cliché as it went, everyone knew that the rain was coming. As expected, rain started to fall from the gray sky as the male lead knelt before the grave, and the scene changed into a flashback. Ning Xi sat up straight. After waiting for so long, she could finally see the few pathetic minutes that she was on screen. In the hospital room, the male lead's first love was beyond help. The girl had a white dress on, and she was leaning into the male lead's chest, her long black hair draping her pale, little face. Yet she had a bright smile. Her eyes were so clear, as if an angel had graced earth. Extreme beauty within an extremely weak body, forming a strong contrast between goodness and cruelty. When the screen shifted to the girl's face, everyone's breath was taken away by the sudden beauty. The male lead's first love had been mentioned in conversations and not seen throughout the movie, so his character's melancholy was not exactly relatable. It was only until this scene played that people started to understand why the male lead was unable to move forward after so many years. No matter who it was, no man would probably be able to fall in love again after meeting a woman like this. In the end, as the girl closed her eyes for the last time, all that was left on her face was a smile and her immeasurable love for the guy. She was indeed a beauty that was out of this world. Chapter 867. Can you not be lovey-dovey for once? In the scene, Jiang Mai was crying while holding the girl in his arms. There were no lines, no other sound, but it was impactful. The poignancy of the scene felt as if the whole world has fallen into despair, and there was not a dry eye in the cinema. The ending of the movie was a scene many years later when the male and female lead met each other on the street. The credits rolled, leaving an open ending. However, Most people did not notice the ending scene because they were still trapped in the scene where Jiang Mai had cried as the emotional pull was so strong. Okay, I take it back. I don't need the money back. The scene where Jiang Mai cried is worth it. That was so sad. As expected, it's not Mai's problem. His acting skills are still on point. The thing is that the first love is really gorgeous. She's like my dream lover, the type who's every man's true love. Now, I can finally understand what this movie is about. Every man will surely meet one or two women like that, and that unforgettable experience will stay with them forever. After they left the cinema, Jiang Mai was still silent. What do you think about the movie? Jiang Mai suddenly asked after a while. Ning Xi touched her chin. Do you want to hear the truth? On second thought, never mind. Jiang Mai replied, frustrated. Ning Xi was speechless by his ever-changing attitude. This movie was made to earn money. You know that yourself. So it's not your fault that it's made this way. You're just unlucky as Chun Mian was not in his best state when creating this. You're not exactly too shabby yourself. I know, I don't have to care so much as long as I get paid. No matter how crappy I did, my fans would still watch it. As Jiang Mai continued, his expression darkened. I've always thought it that way, but recently I felt that it's just very lame. I feel like punching you. You don't have to do much, yet you've achieved what people could never have done in their lifetime, earning tens of millions for one movie and fans that support you no matter how badly you do. So be grateful. You're different from I am. My career is actually acting, so be happy. Ning Xi did not bother to try to convince him to treat acting more seriously. Everyone had their own lifestyle preference, and there was no point forcing him. Jiang Mai looked dreadful. There's no point to earn that much money. So what if many people like me? There's no point at all. The person I like does not like me back. Who should I spend all that money on? Please. I'm not on your level of treating money as useless trash. I have to go back and work on my proposals to earn more money. Get lost. Can you not be lovey-dovey for once? What did I say to make you think that? Every word you say. You're crazy, Jiang Mai. Oh, my dearest boss went out station and hasn't returned yet. I miss him. This is being lovey-dovey, all right? Finally, she got away from Jiang Mai, who seemed to be suffering from menopause, and returned home. She realized that the lights were on. Then she saw Tingxiao working on his laptop on the sofa. Chapter 868. Do you have honey on your mouth? Ning Xi was surprised to see him. She threw her bags aside and went straight to him. Boss, you're back. Tingxiao put his laptop on the table and carefully pulled her onto his lap. I brought you some gifts. I don't need any. You're my best gift. Tingxiao smiled. Do you have honey on your mouth? Want to have a taste? Tingxiao's eyes looked away. I remember. Your leg is not completely healed. Ning Xi was suddenly nervous. And no, there's still a scar. Look, Tingxiao squinted at her. Did you use the ointment I gave you before? I've been using it every day. My body usually doesn't scar for too long. Don't worry. Did you go for a movie? Tingxiao asked. Wow. How did you know? Ning Xi was surprised again. Tingxiao glanced over at one of her bags she had tossed aside. It was a small gift from the premiere with the name of the movie printed on it. Ah, yes. With who? Jiang Mai. Ning Xi felt that it was best not to lie to the devil. It was totally for working purposes. I played a small role in his film. What character? Why did the devil always ask such key questions? Ning Xi hesitated. His first love. Before Tingxiao could say anything, Ning Xi quickly continued. I was only on screen for a few minutes. Our ending lasted only a few minutes in this movie, and it was absolutely terrible. Although Ning Xi felt her explanation was childish, it was useful. Tingxiao's expression softened. Oh, have you visited Little Treasure? Ning Xi asked. I came over right after I landed. Are you really his father? Ning Xi clarified. Little Treasure didn't say anything after that incident at the dinner that day. Tingxiao looked at her solemnly. Powerful skills usually need cool down time. Ning Xi laughed. Boss, you even know about this. Do you play games as well? This analogy was too fitting. A little. Actually, to establish a common language with her, he had been learning about technical gaming terms that were frequently used online. The next morning, Ning Xi woke up early and checked all the documents she had prepared before she changed into a smart outfit. Then, she went to the main branch of SF Company, one of her biggest potential clients. SF was a retailer that focused on high-class luxury items, and it was a very well-known brand. In fact, many designers had become popular through SF. Ning Xi had scheduled a meeting with them half a month ago. During this few weeks, she researched and studied negotiation-related skills, and she even spent a few sleepless nights on her proposal. Hello, I'm the person behind Spirit Studio, Ning Xi. I've scheduled a meeting with CEO Wang today. Chapter 869. Was that not a military compound? Spirit Studio? Did you make a booking? The secretary frowned at Ning Xi. Yes. Wait, let me check. The secretary flipped through the schedule, running her fingernail down the page. Oh, there's a note down here, but CEO Wang is not here at the moment. He's gone outstation. What? Outstation? Ning Xi's expression changed. Could he not have at least notified her even if it was an emergency? She had even declined an event invitation from Ning Xi for this. The secretary showed no sign of apology and continued to work on her own stuff. Please come again next time. Then, when will be the next available time? When will CEO Wang be back? Ning. She asked again. I'm not sure, just wait for a notice. Despite such a long period of preparation, she had to make another appointment again. She did not expect it to go smoothly, but the fact that she could not even meet up made her feel defeated. Oh well, she could only wait. As Ning Xi sat by the seaside watching the waves, she felt slightly better. Just when she was prepared to go back, she saw an old man standing by the railing. He had a walking stick and white hair, but his pose looked firmly grounded. The old man was looking at the sea and seemed to be worrying about something. Ning Xi felt a somewhat special aura coming from him. Then she continued walking. Suddenly, an old-school ringtone rang. The old man picked up the phone and his expression changed. He looked like he was in pain. Then he collapsed on the floor. Ning Xi immediately reacted by rushing up to him and holding him. Sir, what's wrong? The old man was clasping his chest, and his face was turning purple. Clearly, he was having difficulty breathing. It seemed like he was having a heart attack. As Ning Xi was about to ask him if he brought any medication with him, she saw a white little bottle rolling away from the old man's shaky hand and falling into the water. Before her brain could process it, Ning Xi jumped into the water and grabbed it before it could sink deeper. Ning Xi quickly opened the bottle after she got onto land. How many? Fortunately, the old man was still conscious and he mouthed, 3. Ning Xi fed him the medicine and did some emergency relief procedure on him. After a while, the old man recovered to breathe regularly. Ning Xi was wet from the sea and her sweat. She sighed in relief as the old man recovered. Sir, I'll get you to the hospital. No. The old man was stuttering, but he was firm. Young lady, please send me to 7 Chong and Street. You really don't want to go to the hospital? But it's okay. I know what's happening with my body. Young lady, please, quickly. Ning Xi realized the old man was really determined about his decision, and it seemed like an urgent request, so she got her car and sped him to the address he had mentioned. As they were about to reach the destination, Ning Xi was confused. Chong and Street. Was that not a military compound? Chapter 870. Damn it, who tripped me? As expected, Ning Xi was stopped by a soldier when she reached the entrance. Please show your permit pass. Ning Xi turned around to the old man. Sir. The old man slowly opened his mouth to croak. Let her in. The soldier seemed to be shocked when he realized who was at the back. Then he replied in a clear and loud, Yes, sir, before opening the gate. Ning Xi was not familiar with the place, so she followed the old man's shaky finger directions to an ancient-looking house. Upon arriving, she helped the old man to get down. She could feel that the old man was still very weak, and he probably could not even stand. Without her help, something had probably happened at home, and he insisted to come back. As she was helping him up the stairs, there was a terrifying gunshot sound coming from inside the house. Ning Xi was shocked and her face became ashen, but she was more worried about the old man. She was afraid that his heart condition might worsen. The old man quickened his steps and opened the door. The next moment, Ning Xi saw a teenage boy who was about 18 years old shivering on the floor in the living room with a girl holding him in her arms and shrieking, Father, are you crazy? Just a few steps away, there was a middle-aged man with a gun in his hand, and he was furiously looking at the young man in the girl's arms. With his angry expression, he might really kill the teenager. Ning Xi took a double reel when she saw them. Zhuang Qir, Zhuang Liaoyuan. Then, this old man was. Ning Xi turned towards the elder, who yelled out loudly, Bastard! Put the gun down. Grandfather, Grandfather, save me. My father's going to kill me. The teenager crawled over and clung to the elder's foot. Ning Xi thought he was going to protect his grandson, but then the elder kicked the teenager hard. Trash. What did you promise me the last time? It was just a month ago that you promised me, and now you have attacked someone and put him in the ICU all because of a woman. Our Zhuang family name is all ruined by you. It's not my fault. That bastard was trying to steal my girl. I was just trying to reason. Shut up. Always about women. The elder hit the teenager's back with his walking stick. Get me the punishment tool. The teenager crawled back to Zhuang Qier. Sis, save me. I know it's my fault. I really get it now. I'm really hurt. My legs are broken. Why do all of you always scold me? Zhuang Qier was really nervous as she pleaded. Grandfather, Rongguang is really weak. He almost died from your whipping last time. You can't hit him anymore. Bullets or whipping? Pick one. Zhuang Liaoyuan's eyes blazed like the king of hell as he demanded expressionlessly. Zhuang Rongguang looked at his grandfather, then at his father. He clenched his teeth and tried to scurry away. Zhuang Liaoyuan could not react soon enough and yelled at him. The next moment, Zhuang Rongguang fell. Damn it! Who tripped me? Ning Xi withdrew her drenched leg and wrung out her pants apologetically. Sorry, my legs are a little too long. Chapter 871. Her shooting is even better. Ning Xi stayed outside the entrance out of courtesy. It was only now that Zhuang Qier and Zhuang Liaoyuan noticed her. She was dressed in a female outfit now, so they did not recognize her, and Zhuang Liaoyuan was surprised when he saw her. As Zhuang Zongren saw Ning Xi, he was regretful for having forgotten all about her. Here, quickly get this lady upstairs for a warm shower and get her a change of clothes. I suffered a heart attack just now by the sea and my medicine fell into the sea. She bravely jumped in and picked it up for me, even sending me all the way back here. He then glared at Zhuang Rongguang, who was still on the floor. If it wasn't for her, I might not even be here alive. Zhuang Qier was full of gratitude. I see. I'm really grateful. Thank you. Quickly follow me upstairs for a shower. Ning Xi replied. It's all right. I can go back and change. You might catch a cold. Your wet clothes have to be changed now. It's my fault. I only remembered to teach this brat a lesson and forgot her clothes are still wet, Zhuang Zongren said guiltily. Your health is important. Follow Qier, Zhuang Liaoyuan instructed in a serious tone. Since he said so, Ning Xi did not reject, and she nodded. Excuse me. As Ning Xi was talking to them, the teenager tried to run again, but Zhuang Liaoyuan already had summoned some men over. Two soldiers in uniform grabbed Zhuang Rongguang by his arms. As he passed Ning Xi, Zhuang Rongguang glared at her. You witch. Before he could finish, Zhuang Liaoyuan slapped him. Nonsense. Zhuang Liaoyuan in rage mode was really scary. He probably would really have killed him if Zhuang Zongren had not gotten back in time. Zhuang Rongguang remained silent and was brought inside. Sorry for that. Zhuang Liaoyuan's expression softened as he turned to Ning Xi. It's all right. Ning Xi quickly followed Zhuang Qier upstairs. Zhuang Zongren was looking at Ning Xi. He gripped his walking stick and sighed with a little envy in his eyes. I wonder what family could have brought up such a good child. Zhuang Liaoyuan looked at his father and stayed silent. This lady has good reflexes. When she jumped into the water to save the medicine for me, she took less than 5 seconds. Zhuang Zongren was impressed. Her shooting is even better. Zhuang Liaoyuan nodded. Do you know her? Zhuang Zongren asked. I've seen her a few times. She's Lu Tingxiao's girlfriend. No wonder you told Jingxi to stop considering marriage to Lu Tingxiao after you came back the last time. Upstairs, Zhuang Qier brought Ning Xi to her room. Take a shower quickly. I'll get you some clothes. All right, thank you. You're welcome. We should be thanking you instead. Ning Xi went into the bathroom, removed her wet clothes, and took a shower. When she came out in a shower robe, Zhuang Qier had already prepared her a clean set of clothes. There was even a bowl of ginger soup to warm her up. She was really a caring girl. Chapter 872. Accidental Heart Stealing. Zhuang Qier was a little stunned when she saw Ning Xi, who had just come out of the shower. Ning Xi was dressed in pajamas, her naturally curly black hair still a little damp, and her fair skin glowing pink. It was enough to make Zhuang Qier's heart race. Zhuang Qier returned to her senses and said, Well, we should be about the same brasses, so I brought you mine. They are new, and I've not worn them before. The same goes for the clothes as. Well, here's some ginger soup. Have some. Okay. Ning Xi changed and held the bowl of hot ginger soup in her hands, feeling very comfortable. She did not feel like moving at all. Zhuang Qir's room was very comfortable to look at, consisting mainly of a warm, yellow with lacy sheets and a plush mattress. The way she dressed was very ladylike. She brought Ning Xi a pink dress and a brown knee-length coat, both of which were made of really warm materials. Zhuang Qir smiled when she saw Ning Xi curled up like a cat. Feeling better? Ning Xi nodded. My name is Zhuang Qir, but you can just call me Qir. I still don't know what your name is. Zhuang Qir peered at her curiously. Ning Xi noticed that the way she looked at her was rather odd, and she was afraid that her male disguise had been found out. So she mumbled, I'm Ning Xi. Zhuang Qir jumped as if she was expecting this answer. It's really you, the actress who acted as Meng Chang'e. Yes. So, she just recognized her as Ning Xi the actress. Phew. I forcefully dragged my father to watch the movie with me. He usually only watches anti-Japanese war movies, and he was really against it at first, but afterwards he really liked your character in the movie. Thank you. May I have your signature? Zhuang Qir started to scramble for her notebook. When Ning Xi saw Zhuang Qir at Lu Jingli's party the last time, she gave off a cold vibe. Who would have expected that she could be this friendly? Zhuang Qir brought her a pink notebook and pen. Ning Xi could not reject her bright smile and signed it for her. As she was returning the notebook back to her, a photo suddenly dropped out. Ning Xi picked it up and wanted to give it back to Zhuang Qir, but then she was shocked when she caught a glimpse of it. What even? The person in the picture. Was it not her? And it was her in a male outfit. When she looked closely at the background in her outfit, it seemed like what she wore on the day of Lu Jingli's party, and from the angle it was taken, it was likely a candid shot. Give it back. Zhuang Qir took it back embarrassed, and she looked really nervous. Ning Xi had no words to describe her feelings right now. She remembered her conversation with Zhuang Qir the last time. I know it's not my place to ask, but is it true that you and Lu Tingxiao have that kind of relationship? So what if it's true or fake? If it's true, I'll give up. I'm really confident in getting Lu Tingxiao, but because of you, I'd give up. I won't be your opponent. So, Ning Xi in her male disguise had accidentally stole Zhuang Qir's heart? Chapter 873. Sometimes, I'm impressed by myself. Ning Xi asked hesitantly. The guy in the picture is your? Zhuang Qir's eyes were sparkling as she said proudly, he's my idol. Isn't he the coolest? Yeah, he looks pretty cool. Ning Xi forced a laugh. Too bad. No matter how cool he is, he already has a boyfriend. Ning Xi started coughing. Zhuang Qir looked at Ning Xi then sighed. I wonder, why do all the cool guys nowadays have boyfriends? Ning Xi was speechless. Do you know who my idol's boyfriend is? Zhuang Qir asked secretively. Ning Xi shook her head innocently. I don't know who. It's one of my blind dates from before. Such a coincidence. Ning Xi gave her a surprised expression. Zhuang Qir held her chin and mumbled. My father introduced me to a few people, all of whom are in the military. My dad's from the military, my grandfather's from the military, so are my great-grandfather and great-grandmother. I don't want to be with a person from the military as well. Can you understand where I'm coming from? Ning Xi nodded. Afterwards, my mother finally arranged for me to meet a person who's not from the military, and I was actually quite interested in him, but he wasn't. He didn't even come to see me willingly, but that's a good challenge, right? One time, his brother organized a party, so I wanted to give myself an opportunity to bond with him. I attended the party, and that's where I met my idol. I accidentally sprained my ankle and almost fell into the pool. Can you imagine that people were waiting for me to embarrass myself? I felt so ashamed, and at that moment, he appeared. You have no idea how cool he was. Zhuang Qir shook Ning Xi's arm excitedly as she spoke. Ning Xi remained silent. I know. Sometimes, I'm impressed by my coolness as well. Zhuang Qir blushed a little. She was totally in her fangirl mode. And he's really gentle and caring. He saw that I'd sprained my ankle, so he massaged some ointment on them. Right there and then, I fell in love, and I swore to myself that I'll marry no one other than him. Then, I realized that he's in a relationship with my blind date. He likes men. Sorry, I got a little too excited. Zhuang Qir finally noticed that she was not her usual self. Then she quickly released Ning Xi's arms and sat back in her ladle-like posture. It's all right, Ning Xi replied while rubbing her nose in guilt. Zhuang Qir looked at Ning Xi embarrassedly. I'm not really that likable. I don't always have many friends around me, and I don't really have someone to talk to about these things for some reason. I feel that you're really friendly, and I even have this feeling that we've met somewhere before, so I just rattled on to you. Ning Xi gently looked at the girl and smiled. That's not true, Miss Zhuang. You're very cute. She was from a renowned military family, so it was normal for her personality to be a little cold and always acting upright. She had to be her perfect self in front of everyone, which might be interpreted as being unfriendly. Chapter 874, She's My Type. But Ning Xi felt that every girl had a cute side of her own. It was just whether one could discover it or if she was willing to show you that side of her. As she saw Ning Xi smile when she praised her, Zhuang Qir's heart raced a little. Oh really? Of course. Miss Zhuang, you're what? Zhuang Qir tilted her head in curiosity. Nothing. Ning Xi quickly shook her head. She had almost said, you're my type. She looked cold and strong on the outside, but was gentle and caring on the inside, the typical proud and shy type. One of her favorite types of girls. Oh, are you acting in anything recently? I'm keen to watch. Zhuang Qir piped up. Recently? I've only played a small role in our 18-year-old for a few minutes. Nothing else for now. But my new movie has been decided, and if nothing goes wrong, it should start filming soon. Afterwards, they talked for a long time until someone knocked on the door. Zhuang Qir opened the door and greeted, Father. Done with the changing? All done. Pardon my intrusion, Mr. Zhuang. Ning Xi stood up to thank him. As Ning Xi was preparing to leave, Zhuang Liaoyuan suddenly spoke to her. If you aren't busy tonight, why don't you join us for dinner? It'd be too troublesome. Ning Xi tried to decline. Not troublesome. There's no trouble at all. You've helped us a great deal. We have to treat you nicely. Please join us. And I have so much to talk to you about. Zhuang Qir was clinging onto her arm closely as she looked at Ning Xi nervously. It was difficult for her to make a friend, and she did not want her to leave so soon. Well, if you don't stay, we'd be really embarrassed. Ning Xi could not bring herself to decline a girl's request, so in the end, she agreed. Okay then. Suddenly, Ning Xi's phone rang. It was Tingxiao. Sorry, I've got to get this. Ning Xi went to the balcony to answer. Hello. Are you done with work already? Want to have dinner together? Probably not tonight. As they were talking on phone, there was a loud yell from downstairs. Open the door. Let me out. I'm not a criminal. Why are you putting me under house arrest? Where are you? Of course, Tingxiao heard the hollering as well. Ning Xi sighed as Zhuang Rongguang continued yelling downstairs. She explained to Tingxiao, It's a long story. Didn't I tell you that I'm meeting a client this morning? In the end, the client went out station. So I left. When I passed by the seaside, I saw an old man having a heart attack. Then, Ning Xi did not tell Tingxiao that she had jumped into the water to get the medicine, so she lied. I helped him to get his medicine, then made sure he had it. Afterward, I sent him back to his place. Now, they want to thank me and treat me to dinner. What's so great about being a general? Being a general means you can simply fire shots at people and put people under house arrest. This is a democratic society. I want my rights to freedom. Even as my father, you don't have the right. Zhuang Rongguang's yelling continued. Chapter 875. Could I have eaten her up? As he heard the loud yelling, he caught the word general, then he remembered the useless son from the Zhuang family. Tingxiao asked in surprise. The person you rescued was Zhuang Zongren? Ning Xi scratched her head. Yes, I only realized it after I sent him home and saw Zhuang Qir and Zhuang Liaoyuan. It seems like Zhuang Rongguang made a mess again, and the elder heard about it from a phone call, which then caused him to have a heart attack. I was about to leave right away, but they insisted. I'll go and get you tonight. Huh? It's all right, I drove here. Do you think I can leave you alone at Zhuang Liaoyuan's place? Tingxiao's voice sounded cold. She remembered that Zhuang Liaoyuan had mentioned introducing guys to her. Did the devil always hold grudges? Dinner soon started. The table was a lavish spread of traditional Chinese dishes, but there was only Zhuang Zongren, Zhuang Liaoyuan, and Zhuang Qir. I've asked Ani Zhang to make a few more dishes. I hope you like them. Zhuang Zongren kindly told her. They taste great. Ning Xi replied. Then, eat more. You're way too skinny. Zhuang Zongren said. Grandfather, she's an actress, and she's got to be careful about her diet. Zhuang Qir interrupted. How can that be? It's bad for her health. Zhuang Zongren said, unsatisfied. Ning Xi quickly butted in. It's all right. I don't stay on a diet and I just eat normally. I exercise quite a lot. That's right. Nothing's more important than keeping a body healthy. I'm hungry. Really hungry. I want to eat. I want to eat. Can anyone hear me? Are you guys starving me to death? Am I really your son? Another round of yelling came from the room. Ning Xi coughed lightly, feeling a little awkward. Zhuang Zhongren did not bat an eye as he put some vegetables into Ning Xi's bowl. Just ignore him. Zhuang Qier probably felt he was really overdoing it this time, so she ignored him as well. Zhuang Liaoyuan pinched the space between his eyebrows and looked a little embarrassed. Sorry to let you see this. I can tame even the wildest soldier, but I can't even teach my own son. The atmosphere went a little stale when Zhuang Rongguang was mentioned. It was their family matter, so it was not Ning Xi's place to comment. She thought carefully about what to say when she saw Zhuang Liaoyuan's defeated expression. Teaching a kid is much more different than training a soldier, especially boys. They are usually in a rebellious phase at this age. Zhuang Qier sighed. He's really too much. He's only 18, but he's already started drinking, smoking, fighting, skipping classes, and even gambling. He always picks up all the bad habits. We've tried all we can, but he just won't change. Don't talk about him anymore. Let's eat. Yes, let's eat. Try some fish, little girl Xi. It's really fresh. As the dinner was about to finish, a soldier came by and whispered to Zhuang Liaoyuan. Zhuang Liaoyuan then looked at Ning Xi, then gave the soldier some instructions. A while later, there was the sound of familiar footsteps. Ning Xi turned around to see the soldier from earlier lead a man in. It was Lu Tingxiao. Zhuang Liaoyuan looked at Lu Tingxiao and said coldly, "Why are you in such a rush? Could I have eaten her up?" Chapter 876. Lu Tingxiao, you're too much. And this is... Zhuang Zhongren looked at the man in the black suit with his sharp eyes. General Zhuang, pardon my intrusion. I'm Xiao Xi's boyfriend. Oh, the kid from the Lu family. You're here for little girl Xi. Zhuang Zhongren exclaimed. Yes. Ning Xi stood up and went to Lu Tingxiao. Elder Zhuang, Uncle Zhuang. Here, thank you for the dinner. I'll be leaving now. Zhuang Liaoyuan stayed silent. Zhuang Zhongren thought that Zhuang Liaoyuan was unhappy because Lu Tingxiao and Qier did not get together, but he did not pay much attention to it. All right then, be careful on the way back. Suddenly, the quiet Zhuang Qier suddenly stood up, her chair making a screeching sound against the floor. She shouted, Lu Tingxiao, you're too much. Upon Zhuang Qier's howl, everyone looked at her. Zhuang Zhongren looked aghast. Qier, don't be rude. Zhuang Liaoyuan frowned and had a suspicion about his daughter's irrational behavior. Even if Lu Tingxiao chose another woman, she would never act this irrationally. Zhuang Qier ran over and pulled Ning Xi to her side. Xiao Xi, don't believe him. He's lying to you. He likes men. Although she was angry, she did not want to reveal someone's secret publicly. She looked at Ning Xi worriedly. Anyway, please trust me, Xiao Xi, he's not a good man. He's cheating. What? Zhuang Zhongren and Zhuang Liaoyuan were both shocked. Lu Tingxiao was expressionless as usual, but his eyebrows were raised, and he was looking at Ning Xi. Ning Xi held her forehead and felt that her head was about to explode. Well, here, this whole thing is a misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding. I saw it myself. Xiao Xi, you have to believe me. The way Zhuang Qier looked at Lu Tingxiao was like she was looking at the worst jerk in the world. Ning Xi looked at Zhuang Zhongren, Zhuang Liaoyuan, and Lu Tingxiao. Can I have a moment with Qier alone? I have something to explain to her. She thought she could made it through without saying anything, but now she definitely had to explain the circumstances. Zhuang Qier was pleased to hear that, so she quickly brought Ning Xi up to her room. Downstairs, Lu Tingxiao raised his head as he saw Zhuang Qier pull his wife away, and he did not look very happy. Why was everyone taking his wife away from him? At that moment, Zhuang Liaoyuan looked at Lu Tingxiao with his fierce eyes trained on him. He already felt that his relationship with Guanziao was ambiguous. Did he really do something that had betrayed Xiao Xi? Upstairs, Zhuang Qier had Ning Xi sit on her bed, and she spoke to her in a serious tone. Xiao Xi, what I'm going to tell you might be difficult for you to accept, but you have to be prepared mentally. Ning Xi rubbed her temples. What I'm about to tell you will be difficult for you to accept as well. I hope you can be mentally prepared too. Then, I'll start first. All right, go on. Ning Xi was having trouble thinking how to tell her that her idol was a woman in a way that would cause the least damage. Chapter 877. Feeling like she was being caught cheating. Xiao Shi, I don't know what Tingxiao told you, but he's not genuine towards you. Zhuang Qier took a deep breath and said, Tingxiao doesn't like women, he likes men, and he already has a boyfriend. His boyfriend was the idol I mentioned to you about. He's just using you to cover up his real sexual orientation. I know this sounds ridiculous, but you have to believe me, because… Ning Xi interrupted her. Tingxiao's boyfriend is me. Because I saw them with my own eyes. What did you say? Zhuang Qier looked at her in confusion. I said, Qier, I'm the man at the party that night. What are you saying? Zhuang Qier had no idea what she was talking about. Ning Xi rephrased and then explained. On the party that day, the man with the surname Tang was me. Lu Jingli invited me over, but I had to bring Tingxiao's son as well. So to avoid any misunderstanding, I went there in a male outfit. In the end, something unexpected happened, and people misunderstood my relationship with Tingxiao. Hold on, you're saying you're Mr. Tang? You cross-dressed? Zhuang Qier tried to reorganize her thoughts. Yes. Zhuang Qier scoffed. Xiao Shi, you've really charmed by Tingxiao. I know you want to defend him, but rest assured that I've never told anyone. I really don't want you to be cheated, so I'm telling you about it. You can never be Mr. Tang. I've seen him. Qier, I'm really him. Ning Xi almost collapsed out of exasperation. She had no place to change into a male outfit now, so how could she explain this mess? Zhuang Qier sighed as she regarded the long-haired Ning Xi in her pink dress as a damsel in distress who had lost her mind for love. Xiao Shi, don't be stubborn. You're so beautiful and amazing, so why love someone who's not serious about you? I'm not discriminating against homosexuality, but using a woman to hide his own sexual orientation is too much. All right, Qier, you said Tingxiao likes men and already has a boyfriend. If you can call that man out and let me talk to him, then I'll believe you. Ning Xi realized that no amount of convincing would change Zhuang Qier's mind. She looked at her straight in the eye. Zhuang Qier frowned a little. Well, I don't have his contact. Ning Xi nodded. Good, you can't call him out? But I can. What? The next moment, Ning Xi pushed her over, and Zhuang Qier was lying on the bed with Ning Xi on top of her. Xiao Shiyu. While Ning Xi was still in her dress, her facial expression and her aura totally changed. Ning Xi used an arm to support her weight while being on top of Qier. Her face had lost the gentleness she had when she was talking to Zhuang Qier just now. It was full of her wildness at the moment as she whispered, Now who am I? Ning Xi's exterior outlook was still a woman, but through her eyes, Zhuang Qier could see the image of the man who had charmed her. Yuyer. Someone knocked on the door and came in. Ning. Tingxiao saw the both of them on bed, and he stood frozen there. Chapter 878. My devil sure is impressive. Zhuang Qier and Ning Xi both looked at the door at the same time, and they saw Tingxiao's face of disbelief. Ning Xi covered her face guiltily. Why did she feel like she was being caught cheating? As if the magical effect just disappeared, Ning Xi switched back from her wild wolf mode into her white bunny mode, and she quickly went to Tingxiao. Tingxiao, why are you here? Tingxiao thought it was difficult for her to explain, so he decided to tell Zhuang Qier personally, but it looked like it was unnecessary. You're really him? Zhuang Qier stood up and felt that she was still in a dream. She was still excited from the moment her idolo had pushed her down onto the bed, and the last sentence still lingered in her mind. Her heart was racing fast. It was a girl right in front of her. How could it be? Impossible. Seeing Zhuang Qier glance towards Ning Xi, Tingxiao pulled Ning Xi behind him. Since the misunderstanding is cleared, we'll be leaving now. He then brought Ning Xi downstairs without any hesitation. Zhuang Qier was not able to stop him from doing so. The idol she had been longing to meet had finally appeared before her, yet the very same idol was brought away by another man. Outside the house, Ning Xi turned towards the direction of her car. Hold on, Tingxiao. I drove my car here. I'll have the driver drive it back. Oh. In the car, Tingxiao remained silent with his lips shut tight, obviously angry, and really angry at that. Ning Xi was having a headache. Why did it really feel like she had actually been caught cheating? Hey, are you angry? Tingxiao did not say anything. Well, you can't blame me. I was just trying to clear your name. If you didn't kiss me in public that night, would Zhuang Qier have misunderstood us? I'm trying to help you, all right? If not, people would really think that you like men and have been cheating on me. Tingxiao still kept quiet. Zhuang Qi is a girl. Are you really being jealous of a girl? Ning Xi mumbled. At a red light, Ning Xi suddenly fell backwards with her seat adjusted to a reclining position. Before she realized what had happened, the man's face was hovering above her and his arms were pressed by her side, his gaze and tone oddly dangerous. Yes, even if it's a woman, it's still the same. He then kissed her lips wildly. Honk. The light had turned green and the cars at the back started honking. Ning Xi pushed the man away and tried to get up. Hey, it's turned green. Who was the one who told me to not try anything funny when driving? Still leaning over her, Tingxiao lowered his foot on the accelerator gently, then continued kissing. The car moved on its own. Seeing the view outside whizzing past, Ning Xi was surprised. Did this car have automatic driving? Could he have installed this after what happened the last time? My devil sure is impressive. Chapter 879. Do you hate me? When they reached home, Ning Xi's cheeks were puffed up and judging from her pout, she was obviously unhappy. Tingxiao's eyes fell on the faint mark on the girl's fair neck that was a result of his loss of control earlier. Unhappy, Ning Xi instantly nodded vigorously. Who would be jealous of a woman anyway? One day, if you saw me and another man in such a position, would you feel bothered? Tingxiao said plainly. You and another man in a situation similar to mine earlier. Ning Xi visualized the image in her head for a while and almost started to bleed from her nose. How could I not be bothered? When he saw the girl's excited little face, it was clear that she was not affected by jealousy. Tingxiao's eyes flashed with helplessness. You? Fine. Ning Xi looked at Tingxiao's exhausted expression and ran over to him in small steps. Angry, Tingxiao shot her a look. If I was really angry at you, do you think I would still be alive? The way he said that sounded like he would die from anger or something. She had only caused little ruckuses out of impulse once in a while and accidentally stole the hearts of girls every now and then. Shortly after Tingxiao left, Ning Xi worked for a while. As she was about to fall asleep, her phone rang. She looked at the phone display. It was Zhuang Qi. They had exchanged numbers before this. Why was she calling at this hour? Ning Xi suspiciously picked up the call. Hello, Qi. Xiaoxi, are you sleeping yet? Am I disturbing you? Zhuang Qi asked carefully. No worries, I'm not asleep yet. Oh. Zhuang Qi did not continue any further. Ning Xi could only take the initiative to say, well, whatever happened before this, I'm really sorry that I've caused you to misunderstand. Zhuang Qi replied softly. There's nothing to be sorry, Abu. You had no intention to lie to anyone anyway. On the contrary, I should thank you. Thank you for coming to my rescue that time. I have always wanted to thank you face to face. When she heard the girl's shy and nervous tone from the other end, Ning Xi rubbed her nose and quickly cleared her throat to say, It's okay. It was just a slight effort on my part. Xiaoxi, are you free tomorrow? Zhuang Qi hesitantly asked again. Tomorrow. I have to swing by the company tomorrow. My manager has something to discuss with me, and I'm not sure what time I'll finish. Is there something you need me for? Ning Xi tried to probe. It's nothing important anyway. We're now considered as friends, aren't we? You know that I don't usually have many friends, so I just wanted to ask you out for shopping and meals or something. It's okay if you are busy. Work comes first. Zhuang Qi said this with quite a bit of difficulty. When she heard the girl's obviously disappointed tone trying to be disguised as nonchalance, Ning Xi almost could not help herself, and she wanted to immediately agree to everything. At last, she tactfully said, Let's hang out when we're free. When she said this, the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent for a long while. Ning Xi frowned. Hello? Here, are you still there? Xiaoxi, do you hate me? Zhuang Qi's voice was shaking slightly. Upon hearing the voice on the other end on the verge of tears, Ning Xi was shocked, and she quickly said, Of course not. Why would you think so? Chapter 880. You're my insider. Well, after how I felt towards Tingxiao at that time, we were technically romantic rivals, but now, I really don't feel anything towards Tingxiao at all. You have to believe me. Can you not hate me? Because Zhuang Qi was too nervous about explaining herself, she was practically slurring at this point. After all, she was used to being proud and carrying her esteem well, so she had probably never spoken to anyone like this before. With such little experience, She did not know how to befriend someone. For an arrogant and pampered person to confess their inner feelings was an extremely challenging feat. At the same time, this proved that she really cared about Ning Xi. Ning Xi's heart instantly melted into a mess. Without thinking twice, she immediately said, "Here, I really don't hate you. In fact, I really like you and I want to befriend you. I really do have errands to run tomorrow, and I'm not sure what time I'll finish. How about the day after tomorrow? We can go out for a meal, go shopping, and catch a movie." "Oh, really?" Zhuang Qier asked in disbelief, and she sounded pleasantly surprised. "Of course, be there or be square. That's that then." "Okay." After she hung up, Ning Xi immediately cried when she realized what she had just done and buried her head into the sheets. Damn it, why did I not keep it in? Aya. Her heart was exhausted. She had absolutely no restraint against cute girls. The next night, Ning Xi rushed to Platinum Palace the moment she was done with her errands. Time to meet the devil. Ning Xi had personally cooked a feast, and once they were done with dinner, she had fought to wash the dishes too. At night, after she had coaxed the little bun to sleep, she quickly grabbed the opportunity to cozy up to Lu Tingxiao and massage his shoulders and legs. On the sofa, Lu Tingxiao did not look at her and seemed to be focused on the document in his hands, but in actual fact, the girl knelt beside him and massaged his legs with just the right amount of force. As she massaged upwards, she would occasionally touch a few sensitive spots. Even if he used the restraint of the world, there was no way he could focus. Finally, Lu Tingxiao pinched his brows and put the document in his hands aside. His large hand held the girl's wrist and pulled her up, instantly making her sit on his lap. "Enough. Tell me, what is it?" Ning Xi sat on Lu Tingxiao's lap and blinked, then weakly said while looking at her fingers as though they were the most interesting thing in the world. Big boss, how did you know that something's up?" Lu Tingxiao shot her a look with a poker face. "You're unnecessarily eager and attentive." Ning Xi broke out in a cold sweat and tried to defend herself. "What? That's not true. I don't have any evil intentions, okay?" Lu Tingxiao's long arms surrounded the girl as he lay on the sofa relaxed. Then he asked, "What is it then?" Ning Xi struggled to choose her words carefully. Well, it's actually nothing really, just that. Well, I'm meeting up with Zhuang Qier to shop and eat tomorrow. If I remember correctly, I made an appointment with you first," Lu Tingxiao pointed out unhappily. Right. I'm sorry. I only remembered after I agreed to her too quickly, but I've already agreed after all. I really can't bring myself to go back on my words, so. Yet, you can bring yourself to do so with me. Lu Tingxiao brutally stared at her at this point. Ning Xi quickly wrapped her arms around his neck and purred against his chin like a cat. "Of course, I can do so with you. Zhuang Qier is an outsider, but you're an insider. We're much more intimate with each other." Chapter 881. Still confused about whether I like men or women. Zhuang Qier is an outsider, but you're an insider. We're much more intimate with each other. Could Lu Tingxiao say no? Lu Tingxiao stiffened his expression and tensed up his thin lips. Then he said with a cold expression, "Yes." Ning Xi instantly nipped his chin like a happy little cat and said, "I know Big Boss loves me the most." Lu Tingxiao was helpless at the sight of the girl's mischievous little face. He had already pampered her to this extent. Who could he blame? However, when he thought about how her act of unruliness like that of a spoiled child pretty much only belonged to him, he felt very satisfied. You can meet her, but you can't do anything out of line. At last, Lu Tingxiao mentioned his criteria with a serious expression. He was obviously referring to the incident of her pushing Zhuang Qier onto the bed the other day. Don't worry, I definitely won't. Actually, it's normal for girls to be close to each other, so you don't have to be so worried. There's no way I would like girls," Ning Xi said. Lu Tingxiao did not say anything. He only looked at her and maintained an obviously suspicious attitude. When she noticed Lu Tingxiao's disbelieving expression, Ning Xi squinted, then pushed the man onto the sofa. She lowered her voice to say, "Are you still confused about whether I like men or women?" Lu Tingxiao held the back of her head and kissed her hard. "I need some clarity." The next morning, Ning Xi made her way out 20 minutes earlier than the agreed meeting time based on her principle of punctuality when on a date with girls. When she was about to reach the meeting point, she received a call from Zhuang Qier. On the other end, Zhuang Qier's voice sounded nervous. Xiaoxi, are you there yet? I just reached, answered Ning Xi. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. There seems to be an accident up front, and it's really congested. I'll probably be late. I'm very sorry. No worries, I'll shop around nearby and wait for you. Don't rush, be careful on the road. Safety first, okay? Okay. After she hung up, Ning Xi started to shop around the mall. This was the largest premium outlet mall in Imperial with rows and rows of luxury brand shops. They practically had all the huge brands you could think of. On the contrary, brands that could afford the rent on an outlet, there were definitely reputable ones. Just as she was casually window shopping, a shop with a vintage style caught her eye. Ning Xi stood before the store and could not help but pause in her step. This was History's new branch. As she looked at History's shop sign, Ning Xi felt slightly rueful. Even though her studio had begun to reap profits, it was still relying on private orders. They did not have a single boutique of their own yet. With the aim of learning and observing, Ning Xi prepared to walk into shop around. Welcome to History. There was the sweet sound of greeting from inside the store. Miss, what style are you looking for? One of them had enthusiastically walked over to attend to her. Ning Xi propped up her sunglasses on her head and said, I'm just looking around. Don't bother about me. Okay, if you need anything, please feel free to call me. After all, this was prime location. History's storefront had obviously cost quite a bit. From the exterior to the interior, it oozed with luxury. To fit with the style of the apparel, the interior design was inclined towards an oriental style, using the classic screen with paintings of flowers and birds. Mahogany seats, wrought tan sofa sets, and ancient vases were as decoration, giving one the vibe of traveling back in time. Chapter 882. Pack them all up. Of course, apart from that, the most important thing was the clothes. Zhuang Qier had not arrived, and Ning Xi was so focused on studying the competitor that she lost track of time. Seeing that Ning Xi had been browsing for a long time and did not seem to have any intention of purchasing anything, some of the shop assistants were starting to become upset. When they evaluated the way Ning Xi dressed, they started to look unfriendly towards her. Excuse me, miss, it's the weekend and the peak of business in our store. There are too many customers in the store, so if you're not interested in buying anything, could you please go elsewhere and not disrupt our business? Ning Xi was just about to say something when the shop assistants gazed past her before they practically skipped towards the entrance. Miss Ing, Miss Jean, quickly come in. The two of you have come at such a good time. Some stock have just newly arrived today. You will definitely love them. Ning Xi subconsciously turned around and saw that it was Ning Xueluo's close girlfriends, Ing Fonglin and Jean Xianxian. The shop assistants knew that the two were the close friends of their boss, Ning Xueluo. Plus, they were socialites with high spending power, hence they were extraordinarily friendly. When Ing Fonglin saw Ning Xi, she instantly looked as if she had seen a fly. Xiao Chun, why are you guys receiving trashy visitors? What happened earlier? Jean Xianxian asked. The shop assistant looked towards Ning Xi and said, do you both know her? This customer has been looking around for a long time without buying anything. In fact, she was wearing Spirit's clothes. I suspect that she is intentionally nitpicking, so I just advised her to go elsewhere. Ning Xi thought her words were funny. Could she not walk into a Hermes store if she wore Chanel? However, this did reveal a message to her. It looked like History was watching Spirit rather closely, to the point of taking strict precautions, or else a shop assistant would not have such enmity towards Spirit and even recognize that her outfit was from Spirit. Ing Fonglin crossed her arms and insulted. This kind of person, who can't afford higher-end items and can only buy imitation goods, is obviously here just to nitpick. Jean Xianxian looked like she suddenly thought of something and said in an exaggerated tone, Ning Xi, where's your black card? Right, didn't you swipe it rather coolly the last time? Why don't you take it out now to continue swiping? Why? Have you been ditched? What are you guys talking about? Ning Xi, you're here too. At that moment, Ning Xueluo walked in from the outside. Miss Ning. All the shop assistants greeted Ning Xueluo when they saw her. Ing Fonglin walked over and intimately clung onto her arm. Xueluo, you're here? This woman is so annoying. She shamelessly came here to contaminate your shop. Ning Xueluo said gently. Fonglin, don't put it that way. Anyone who walks in is a guest. The motto of our service is that customers are God. Well, you should still see what kind of customers those are. You are a higher-end brand. If other customers see that you have random people here buying your brand, it would ruin the reputation of your brand. At that very moment, a firm voice was heard from behind. I want all of this to be taken away. When she heard the familiar voice, Ning Xi instinctively looked up and saw Zhuang Qier talking to a shop assistant as she pointed to the row of clothes with a cold expression. Okay, I'll help you pack them. You want all of this. The shop assistant did not think that she would suddenly close such a huge deal without a single word, and she was obviously excited. All of it, Miss Zhuang. When Ning Xi saw who it was, her eyes brightened, and she immediately ditched Ning Xi and the rest to walk up to her. I didn't think that you would like history's clothes too, Miss Zhuang. This is a huge honor. Chapter 883. All for you. Who are you? Zhuang Qier looked arrogantly at the woman who had suddenly walked over to strike up a conversation with her. Miss, this is our boss. The shop assistant beside her quickly introduced. Miss Zhuang, my surname's Ning. Here's my name card. Ning Xi extended a name card to her, then looked pointedly at the shop assistant and announced, Miss Zhuang, I'll give you all of these clothes for free. Zhuang Qier raised her brows at this sudden generosity. What are you trying to imply? Ning Xi smiled benevolently. The fact that you like history's clothes is our honor, Miss Zhuang. All these clothes would be considered a small sincerity from me. To see our clothes being worn by those who are befitting of them makes me happier than any profit. Ying Fangli and Jin Xianxian were whispering to each other. Miss Zhuang? Which Miss Zhuang is this? So many clothes. They're probably worth hundreds of thousands in total, yet Xulua is actually giving them away so casually. Her surname is Zhuang. Could it be the daughter of that General Zhuang? When Jin Xianxian thought this, she suitably walked up to strike a conversation. Miss Zhuang, it's no wonder you like history's clothes. Your charisma is classic, very suitable to wear such a style. When she thought about how she could be acquainted with the legendary family's daughter, Ying Fangli did not back down either. Yeah, especially this moonstone white. It especially suits you. There are some other new designs in the store. Would you like to try them on? Ning Xi had completely been pushed to the back. When she saw that Zhuang Qier was buying the clothes, she could not immediately leave, so she sat down on the sofa and thought of leaving with her when she was done. At that moment, the shop assistants who had tried to assist Ning Xi earlier were very angry as they saw that she still did not want to leave. Furthermore, because they had argued with her, they had lost such a huge business deal. However, at the same time, there was a VIP present, and it was not courteous to chase someone out and disrupt the customer's shopping experience, so they could only stare at her with a condescending gaze. Ning Xi was in a daze. She held her chin and looked at Zhuang Qier, posing as though she was a man waiting for his girlfriend to be done shopping. Finally, Zhuang Qier was all wrapped up with shopping. Miss Zhuang, I've packed up all of your clothes. The shop assistants arranged a variety of big and small bags of apparels. Okay. Zhuang Qier nodded. Ning Xi looked at the clothes, then considerately offered. It seems a little heavy, Miss Zhuang. I'll get my people send it to your residence later on, all right? No need for that. Zhuang Qier immediately rejected. Also, thank you for your well intentions, but I won't accept a reward if I don't deserve it, so there's no need to give them to me for free. Ning Xi's initial intention was to be acquainted with Zhuang Qier, and she had achieved that by chatting with her earlier. She knew that Zhuang Qier would not easily accept someone else's gift, so she did not insist on it, and asked the shop assistants to give a discount instead. Please come to visit us again. If there's a latest design the next time, I'll have the shop assistants reserve some for you. Ning Xi was prepared to send her out when she saw Zhuang Qier did not walk towards the entrance after settling her bill. Instead, she walked towards the direction behind her. Xiao Shi, done shopping. Ning Xi looked up and smiled to ask. Zhuang Qier nodded. Then she suddenly handed all the bags towards Ning Xi. Here for you. Ah. Ning Xi was stunned. For me? Zhuang Qier pursed her lips shyly. Her eyes were as clear as day, and they revealed a gaze like that of a child anticipating praise. All for you. You like this brand's apparels, don't you? Chapter 884, Love for. Someone extends to even crows on their roof. When Zhuang Qier was outside earlier, she had seen through the display shelves that Ning Xi was paying a lot of attention towards the clothes. Then when she walked in, She had coincidentally witnessed the scene of her being mocked and ridiculed by the shop assistants and those women, so she could not help but buy those clothes, wanting to give them to her. When Ning Xi saw the girl's sincere expression of wanting to make her happy and backing her up, she felt her heart about to melt. How could someone be this cute? However, at that moment when they saw this, Ying Fonglin and Jin Xianxian were looking at each other, while all the other shop assistants were completely dumbfounded. They never would have thought that the honored guest that had received such a courteous treatment from their boss would actually know this customer who could not afford anything and did not want to leave. In fact, they were obviously very close. The most awkward thing was that they had all thought that Miss Zhuang loved the clothes in their shop. They even complimented her charisma and her eye for fashion. At last, she did not even like the clothes in their shop, but had only bought them to give them away. The person who was most shocked had to be Ning Xi. Since when had Ning Xi gotten acquainted with someone like Zhuang Qi? When she knew Zhuang Lingyu's family background, she had long wanted to thread the connection with the Zhuang family. In fact, she thought that Zhuang Qi, who was the same age as her, would be the best person to do this. Sadly, the two of their identities were still too distant, so it was too hard to find a suitable opportunity to befriend her. Today, she had unexpectedly bumped into Zhuang Qi visiting her own store. It was an extremely good opportunity from the gods. Who would have known that it would have turned out this way? Turning around to hit her on the head. Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Zhuang Qi was actually rather attentive and sensitive. She felt like she had detected something and asked worriedly, Did I misunderstand? Do you not like this brand's clothes? Ning Xi did not want to lie to her, so she nodded and just said, Indeed I don't. When she heard this, Ning Xi almost gritted her teeth into powder. Damn it, this witch was doing this on purpose. How dare she slander history in front of Zhuang Qi? Why was she so stubborn? If she did not like them, why had she come and looked around for so long? If Ning Xi's words had been more tactful, she could still try to cover up and then use this opportunity to befriend Zhuang Qi. Then she would not mind giving Ning Xi as many clothes as she wanted. In the end, this witch Ning Xi had unexpectedly said this instead. This witch thinks that she had struck her sensitive spot, but did she not know that such a harsh rejection was practically ridding Zhuang Qi of her face before so many people? 4. An arrogant lady such as Zhuang Qi, even if she was close to you, how could she tolerate Ning Xi's wanton and rude action? Is that so? I thought you liked them. The sparkle in Zhuang Qi's eyes dimmed quite a bit. When Ning Xi saw the helpless girl, her eyes were filled with closeness and sincere liking. She slowly said, Well, I initially didn't like them, but what? Zhuang Qi looked nervous. Ning Xi took over one of the bags from Zhuang Qi, then naturally held out her hand and turned towards her, revealing a loving smile to say, But love for a person extends even to the crows on their roof. Chapter 885, Pampered. The instant that low and husky voice uttered, Love for a person extends even to the crows on their roof, Zhuang Qi's entire heart felt like it had been engulfed by the warm sea. All her initial nervousness and insecurities dissipated as if she had been consoled by a gentle hand, softly patting her head. Since she was a child, her father had educated her and her brother military style. Even her mother's expectations of her were extremely high as well. She had never experienced this feeling of being pampered by someone's hand. Zhuang Qi looked at her hand in Ning Xi's and felt the entirety of the girl's tender and warm hand. Suddenly, she tossed all the bags of clothes onto the sofa, then pulled away the bags in Ning Xi's hands too. She held Ning Xi's arm and uttered happily, Since you don't like them, then we won't have it. Let's go shop wherever you like. Zhuang Qi chirped as she happily pulled Ning Xi away from the shop. They could not bear to look on as the clothes that had been highly praised by Ning Xi, Ying Fonglin, Jin Xianxian, and the other shop assistants were casually tossed aside in the store. Boss? At that moment, one of the shop assistants reacted in horror and looked awkwardly at the pile of clothes. Ning Xi suppressed the emotions within her and calmed herself down. Refund all of Miss Zhuang's money from the transaction earlier. The shop assistant nodded. Okay. Ying Fengli looked in bewilderment towards the direction that Ning Xi and Zhuang Qi had left. Xiaolua, what's going on? Why is Zhuang Qi so nice to that bumpkin Ning Xi? Jin Xianxian pouted. Who knows what black magic that witch has used? Ying Fenglin scoffed. Think about what kind of family the Zhuangs are. She can't just get acquainted easily. If the two generals find out that Zhuang Qi is being badly influenced, she would really get it. When she heard this comment, Ning Xi's eyes suddenly lit up. If she planned well, perhaps this could be a good opportunity for her to thoroughly resolve all of her problems. Or else, if she really let Ning Xi foster good relationships with the Zhuang family, things would be difficult for her. Zhuang Qi was having a good time shopping with Ning Xi when her phone beeped. It was a message from the bank, informing her that the money she had paid to History earlier had been refunded. What is it? Nothing. That shop earlier returned the money to me. She knew very well what Ning Xi's intentions were. There were too many people like her, and she did not pay any mind to her. However, there was one thing that bothered her. Zhuang Qi suddenly thought of something and looked at Ning Xi to ask hesitantly, Xiaoxi, do you have some past grudges with those people earlier? Do you need help? When she saw Zhuang Qi's caring demeanor, Ning Xi felt her heart warm. No worries, they're just unimportant people. If you need anything, you must let me know. Okay. Oh, Xiaoxi, the outfit on you is really, really nice. What brand is it? I heard them say it's called Spirit or something. Do you like their outfits? Zhuang Qi's eyes were sparkling, revealing her intentions of wanting to buy everything for her. Ning Xi laughed slightly. It's Spirit, and their style is close to History's. That's why they're considered competitors, but this brand has only just started. It has not reached History's level of influence. Chapter 886. Want to play? That doesn't matter. Most importantly, you like it. Let's go shop there. Zhuang Qi enthusiastically said. There's no need to buy, said Ning Xi. Why? Actually, you don't have to worry too much. You saved my grandfather, so my family and I are very grateful to you. However, to just give you money would be too disrespectful, so I'm just doing my best to help you. Ning Xi gently looked at her. I understand where you're coming from, and I've said before that it was only a slight effort, so you really don't have to do so much for me. I'd actually feel really pressured if you keep treating me like a savior. I only want to befriend you because I think I'm quite happy being with you, and we get along quite well. Me too, me too. Zhuang Qi nodded gleefully. So, just treat this as a present from a friend. Ning Xi laughed. There's really no need. Spirit is my brand. Really? Zhuang Qi was surprised. Ning Xi and Zhuang Qi chatted and shopped as though they had endless things to talk about. Without realizing it, evening had arrived, and the two found a place to stop for dinner. Zhuang Qi's eyes were filled with yearning as she listened to Ning Xi's interesting stories from her time abroad, as well as the ingenious opportunities when building Spirit Studio. Xiaoxi, I'm so jealous of you. You can live so freely, wonderfully, and meet so many interesting people and things. You have someone that you like, plus a dream and a goal that you're working hard towards, living every day of your life to the fullest. Ning Xi never would have thought that the day she was envied of would come. Talking about jealousy, shouldn't you be the one everyone's jealous of? Even though she was making her way towards the light today, she had once faced darkness and hopelessness in the past. Zhuang Qi laughed wryly. Right, I have everything, and I can easily get anything I want, but everything I've done since I was young was to follow the wishes of my family. Neither do I even know what I really want, nor do I have anything I especially want to do. Everything I do must be rid of selfishness first and prioritize my family's honor. Isn't this a kind of sorrow too? Everyone has their own troubles, even the world's richest person. Only those who drink the water would know its temperature. Ning Xi quoted and could not help but think about Zhuang Rongguang. She suddenly realized that Zhuang Qi and Zhuang Rongguang were two polar opposites. Zhuang Qi had completely surrendered to the arrangements of her family and been trained to become the most perfect ladylike socialite, while Rongguang had thoroughly rebelled and done the complete of his family wishes, growing up in the most unruly manner. When they were done with dinner, Ning Xi brought Zhuang Qi to the arcade. It was hard to imagine that it was Zhuang Qi's first time in the arcade. Everything was new and interesting to her. Husband, I want that long-eared bunny. Okay, wait for me. I'll help you get it. I'm not lying. I am indeed a claw machine expert. Husband, you're amazing. Go, husband. What are they doing? Zhuang Qi looked curiously at the row of glass shelves which were filled with all sorts of cute stuffed toys. In front of one of it, a man had put in a few coins, then he started to focus on clicking the red button on it. Claw stuffed toy. Each attempt costs 1 coin. Want to play? Ning Xi asked. Chapter 887. Pickup skills switched on. But I don't know how to, Zhuang Qier hesitated. It's okay, just try. Ning Xi casually put in a few coins into the machine and taught Zhuang Qier how to play the game. Okay, Xiaoxi, which one do you like? I'll help you claw it. Zhuang Qier was eager to try. Sadly, Zhuang Qier's luck was not that great. She had put in 10 coins and still did not catch anything at all. She looked as if she was on the verge of tears. Ha ha. Pretty girl, it's not like this. There is a skill to clawing. You're purely here to waste your money right now. The man on the side, who had put in coins thrice and managed to claw one stuffed toy, pointed out proudly. When he saw that Ning Xi and Zhuang Qier were both rare beauties, his eyes bulged out of their sockets, and he even dared to hit them up with his girlfriend beside him. So, ladies, do you need my help? You bastard. Are you stuck on your feet because you see pretty girls? I'm not dead yet. I'm just helping them. The group of single boys in the arcade began to notice them, and a few had walked up to them. After all, most of them who were there were couples, and it was rare to see beauties like Ning Xi and Zhuang Qier accompanying each other. Beautiful, which one do you want? I'll help you. Go away. Get your stinky hands off me. Gorgeous sister, allow me. I'm really good. I guarantee that within 3 attempts, no? Within 2 attempts, I will help you get something. Upon failing the 18th time, Zhuang Qier was utterly defeated. She had always been praised as smart and excellent since she was young. But who would have known that she would be stopped by a little game like this, especially since she had said she would catch something for Ning Xi? This was so embarrassing. Plus, there were a few guys who continued to disturb them, putting her in a worse mood. Ning Xi shot a look at the young boys. They were probably students and were there to hook up with girls. She slowly put in 12 coins and said, Allow me. Zhuang Qier nodded in disappointment and moved away from her spot. You point, I'll claw. Ning Xi said to Zhuang Qier. I wanted to claw that bunny for you, but I just couldn't. Zhuang Qier said frustratedly. Okay. Ning Xi looked into the glass and then pressed the button. Hey, beautiful, you can't do that. There's a skill to clawing them. That bunny is in a position that is obviously hard to claw. You should get the one closer to the hole. You pressed the button too quickly earlier. You must wait for the right moment. Don't simply press down. With all the commotion beside her, Ning Xi turned around to glare unhappily at the boys. Shut up. You're so noisy. Is there not enough homework? Why aren't you home when it's so late? Oh, this pretty sister is. So fierce. But that's so hot. Pretty sister, you've got it, you've got it. At that moment, a few people suddenly started to yell excitedly, and Zhuang Qier was pleasantly surprised as well. Xiaoxi, you've really got it. She had simply pressed the button earlier, and she did not expect to have really clawed it. That was such good luck. Ning Xi nonchalantly took the bunny prize and stuffed it into Zhuang Qier's arms, then continued to claw. Up next, there was a little pig, a chicken, a little goat, little tiger. Ning Xi had actually used those 12 coins to retrieve all 12 zodiacs. Behind her, the guys, who had been boisterous earlier, were so shocked that their eyes almost rolled out of their heads as they looked at the furry animals in Zhuang Qier's arms. Chapter 888. I want to see Xiaoxi in men's clothes. Whoa, sis, you're way too cool. What is the likelihood of this happening? Master, please take me in. Can you teach me how you did it? I want to learn too. After I learn this, I don't have to worry about picking up girls anymore. Go home and finish your homework, all right? You've not even reached puberty, and here you are, thinking about getting girls. Ning Xi helped Zhuang Qier with a few of the stuffed toys, then grabbed her hand to walk away. Zhuang Qier watched Ning Xi with a glowing expression, practically worshipping her at this point. Behind them, a few boys were mumbling. So what if we haven't reached puberty? Is it that? Great that you as a girl are so good at getting girls. Give us men a chance. After they left the arcade, Zhuang Qier held the bag of stuffed animals that Ning Xi had clawed in satisfaction. She was so excited that her little face had turned red. Xiaoxi, I'm really happy today. Me too. Can we go out together again? Zhuang Qier asked in anticipation. Of course we can. Awesome. Zhuang Qier was clearly overjoyed and already looking forward to the next outing. As the two walked along the road, Zhuang Qier stole a look at Ning Xi again and again. What is it? Ning Xi asked. Zhuang Qier quickly shook her head, but her face had suddenly turned increasingly scarlet. Ning Xi was curious to know what thoughts were running through her mind. Ning Xi laughed. Just say it already. We're friends, aren't we? Zhuang Qier hesitated further before she finally stopped walking and said, Xiao Shi, I have a favor to ask. Tell me. I'll do it as long as I can. Ning Xi answered her frankly. Zhuang Qier asked with wavering eyes that reflected the moonlight above them. Can I see my dream guy? Ning Xi was speechless by what she just heard, her brows raised in obvious shock. See her dream guy? Was Zhuang Qier trying to say that she wants to see her in her male disguise? It was not difficult for her to dress in her male disguise. However, if that vinegar tank, Tingxiao, ever found out, she would need a lot of effort to coax him again. When she saw that Ning Xi did not reply immediately, Zhuang Qier quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I know that my request is too random. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Ning Xi contemplated for a while, then nonchalantly said to Zhuang Qier, It's not too random. Of course you can. In fact, you should have many chances of seeing your dream guy in the future. Ning Xi said in a playful tone. What? Many chances. Zhuang Qier did not quite understand what she meant. I've just recently accepted a role, and it's as a girl who disguises as a man, answered Ning Xi. Really? Zhuang Qier shrieked, feeling so excited that she did not care about her ladylike demeanor. Sho, this is a secret. You can't tell anyone else. I won't. Zhuang Qier quickly promised. Wait till I start shooting. I can tell the director that you're my friend, so you can visit me on set. As long as it doesn't affect the shoot and you don't reveal any of the contents, it shouldn't be much of a problem. Zhuang Qier was practically bouncing. Really? That's so awesome. I'll definitely not affect the shoot or reveal anything. Actually, I've been very curious to see how movies are shot. When she saw Zhuang Qier's happy face, Ning Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Such an arrangement that was not a one-on-one meet-up should not anger the devil sigh. She had really used up all her brain juice for this. Chapter 889, Caught by the Devil Again. Xiaoxi, thank you. Thank you so much. I really like you so much. Zhuang Qier turned around and hugged her tightly. There was nothing more delightful than being hugged by such a cute girl, so Ning Xi smiled and replied, I like you too. At this moment, a car's headlights shone their way. A black Maybach slowly rolled to a stop beside the two of them. The door opened, and a pair of lean legs stepped out. The cold Tingxiao had caught them off guard and appeared before them. At that instant, Ning Xi almost knelt onto her knees. Jesus! Was God playing a trick on her? Why was history repeating itself? Ning Xi quickly let go of Zhuang Qier. Tingxiao, why are you here? Tingxiao then replied with a gloomy expression. To pick you up. Ning Xi instantly remembered what Tingxiao had said to her yesterday. He had told her that she could meet her, but not cross the line with any actions. Well, this is just great. She had completely gone back on her own guarantee. I thought I could send you home. When Zhuang Qier saw Tingxiao, she was obviously unhappy. She felt that Tingxiao did not suit Xiaoxi at all. He was like a cold and hard rock with that frightening expression all the time too. Poor Xiaoxi. Could it be that Xiaoxi was forced? The more Zhuang Qier thought about it, the more she began to worry. She evaded Tingxiao and pulled Ning Xi to the side and asked in a lowered voice, Xiaoxi, don't be afraid of him. If he bullies you, you must tell me. Don't shrink away or force yourself. Even though I don't have any way of going against him myself, I can let my father and grandfather help. Ning Xi looked at Zhuang Qier gratefully, then turned to look the devil who was staring at her, and Zhuang Qier whispering together with a stiff and frightening expression on his face. With that face of his, it was no wonder that Zhuang Qier would suspect that she was being bullied, though the truth was that he had been indulging and pampering her all along to the point of no return. Qier, thank you, but don't worry. He won't bully me. In fact, I love him very much, and neither am I wronged, nor do I feel forced. I am wholeheartedly willing to be with him. When Tingxiao heard those words, his unhappiness due to the fact that his wife was being snatched immediately changed into a startled expression. This was the first time he had heard such words from Ning Xi. She said that she loved him. This joy was truly unexpected. Zhuang Qier had initially found it hard to understand. She felt that Tingxiao and Ning Xi did not fit at all. However, at that moment as she watched Ning Xi's extremely serious expression and the warmth radiating from her eyes as she looked past her to Tingxiao, she suddenly believed that the two of them truly loved each other. I'm leaving now. Let's hang out again next time. Drive safe. Ning Xi bade farewell to Zhuang Qier. Zhuang Qier waved reluctantly. Okay. As they spoke, the bag filled. With Zhuang Qier's stuffed toys had tore, and the toys started to roll out. Tingxiao bent down and picked up a bunny. What are these? Zhuang Qier swept all the toys into her embrace and said proudly, The stuffed toys Xiaoxi helped me claw? Xiaoxi is amazing. She caught all 12 at once. You can't have this one, Tingxiao stated as he unexpectedly took the bunny for himself with no intentions of returning it. Zhuang Qier stomped angrily. Hey, that's mine. Tingxiao held on to the bunny with a poker face. No, it's mine. Ning Xi buried her face in her hand helplessly. Devil, could you be any more immature? Chapter 890. Say that again. At the apartment. I'll go up then, good night. Ning Xi was about to get down from the car when Tingxiao suddenly reached out and held her arm gently, stopping her. Say that again. Huh? Say what? Ning Xi looked over in confusion. The words you said to Zhuang Qier earlier. Tingxiao stared at her. His cold lake-like eyes seemed to waver with signs of stars and flames. What did I say to Zhuang Qier earlier? Ning Xi blinked, pretending not to understand. Zhuang Qier said that I will bully you. What was your answer? Tingxiao said as the starlight in his eyes slowly turned into a sea. Oh, that. Ning Xi rubbed her chin and pretended to recall. Then she said, Thank you. But don't worry, he won't bully me. And neither wronged nor forced. And willing. Tingxiao lips pursed. Obviously unhappy that he still had not heard what he wanted to. Ning Xi finally could not help but laugh. It was rare to see Tingxiao look this cute. In the next second, she closed in and said in a low, hoarse voice that could stir hearts. With her warm breath by his ear, she said, I really love him. Then, before Tingxiao could act on anything, she ran out far and away as she waved cunningly. Oh, Yasumi. As he watched that little thing run off after teasingly, Tingxiao cursed softly. His eyes caught the furry white bunny beside him. He picked it up and punished it by pinching its bunny ears with his slender fingers. In the next few days, Ning Xi continued to follow up with the situation on SF's company's side. At last, she was told that the person in charge had yet to return from his work trip, thus she could only set the issue aside temporarily. The good news was that even though Ning Xi had only appeared for a few minutes in Our 18-Year-Old Youth as the male lead's first love, her popularity was boosted. After the movie ended, many people were asking about the identity of the actress who played the role of the first love. At last, the internet raved that it was Liang Biqin. However, that face did not look like Liang Biqin's. Because so many people were asking about the girl's identity, the movie's official Weibo answered right away that it was Ning Xi. There was also a picture of the first love in Our 18-Year-Old Youth and Meng Changa's. Still from the world, with Ning Xi and Jiang Mai tagged in the pictures. Once the fans found out who the actress was, everyone was shocked. The actress who had acted as the first love was unexpectedly acted by the same person as the villain in The World, Meng Changa. In The World, Ning Xi was enticing, alluring, unruly, and passionate. Furthermore, she had an ancient wardrobe and heavier makeup. That was why when she had acted in a modern role as such a pure and beautiful character, no one could recognize her. Even though many of the audience had suspected that it might have been her, they did not dare think about it, yet it had really been her. From the devastatingly beautiful wicked female general to the 18-year-old at the prime of her youth, it was such a huge difference in personas, yet she had taken on the role perfectly. What made fans even more emotional was the fact that their favorite pairing, Meng Changa and Sun Huanqing, had unexpectedly been reunited in modern times again. Even more coincidentally, the ending in both of the shows was a separation in life and death again, making all their fans sob even more on the internet. At the same time, the fans of this pairing had significantly strengthened in numbers. Chapter 891, Unexpected Windfall. After realizing that Ning Xi and Jiang Mai had a scene together, Han Momo watched the movie 3 times just for those precious few minutes. There were a lot of shippers, just like Han Momo as well. The production committee mentioned that it was a modernized version of The World as a gimmick and was trying to attract more people to watch it. The movie investors even asked Chun Mi-an to reward Ning Xi with a big red packet as a token of appreciation and also asked her to cooperate with the promotion. Ning Xi did not see this unexpected windfall coming. Of course, she would not reject an offer that benefited both parties, so she shared the post from the official Weibo account and also attended a few roadshows. Among all the positive comments, there were bound to be some negative ones, and some very nasty ones at that. Shouldn't this character be played by Liang Biqin? How did it become Ning Xi instead? Isn't it obvious? Someone must have forced her way through. How shameless, snatching roles just to be closer to Jiang Mai. That's crazy. It was just a minor character. I don't understand what Jiang Mai sees in her. He was totally being used. Actually, when Ning Xi saw the cross-dressing script earlier, it was really just a small production with roughly only $10 million of investment. While it was impossible to get a female lead in a big production with her current level of fame, she could still fight for some leading roles in small productions. However, after Liang Biqin got the role and made a fuss about it, it became one of the most invested series and many renowned celebrities joined the fray. Apparently, Liang Biqin had paid some people to help her too. Attack Ning Xi on the internet, supported by the assumption that Su Yimou was the future lady boss of Glory World. Unfortunately for her, before Ning Xi and Ling Xi got to take action, Chen Mian had clarified that it was Liang Biqin who dishonored the contract, prompting them to ask Ning Xi for help. Therefore, any role-snatching rumors were dismissed instantly, and he even harshly criticized Liang Biqin's behavior. He even mentioned that he would never hire her for any future movie production he was involved in. At Glory World Entertainment, Ning Xi got a call from Ling Xi to meet her in the office. On the way there, she met Liang Biqin and her posse in the hallway. Ning Xi's conflict with Su Yimou's gang was almost common knowledge. As long as it was not under the scrutiny of the public, they had no reason to be nice to each other. So they did acknowledge each other, and Ning Xi just ignored her and walked past them. Liang Biqin raised her voice loudly as if afraid that Ning Xi would not be able to hear her. "Oh, do you guys know that Chen Mian said he's never going to hire me ever again? He's just an outdated director. Who does he think he is?" Exactly. Our 18-year-old youth spent so much on promoting that it can't even cover its cost yet. He doesn't even know who to look for support. Chen Mian's career would have ended by the time Biqin's new movie is out. Speaking of which, what's Ning Xi doing recently? Anything new? She's just been promoting that trash movie with Chen Mian and Jiang Mai. I've not heard anything about the new movie. Even if she did, it wouldn't be anything popular. If she took on any big roles, she would have told the whole world about it. Chapter 892, A Real Beauty. Ling Xi notified Ning Xi of her new movie and her shooting schedule after she arrived at the office, advising her to prepare well. A few days later, it was the day of the shoot. Because it was Ning Xi's first day, she needed to do a few trials. In addition to that, her makeup for this shoot was slightly more special, so in anticipation of needing more time, Ning Xi went to the set much earlier. As the female lead, Ning Xi had her own private makeup room, and she had an exclusive makeup artist as well. A while later, the male lead, Chen Hanchun, and the tertiary male character, Qi Feng, arrived as well. After some greetings and makeup, they sat and waited. Both of them looked young and had very outstanding looks. It was probably because they had not been dragged through the harsh bits of the entertainment industry yet, so they still had the aura of youth on them. Most importantly, their aesthetics could be easily recognized even among those with high beauty standards within the community. Chen Hanchun was from a well-off family who supported him strongly. He sat on the chair quietly and closed his eyes, emitting a similar vibe as Jiang Mai's. With his distinguished looks and aura, he could easily attract girls and he fit the image of the male lead in the movie very well. Qi Feng was the embodiment of youth. At only 19 years of age, his canine teeth could be seen when he talked, making him look cute. Probably because he did not look manly enough, he was unable to find a character that suited him. Even though he was already under contract for a year, his manager, who was his aunt, had been looking out for him, but she did not want to simply assign him to a random character in fear of affecting his future career. That was until he passed the audition as the tertiary male character for Chun Mian's new movie, Dream Chaser. Although it was just a tertiary character, the director this time was the renowned God Maker, Chun Mian. So his aunt was really happy when she found out that he passed the audition, and she quickly settled the contract for him. "Hey, bro Chun, I heard that the female lead is a real beauty. I wonder if she looks as pretty as how they describe the character in the movie." Qi Fong was still young and had a more carefree personality, so he tried to chat with Chen Hanchen. Chen Hanchen kept his eyes and mouth shut, seemingly interested. Although he was a new artiste as well, he was different from Qi Fong. He was a contracted artiste under one of the three main firms in the industry, Speedy Multimedia. He had gone through a long period of specialized training as the company's purpose was to create another Jiang Mai. It was therefore normal for the resourceful Chen Hanchen to be a little more prideful. He was not particularly interested in talking to Qi Fong as the potential for the latter to become a male lead in the future was low. As for the female lead who was rumored to be all beautiful and impressive, he could not care any lesser. She was just a third-rate female artiste, and although her title was female lead, she was still there to support his character. He told his manager that if the female lead acted really badly, he would leave the production even if it meant breaching the contract, but for now, he would trust Chen Mian's decision. As they had discussed before, the manager analyzed him thoughtfully. Chen Mian had decided to create a movie without accepting any sponsors or role assigning, so he probably had some sort of trump card to be able to pull this off. But who was his trump card? Chapter 893. I have to sit on her lap. Qi Fong was a carefree guy, so he did not mind Chen Hanchen's cold attitude. He sighed, then mumbled to himself, I wonder what the director was thinking. He asked a female to act as a guy. What if she was too feminine? Can this really be popular? This was his first movie after all, and it would affect his career. It was true that Chen Mian had brought a lot of artistes to fame before, especially in his classic, Star, Moon, Sun. Even the supporting characters became popular, but times changed, and it was a fact that Chen Mian's performance was not as good as before. Moreover, the investment in this movie was really low. Oh well, he was just a newbie. It was good enough to have a chance to act, and even work with a renowned director like Chen Mian. For the other future jobs, he would have to rely on luck. The entertainment industry relied on luck a lot anyway. A short while later, the female tertiary character, Ji Yumeng, arrived as well. Wow, she's so pretty, Qi Fong commented as he saw her. Chen Hanchen took a peek. Ji Yumeng was really pretty and she carried a cute and active personality, so she could easily make guys fall for her. However, she now looked really unhappy as she walked briskly and angrily with her manager following her behind, trying to convince her. I already said that I don't want to play the tertiary role here. If even Ning Xi can become the female lead, why can't I? Please keep your voice down, my dear. We're not at home now. Are you trying to let everyone hear what you say? So what if they hear me? I'm here to tell them that I'm dissatisfied. I saw a video online about how Chen Mian publicly defended that woman. I wonder how she got her role this time. Shut up. Be careful when you're talking in public. I've told you many times. Don't talk about others. Don't you know about your own condition? You definitely can't handle the female lead role. You're not even qualified for the secondary lead. So this is best that you can do now. Do you think it's that easy taking on the female lead role? Of course, it's great if you can act it well. Otherwise, it'll become a black spot in your career. Ji Yumeng suppressed her anger after being scolded by her manager, but her expression softened when she saw two handsome guys sitting nearby. Any girl her age would be happy if she was on the same crew as these handsome guys. Ji Yumeng went over and greeted them. Hello, I'm Ji Yumeng. Hello, I'm Qi Fong. Chen Hanchen. Chen Hanchen, I've heard about you before. I heard you're the best-looking guy in the film academy, aren't you? Nice to meet you. Qi Fong, you're the one who played the bass in the band JOY, aren't you? I've got a friend who really likes you. She thinks that you're really cute. Ha ha. I've always been labeled as cute. Why has no one ever said that I'm cool? Beauty G, you're pretty great yourself. I heard that you entered the film academy with top grades. Ji Yumeng was a pretty pleasant person to be with when she was not angry. With the addition of the cheerful Ji Yumeng to the trio of youngsters, they got along very well. It seems like Director Chun is going to use our extraordinary faces to support this movie. Qi Fong said. Ji Yumeng pouted. I'm afraid that I can't act well. Even if it's cross-dressing, she's still a woman and they're asking me to be charmed by a woman. How difficult is that? I even have to sit on her lap in the scene today. Oh my God, I'm getting goosebumps already. Chapter 894. There can only be one top dog. Qi Fong laughed and glanced at Chen Hanchen. Be grateful for your situation. Someone's getting it worse than you. Ji Yumeng nodded and laughed with him. That's true. Hanchen has to act like he doesn't even know it's a man and act friendly towards him, even falling in love. Chen Hanshan looked moodily at them. As they were chatting happily, a young man walked towards them. He had slightly messy black hair, his bangs covering a little of his eyes. Wearing ripped jeans and black horse boots, the aura around him was unbelievable. Chen Mian put his work down and greeted him as soon as he saw him. The young man's sharp aura was suppressed a little when he saw Chen Mian. He listened carefully to what Chen Mian had to say and nodded from time to time. The director's assistant brought him a bottle of water, and the man gave her a thankful smile as he took it from her. The mysterious man looked pretty normal when he was speaking to the director, but when he looked at the female assistant, his aura changed. He became warmer than the sun in the winter and even gentler than the water in spring. How sweet his gaze was. Then, the assistant ran away blushing. When the person appeared, Ji Yumeng suddenly kept her voice down. She then stuttered, Who's that? Who's that person talking to the director? Most of the people are already here, but the secondary female lead will only be here a few days later. Today, the female lead and the secondary male lead are supposed to come. So, he should be cool. Mingyu, Qifeng guessed. His inner instincts were on alert. He was already not the cool type of guy to make girls fall for him. Having Chen Hanshan as the powerful male lead was already bad enough for him. And now, even the secondary male lead looked so cool. Could he really shine in this movie? Mingyu. Chen Hanshan's expression changed as well, and his sense of urgency rose. He had investigated the few leads beforehand and found Mingyu pretty normal. What could have happened? Did something go wrong? As he was comforting himself, the director brought the man over and walked towards their direction. Chen Mian clapped his hands, signaling for them to come over. Come on over here. I'll introduce you guys. Chen Hanshan tensed up, not expecting that it was really the secondary male lead. There could only be one top dog, yet Chen Mian had gotten this guy to act as the secondary male lead. What did he mean by this? Although Ji Yumeng was looking at Chen Hanshan just now, her eyes were now glued to this man, visibly charmed by his smile earlier. This is our male lead, Chen Hanshan. This is the tertiary male lead, Qifeng. And this little girl is going to act as the female lead's best friend, Ji Yumeng. Chen Mian introduced them one by one. He then looked at the three of them squarely and announced, This person beside me is our female lead, Ning Xi. Chapter 895, Their boobs. What? Just as Qifeng was about to shake hands with who he thought was Mingyu, he froze when he heard the director's introduction. He asked carefully, Director, what did you say just now? Ji Yumeng said suspiciously. Director, are you sure you're not mistaken? Isn't he Mingyu? Chen Mian laughed at the three of them. Who told you that? Chen Hanshan reevaluated the man in front of him again and gasped. She's Ning Xi? The female lead? Qifeng asked again. Director, are you sure? Don't try to fool us. Chen Mian smiled and shook his head. Ning Xi, explain to them. Ning Xi looked helplessly at the director. How do I explain? I just spent 2 hours to finish my preparation for this. It was not funny to ask her to change into a female outfit just for them right now. Chen Mian had no words. How could he be the female lead? And he doesn't look like Ning Xi. Fine. Maybe some key features do resemble her, but something's wrong. Director, did you just find a guy to act as the female lead? Ji Yumeng asked. Qifeng and Chen Hanshan suddenly considered this possibility as well. Chen Mian was annoyed. Were kids nowadays all so imaginative? Ning Xi held her forehead and put up a helpless smile. Then she reached for Ji Yumeng's hand. Ji Yumeng's heart raced. What are you? Qifeng's eyes widened unhappily. How dare this guy just hold a girl's hand just like that? Do something, director. The next moment, Ning Xi put Ji Yumeng's hand onto her chest, then asked, Is it okay now? They're boobs, Ji Yumeng cried out, as she was touching Ning Xi's chest. She's really a woman. You're really the female lead. Although there was a thick layer of cloth wrapped around Ning Xi's chest, she could still felt the unmistakable soft curve under her fingers. Both of them were women, so they must have had the experience of touching or being touched by another girl before. So why was this so awkward? Qifeng's eyes flew open even bigger, and his face was all red. Chen Hanshan did not look very comfortable either. There could only be one top dog, unless there were a male and a female. Director Chen was still being rational. Chen Mian knocked Ning Xi's head. That's enough, stop fooling around. Ning Xi blinked. How was she fooling around? This was the quickest way to prove herself. Sorry I'm late. Suddenly, there was a panting voice behind them. The real Kamingyu had arrived. As expected, Kamingyu looked more run-of-the-mill and seemed to be the gentle, far from the aggressive type, unlike Ning Xi. The way she behaved herself could steal all the girls' hearts away. After confirming that she was a woman, Chun Hanshin looked at Ji Yumon, who was too excited that she almost passed out. There was also the director's assistant who kept peeking over. Although he still did not feel very comfortable, he felt much better than just now. She was still a woman, so no matter how good she was at acting as a man, she was still acting. She could never overtake him in being a man, so his confidence was not eroded that badly. Chapter 896. There for you to ruin other people. After Kumingyu arrived, they introduced themselves again. Kumingyu was more introverted. He sat aside by himself and read the script after chatting a little with everyone. A while later, the setup for the scene was done. All right, everyone, we're going to start. Ning Xi, Ji Yumeng, be prepared. Chen Mian informed. The first scene was about the female lead's best friend being betrayed by a jerk and the female lead comforting her. The female lead was named Ji Feishua, and she was currently assuming the identity of her brother Ji Feibai. This secret of hers was only known by her best friend Ning Xiaoming. 3, 2, 1, action. The shoot started. On the sofa in the living room, Ji Feishua had just finished showering and wore a pair of men's loose pajamas. Her hair was a little messy and there was still a little steam emitting from her body as a result of the hot shower she had just taken. She took out a bottle of water from the fridge and sat on the sofa, turning on the TV. She was comfortably used to acting as a man, and there was no difference in Ji Feishua's behavior compared to a man. Even the way she drank was really manly and cool. As she was watching TV, the door opened. Ning Xiaoming had just returned. Ji Feishua greeted her as usual. Welcome home. The camera's focus was shifted to Ji Yumeng. Ning Xiaoming did not look up and just quietly grunted. She was not really in a good mood. Although she did not say anything, Ji Feishua instantly realized that something was wrong, so she frowned. What's wrong? Ning Xiaoming walked slowly towards Ji Feishua without saying anything. After a few seconds, Ning Xiaoming's shoulder was shivering lightly. Then her whole body was trembling. In the next moment, her tears started to fall to the ground. Third camera, close up. Chen Mian commanded while staring at the screen. Chun Hanchun, Qi Fong, and Ku Mingyu were focused on the two of them. Ji Yuming stood in front of Ning Xi with her head down. She did not even show her face, but her body language already displayed how sad she was at that moment. Qi Fong was impressed, as expected of the top scorer. Impressive. Ning Xi moved. Ning Xiaoming still did not say anything, but Ji Feishua understood what had happened. She was expecting this. She took Ning Xiaoming's hand and gently helped her onto her lap, using her finger to wipe off Ning Xiaoming's tears before she said in a heartbroken tone, "My dear, don't be sad over a guy. Your mother gave you such beautiful genes that aren't meant to be ruined by others. They're meant for you to ruin other people." Ji Yumeng was suddenly touched when she heard that line as it reminded her of her deepest scar, which Ning Xi's gentleness had healed. She remembered her ex who had cheated on her. She recalled painfully how he chose to be with a more popular artiste in order to boost his career. She remembered walking home all by herself in a downpour that night, and she even attended a training the next day with a high fever. No one held her and comforted her, and no one told her, "Your mother gave you such beautiful genes isn't meant to be ruined by others. It's meant for you to ruin other people." Chapter 897. Go easy on the newbie. Suddenly, Ji Yuming's tears flowed freely, all her struggles coming out together with her silent sobbing. Sometimes, it was scary to be cared for by someone. A few female staff wept as well. Ji Yuming's tears were very impactful. Ning Xi gently patted her back and comforted her. There. Although you're also beautiful when you cry, my heart breaks." Great. Cut. Chen Mian yelled in satisfaction. The first scene was done in one take, and both of them had acted magnificently. Although Chen Mian had called for the cut, Ji Yumeng could not stop. She was still crying in Ning Xi's arms. Ning Xi did not push her away and continued to comfort her, patting her head. Chen Mian's mouth twitched and stared at Ning Xi. Go easy on the newbie. Ning Xi was speechless. Was it her fault again? Actors were generally separated into two types, the experienced ones and the performers. People like Chen Hanxin and Ji Yumeng, who had graduated from film school, were usually the performers. The experienced ones required a certain amount of aptitude and raw talent, which could not be taught by lecturing. There might only be one of such actors among millions of people. Ning Xi was the typical experienced actor. She could practically transform into another person when she was acting, reaching astonishing levels of acting. However, people like Ning Xi were rare. Taking their inexperience into account, these newbies were pretty good already. If the director had to teach them everything by his standards, it would take at least 1 or 2 years for the movie to be completed. For instance, his first movie took 2 years to make it to completion. Most movies nowadays took only about 2 to 3 months to complete, and some even finished shooting in a few days. No one would spend that much time to create a movie now. He was already prepared for a long shooting period this time, but it seemed like he could reduce this time frame by a big margin now. With Ning Xi, it was like having a cheat machine. She was able to make her fellow actors get into the mood quickly and perform their best. Ji Yuming's performance just now had been triggered by Ning Xi's acting. She had used her own experience and integrated it into her character, which was very much what an experienced actor would do. Ji Yuming was confused about what had just happened to her. She had suddenly lost control of herself. When she returned to her senses, Ning Xi was comforting her gently and patiently. Ning Xi's shoulders were wet from her tears. Ji Yuming quickly stood up apologetically. I'm sorry. It's all right. Ning Xi smiled and patted her head again. You acted really well just now. Ji Yumeng blushed. Her face was hot enough to cook an egg. She wanted to shrink into the ground. Somewhere nearby, Kamingyu's calm eyes widened. Chen Hanxin frowned and was deep in thought, while Qi Feng was annoyed. Whoever said that it was disgusting to sit on a woman's lap? She seemed really happy there and felt like she did not want to come down at all. Now that Ji Yumeng was fawning all over a woman, the handsome men there felt worthless. Chapter 898. Aren't you exaggerating? Ji Yumeng went up to the camera after being praised by Ning Xi. Director, may I see the footage just now? Sure, Chen Mian permitted. Ji Yumeng replayed the footage a few times, and her eyes widened in surprise. Oh my gosh, I acted so well. Aside from being excited about her performance, her heart raced when she saw Ning Xi hold her in her lap. It felt so exciting, especially when Ning Xi held her hand and pulled her down. Qi Feng came over and took a look as well. Some staff even cried with you just now. As expected of the top scorer, you passed on the first shot. The pressure to perform suddenly shot up after seeing Ji Yuming's outstanding performance. As they were all newbies, it was easy for them to compare among themselves. The fight was on among them. Ji Yuming shook her head. I've always thought I was confident about my own acting, but I don't think I can act this well on my own. It's because of Senior Ning Xi. The scene with her was magical. I can't explain the feeling I had just now. It's like a pair of hands that were carefully guiding me to a higher level, coaxing me slowly and patiently. I can feel that she's helping me to get into the character. Qi Feng scratched his head skeptically. Aren't you exaggerating? I've seen her in the world. I admit that her acting is great, but there are a lot of capable actors in the industry as well. Chen Hanxin looked at the footage. He acknowledged her impressive acting, but Ji Yuming's description was exaggerative. This woman just had a little advantage in her outlook, and she acted well as a man. Ji Yuming waved her hands. I can't put it into words. You'll understand what I mean. She's really nice. It was comfortable acting with her. Too bad I don't have any scenes with the female lead today, Qi Feng mumbled. After listening to Ji Yumeng, he would like to experience her special talent. Afterwards, both Chen Hanxin and Ku Mingyu would have a scene with Ning Xi. After the first scene, Ning Xi went to her dressing room and prepared for her next scene. She would need some change in makeup as well. The makeup artist, Tingxiao, had already prepared all the required outfits. When she saw Ning Xi walk in, she put the hangers down and went up to her. Is the first scene done? So quick. It's done. I have to trouble you again, Sissy. It's all right. Come sit down and take a break. Tingxiao pulled out a chair and gave her a drink. Then she proceeded to get her makeup tools. The male and female leads were attending a banquet in the next scene. It was a formal setting, but the scene was not complicated. The male and the female lead in a male outfit would meet and have an amazing performance together. After the makeup was done, Tingxiao gave her the prepared outfits. It might be a little difficult to wear this. Let me know if you need help. All right. Is the size okay? Yiqiu asked outside the fitting room a while later. Yes. After she answered, the fitting room was opened and Ning Xi appeared right before Yiqiu in the new outfit. Chapter 899. Let's have a moment of silence for the male lead. Ning Xi was dressed in an English-styled three-piece white tuxedo with a blue striped tie and a silver pocket watch on her chest. Yiqiu suddenly saw a young man from a noble family standing in front of her. I'll help you adjust a little. Yiqiu was suddenly nervous as if afraid that she might destroy a beautiful dream. Thank you, Sissy. Ning Xi nodded and opened her arms wide. Her posture looked like she was about to hug someone. Yiqiu blushed a little and extended her hands to the collar area as she adjusted her tie and the accessories that she was wearing. A person rushed in hastily and blocked Yiqiu from Ning Xi. While she tried to sound courteous, her tone was obviously unhappy. Sissy, I'll handle this. Xiao Tao had gone to buy some snacks for the crew and she came back to a person seducing her master. Xiao Tao could not stand it anymore. This makeup artist had been already plotting something when she was putting on makeup for Ning Xi in the morning. I'm Ning Xi's exclusive makeup artist. It's my responsibility, Yiqiu said slowly. She was older, so she had to impose a more mature and superior image. Makeup artists should just do the makeup. I'll handle her outfit. Her outfit is, of course, within my responsibility. How she looks is my responsibility. Although you're her assistant, you should leave this to the professionals. But Xiao Tao was obviously losing and she looked at Ning Xi. A war was coming. Ning Xi held Yiqiu's shoulder and had her sit down on a nearby chair. You must be tired, Sissy. Take a little break and let Xiao Tao handle the small matters. Please give her some guidance if she makes any mistake. Both of them were satisfied now. Xiao Tao happily replaced Yiqiu's position and was pleased that Ning Xi had defended her. Ning Xi brought Yiqiu a glass of water. Feeling trusted and cared for by Ning Xi, she gladly sat down on the chair. The tie is still a little crooked and the back is slightly wrinkled as well. Take it down later and I'll iron it. Yiqiu felt a little excited when she remembered what had happened this morning. When she first saw Ning Xi, from her professional judgment, she thought that Ning Xi's near-perfect facial contour could fool others even if she was to dress up as a guy. However, she was utterly stunned when she saw Ning Xi walk out of the fitting room. She was the one who did Ning Xi's makeup. It was still the same Ning Xi after she had changed, but her whole image had totally changed. A breathtaking beauty had suddenly become a playboy. At first, she expected that it would not be too weird if Ning Xi acted as a man, but she did not expect her to be this gorgeous. And now, Ning Xi just stood there quietly, letting Xiao Tao work around her with a slight sense of extremely attractive laziness. After Ning Xi was done, Yiqiu held her glass and just stared at Ning Xi blankly. Let's have a moment of silence for the male lead. Chapter 900. Don't look at me like that. Xiao Tao took a few steps away from Ning Xi and announced, let's have a moment of silence for all the male characters in the movie. Sissy? Oh no. Bro Xi. Why is it that I've never realized that you look this cool in a male outfit? Ning Xi raised her eyebrows questioningly. Don't I look good in anything I wear? Bro Xi, please, don't look at me like that. Xiao Tao was covering her chest as if she was being seduced. Ning Xi smiled and looked in the mirror. Then she saw Yiqiu in the reflection. Thank you, Sissy. The makeup is perfect. Their eyes met in the mirror. You're welcome. Your skin is great and your facial features are impeccable. It was so good that I didn't have to do much about it. From her professional experience, with just a touch, she instantly knew that Ning Xi was a pure natural and had never gone under the knife. Moreover, wasn't her acting skills advanced? She was a real beautiful woman, yet she had no problem acting as a man at all. What was more impressive was that it did not seem like Ning Xi was acting at all. It seemed like a part of her natural self, that casual flirty aura of hers channeled from inside her. Outside, Chen Hanxin was done changing already. Chen Hanxin had his own makeup artist, whose level was nearly the same as Yiqiu's. After putting the makeup on, Chen Hanxin's outstanding face became even more glamorous as if God had a hand in his makeup personally. Oh my gosh, Chen Hanxin is so cool in a formal suit. So manly, Ji Yaman gushed. The staff and the other actors looked over as well. Wow, this guy is really handsome. Is he the male lead? Yes. I heard he's the trump card of Speedy Multimedia. His future is almost as bright as Jiang Mai's. No wonder director Chen picked him. Chi Fong was standing in the corner. For someone who had been branded as cute, he hated guys who were more handsome or manlier than him. But it was not his fault that he was this cute. He quietly went beside Kuyuming, who was having it worse than him. He still stood out. Cute was a unique feature after all. However, Kuyuming, he was not ugly. He was just too normal, looking no different from a man in the regular crowd. How could they find someone as normal as him to act as the secondary male lead? Nevertheless, after seeing Ning Xi's performance just now, he was careful about assessing Director Chen's judgment. I have to admit that Chun Hanshin's face is really handsome. No wonder his company is cultivating him to become the second Jiang Mai. Some people are just made to be in this industry. The life of the main character. Qifeng shook his head and sighed with the intention of getting some agreement from Kuyuming. Kuyuming leaned on the hallway pillar and looked at Chun Hanshin, not bothering to give a reaction. Chen Mian glanced at Chun Hanshin in satisfaction, but there was a slight worry in his eyes. He waved and asked Chun Hanshin to go over. Although there are only a few lines and not much is going on in this scene, it's actually pretty difficult. Chapter 901. Absolutely stunning. This scene would open the movie, so it was the most important part as it would have to give a strong impact on the spectators. It had to be the most charming and captivating scene, basically just cool and extravagant. After a long talk, Chen Mian's core idea was to make the first scene absolutely stunning. The male lead and the cross-dressed female lead had to be evenly matched, with no one being better than the other. Chen Hanshin just replied half-heartedly after being nagged by Chen Mian. Instead of him, he should talk to Ning Xi about this. After all, shouldn't he be more worried about Ning Xi in this scene? Chen Mian noticed his arrogance, and he just hoped that Chun Hanshin could still be this confident and relaxed later on. Arg, the assistant beside the director suddenly screamed, and the props in her hand fell onto the ground. Everyone looked at the direction of what had surprised her. Then they saw Ning Xi, who had changed into her new outfit. Some people's eyes widened as it was the first time they saw Ning Xi. There are so many hot guys in this crew. Who's that? I thought there's only the male and female lead in this scene. Could it be the female lead? Congratulations, you're right. She's our female lead, Ning Xi. Wow. Senior Ning looks so cool in this outfit. What a perfect match. Ji Yumeng was staring at Ning Xi and started calling her senior, totally forgetting about her rant to her manager before. Chen Mian looked at Ning Xi's outfit and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that it was worth it to invest a large amount of money into the movie's outfit and props. Qifeng took a glance and mumbled quietly. She's all right. I still think Hanshin is way cooler. Chun Hanshin tensed up when he saw Ning Xi, but he was not too nervous as he was already prepared for the sight. Ning Xi looked absolutely gorgeous in a formal man's outfit, but she was not stealing the limelight away from him. After all, he was taller than Ning Xi. Chen Mian shook his head as he saw Chun Hanshin's confident look. Everyone's here, let's start. Everyone stopped talking and went to their positions. Action. In the ballroom, the lights were turned on. A small band was playing some relaxing music on the stage in the middle of the room. Chun Hanshin had a full black formal suit on. His firm silhouette appeared at the end of the staircase, and right behind him was Ning Xi in a white suit, standing quietly there. Under everyone's attention, they both walked down the stairs. Chun Hanshin's black suit looked much simpler than Ning Xi's. His hair was combed back, and he was adjusting his sleeves with a prideful aura, looking fearless and nonchalant about the guests' impressed gazes. He was exactly as the character portrayed in the script, the noble and prideful Xia. Following the script, Chun Hanshin turned back and quietly said something to Ning Xi. As he thought he had gathered all the focus around him, Ning Xi smiled and glanced at him. Her smile bloomed, and she exuded an implicit charm that was woven with a confident ease and unruliness. Suddenly, all the actors felt themselves gasp as they stared at her in surprise. Even Chun Hanshin was stunned himself. Chapter 902. Limelight, snatched by a woman. Suddenly, everyone lost control. It was an expected mistake. Until Chun Mian yelled a redo, some of them were still unsure of what happened. Especially Chun Hanshin. The impact on him was the strongest as he was the closest person to Ning Xi just now. Truthfully speaking, he admitted that Ning Xi acted as a man really well, but he did not expect her to steal the limelight away because when they had appeared together, everyone still looked at him. Yet, at the moment when Ning Xi smiled and looked at him, the aura around her changed, and suddenly everyone just could not take their eyes off her. How could this be? Help! Help me! My legs are giving way. Ji Yumeng extended her hands to the nearby Qi Fong. She breathlessly exclaimed, "Oh, did you see that?" Senior was so charming. Looks-wise, Han Xin was more outstanding, but Senior's smile, just now, was just so gorgeous. Qi Fong's expression darkened. He would never admit it, but in that instance earlier, even his heart raced. He then observed the other staff and actors. A lot of males were stunned as well. It was not just her gender that affected everyone. Chen Mian was calm as he had already expected this to happen. He went up to Chen Hanchen and half-jokingly told him, "Hanchen, keep it up. Don't let a girl snatch away the limelight." Chen Hanchen nodded. He would not be careless again. Now, he understood why Director Chun had spoken to him earlier. Everyone get into your zone. Again, Chen Mian then told the other actors, "You guys performed well just now. That impressed expressions of yours were great. Keep up the pace, but don't just stare at only one of them. It's the both of them that impresses you guys. One prideful and one wild. They are evenly matched." Chen Mian actually knew that the key to this scene would be Chen Hanchen. He had to be on par with Ning Xi to elicit the best response from the other actors. One should never really have high expectations from crowd actors. Sometimes, it was best to have the natural reaction from them. It would be best for this scene to pass the first time, since the crowd actors would have known what was coming for the second time, and the impact would be lesser. After a short break, the second take started. "Okay, get ready everyone. We're starting." Chen Mian informed all the teams. Bro Shi, the director is calling. Go quickly. All the best, Bro Shi." Suddenly, the staff started calling Ning Xi Bro Shi as well. Ning Xi gave everyone a smile. She passed her mug to Xiao Tao and the hand warmer to Ji Yumeng. Then she walked towards the shooting scene. Chen Hanchen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He had been caught off guard earlier as he was surprised, but he was ready this time. It would not happen again. He looked calmly at Ning Xi and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the aura around him became even more like a young man's from a noble family. Chapter 903. As Different as Heaven and Earth. Melodious music played as the guests started to talk and laugh cheerfully. Chen Hanchen took steady footsteps as he made his way downstairs. The posture he took as he walked was a result of professional training, and now, he was even more careful, clearly performing better than the previous take. His entire manner was arrogant, imposing, and impressive. The crowd actors also cooperated, and they revealed a stunned expression. After he walked down, Chen Hanchen took a wine glass in the waiter's hand, then naturally turned over to speak to Ning Xi beside him. There was no dialogue. They only needed to act as if the male lead was speaking to the female lead. As for what they actually said, it was up to the audience members to guess for themselves. The performance of the actors themselves would determine what the audience would come up with. This time, Ning Xi raised her brows and her eyes wandered as she looked at Chen Hanchen teasingly. The slight smirk on her lips was interwoven with splendor, instantly overshadowing everyone beside her. On its own, Chen Hanchen's performance earlier was not bad. However, with Ning Xi in comparison, the male lead that they had found strong and dashing suddenly seemed a little weak. They even felt like he was too pretentious, like a peacock that had spread its feathers. On the other hand, Ning Xi did not even think of attracting anyone's attention, yet this was exactly what caused everyone's gaze to be fixated on her. Not only that, everyone noticed that underneath the female lead's unbridled and dissolute eyes was a hidden spark which represented her unspeakable and buried feelings towards Tingxiao. This time, Ning Xi's performance had not only been stunning, it was layered with emotions, instantly leading the audience into the movie itself. The two were practically as different as heaven and earth. Without a doubt, this was still a bad take. Even Chen Mian was astonished. One could see in his eyes that he had picked up a gem. He had thought that Ning Xi's performance earlier was the peak of splendor, but he did not expect that that was not even her best. Chen Hanchen felt strong palpitations as he felt the pressure of being unable to conquer a high mountain. When he had decided to enter this industry, everyone had told him that based on his qualities, he was made for it, that he would definitely make it big. However, at this moment, he finally knew what it truly meant to be made for the entertainment industry. As he watched the way Chen Hanchen looked, Chen Mian was afraid he would lose his psyche balance. He held the script and walked over, talking him through again. "Hanchen, your performance earlier has improved a lot. Put in a little more effort and maintain this pace. In the script, Xia is an especially privileged person, so not only should he bedazzle, the more important thing is to portray that arrogance he has from being at the summit of power and influence. If it was just about being handsome, then he would merely be a celebrity. Class and gaze is very important. Do you understand? Pay attention to Ning Xi's performance because the female lead has gone through life and death, so her every move and every look carries a sense of detachment. The pain and grief of her kin's death and the loving admiration that she has, which can't be announced to anyone, her carelessness and this game of life. All of this has been performed through her eyes. I know. Thank you, director. Chen Hanchen looked at the replay of the camera and looked at how he had been overshadowed like a lousy clown. Instinctively, he wanted to erase the entire recording. Chen Mian patted his shoulder. I'll give you 10 minutes to calibrate yourself. After Chen Mian finished, he walked towards Ning Xi, who was being surrounded by a group of girls. Chapter 904. Doesn't even know the basics of being handsome. Ning Xi immediately got up. Director Chen, did you want to talk me through the script? Talk my ass. Chen Mian answered her in an annoyed tone. You little punk, how dare you hide your potential from me the last time? After the words spilled out of his mouth, he realized that he had unknowingly scolded her as little punk. Ning Xi looked innocently at him. No, the last time, I was my usual self. You didn't let me try any scenes. She had only brought her regular acting skills with her the last time. Chen Mian was speechless. 10 minutes later, the shoot began again. They continued to have bad takes quite a few times, all because Chen Hanchen could not keep up with Ning Xi's pace. The two of them were on entirely different levels of talents. Nevertheless, Chen Mian had high demands for this scene, so he would not accept any flaws at all. However, if they continued to shoot at this momentum, this shoot would probably continue until the end of time. In fact, Chen Hanchen was about to have a mental breakdown. They could not go on like this. In frustration, Chen Mian just decisively called out, "Cut," midway. The moment he yelled that out, Chen Hanchen could not hold it in any longer, and he unhappily wrenched off his suit, throwing it onto the ground. He took huge steps towards him, his handsome face clouded with gray clouds and looking very sinister. The entire atmosphere was tense, almost to its breaking point. All the cast and the other crew members dared not say a word. When the little assistant saw Chen Hanchen lose control, she quickly ran up to console him. Hanchen, where are you going? Today's only the first day. Don't cause any trouble. Be a little patient. The director has already said that you're performing better and better each time. In contrast to Chen Hanchen's outburst, Ning Xi, who donned a white vintage English-styled tuxedo, loosened her collar and put one hand into her pocket and nonchalantly walked over. Chen Mian felt a headache threatening to come as he massaged his temples. He then walked over and pulled Ning Xi to a corner, lowering his voice to advise her. You saw that Hanchen's performance is actually not bad, but he is a newbie after all, so can you rein yourself in a little? The only solution now was to have Ning Xi restrain herself. When Ning Xi heard this, she looked hastily at Chen Hanchen and then said, So what? If he's new? As a man, he doesn't even know the basics of looking handsome, so it's best if he leaves the industry soon. Chen Mian was speechless, and so were all the men present. Her words were too harsh. Everyone subconsciously turned to look at Chen Hanchen, and indeed, he was boiling with anger. After all, he was still young and hot-blooded. Chen Hanchen, who had been ready to leave on impulse, skidded in his tracks upon hearing this sentence, and his hands were balled into fists. He snarled, Director Chen, let's go again. Chen Mian had looked hesitant for the first time. With Chen Hanchen's current attitude, if Ning Xi did not restrain some of her charisma, it would be extremely dangerous. If they continued to do a bad take this time, it would cast a shadow over Chen Hanchen's psychological well-being, one that might not be able to be salvaged. Such a shadow was fatal for an actor. Chen Mian did care for his talents, so he dared not take this risk. Come on. Unfortunately, the two of them were very determined, and they had already walked to their respective positions, ready to begin. Chen Mian and Ning Xi shared a look, and when they sensed each other's calm and composed in manner, they felt assured. Based on Ning Xi's acting skills, she should be able to express and restrain her emotions as she wished. She should have bit her tongue when she noticed that something was not right. After all, They bore no grudges against each other, and she had no need to destroy a newbie. In fact, based on his observation earlier, Chun Hanshin's performance had actually improved every time. So maybe. Chapter 905. Treat men as coldly as the autumn wind. When he thought of this, Chun Mian gritted his teeth and finally shouted, "Action!" Everyone held their breath and watched. The quartet in the middle started to play as the dreamy crystal chandelier hung above them, while skirts flew and twirled on the dance floor. At the end of the swirling staircase, two men, one dressed in white and the other in black, one in front and one behind, one noble and one leisurely, both slowly made their way down. This time, Chun Hanshin's entire demeanor, from his footsteps to his aura and to his gaze, including the moment he returned Ning Xi's teasing smile, was all perfectly flawless. The couple were akin to two equally bright stars, shining and enhancing each other. Cut. Not bad. Very good. Almost everyone breathed a heavy sigh of relief following Chun Mian's emotional call to cut. The worry in Chun Mian's heart could finally be dissolved. Thank goodness, Chun Hanshin had managed to make it. If he had not, it would have casted a huge shadow over him. However, once he got over it, his acting skills definitely achieved huge realization and improvement. Whoa, amazing! Ji Yuming's heart was racing. The moment the two of them shared a look, my Fujoshi soul was about to come out. Way too handsome. Xia did not know about Ji Feishu's feelings at all, and he had only treated him as his capable subordinate and good friend, but the intimacy and great chemistry between the two was enough to touch everyone, making the audience's hearts cry out for the female lead's feelings. Qi Feng also looked jealous, as if he felt heavily damaged by the couple. Okay, they are quite handsome. While everyone were clapping and praising them, Chun Hanshin did not relax at all. He staggered down the steps and took the bottled water from his assistant's hand and downed half the bottle, his chest heaving vigorously. It was just a scene of acting cool, yet it was as if they had watched a battle. The witnesses felt like they were still in shock. Qi Feng stole a panicked look at Ning Xi, who looked unaffected. Then he walked close to Ji Yumeng and said, "Yumeng, are you sure that the person you were referring to earlier is the same person as the one we're seeing now? Isn't this scary? Where has the gentleness, the considerate soul gone to?" She said that she would be very good at helping newbies to get into the zone and that she would teach them patiently. She had also claimed that with her, acting would be very easy. Was she lying? It was only the first scene, and Chun Hanshin was about to keel over as a result of her. He was feeling thankful that he did not have that many scenes with Ning Xi. Ji Yumeng bit her lip and replied, "But when she was acting with me, she was really super considerate and super relaxed, I thank you. Can't blame our senior for this. Is it wrong for her to have such amazing acting skills?" Because of the storyline, the two of them need to be extra dramatic for this scene. It's inevitable. Qi Feng was speechless. Why did he feel like this difference in opinion was biased with gender? To girls, she was warm and tender like the spring wind, whereas to men, she was as cold as the autumn wind. Something was not right. Chun Mian looked at the time. "It's too late today. We won't have time. Let's push the remaining scenes to be continued tomorrow. Everyone's worked hard. Let's wrap up for today." Even though he had not finished the scenes for that day, it was worth the perfect performance in this important scene. When Chun Mian finally got Ning Xi alone, he could not help but ask, "If Chun Hanshin still could not keep up with your pace this time, would you have held back?" Chapter 906. Softened. Ning Xi smiled, her eyes curving like crab apples in its first bloom. "Of course not. I trust your evaluation, Director Chun. If he can't even handle this, that won't really hold up well for your name." She was acting normally this time, not even putting in any extra effort and being lenient. That year when she had overshadowed Jiang Mai, she was cruel. Chun Mian was almost bedazzled by that smile, and he helplessly said, "That's enough. Won't you have mercy on me? I'm sorry, I haven't managed to adjust myself in time." Chun Mian was speechless, as the two were. Speaking, Chun Mian caught Mingyu from the corner of his eye. He seemed to be waiting for them to finish. "Mingyu, do you need anything? I'm here to talk to Senior Ning Xi." Mingyu's usual poker face was unusually tense. Ning Xi looked over curiously, unsure what she was needed for. Among all of the newbies, she found Mingyu the hardest to read. However, she felt an odd sense of familiarity with him. Sadly, she did not get the chance to shoot with him today. They would only meet the next day. Could I have your signature? I'm your fan, Mingyu said without any expression. My fan? Ning Xi raised her brows in surprise. Of course. Then, Ning Xi picked up the notebook and pen in his hand to give him her autograph, and she added on some words of encouragement too. Thank you, senior. Mingyu pursed his lips, bowed, then walked off without making any small talk. Chen Mian looked at Ning Xi, then suddenly asked profoundly, Do you know how I discovered him? How? Ning Xi asked. He is not from the academy. He came up to me by himself. At that time, I had searched for a long time to no avail to find a suitable secondary male lead, so I let him try out. However, he rejected my offer. Huh? Didn't he come up to you himself? Why did he reject you? Ning Xi could not understand. He wanted to be the male lead. To be frank, his image was definitely not suitable for the male lead in this movie. Did you manage to persuade him after? Chen Mian nodded. I let him try a part of the male lead scenes first, but his image just couldn't fit, so I advised him to try for the secondary lead. He didn't agree, so later I had to invite him personally. Ning Xi was a little surprised. To let Director Chen personally invite him, it must not be as simple as getting through with just acting skills. Chen Mian smiled mysteriously. You'll find out later on. Since Chen Mian had put it that way, Ning Xi did not ask further, but she suddenly thought of something. Oh, Director Chen, are visits allowed? I have a friend who wants to come over and watch me work. I'll make sure the shoot definitely won't be affected. Sure, if it's your friend, then there definitely won't be a problem. Chen Mian agreed rather easily. As the two spoke, Chen Mian saw another silhouette peeking from not too far away. It turned out that there were more who had stayed back. Chen Mian looked helplessly at Ji Yuming's direction and asked, Here for Ning Xi too? Ji Yuming nodded. Sai, go on. I won't disturb you lot. Usually, actors would look for the director to chat after work, but this time, they were all here for the female lead. Yumeng, work's over. Aren't you leaving yet? Ning Xi's tone obviously softened significantly when she spoke to Ji Yuming. That lowered tone. Ji Yumeng subconsciously pinched her softened ears. Senior, may I have your phone number? Chapter 907. A Stupefying Kiss. Sure, Ning Xi hurled out her hand. Ji Yumeng quickly passed her phone over. Ning Xi keyed in her number, then made a missed call to her own number before returning the phone. Seeing that Ning Xi was so friendly, Ji Yumeng mustered the courage to ask again. May I add you on WeChat? My WeChat ID is my phone number. You can just add me. Oh, okay. Thank you, Senior. Senior, don't you need to remove your makeup? Ji Yumeng swallowed her saliva as she looked at Ning Xi in the male outfit. Ning Xi was wearing her own clothes, but it was still men's clothes. It was a casual outfit, a pair of jeans with a hooded jacket. It looked dynamic and comfortable. It was only a very casual look, yet when it was worn on her, it was immediately attractive. At such an hour, it would be too congested for me to get home. I'm planning to take the subway. That's more convenient, answered Ning Xi. Oh, well, Ji Yumeng wanted to say that she was taking the subway as well when her phone rang. It was her manager calling to say that he was there to pick her up. Thus, she could only bid Ning Xi farewell. Yumeng, over here. Bro phone, why are you here? When Ji Yumeng saw her middle-aged manager parked by the roadside, she was unhappy. Qian Zhaofeng did not know how he had made the young miss angry. Of course I'm here to pick you up. How did today go? You didn't cause any trouble, did you? I've told you not to think about being the female lead anymore. Even if you're unhappy about Ning Xi, you must be patient. But if you really don't want to act anymore, I can help you. He would much rather spend more effort helping her get out of acting in this movie than let her wreck it. When Ji Yumeng heard this, she immediately jumped in horror instead. Who's unhappy about Ning Xi? Don't spew nonsense. This morning is the past. Whatever it is, I'm not unhappy about Ning Xi. I want to act as the third female lead. I will fight anyone for it. Qian Zhaofeng was confused. Women were truly unfathomable. Ning Xi had told Lu Tingxiao beforehand that she would go to his place for dinner, so after work was done, she made her way there. In front of Platinum Palace, Mo Lingtian, who had been shooed out by Lu Tingxiao, looked resentfully at him. Hey, it's close to dinner time. Won't you make me stay for dinner? Ning Xi's coming over tonight, Lu Tingxiao immediately said, indicating that he did not want to be disturbed. Mo Lingtian scoffed. I've seen you through right from the start. Indeed, it's hoes before bros to you. Fancy that he had even made a trip here to talk so much to him. Speaking of which, why won't you try to ask Tang Lang? He's been with those people for so long. Can't he know about his background at all? He's not my person. This implied that even if Tang Lang said anything, he would not believe him. Besides, with that person's sophistication, even if it was Tang Lang, he would probably not reveal his background. He's already working in your office as a security guard. How could he not be your person? Mo Lingtian mumbled. As the two spoke, a shadow approached from afar. The approaching man was not very old, and he wore a trendy casual outfit. His face was extremely handsome, and he seemed to be androgynous, while exuding an aura of recklessness and brashness. One look, and you would know that he was one that attracted many. Feeling egotistically challenged, Mo Lingtian subconsciously looked longer and then asked Lu Tingxiao, "Who's that?" "Your brother's friend." In that direction lay only Lu Jingli's and Lu Tingxiao's bungalows. So if he was not looking for Lu Tingxiao, then he must have been here for Lu Jingli. Before Mo Lingtian could hear Lu Tingxiao's answer, he saw that the young man had walked right up to them, more specifically, right before Lu Tingxiao. The young man did not drive, so he had probably jogged over and was panting slightly. His fair and beautiful neck was sweaty. Upon walking over, he did not hesitate before pulling on Lu Tingxiao's neck to kiss him. Then he fluttered his eyes and in a low voice asked, "Did you miss me?" Mo Lingtian stood as still as a statue like he had been struck by lightning. He was speechless. Chapter 908. Aren't I in danger? Did you miss me? Well, what did he just witness? Heaven fell and the earth shattered. The seas ran dry and the rocks went soft as the sound of thunder rocked the sky. This scene was even more shocking than when he had first seen Lu Tingxiao with the little bunny. Mo Lingtian was left stunned. The night sky dimmed as the horizon was lit with the tangerine sunset glow. When the young man stared at Lu Tingxiao, the brash and unruly aura from him turned into threads of love and inseparability. His pair of charming eyes instantly became so beautiful that it rattled one's heart and soul. As Lu Tingxiao lowered his gaze to look at the man, the ice that covered his eyes slowly melted into spring water. His eyes were tender and precious as if he was looking at his entire world. Mo Lingtian suddenly found this scene unbelievably moving. Whoa, he must be crazy. He actually thought that the interaction between Lu Tingxiao and this man was moving. When she received the devil's assurance, Ning Xi was instantly satisfied. Indeed, the power of healing was undeniable, even making fatigue from an entire day of shooting vanish. She felt like the devil's random jealousy spites were groundless. With such a charming man before her, it was a wonder that she had not yet been charmed to death. Why would she look twice at anyone else? As he watched the two of them completely forget his existence, Mo Lingtian could finally hold it in no more as he weakly raised his hands. Cough. Guys, there's still someone else here. He felt like he had suddenly disrupted something precious. Would he be killed for that? That could not be right. He had not disrupted anything. He had only stood there quietly, and he was a victim too. Master Mo, you're here too. When Ning Xi heard someone else's voice, she turned over and looked at Mo Lingtian. Mo Lingtian was about to cry. Bro, I've always been here. What's with that look? Ning Xi put her arm on Lu Tingxiao's shoulders as she said in an apologetic tone, I'm really sorry. Usually, when I'm with my darling, it's hard for me to notice anyone else. Mo Lingtian was utterly speechless. Lu Tingxiao was actually being called darling by a man, and he actually looked quite happy about it. Mo Lingtian was about to have a mental breakdown. Lu Tingxiao, what's up with you? When I asked you in the first place, didn't you say that you don't swing this way? So what's up with the situation now? Don't tell me that the bunny from before was just a distraction, and that you actually like men. Then, aren't I in danger? Also, what do we do with that Xiao? And, this is Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao cut him off. With these words from Lu Tingxiao, Mo Lingtian was utterly dumbfounded in the midst of the chaos. What did you say? At that moment, a soft and cute little bun ran over like the wind, not to Lu Tingxiao, but to the youth's legs, his eyes full of pleasant surprise and dependence. This gaze of the little bun's reverence did make him feel oddly familiar. After all, this little guy was like Lu Tingxiao. They had never been this passionate or intimate with anyone except with the bunny. The last time at Lu Chongshan's birthday banquet, He had seen for himself how obedient and cute the little bun was before the bunny. When Ning Xi saw the little bun, she forget about Mo Lingtian and even the devil's charm. She immediately picked the little guy up. Chapter 909, Go Change. When she saw Little Treasure wearing the furry woolen cartoon pajamas with little bear ears on his hat and a round tail on his butt, Ning Xi was practically drowning in his cuteness. Oh, my baby is so cute today. Your father finally understands the need for aesthetics. At that moment, the youth's disguise and external shell were removed as she carried the little bun. All that was left was her true self, and Mo Lingtian finally believed Tingxiao. It really seems like the bunny. After Ning Xi carried the little bun into the house, Mo Lingtian remained in shock outside. Geez, this is amazing, Tingxiao. Can this punk change into 72 variations, or something? From a sly fox to a little bunny, to a shooting master, to a little maid, and even a male disguise, it all came so naturally to her. A woman that could tie Tingxiao down should not be treated commonly. Now, he finally knew where the previous rumors about Tingxiao liking men and his open kiss with a man at a certain party had come from. He really knew how to play the rumor mill. In the living room, Miss Xiaoxi, dinner will be ready in a while. Have some juice. Miss Xiaoxi, have some fruits. Miss Xiaoxi, do you want dessert? The maids at home had come over many times with refreshments before Tingxiao massaged his forehead and then said to Ning Xi, Go upstairs and change. What for? It's so inconvenient to keep changing. Ning Xi mumbled. Tingxiao did not answer, gazing only towards a certain direction. In the kitchen and in the garden outside the window, many of the maids, including Wan, had already peeked in many times and come over to offer things frequently. Before this, when Ning Xi was in a female outfit, she had already coaxed all these maids from being against her to liking her. Now, what more in her male disguise? Is that handsome guy inside really Miss Xiaoxi? No way. They're probably joking. Wan said so. She shouldn't be wrong. Or else, apart from Miss Xiaoxi, have you seen anyone this close to our master? I've bought you and Little Treasure pajamas from the same series. Tingxiao answered finally. Ah, really? You should have said earlier. I'll go change immediately. When Ning Xi heard this, she flew up the stairs. Moments later, Ning Xi walked down in fresh clothes. Little Treasure's pajama set was like a little bear's while Ning Xi's was a little bunny's. The long ears on her head were extremely adorable. Ning Xi hopped down the stairs and twirled before Tingxiao. Do I look cute or not? Flew. Tingxiao, I can't believe you would buy such clothes. Tingxiao replied. I thought you'd like it. Ning Xi raised her brows. Well, do you like it? I like anything you wear. Ning Xi had no words to say. Compared to her pickup skills, she felt like the devil's skills of picking up girls while looking serious was truly mind-blowing. Returning to her apartment after dinner, Ning Xi called Zhuang Qi. Hello, Qi. Xiaoxi. It's you. What's up? Zhuang Qi's surprised voice was heard from the other end of the phone. It's about that thing we discussed, about you wanting to come visit the set. I've asked the director and he said that there's no problem, so you can come over anytime. Ning Xi never forgot what she promised girls. When Zhuang Qi heard this, she was instantly overjoyed. Really? That's great. Ning Xi was about to say something when she realized that it was quite noisy on Zhuang Qi's end of the line. Qi, are you not home? Chapter 910. Teach you how to be human. Zhuang Qi sighed and hesitated. I'm in one of the internet cafes in the city center. Internet cafe? Ning Xi was a little shocked. Why would Zhuang Qi go to such a place? I'm here to look for my brother. Zhuang Qi paused, then explained. After the last incident, my father gave him a curfew, telling him that he's not allowed to go out after 9 at night. But he ran out when I wasn't noticing. If I don't quickly bring him back, and my father notices when he returns, he'll definitely fly into a rage. Sis, you're so noisy. Can you take your call somewhere further away? Zhuang Rongguang was heard groaning on the other end. Rongguang, our father will highly likely come home tonight. Father, can you not keep using our father to threaten me? I'm just playing games and not killing people. Can't I have some freedom? The problem is that you're having your final exams soon, yet you keep playing games. Also, count for yourself how much money you've spent on these games. You've even had online relationships with people on them. Go away. You're so annoying. Are you done? Zhuang Rongwan's tone was very nasty, as if he had forgotten how he had almost been shot to death by his father once, and who had always been there to protect him. When she heard Zhuang Rongwan's vile tone, Ning Xi frowned. However, when she spoke to Zhuang Qi, her tone remained gentle. Here, can you help me check what game your brother is playing and what his ID is? Then, secretly tell me, okay? Zhuang Qi followed Ning Xi's instructions and looked at the computer screen. Then she walked away to tell Ning Xi. The game is called Sanctuary, and his ID is Glory of Light. He seems to be marrying someone in the game tonight. He won't go home no matter how much I ask him to. Okay, got it. Here, find a place to sit for a while. I'll think of a way to make him go home obediently. Zhuang Qi did not ask what Ning Xi was about to do. She just trusted her. After hanging up, Ning Xi opened her laptop and then clicked on the Sanctuary icon on her desktop. This game was the one that she was an ambassador for together with Jiang Mai, and it was considered the game that Ning Xi had played the longest. This punk really wanted to take the road to hell when there was one on heaven. He was already an adult, yet he let a girl run out late at night to look for him and even spoke so disrespectfully to her. If she did not kill him so mercilessly tonight that he deleted his game, she would not be called Piercing Wind. Ning Xi looked as if her own woman was being bullied as she logged in with her game ID and was prepared to attack Zhuang Rongwan. Just as Ning Xi logged in, immediately the system popped up with a notification. Number 1 on the PK leaderboard, Piercing Wind, has arrived. When she and Jiang Mai promoted the game through livestream, they had used other usernames, but this was Ning Xi's real ID. The moment the bright red system notification popped up, the world immediately exploded. The world explained, "Whoa, it's super happening tonight. All the leaderboard masters have arrived. Even Piercing Wind, who hasn't been online in a long time." The world continued. After all, it is the wedding of the first faction leader, Glory of Light, and the second faction leader, in Water's Direction. But it's not like Piercing Wind received an invitation. But that's weird if Piercing Wind received an invitation. Piercing Wind always runs solo and does not join any factions. Piercing Wind wouldn't befriend any factions. Oh. I see Piercing Wind walking towards the matchmaker's shrine. It seems like this unwelcome guest is really going to attend the wedding. Chapter 9:11. I'm going to steal a wife. In the game, Piercing Wind, requesting for Glory of Light's coordinates. Ning Xi clicked on the keyboard and released this message to the world. The world, oh, the master has actually appeared. It's a group photo of the forces. Master, I want to give birth to monkeys for you. Hey, do you want to die? Piercing Wind has a wife. So what? Can't I be the master's concubine? Haha, you should see who Piercing Wind's wife is. How dare you touch Fallen Bloom's husband? What wife? The master didn't marry her. That was right. Ning Xi's game account username was a man's profile. Because her attack score was top of the game, and she led the leaderboard all year round, she was publicly known as all the female players' #1 marriage choice. The wife they were talking about was Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai had been tricked by Ning Xi back then and had played using a female profile with the ID Fallen Bloom. Because the two always appeared together and because Jiang Mai was Ning Xi's only good friend in the game, the outside world had always thought of them as a pair. When someone sent Ning Xi Zhuang Rongwan's coordinates, Ning Xi immediately rushed to her destination. At that moment, some good friends in the game had offered a voice note invitation. Ning Xi looked at the pop-up box and clicked to listen. Then, Jiang Mai's voice could be heard. Yo, you punk, you're finally online. What are you going to the matchmaker's shrine for? Quick, let's battle. Don't disturb me. I have serious matters to settle. What serious matters would you have at the matchmaker's shrine? On the other end of the phone, Ning Xi laughed sinisterly, then replied, I'm going to steal a wife. What? Jiang Mai almost choked on his saliva. What did you just say? She had not been online in forever, and the first thing she wanted to do was snatch a woman? Was this not cheating on him? After all, everyone in the game thought that he was a pair with Ning Xi. When she thought about how Zhuang Qi was still waiting at the internet CAF late at night, Ning Xi did not spend any more time talking to Jiang Mai. She immediately summoned her flying horse and rode to the matchmaker's shrine, making it in time with Zhuang Rongwan's group. This game had been made quite realistically. The wedding set was red all around with streaks of blooms, and it looked aesthetically pleasing to the eye. A male player riding on a high horse with the ID Glory of Light. Above his head led the bride escort troop. Behind him was a sedan with the Pride, and the people on the side were high-profile players. They were all famous people on the leaderboard, if not faction leaders themselves. The troop was walking when sudden, the reverberating sound of a dragon's groan was heard from the sky. That was the cry of hatred from the only dragon-style flying mount in the game. When they heard the dragon's cry, all the players knew that the #1 master of the game, Piercing Wind, had arrived. At that moment, Zhuag Rongguang, who was sitting before the computer in the internet CAF, immediately stared at the man who had arrived from the sky with his shining eyes, looking very delighted. "I'm so cool. I'm just getting married, and even Piercing Wind is here to attend the wedding." Beside him, Zhuang Rongguang's scoundrel friends exclaimed in admiration too. "Whoa, this is the dragon. I'm seeing it for the first time. Way cool. I heard that you have to win 100 battles in a row before you can redeem it. Only Piercing Wind has achieved this in the entire country. But why did he suddenly come? What's so weird about that? I am, after all, the leader of the #1 faction." The moment Zhuang Rongguang said this, his friends suddenly stared at the screen and then turned pale before crying out in alarm. "Jesus! Rongguang, quickly run. What is it? What's the big fuss about?" Zhuang Rongguang looked over at the screen, then found himself dumbfounded. The entire screen was blood red. Piercing Wind had unexpectedly turned his massacre mode on him. Chapter 9:12. Here to cause trouble. The massacre mode was different from seeking a battle because the latter would require the opponent's acceptance and agreement before proceeding. Starting the massacre mode meant that even if the opponent did not want to fight you, you could still immediately go for the kill. Of course, there were punishments for forcefully killing someone. After the players started the massacre mode, they would become red-listed themselves and become a monster. Then anyone could kill them from then on. The players were initially all flooding the forums, shocked that Piercing Wind would join Glory of Light's wedding. Someone had even speculated that Piercing Wind was prepared to join the faction, but in the next second, everyone witnessed him get off his saddle and catch everyone off guard by going into massacre mode. The man in the battle god armor was bloodied red as the huge scythe in his hand cut through the sky. The red crescent-shaped light fell on Glory of Light's body, and instantly, he lost half his blood. Before everyone could react, Piercing Wind had made a few more moves and slashed mercilessly, causing Glory of Light to fall on the floor, thoroughly dead. The entire world's channels had been flooded with comments and speculations earlier, but at that moment, it fell silent. In the internet CAF, Zhuang Rongguang slammed his fist onto the table in fury. "Hey, that bastard actually dared to kill me." His friends around him were dumbstruck. "What just happened? Why are you stunned? Quickly revive me," Zhuang Rongguang demanded unhappily. Oh. In the game, a medical player had injected him with life, and Zhuang Rongguang was immediately resurrected. However, in the next second, another red glow flashed across the screen, and Zhuang Rongguang's character fell to the ground again. Because he was not yet restored to full blood condition when he was revived, this time only a single move was needed to strike him down. Zhuang Rongguang, his friends, everyone in the gaming world, and the guests attending the wedding were stupefied once again. If the first time was a misunderstanding, the second time was definitely intentional. Piercing Wind was clearly here to kill Glory of Light. On another computer, Jiang Mai sent a voice note as he was getting a headache. "Damn it. What the heck are you trying to do? How did this guy offend you?" Ning Xi replied. "He bullied my person." Jiang Mai had nothing to say. Logically, Ning Xi did not have any other good friends in the game. So who had Glory of Light bullied? Just as she said that, Ning Xi had already killed the resurrected Glory of Light for the third time. At that moment, someone finally spoke in the forum. "Glory of Light. Piercing Wind. What is the meaning of this?" Ning Xi's reply was a stab to him before immediately sitting down cross-legged, blocking the path of the bridal troop. Nothing was said, but the intention was already quite obvious. He was here to cause trouble. The world. Jesus. Can someone tell me what the situation is? The world. It's already so obvious. Do you still need to ask? Piercing Wind is obviously here to steal his wife. The world. Hey. I've really lived long enough. Who knew that watching a wedding would lead to such a huge scandal? Glory of Light. Piercing Wind. I don't have any grudges with you. You've come here yourself to cause trouble. Don't blame me for being merciless. Now that Piercing Wind had started massacre mode, everyone could go up to kill him. Even if he was great at battling, it could not compare to the force of Glory of Light's entire #1 faction. At that moment, everyone's screen suddenly turned into a sea of gold, and the sound of birds crying was heard from their speakers. A huge shadow covered the sky. Then a golden phoenix landed, and from the phoenix, a magical fluttery woman floated down. To everyone's shock, the ID above the woman's head was Fallen Bloom. Chapter 9:13. Would my man need to steal your woman? The world. Fallen Bloom. My goddess Fallen Bloom is here. Goddess, please a selfie. The world. Ha 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 ha. Piercing Wind's wife is here. This is going to be good. The world. Now, Glory of Light won't even need to do anything. Fallen Bloom would probably kill the wretched man herself. Fallen Bloom was second on the game leaderboard and was the only female player among the top 10, having won 88 battles in a row. She rode a golden phoenix and carried the nickname of the Battle Devil. Even though her battle score was not on par with Piercing Wind's, she still held the highest number of battles in the game. At the same time, Fallen Bloom was also the game's first RMB player. Even though her faction ranking was not that high up, the entire faction was filled with Rick Mafias, and even the #1 faction would dare not offend her. Otherwise, as unruly as they were, when they started hating you, they could easily use their money to snatch everyone in your faction. Zhuang Rongguang had limited allowance, and recently, even that had been limited, so he naturally could not compare to these merciless rich mafia RMB players. Glory of Light. Leader Fallen Bloom, your man is not satisfied with what he has and came here to snatch my woman from me. How do you feel about this? Zhuang Rongguang was worried that Fallen Bloom would protect Piercing Wind, so he just decided to drive a wedge between them. Fallen Bloom, would my man need to steal your woman? A single sentence kill. In Water's direction. Fallen Bloom, don't be a bully. Who's your man? Bro, Piercing Wind has never admitted being in any relationship with you. So stop showering your affection onto someone who's uninterested here. Hey, through the gaming headphones, Jiang Mai cursed out loudly. In the next second, the screen displayed a line of words. System, player Fallen Bloom, has started massacre mode on in Water's direction. The entire world was dumbfounded once again. This storyline was a godlike escalation, simply merciless. From a case of 2 men fighting for a woman, it had become 2 women fighting for a man, and there was none of Glory of Light's business here. His own woman who he had just wedded had run off to be jealous of another woman. As a faction leader, he had really been cheated on horribly here. Did the goddess in Water's direction actually like Piercing Wind too? This was not surprising to all the players. The game was, after all, where the strongest earned the highest honor, and which female player would not like Piercing Wind. Besides, if such a man had come to snatch you as a wife, that would cause one's heart to be restless. While the game was abuzz, Ning Xi was fighting with Jiang Mai. Damn it, Jiang Mai, what are you doing? What must you cheat on me and not allow me to defend myself? Your stubborn head, can't you just tell them you're a man? That way, there wouldn't be any misunderstanding. How can I continue playing in this game if they knew I am a man? Well, you're a man, so you can't kill women. I am now a woman too. If you cause any more trouble for me, don't look for me if you need someone to battle with. She had finally stopped Jiang Mai, so Ning Xi quickly sent out a message into the world. Piercing Wind. Personal gratitude and grudges abound. Those on the sidelines, please, don't intervene, or else you will pay the price yourself. Up next, Piercing Wind unexpectedly challenged someone to a war. Piercing Wind, Glory of Light, come to the battlefield. I will take off my godly armor and let you make 3 moves. The loser has to delete their account. Instantly, the entire world was buzzing again. Immediately delete their account? That was such a huge stake. Just as everyone was going crazy on the forum, they were also excitedly anticipating Glory of Light's response. If Glory of Light still would not accept the challenge, he would lose all face and would not be considered a man. Rongguang, what to do now? To fight or not? That guy is even taking off his godly armor. How arrogant. Of course, we must get him. Rongguang, get him. What are you waiting for? Chapter 9:14. Which girl did you hook up with now? Zhuang Rongguang looked unhappy as he gritted his teeth in frustration. His attack score was actually not that low. Earlier, he had only been massacred by Piercing Wind because he was completely caught off guard. Now, Piercing Wind had not only let him make 3 moves first, he had even offered to remove their godly armor, so there was no way he would lose again. Thus, Zhuang Rongguang decisively picked up his sword and swung it at Piercing Wind. True to his word, Piercing Wind stood still and did not return the favor. 3 sword attacks later, Piercing Wind had only 10% of blood life left. You punk, you're arrogant indeed. Delete your account. Zhuang Rongguang continued to slash. To Zhuang Rongguang's surprise, in the next second, Piercing Wind had suddenly disappeared from where he was. At the same time, Zhuang Rongguang's life had depleted by a quarter. Hey, teleportation. Don't worry, Rongguang, continue. He slowed down from your attack, so this move can only be done once. In fact, he's already removed his godly armor, so the harm he can inflict is halved. Quickly slash him to death. Just 1 slash is enough. Despite Piercing Wind having only that little life left, he continued to fly and use showy attack tricks that bedazzled everyone. At last, he almost killed the fully armored Glory of Light without much mercy. The world started buzzing at the same time on the forum again. The world, praise the master. The world, praise the master. The world, praise the master. The world, Piercing Wind. Delete your account, or else I will kill you every time I see you. The world, master, what grudges are there between you two? The world, exactly. How has the Glory of Light faction leader offended you to the point that not only do you want to steal his wife, you even want to kill him to delete his account? Piercing Wind, I just don't like him. The world. In the internet CAF, Zhuang Rongguang looked at Piercing Wind's message on the screen and kicked the chair behind him, toppling it over. Hey, Rongguang, where are you going? Not playing anymore. You've spent so much money on this account. Are you really going to delete it? Go away, don't disturb me. Don't look for me to play anymore. He had already been killed so horribly, robbed of his wife, and even battled away his dignity. How would he have the face to play again? At the same time, Ning Xi's phone rang. It was Zhuang Qier. Ning Xi stopped Jiang Mai, who was complaining profusely into her headphones about in Water's Direction's provocation, to accept the call. Hello, Qier. When he heard Ning Xi's gentle voice, Jiang Mai instantly shut up on the other end and listened in. Hello, Xiaoxi. Rongguang has already logged off and gone home. That's good then. You should get home quickly too. Next time, don't come out alone so late at night. It's not safe. I know. But what did you do? I think I heard Rongguang say earlier that he won't play games anymore because he has been so addicted to it. I never expected that he would actually say something like this. Oh, it's nothing. I have an account in this game too. Coincidentally, I know your brother. I just used that account to chat privately with him, using my identity as a friend to advise him, telling him to study hard and not abandon his studies for these games. Maybe he understood better because I spoke to him as a player and a friend. Oh, is that so? Xiaoxi, thank you so much. Ning Xi's microphone had not been switched off, so Jiang Mai was speechlessly listening to Ning. She's blatant lies. When Ning Xi was done with the phone call, Jiang Mai immediately scoffed. Which girl did you hook up with now? What do you mean by hook up? It's my new friend. Her brother plays games all day and wouldn't go home, so I'm just helping her out. She had caused such a ruckus, snatching wives and forcing someone to delete their account, all to please a girl. Pity him, having to fight and be jealous of a stupid woman like in Water's Direction. In the end, it was because she was helping another girl? Jiang Mai was speechless at the absurdity of it all. Chapter 9:15. Such a weak actor. No fun to torture. Oh yeah, you started shooting today. How did it go? Jiang Mai casually asked. Ning Xi pouted. It went quite well, I guess. There's a prick, but it's all settled. Prick? Could it be Chun Han Chun, that punk? You know him too? Ning Xi was a little surprised. Fashion media keeps talking about trying to cultivate the next Jiang Mai or something. How could I not know? Jiang Mai sneered. Then he asked, have you shot any scenes with him today? I did. How did it go? He did bad takes about 10 times, I think. Were you that kind and lenient on him? When Jiang Mai heard this, he was instantly dissatisfied as he wondered why had she tortured him so cruelly back then. That was only because he's such a weak actor. Plus, it wouldn't be fun to torture him. He's far from your standards. Ning Xi replied. Jiang Mai choked. These words. Should he thank her for the compliment then? However, He does have pretty good potential. If you don't work harder, be careful, your junior might end up better than you. Ning Xi said. Huh, that's groundless worries. He can try to be better, Jiang Mai said in the utmost arrogant tone. Ning Xi laughed while she shook her head. However, even though Jiang Mai was brassy, he did have the qualities to behave so. That innate rampant ego of his was not easy to be copied by just anyone. If Chun Hanshin only followed Jiang Mai's path and not unearth his own unique character, even if he became popular, he would only forever be but a faint shadow of Jiang Mai. Oh, what time will your shoot roughly be tomorrow? Jiang Mai asked. I don't have any shooting in the morning. I start in the afternoon. What do you have in mind? As your senior from the same company, of course. I want to visit the set of your new show to support you. Ning Xi had no words to reply him with. He obviously had ulterior motives. The next morning, because Ning Xi's shoot was in the afternoon, she dropped by the studio. If she had more time, she wanted to think of a way to meet the person in charge at SF. Before this, she failed to meet him after contacting him quite a few times, and when they had made an appointment, he had inconveniently gone out of the country for work. When she had finally waited for them to be back in the country, they were all sorts of busy again. Ning Xi was ready to think of a way to find out what the other person's schedule was, then go and look for them. With the proposal she had prepared so long for, she had to, at least, let that person go through it once no matter what. When she rushed to the studio, Ning Xi immediately called Han Momo over. Momo, have you found out about the thing I asked you to check from the day before? Yes. In the morning, Director Wang will be at the Western Suburbs golf course. Okay, got it. Ning Xi turned on her laptop and adjusted the proposal again. Gong Shangza frowned at this sight. He put the draft in his hand down and walked over. Boss, how about I go this time? Don't you have a shoot this afternoon? If you rush to the west now and rush back to the set, you'd be too tired. No worries, I already said you don't have to care about all of this. Just focus on your designs. Ning Xi pat him on the shoulder, then prepared to leave. She picked up her bag and was about to walk out when a calm voice said from the cubicle beside her, It's just a waste of energy. The person who had spoken was Xiao Weilon. Han Momo was upset when she heard this. This was their effort of preserving the studio, and they had not asked for any of her help, but she did not have to dampen their enthusiasm, did she? Chapter 916, Master Enlighten Me? Something shifted in Ning Xi's eyes. She immediately put her bag down and pulled out a chair to sit opposite Xiao Weilon. Master, enlighten me. With your advice. Xiao Weilon looked up and saw that Ning Xi had propped down before her, and she was instantly shaken by her curious eyes. In usual situations, such words in that kind of tone would offend most people. They would usually be unhappy, and possibly even start a fight. After all, the working relationship between them was weak with no foundation at all, and it was all too easy to incite conflict between them. Ning Xi's attitude inevitably took her back by surprise. The truth was that ever since she had come over, she had been surprised many times. At first, when she had been sent here by Qin Shenghua, she did indeed have the intention of wanting to finish her mission then leave. She did not want to have to do anything else unnecessary. There were too many celebrities like Ning Xi who had started their own studio and created their own brand, but all of them were only fooling around with their work. All of them were empty, arrogant vessels, and she did not need to please such people. She thought that Ning Xi would be the same as well, so she held the principle of the less complications, the better, and to not aim for credits, but rather for no mistakes. She did not even want to waste any excessive amount of energy at such a place. However, as time went on, this girl had surprised her tremendously. Despite the fact that she was not a professional in many aspects and that the business had even taken many turns, she continued to learn and was constantly improving. She had many of her own views while Gong Shanza was practically treating this career like his life. Even Han Momo shared a very strong pride for the studio. In such an atmosphere, she had not noticed it herself, but she was already unknowingly changing the way she saw things. Earlier, although her brain had not computed information, her body would react on impulse, but now, she would process her thoughts before acting. Even though she was a little shocked, this was still within her expectations. At that moment, as she faced the girl's humble and eager gaze, Xiao Weilon finally said, "This is the commercial society. They care about the outside, not the internal. They prefer flashy things that are hollow on the inside. Business deals cannot be sealed with perseverance. Your actions will only be seen as pestering to the outside. Ning Xi quickly took out her notebook and her eyes shone. Then, what should I do to arouse the interest of the SF person in charge, so that they would get our brand on retail? Xiao Weilon watched Ning Xi's demeanor that of a young student and cleared her throat. It's currently impossible. That kind of company has strong and solid capability. They'll definitely not accept a brand of our ranks to put up on retail. Even if your proposal is perfect, you've chosen the wrong client. You're just attempting the impossible. We currently don't even have small clients, yet we want to expect instant success discussing retailing with top companies. In the industry, this is unrealistic. Ning Xi listened as she fell into contemplation. Xiao Weilon's words had accurately pinpointed their problem. Maybe because they had succeeded with Qin Shengyue the last time, she had subconsciously set an overzealous goal for herself. After all, she had used some smarts with the Qin Shengyue case. However, she could not rely on luck and opportunity every time. When she saw that Ning Xi had understood, Xiao Weilon continued. Based on our current situation with the studio, it's not suitable to find a huge corporation like SF for collaboration. Based on our position, the most suitable collaboration partners would be those socialites. Chapter 917, Taking It to Give a Girl. Now, the question is, how do we tap into the market of socialites? Han Momo asked. Prepare 10 sets of clothes for me. I'll be in charge of sending them out, said Xiao Weilon. What? Han Momo's eyes instantly widened. Send them out? Yes. Our studio is for profit, not for charity. Wouldn't we get no returns at all from sending them out? Han Momo looked shocked, her eyes filled with suspicion towards Xiao Weilon. She had thought that Xiao Weilon would have some good ideas. This was nonsense, was it not? An awkward moment of silence later, Ning Xi looked at Gong Shangza and asked, how many sets of high-grade customized pieces do we have now? Exactly 10 pieces, but they were prepared to be released as a new product, Gong Shangza answered. Ning Xi immediately said, then, let's not release it first. Pass them to Director Qiao. Xiao Weilon nodded slightly. Then she looked at Gong Shangza. I need the detailed information of the material and design concept of every set of apparel. As Xiao Weilon spoke to Gong Shangza, Han Momo quickly pulled Ning Xi aside and lowered her voice to say, Sis Xi, this is too risky. I've counted. The total of those clothes come up to a few $1 million, and we've used up all the best materials and quality. If we don't accept any payment and just give them away, all of the profit from this period would have to be used to cover, and that would most likely cause a fracture in the capital chain. If you use someone, don't suspect them. Ning Xi squinted. Then she said through gritted teeth. Besides, one must pay the price to achieve one's goals. She had waited for so long for the day that Xiao Weilon would take the initiative in the studio work. So how could she let go of this great opportunity? Even if it failed, she would accept her chances. Besides, she did not think that she would fail. Xiao Weilon had mentioned that she would be in charge of giving them out, which meant that she would use her own connections for the studio. Her connections were Xiao Weilon's best weapon. When Han Momo saw Ning Xi's determined attitude and confident outlook, she naturally stopped trying to advise her. Gong Shangza was packing the required clothes with Han Momo when Ning Xi suddenly flew over. Oh, wait. Hey, my babies. Let me bid them one last farewell. Han Momo was confused. She had been so blunt earlier that she almost thought that she did not care at all, and that her heart did not ache even a little. When Xiao Weilon saw Ning Xi's heartbroken expression, she smiled, and at the same time, she felt moved. Ning Xi was not at the wealthiest point in her life, and these clothes were pretty much the entire studio's capital, yet she had chosen to trust her without second thoughts. After Ning Xi was done bidding goodbye to the beautiful clothes, she suddenly thought of something again. Wait, Director Qiao. I have a good friend who is super pretty and super cute. Her identity would definitely fit our studio's positioning too. Could you give me a set to pass to her? Xiao Weilon nodded. Of course, you're the boss. I am indeed the boss, but you're the lighthouse. After Ning Xi received her agreement, she happily picked out a lively, youthful outfit from the available sets. She thought to herself, this outfit would definitely look good on Mike here. In fact, it's so expensive, arg. I definitely cannot let all of it be taken advantage of by outsiders. Chapter 918, A Kissing Scene. Quality goods needed no advertising. Instead of waiting, They had taken the initiative to find those who were suitable for them. With a combination of Spirit's talents, Qin Xingyue's prestige, and the final touch in the form of Qiao Weilan's connections, the probability of winning this gamble was pretty positive. Ning Xi patted Gong Shangza on the shoulder. Shangza, your babies have been taken away. Does your heart ache? After all, these clothes had all been put together stitch by him and more than 10 professional craftsmen. She remembered that on one of the outfits, just sewing the metallic ornament had taken them 7 days. On the outside, Gong Shangza did not look heavy-hearted. I trust you, boss. Besides, without her, they would not even have existed. She was the real owner of the outfits. With Qiao Weilan's help, Ning Xi was much more relieved, so she rushed straight to the set after lunch. For ease of movement, she remained in a male disguise. The crew had just finished lunch too, so they were resting for a while. Even though it was only the second day, there was already a small clique formed. Chen Hanchen, Qi Fong, and Ji Yuming were one close group on their own. Because Ku Yuming was not a product of the film academy and was not signed to any company, he remained alone in a corner, highlighting his more reclusive personality. Some of the smaller characters would walk up to him for small talk sometimes, but when they did not get a response, they stopped trying. Senior, you're here. Ji Yuming saw Ning Xi from afar. She was in the middle of a conversation with Qi Fong, but she ditched him and flew over to her like a little bird. Hey, hey, hey. They had only not seen each other for one night, so what was up with the yearning? Ah, wake up, Ji Yuming, that's a woman. How Eve? Ning Xi really did have a unique aura, especially from the way she treated the girls yesterday. It was very comfortable to be around her, making any girl feel oddly like they were being preciously treated. When she saw the panting little girl coming to greet her, Ning Xi revealed a smile. Have you eaten? I've eaten. Director Chun is so mean. The crew's takeaway is so good that I've eaten too much again. Ji Yuming covered her tummy and grumbled. Huh, don't worry, you're not even fat. Really? It's okay even if you're a little fat. You'd look even cuter that way. No way. Ji Yuming covered her face shyly. She really wanted to marry Ning Xi. Not too far away, Qi Fong was about to twist his mineral water bottle out of shape. Hey, what's so good about that guy? She's just a sweet talker. She just knows how to coax girls. What a hypocrite. At that moment, a random girl intervened to say, so what if she coaxes girls? Isn't coaxing girls one of the most basic skills a man ought to have? You're right, but something's not right. She's clearly a girl herself. Why would she fight for our rice bowls like that? The competition is already tight enough. Right, Hanchen? Qi Fong turned to look at Chun Hanchen beside him. Chen Hanchen did not say anything as he was focused on the script and did not hear what he said at all. Qi Fong was speechless. He pitied the guy. It looked like yesterday's torture was quite brutal. Chen Hanchen was suddenly so serious, making him feel really pressured too. Apart from Chen Hanchen, another person with unknown potential was the second male lead, Ku Mingyu. This guy had not said Mond, and they wondered how his acting skills were. Yesterday, Chen Hanchen had been tortured brutally. So this punk would not have it easy today either, would he? Hey, what scene is Ku Mingyu shooting with Ning Xi today? Qi Fong mumbled as he flipped the script. Got it. Scene 28. Well, it's actually a kissing scene, even though they do not actually kiss in the end. Ha 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 Hanchen. Someone's going to cover the bottom for you. The scene that Ku Mingyu is doing with Ning Xi today is a kissing scene. How could he be able to kiss a man? Ku Mingyu is dead. Chapter 919. What did you just say? Even though Ning Xi was a woman, when she wore a male outfit, everyone would overlook the feminine side of her. Thus, could Ku Mingyu act well with such the thought that Ning Xi passed off so well as a man? Chen Mian was probably a little worried that Ku Mingyu would not express well later either, so he called him over to talk him through the scene. Sigh, the fact Ning Xi was so good at this male disguise had actually become an issue too. Others had also heard that the next scene would be quite interesting. Hence, they instantly became excited and anticipated the shoot to begin. In fact, a few Fujoshis were so excited that they were bouncing. On the other hand, Ji Yuming was flipping through her script and clearly sulking. Damn it, Ku Mingyu actually has a kissing scene with Senior today? Let go off Senior and allow me to do it. In the movie, apart from the female lead's best friend, Ning Xiaoming, who knew right from the start that the female lead was a woman, the first person to notice this was the second male lead character, Ling Yu. Upon noticing this, he gradually felt an odd sentiment towards her. However, he knew that the female lead liked his good friend, Tingxiao. So Ling Yu's personality in the script was a very conflicted person. There were a lot of gaze-intensive scenes, and to perform them was probably even more difficult than the male lead scenes. The crew was preparing for the shoot when someone in the crowd suddenly shrieked, "Ah! Ah! Ah! Jiangmai!" Who? Jiangmai? Where? Where? Over there. The person that the director's assistant just let in. Oh, it really is my Jiangmai. My Jiangmai is so handsome today. But why would my come today? Probably to visit the shoot. I heard that he has a close relationship with Bro Xi. Nearby, she saw a group of girls surrounding him as he walked over. Ning Xi was speechless. This dude had really come. Not only that, he had worn Neil's spring and summer series embedded satin aviation jacket with a pair of black trousers, paired with a gold chain and pink ring. And the obsidian stud earring shone dimly on his earlobe. The way he was dressed, he should get a red carpet rolled out for him. He was just visiting a shoot. Did he have to dress this flirtatiously? Because of Jiang Mai's arrival, the crew was abuzz for quite a while. Some had even asked for his signature and others for a picture. Chen Mian was quite generous. He gave the girls 10 minutes to chase after their favorite celebrity. Even though they had seen many celebrities while working in this industry, they still could not resist the temptation of charm, more so with someone of Jiang Mai's allure. "Yumeng, aren't you going over?" Ning Xi noticed with surprise that even though the crew members and some actresses had ran over, Ji Yumeng was not bothered. Ji Yumeng looked over at Ning Xi when she heard her and immediately expressed her loyalty. "Senior, I am your die-hard fan. Even if that Jiang Mai were super handsome, I wouldn't look at him twice. Besides, he's not all that handsome. He's far from you." The moment Ji Yumeng finished, a shadow stood over her. A man's loud and unhappy voice was heard just above her head. "Oh, Jiang Senior Jiang." Ji Yumeng instantly took a few steps back. "Little girl, what did you just say?" Jiang Mai took off his sunglasses and asked, his eyes looking very much like electricity generators. Jiang Mai was really a natural star. His entire body was shining, and his aura was highly invasive, such that no one could really ignore him. Ji Yumeng was young after all, and Jiang Mai had suddenly come this close with his full charisma, making the little girl turn scarlet instantly. Chapter 920. There's love between these two. On one hand, her rationale told her to restrain herself as a die-hard fan, but on the other hand, the temptation of beauty before her was too much. Oh, what to do, what to do? She could not betray Senior. I'm not as handsome as her. You sure? Jiang Mai's charming eyes twinkled as he continued to ask. I. The little girl felt troubled, feeling anxious and on the verge of tears. Behind her, Ning Xi's mouth twitched. She walked up, hurled out a hand, and took Ji Yumeng into her embrace to pat her hair lightly, then put her behind for protection before giving Jiang Mai a mean stare. Can you be any more immature? Ji Yumeng instantly felt as if the spring breeze had caressed her face as she hid behind Ning Xi and felt giddy with happiness. Oh, she was being protected by the senior. Jiang Mai scoffed, then sat right down, looking very challenged. Who told this girl to talk big and dare to look down upon his charm? This was a question of principles, one he could not stand. Ning Xi naturally knew he had this bad habit, so she rolled her eyes and said, "You already have so many fans, and you still want to fight with me over one. Aren't you shameless?" Jiang Mai pouted. "Even you can fight with male celebrities over female fans. What am I being shameless about?" Ning Xi sneered. Haha, you dare say that you've never taken male fans away from female celebrities? As everyone watched the two of them unwittingly start an argument as soon as they met, they became restless. Oh, one is arrogant and dominating, while another is lazy and unruly. The two of them are really such a feast for my eyes. They are practically befitting of each other. Sadly, why is the male lead in our movie not Jiang Mai? Exactly. When these two are together, it really feels like there's love in the air. It feels like a DJ VU of a perpetually angry Yuke and a Bishi. In the corner, as he listened to the discussion around him, Chun Hanshin's hands trembled as he held the script in his hand, his handsome face turning pale. Because he had always been cultivated as the second Jiang Mai, Chun Hanshin had watched all the recordings, television shows, and movies featuring Jiang Mai many times, thinking that even if he could not keep up to 100% of the expectations, he could at least achieve 70 or 80%. To his unhappiness, now that he had seen him up close, he realized that his confidence was a joke. His entire heart immediately fell into an ice house. Beside him, Qifeng too could not help but curse himself. Between Chun Hanshan and Jiang Mai, the difference between these two were indeed vast. Ning Xi naturally knew that Jiang Mai was bound by Chun Hanshan's management company for marketing and that he had been unhappy for a long time. Now, he had finally appeared to reclaim his position. She stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "I'm going to work now. You're almost done, aren't you? Don't affect our shoot." "I know." "Oh, what's your next scene? Is it with that punk?" "No, it's with the second male lead, a kissing scene." Earlier, Jiang Mai's line of sight had been focused on Chun Hanshan. He had only just noticed who the second male lead was being played by. Not too far away in the middle of the set, Chun Mian was talking Ning Xi through the scene. Apart from the two of them, there was a young man standing quietly there, blending into the background with his run-of-the-mill looks and charisma. Until Ning Xi and Mingyu had gone to change, Jiang Mai ran up to Chun Mian and asked, "Old Chun, are you blind? You chose someone like him to be the second male lead." "Bugger off, you're the blind one. His acting is good," Chun Mian said airily. Chapter 921. Changed into a whole different person. Jiang Mai looked in disdain at him. "As good as I am. You?" Chun Mian revealed a pained expression as if he would rather die. "Don't you know that in the director's circle, you're the #1 male actor that directors don't want to collaborate with? Be more self-aware, you bastard." "Huh? On the basis of what? Why don't they want to collaborate with me? My popularity is soaring high." Jiang Mai was instantly furious. "If you were not popular, who would be willing to hire you? Don't even talk about how hard it is to serve you. The key thing is still your acting. It's like a freaking roller coaster. Sometimes you perform well, sometimes horribly bad. It's hard to grasp it, and it's entirely up to your mood. So which director can stand you?" Very soon, the lighting and camera were all ready to go. The shoot began. On the greenery-filled balcony, curled up in the hanging circular rattan chair, Ji Feishue was sound asleep. The girl wore male home clothes and her hand held a book carelessly. Her soft, black short hair fluttered under the warm sun, and her creamy, flawless skin showed almost no pores cut under the camera. She was like the best quality of white jade. A cool breeze brushed against her, and the pages fluttered, producing a soft sound. The world was steady. All was tranquil. When everyone saw this scene, this line somehow crossed their minds. Right at that moment, there was a creak and the balcony door was pushed open before a lean figure walked in. When Mingyu appeared in the center of the scene, everyone found themselves gasp, including Jiang Mai, who could not help but straighten up. At that moment, Mingyu wore a gray checkered tuxedo with a white shirt on the inside and a black tie. In his hand was a white velvet blanket. He seemed like the deepest parts of a jungle covered in white snow, revealing a kind of distinct profoundness. It was the same person, but his entire charisma had changed entirely. 1 second ago, he was still a rather gloomy and indifferent young man, but at that very moment, he was the epitome of the saying, "The beauty in high places is like a jade, while the handsome young man is unmatched in the world." This kind of breathtaking scene had nothing to do with how one looked. It was all about charisma. Those who knew a little would know that for an actor, charisma was something that could not be seen or touched. It was the hardest element to control. Qifeng was so shocked that he immediately stood up and said, "Jesus, how could this be? How did he change into a whole different person once he started acting? Is this really Mingyu?" Chun Hanshan continued to stare steadily at the shoot. Ji Yumeng had also held her breath and paid rapt attention. She could not help but mumbled, "Am I having an illusion? I feel like Mingyu's gaze on Senior is not an act." Mingyu's shoot was still going on. Ling Yu walked onto the balcony, his movements gentle as he covered Ji Feishue with the blanket. When he looked at Ji Feishue, his aura changed again as if the spring day had offered a warm breeze, melting the ice a little, and it was as if millions of flowers bloomed in his eyes. After he covered her well, Ling Yu was ready to get up and leave, but he paused because he wanted to take one last look at Ji Feishue. His two hands held the handrail as if he had just been bewitched, and he could not control himself. Then he very slowly walked closer to Ji Feishue. In those sinking eyes, there was love, rationality, struggle. All of it contained a lot of complicated emotions, and waves crashed within him, making his heart and soul restless. As he was getting even closer to Ji Feishue, almost everyone present had been sucked into the emotional world of Ling Yu, and all was silent. Chapter 922. Everyone was shocked. Would Ling Yu actually kiss her? After all, his feelings for Ji Feishue had been suppressed for so long. He was the first to find out that Ji Feishue was a woman, and he had been helping her to cover up. He quietly protected her behind the scenes, while he watched her love Tingxiao. At that moment, Ling Yu was only several breaths away from Ji Feishue, and he was about to kiss her in the next second. Hey, didn't the script say they didn't kiss? What's this punk trying to do? Jiang Mai could not bear the tension and suddenly stood up. He felt like there was something about this guy that he did not like, but he could not put a finger on it. Chen Mian shot him a look unhappily and said in a lowered voice, "Quiet. Don't affect my actors. Your good actor is about to use public means for private reasons." While Jiang Mai made a fuss, Ling Yu suddenly closed his eyes, and in that instant, all his mixed emotions, the tension and the uncertain atmosphere suddenly vanished. Ling Yu closed his eyes, stood up, and arranged the blanket that had been blown by the wind before sitting on the rattan chair across Ji Feishue. Then, he picked up the book in Ji Feishue's hand and quietly flipped through it as if nothing had just happened, no emotions revealed on his face. All of the crew members seemed to have suddenly woken up from a charming and gentle dream too, returning to reality. Ku Mingyu had just performed the most distinct characteristic of Ling Yu, that was subtlety. After all, he had so quickly restrained all of his emotions. Just as everyone present had been shocked quite a few times by Ku Mingyu's acting, Ning Xi, who had her eyes closed and pretended to be asleep, did not know anything at all. She had only deducted that the warm breath near her indicated that someone had suddenly closed in on her, then left. Before the person left, she heard a light sigh beside her ear. That voice seemed to have some sort of magic as it lingered in her ear till now, as if narrating the owner's suppressed, yet deeply felt emotions. Finally, after counting the times silently in her heart, Ning Xi decided that she could open her eyes again. A moment later, Ning Xi moved slightly and fluttered her long eyelashes a few times before slowly opening up her eyes. The moment Ning Xi opened her eyes, she saw that opposite her was a man holding a book, and his head was tilted as he sat there reading. When he heard her waking up, the man slowly looked up, and the layer of ice that separated him from the world instantly cracked. With his gentle and loving eyes, looked at her. "You're awake." Having just opened up her eyes and being met with such an intense gaze, Ning Xi skipped a beat. Then she was just dumbfounded. That was right. For the first time in history, Ning Xi did a bad take. Ji Yumeng was shocked. Chen Hanshan looked delighted while Qi Feng was completely stupefied. He thought that Ku Mingyu would make a bad take, but no one expected that it would be Ning Xi. The person who was most shocked was definitely Jiang Mai. Damn it. He had actually lived long enough to see Ning Xi do a bad take. Chen Mian also reacted after a moment of shock. He quickly called cut and started laughing. "Ning Xi, why were you stunned? Did you really fall asleep earlier?" Ning Xi regained her senses and got up from the rattan chair. She could not help but look at Ku Mingyu again. In that instance earlier, why did the feeling this person give her feel so similar to the devil's? Chapter 923. Practically fallen into the river of love. Ning Xi pinched the space between her brows and apologized. "I'm sorry, director. I was accidentally distracted." "No worries. The first half was perfect. We can use all of it. So let's just shoot from the part where you're waking up," Chen Mian said delightedly. Before this, he had been worried that Ku Mingyu was too reserved and that he would not be good at acting emotional scenes. But who knew that he would be so good? That gaze of his was so on point. He could already predict that when the movie was released, even though he was only the second lead and did not have Chen Hanshan's bedazzling looks, he would still garner many fans with this emotional side of his. "Okay," Ning Xi answered absent-mindedly, and could not help but look for Ku Mingyu's figure amidst the crowd. When they were not acting, Ku Mingyu returned to being non-existent, drowning in the sea of people. Ning Xi was pensively looking at the man who was reading his script when Jiang Mai suddenly appeared beside her and pulled her over. Ning Xi, come over here. What is it? Jiang Mai scratched his head and said mysteriously, Ning Xiaoxi, did you notice that the way this guy acted earlier felt especially like my uncle? Duh. If you felt it, would I not? Didn't you see how I had done a bad take? Ning Xi said annoyedly. In the corner, Qi Fong walked to Kamingyu excitedly to strike a conversation with him. Hey, Kamingyu, you were so cool earlier. Even that person who likes to haul others around was so shocked by you that she did a bad take. Did you really self-learn all of your acting skills? Do you have any secrets? No. Qi Fong rambled on for practically half a day, yet received only a one-word reply. So he instantly looked unhappy and returned to his seat. Acting all cool. He's just a newbie with an ordinary name, regular looks and aura. We don't even know where's he from. Maybe he has some impressive background. If he really did have such a background, he naturally did not need to mix around with them because he had no need to waste his time on them. It's just a broke person doing his job, Chen Hanchen said suddenly. When Qi Fong heard this, he asked, Hanchen, have you asked around? See, I knew it. Based on his looks, I knew he would not have any huge support behind him. After they rested for a while, the shoot continued. On the sunlit balcony, the man sat on the chair with a book in his hand, his long fingers flipping the book for a while. His body exuded the air of an aristocrat's. The girl slept in the rattan chair opposite him, and she was slowly opening her eyes. You're awake. The man looked up, his eyes even more attractive than the sun, and he looked at her with tenderness that did not invade her personal space, but engulfed her with warmth. Ning Xi, dialogue. Chen Mian anxiously reminded not too far away. However, Ning Xi continued to stare stunned at Kamingyu, doing a bad take again. Chen Mian was speechless. What was going on? Why did he feel like the way Ning Xi looked at Kamingyu was not right? Had she practically fallen into the river of love? After he shouted, cut, Chen Mian called Ning Xi over to remind her. Ning Xi, watch your eyes. You're not expressing yourself correctly. In this show, Ji Feishua treats Ling Yu as a friend. She does not have any feelings for him, so you can't look like you're moved. Chapter 924, Practically Seducing Me. Jiang Mai's mouth twitched as he listened to Chen Mian's words, and he looked at Ning Xi's speechless expression. In the corner, Qi Fong had brought out a bag of sunflower seeds and was chewing on them as he watched the show. Ji Yimeng looked worried. She was slightly concerned for Ning Xi and at the same time, confused. It was such an easy scene, but why had Ning Xi done a bad take again? This was not right. As she listened to Chen Mian's reminder, Ning Xi wiped her face and calmed herself down. Director, I understand. Let's do it again. I can definitely do it this time. Okay, one more time. Chen Mian indicated for everyone to start again. Under the sunlight, Ning Xi slowly opened her eyes. You're awake. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ning Xi was stunned again, but she reacted in time and was about to continue with the dialogue. When the man saw her staring at him in surprise, he suddenly smiled, and those charming eyes smiled too. Well, that was it then. Because of this smile, Ning Xi was thoroughly taken aback. A bad take for the third time. Ning Xi indicated that she was mentally tired. Chen Mian cleared his throat. Ning Xi, are you not feeling well today? I'll give everyone a 10-minute break. Then, he told all the crew members to rest and left Ning Xi alone to adjust herself. Qi Fong sighed and shook his head, then said to Ji Yimeng, this is your idol, senior. Look, this is her real level of talent. Just 1 day, and she has returned to her original form. It's such a simple scene, yet she has done a bad take 3 times. She can't even memorize the most simple dialogues. I thought she was so good, but it turns out that she only knows how to act cool. Senior is just not feeling too well today. Why are you gloating? You'd better worry about yourself. Later, you and Chen Hanchen have a kissing scene. Ji Yimeng pointed out. The moment she said that, Qi Fong's face instantly looked as black as the bottom of a pot, and Chen Hanchen did not look too happy either. That was right, the two of them did have a kissing scene today. At that moment, Ning Xi was lying on the chair drearily. Jiang Mai arrogantly stood above her and said condescendingly, they just act quite similarly. Look at you. Can you not be so weak? Ning Xi was a little annoyed. You don't know anything, you only blabber on. Was that only a little similar? I really thought that Tingxiao had possessed his body, especially when he smiled at me earlier. Did you notice that? He was practically seducing me to make mistakes. When did he smile? Are you hallucinating? Jiang Mai was speechless. Ning Xi indicated that she was mentally tired and did not want to speak. She thought that from that angle earlier, she was probably the only one who saw it. Is it really that similar? Jiang Mai was an outsider after all, so he could not know how Ning Xi felt. However, based on her reaction, he must have seemed quite alike. It's not about his looks, it's just the feeling. I can't describe it to you. Say, do you think that Tingxiao is actually Lu Tingxiao in disguise? Jiang Mai was speechless. Did you read too many martial arts novels? What kind of disguise can someone use to that level? Do you really think there's such thing as a human skin mask? Ning Xi mumbled. Who said there isn't? Jiang Mai thought about it. There's such a thing, but even if it was the world's highest level of face reconstruction skills from Hollywood's special effects team, they could not achieve this effect. I've looked quite closely. If it was a disguise, there's practically no flaws. Ning Xi touched her chin. Puffed. Hollywood's special effects team is nothing. The two chatted for a while, and Ning Xi could not sit any longer, so she suddenly stood up. No. What's up with you? I need to clarify the situation, Ning Xi said as she made her way to Tingxiao. Chapter 925. Wish she could peel him layer by layer. What's there to talk about? Is she crazy? Behind her, Jiang Mai mumbled. Ning Xi walked straight to Tingxiao and stopped before him. Tingxiao noticed that someone had come close, so he looked up from his script. When he saw who it was, he greeted, Senior. Ning Xi scratched her head. Damn it, no way. How could it be the devil? Before they finished work yesterday, this guy had even ran over to get her signature, saying that he was her fan. Senior. When he saw Ning Xi standing there without a word, Tingxiao called out. Again. Nothing. I just wanted to look for you and casually chat. Your acting skills are quite good, but I want to know a little bit about why you chose to interpret Ling Yu's character this way. Ning Xi said as her eyes skimmed the man's face like an X-ray. It was just an ordinary face without any special features and no traces of a disguise. His expressions were very natural too. If it was really a disguise, probably no one in this world could do it to such a detailed level. Ning Xi had looked for half a day without any clues, feeling like she could only give up. If she could, she really wanted to just peel his layer of skin off to look. After analyzing the script, I thought this was the most suitable way to represent Ling Yu. Tingxiao answered naturally. Ning Xi looked at him open and close his mouth to speak, and then at his eyes that had made her lose focus. She felt like there was a strong attraction pulling at her, and she really wanted to know whether he was really Lu Tingxiao. Thus, unknowingly, she had not restrained herself and extended her hand to reach for the man's face. The moment Ning Xi's fingers touched Ling Yu, a strong force pulled her from behind and all the way to a corner. Jiang Mai shouted, Damn it! Ning Xi, are you crazy? You're on the set. So what? Can't I rehearse with him? What are you being so nervous for? Ning, she said matter-of-factly. Would someone rehearse like that? The way your eyes looked at him was as if you wished you could peel him layer by layer. Do you want to start a scandalous rumor before the movie is even released? Ning Xi coughed. Was it that extreme? You think? Jiang Mai rolled his eyes at her. Wake up, okay? What are you thinking about? I think you've just gone crazy missing my uncle. Anyone would look like him in your eyes if that were the case. Ning Xi rubbed her forehead. I am probably a little crazy. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Senior, are you okay? At that moment, Ji Yumeng had walked over, looking concerned. Then she lowered her voice to ask, Senior, are you on your period? Shall I go and get you some brown sugar water? When she saw the worried girl, Ning Xi laughed. No, don't worry, thank you. You're welcome. All the best, Senior. I believe in you. Ji Yumeng pumped her fist. Ning Xi looked at Ji Yumeng, and a thought suddenly crossed her mind. She remembered that on the first day, the first scene they had shot was when Ji Yumeng had sat on her lap. At that point of time, Tingxiao did not have any special reactions. Then again, Tingxiao was almost non-existent then, so she had not paid much attention, but she was not quite sure now. Very quickly, 10 minutes had passed. The fourth take began. Ning Xi, you okay? Chen Mian asked worriedly. Ning Xi flashed an okay sign. No problem. Nothing more than 3 times. Even if this dude was Lu Tingxiao, there was no way she would do a bad take for the 4th time. Chapter 926. How can she be so cute? Are you awake? Ning Xi yawned and stretched lazily. Then she pulled out the pillow behind her, hugged it, and remained lost in thought. Even though Ji Feishue was in a male disguise, she had just woken up. Furthermore, she was before Ling Yu, who knew her identity. In such an unguarded situation, the initially strict and unruly aura used to intentionally maintain her masculine image faded away. Her expression was soft, and some of her hair was sticking up from her head as if she was a blur little cat, making her look extraordinarily cute. In that instant, all the crew members and actors were blown away by her cuteness. Oh, Senior is so cute. So cute. How can she be so cute? Who knew that Senior would have this side to her? Ji Yuming whipped out her handphone and started snapping excitedly. Worthy of a senior. Too amazing. The sunflower seeds in Chi Fong's hand fell to the floor. As he watched the scene of the girl looking soft and vulnerable in the wrought tin chair as she hugged her pillow, his cheeks started to heat up. Whoa, to hell with this. He actually thought that this annoying person was quite cute too. Chen Hanshin was stunned as well. The change from an extremely annoying and despicable man to such an obedient and cute girl was such a drastic difference, even more than Kamingyu's change earlier. Is it a good read? Ji Feishue tilted her head and looked at the complete works of Shakespeare book in his hand. Hide it well, said the man as he looked at her. In fact, the man's tone was lowered now, and he seemed not to be very happy. What? Ji Feishue did not understand the random words he just uttered, innocence and confusion written all over her face. Before Ling Yu, she was completely displaying her genuine personality. The man did not say anything. He just flipped open to one of the pages and passed the book to her. Ji Feishue looked down and saw that the page Ling Yu opened had been unknowingly filled with a single person's name, scrawled by her. It was filled up. All of it was Xia. Ji Feishue's cheeks turned scarlet, and she snatched the book back. Annoying. How can you simply look at someone else's book? Then, she angrily stomped out of the balcony with her book. Behind her, the man looked at the girl's departing figure with a mix of helplessness and an urge to laugh. However, once all of that had faded, there remained loneliness and profoundness, an inner turmoil that one could not fathom. Very good. Done. Chun Mian breathed a sigh of relief, then laughed. Ning Xi, your performance this time was good. It was the feeling I completely wanted to capture. It was even better than he had imagined. He wanted to achieve the image of a female lead that could touch the depths of people's hearts, no matter if she was playing a male or female persona. Ning Xi was very good at acting as a man, to the point that he was almost worried that she would not be good as a woman. Indeed, he had worried unnecessarily. Xiaoke's performance today was not bad too. Keep it up. Chen Mian was not stingy with compliments towards Kamingyu too. Having a heart that appreciated talent, he had even considered helping Kamingyu find a suitable management company. Otherwise, if such a valuable seedling like him walked the wrong path, that would be such a waste. After the scene was done, Ning Xi kept on wanting to get close to Kamingyu, but she kept being stopped by Jiang Mai. You stop right there. Don't bother me. If I don't bother about you and you cook up a scandal, wait till Ling Xi hates your guts. Sis, Xi is not that cruel. Haha, she's not that cruel? You're too naive. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Chapter 927, totally my type. Jiang Mai was sullen now. He would never admit that he could not measure up to Lu Tingxiao. And now a new bee had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, making Ning Xi completely ignore him. How could he stand this? When he saw Ning Xi still being restless and uneasy, Jiang Mai said helplessly, "Why don't I help you investigate this dude's background?" Yes. Ning Xi immediately nodded. Ning Xi looked at the shooting schedule for the day and realized sadly that she and Kum Mingyu only had that day's scene together. Most of the movie's plot revolved around the male and female lead. While the second male lead did not have many parts, most of his scenes were with the female lead. Up next was Chun Hanshin and Chi Fong's scene, which was a kissing scene between both of the men. The plot was about how Chun Hanshin realized that his feelings towards the female lead were becoming increasingly odd, so he was suspicious if he actually liked men. In his panic and a pressure to find out for himself, he tested it out on Chi Fong. This scene was the most important comedy in this entire movie. Most of Chi Fong's scenes were quite funny, and if he took on his character well, he would actually be very likable. Come over here. Xia crushed the cigarette in his hand and suddenly called Jiang Shaohai, who was busy playing games, over. What is it? Jiang Shaohai was glued to his game and did not even look up. Xia just walked over, then gripped Jiang Xiaohai's chin and inched closer. Ugh! Just when they were about to join their lips, the both of them turned around and gagged. All of the crew members laughed. This scene ran through more than 10 times of bad takes before it finally passed, and the two men immediately ran off to rinse their mouths when they were done. After thoroughly gargling their mouths, Qi Fong leaned drearily on the chair and said, "Karma gets back at you quickly in life. I won't gloat over other people's misfortunes anymore." Chen Hanshan used his handkerchief to wipe his mouth, then shot Qi Fong a nasty look. He instantly turned his head away in clear disdain. "What's with the scorn? You're the one who forcefully kissed me. I'm the biggest victim here." Ji Yuming laughed until she could stand straight up anymore as she watched the comical duo. While everyone was still chuckling about the shoot, the director's assistant suddenly brought in a girl who seemed like she was there to visit the set. When he saw the girl behind the director's assistant, Qi Fong was instantly resurrected to life again. Whoa, chick alert. Major chick. And she's totally my type. A tall and mature older woman. Qi Fong was so excited that his entire body heated up. Chen Hanshan straightened up too, his expression changing. Was that the Zhuang family's daughter, Zhuang Qi? Why would she be here? He had seen her once when he followed his father to join a banquet. Even now, he definitely would not mistake her presence with her strong aura. When she saw Qi Fong, Chen Hanshan, and all the men salivating over the woman, Ji Yuming puffed up her cheeks unhappily. What's so pretty about her? Her face is like a poker stick, as though someone owes her a lot of money or something. Why do you men always like women like this? Ha ha, I think you're jealous. Qi Fong teased. Who's jealous? Ji Yuming was akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. While she did look sweet and pretty, she did indeed envy those tall, cool beauties with charisma. Who's that beauty? It doesn't make sense that I don't have any impression of her if she were a celebrity, Qi Fong asked. That's Imperial's number. One socialite, Zhuang Qi, answered Chen Hanshan. Chapter 928. Shouldn't she be your love rival? Hey, no way. Qi Fong instantly widened his eyes and exclaimed, How do you know? Do you guys know each other? When he saw Qi Fong's admiration for their acquaintance, Chen Hanshan's vanity surged. We've met once at a banquet. She wouldn't be here to see you, would she? Qi Fong suddenly asked. Chen Hanshan shook his head. We're not that close, so she shouldn't be. Actually, he really wanted to know for himself the reason she was here. Could she be here to see Jiang Mai? After all, in the socialite circle, Jiang Mai had the most fans. Is she here to see Jiang Mai? Ji Yuming asked, reading Chen Hanshan's mind. Qi Fong scratched his head. She shouldn't be. Jiang Mai is not a member of our team. He's just here to visit Ning Xi. How can Miss Zhuang chase celebrities all the way here? Then, that's weird. Since you say that she's Zhuang Qi and we're all a group of newbies, there's no one else who'd be in the position to invite a lady of such a noble standing, would there? Ji Yuming was confused. Miss Zhuang, this way please. Bro, she has already told us beforehand that you'd be here, said the assistant as the cast and crew evaluated the beauty beside her without batting an eyelid. Thank you. Zhuang Qi nodded slightly, thinking that the way the assistant addressed Ning Xi was a little weird. Bro, she? Was it because Ning Xi was disguised as a male for the movie? Is Ning Xi in her male disguise today? Zhuang Qi asked hesitantly. The assistant nodded excitedly. Yes. These 2 days, she'll be in full male disguise. Bro, she is so handsome. Too bad you didn't come yesterday. The shoot yesterday was truly brilliant. Really, Zhuang Qi felt like she missed out, but when she thought about how she could very soon see the Prince Charming she had long missed, her heart could not help but start to race. Bro, your friend's here to visit, the assistant yelled over to Ning Xi, who had just changed and was going through a scene with the director. Ning Xi subconsciously looked towards the assistant's direction. For the next shoot, Ning Xi had changed into a different outfit. She was in a studded black leather aviation jacket, washed-out jeans and boots with over-the-top prints, while her hair was styled to look disheveled, her fringe falling a little over her eyes. It was a very similar look that she had the day she had appeared at Lu Jingli's bungalow. The moment she saw Ning Xi, Zhuang Qi's heart skipped a beat, as if she had traveled back in time to when she had met her Prince Charming for the first time. After Ning Xi exchanged a few words with the director, she went up to greet her. Here, you're here? Why didn't you give me a call beforehand? I could go and receive you. Zhuangqier looked at her, stunned. Her eyes reddened and tears had welled up. Ning Xi panicked, and she quickly held her by the shoulders. What's wrong? Is your brother being mischievous again? Zhuangqier shook her head. No, no. Then. I'm just happy. Zhuangqier bashfully looked down. I thought I'd never see you again. Ning Xi knew that she was actually referring to her alter ego, Tingxiao. Ning Xi did still feel some guilt towards Zhuangqier as she had accidentally stolen her heart, but could not be responsible for it. However, when they had met for the first time, she never would have thought that they would become such good friends in the future. Ning Xi lightly hugged Zhuangqier and softly consoled her. Silly, how could that even be possible? You'll get to see me every day from now on, whenever you want to. Zhuangqier nodded happily. Not too far away. Jiang Mai looked as if he had seen a ghost. Jesus. Before this, Zhuangqier had been on a blind date with his uncle, so was she not considered Ning Xi's love rival? What was going on now? As he was still in shock, he felt a chill run up his spine and a familiar cold presence around him. Chapter 929. How exciting. This terrifying feeling was just too familiar. Something in Jiang Mai prompted him to turn around and look towards Kamingyu, where the chills were coming from. Then, he saw Kamingyu something shocking. The man raised his hand to pinch the space between his brows. That was a small habit that his uncle did when he was trying to suppress his emotions. The same action done by a different person felt entirely distinct. Yet Kamingyu was acting precisely the same as Lu Tingxiao. Furthermore, Kamingyu was currently not in front of the camera lens. Whoa, could Kamingyu really be his uncle in disguise? Were Ning Xi's instincts so scarily accurate? Jiang Mai was bewildered and uncertain whether to rush over to tell Ning Xi. However, at that moment, the other guy seemed to have noticed his line of sight, and a merciless chill was suddenly emitted from that pair of eyes, intimidatingly locking him down to the spot. That was a warning. Jiang Mai's spine instantly turned rigid, and he stood frozen, his survival skills reflexively making him clam his mouth. Uncle, I did not see anything. I won't say anything. Some time passed. A moment later, when the man was certain he would not be a big mouth, the terrifying warning from his eyes had washed away. He closed his eyes to recuperate. Jiang Mai was so frightened that his entire back had been layered with cold sweat. Oh, it was true that with Ning Xi, all sorts of magical things could happen. This was too exciting. At the same time, on the set, Ning Xi was happily chatting to Zhuangqier, oblivious to everyone else. No one knew that Jiang Mai had just experienced shock and was currently in his new lease of life. Whoa, Miss Zhuang is actually here for that punk. See, you were just saying how good your senior was, but she's got less integrity than all of us combined. I'm so annoyed. Why would this Miss Zhuang be so close to her? She must be deceived by all her smooth talking. Zhuangqier was obviously a noble and cool mature woman, but before Ning Xi, she had turned into a softie. This was incredibly illogical. Ji Yuming stared straight at the two of them, then kicked Qi Fong. Shut up. Senior is a woman, all right? Qi Fong laughed. Oh, you still remember she's a woman? Then, why are you so angry and jealous for? Shut up. Ji Yuming answered him with a kick to his shins again. Among the crew, Ning Xi was the gentlest and closest to her, so she always thought that she was the most special. Alas, now a woman of noble standing had suddenly popped up to be intimate with Ning Xi. How in the world could she be happy about this? After Zhuangqier arrived, Ning Xi immediately put aside everything temporarily and pulled her aside to have a seat on the chair. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. I wanted to come earlier, but I had to watch my brother, Zhuangqier said helplessly. How's your brother now? Ning Xi asked. He slept as soon as he came back last night, and he stayed at home today too. He seemed like he was in a bad mood, but he did become much more docile, answered Zhuangqier. Because of the latest ruckus, Zhuangqier's grandfather almost had a fatal heart attack, and her father had lost control again. Their mother was busy with work and was rarely home. Now, she had to put everything aside to take care of her brother. She also ordered the servants to inform her about everything first, especially disallowing anyone to call their grandfather. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable if any trouble arose again. Until now, she still had lingering fears when she thought about the last time her brother had caused trouble. Chapter 930. Ning Xi, don't court disaster. That's good then. Ning Xi nodded. Although she knew as well as Zhuang Qi did that Zhuang Rongguang probably would not sit still for long. To completely tame him was an almost impossible feat. After being warned earlier, Jiang Mai sat quietly in a corner, but when he heard this, he could not help but explode. Please. Ning Xi, you spent so much effort in the game last night to help this woman? How did the two of you even get to know each other? None of your business. Don't cut us women off. She chatted a while more with Zhuang Qi before the shooting began again. Ning Xi let Zhuang Qi have her seat. Then she put a cushion behind her before she covering her with a blanket. Then, she got Xiao Tao to buy her a cup of hot cocoa before she actually set off to start work. A chilly gust blew past him, and something came to Jiang Mai's mind. We're both here to visit you, so why are we treated so differently? Why? It really is hose over bros for you. Jiang Mai's expression turned gloomy as he gritted his teeth. He scoffed to himself. Since you're so mean to me, I'll be mean to you too. I definitely won't tell you who Kamingyu really is, you little punk. You're dead. He stole a look at Kamingyu and saw that he had returned to his usual calmness. Had he not seen it for himself, he would have thought he had been dreaming. When Zhuang Qi saw Jiang Mai's grumpiness, she gave him a piece of dessert. Want some? No. Jiang Mai grumbled. Then he glared at her. How do the two of you know each other? Zhuang Qi recalled sweetly. We met at one of Lu Jingli's parties. Xiaoxi was in a male disguise. Then, some stuff happened and thankfully, she rescued me. The next time we met was in my house. Zhuang Qi inarticulately rambled on about the process of how she knew Ning Xi. After Jiang Mai finished listening, Jiang Mai indicated that his view of the world had been entirely turned upside down. She had somehow made her own love rival become his uncle's rival. This Ning Xi is inhumane. He suddenly felt a random pity towards his uncle. When she saw the shoot was about to begin, Zhuang Qi immediately sat up and said, I won't talk to you anymore. I want to watch Xiaoxi act. She watched the set in full focus with the expression of a complete fan. Before the shoot, Ning Xi suddenly walked over to Jiang Mai and said in a low voice, Later, look out for that guy's reactions. Jiang Mai naturally knew she was talking about Kamingyu. He asked guiltily, What are you playing out in this next scene? Sofa stuff. Wait, what the hell is sofa stuff? Ning Xiaoxi do. Not court disaster. This scene was between Ning Xi and Chen Hanchen. The movie's male lead, Tingxiao, was excellent in every aspect except for one thing. He was at a loss before girls. His IQ and EQ all rendered useless. The male lead actually had a crush on a girl for quite a long time, but because of this problem of his, he did not know how to court her. In the living room, the usually meticulous-looking Tingxiao now looked haggard. His hair was messy, and he had dark eye circles. He sat limply on the sofa, looking dreary. At that moment, a handsome-looking Ji Feishua walked in, creating a stark contrast to Tingxiao. My Master Chun, it's just going after a girl. Does it really trouble you to this extent? Ji Feishua said as she took out 2 cans of beer from the fridge, one of which was given to Tingxiao. Chapter 931. Can you warn me before displaying affection? Tingxiao took a gulp and said in distress, I really don't know how I should do it. Ji Feishua drank from the can and looked at it, a bitterness filling her eyes. Right in front of me is such a brilliant and high-spirited young man, yet he's so incredibly lonely and desolate. Ji Feishua very quickly covered up the emotions in her eyes as she put down the can and sat right down beside Tingxiao. Is it that hard? Come here, let me teach you. Now, I shall be you, you be the girl. Tingxiao looked like he had just found his savior. Okay, then what do I do? You don't do anything, Ji Feishua said as she extended her arm on the sofa behind Tingxiao. This posture made the two of them very closely instantly. Tingxiao frowned in confusion, unsure about what he was supposed to do. In the next second, Ji Feishua's gaze suddenly turned to stare intently at the man before her. I like you. Shall we go on a date? The instant she said it, her expression and gaze changed completely. On her face was the look of someone deeply in love who thought about her crush day and night, but could not have them. It was filled with suppression and passion. It was fanatical to the point that it could destroy everything, but at the same time, it was so gentle as if it could warmly hold everything. From the genuineness of her expression and words, instead of her teaching Tingxiao how to confess to girls, it would be more apt to say that she was confessing to Tingxiao herself. When faced with the pair of breathtaking eyes that were also filled with feverish passion, Chen Hanchen was immediately stunned. It was a good thing his reaction fit the reaction of the characters in the script. Xia had also been stunned by Ji Feishue's gaze. When they all watched this scene, all of the crew members, especially the girls, sighed and almost sobbed. Oh, to be cornered by Prince Charming. How I wish I was Xia. I'm about to melt from this gaze. Xia must be completely dense in the head if he can't tell that Ji Feishue likes him. Jiang Mai was entranced by the shoot, only regaining his senses when he listened to all the girls' noisy chatter beside him. He quickly glanced towards Mingyu in a corner. It was a good thing that when Ning Xi was acting, a certain someone's reaction was rather calm. Or, at least, he looked calm from the outside. Good. Cut. That was very good. Chen Mian shouted in satisfaction. Chen Hanchen breathed a sigh of relief as if freed from the weight of a burden. He had thought that Ning Xi would try to topple on him again, but did not expect that it would be this smooth. In fact, it was so smooth that he almost could not believe it, that he had completely been absorbed into the scene by her perfect actions, finishing the scene without even realizing it. When they were done, Ning Xi quickly pulled Jiang Mai into a corner. How? Did Mingyu have any odd reactions? Jiang Mai considered for a while between brotherhood and his life. Then he firmly answered, Nope, all was normal. In fact, Broming just called me back earlier to report that Mingyu was just an ordinary salaryman who learned to act by himself. So don't always imagine the wildest things, okay? Ning Xi stroked her chin. I must miss him too much, because I've been so busy recently that I don't have time to date the boss. Please, the next time you want to display your affection, can you offer a warning beforehand? He had been force-fed this public display of affection. At that moment, Zhuang Qi answered a phone call, then rushed over. Xiao Shi, you acted really well. I wish I could watch longer, but sadly, I have to go. Someone just called from home and said that my brother has run out again. Why does this punk keep causing trouble? Ning Xi frowned and said worriedly, Then, you be careful on the road. If you need my help, call me anytime. My will. Oh wait, I have something to give you. Chapter 932. Don't randomly hook up with girls. As Ning Xi took out the high-quality customized apparels from the studio, she proudly announced, These are the next season's latest products from my studio. They're not on the market yet, but I've set one aside for you. If you don't think it's too shabby, feel free to take it home and wear it anytime. Oh my gosh, it's so pretty. Zhuang Qi took the dress out to have a look and her eyes shone, full of pleasant surprise. Why would I find this shabby? This dress is so beautiful, but I don't have anything to return the favor with. I wanted to buy you some clothes the last time, but that didn't even happen. Jiang Mai did not know how to make sense of this ridiculous situation unfolding before him. He was not as good at coaxing girls as Ning Xi. Zhuang Qi was just here to visit, and she had a carefully prepared present for her. Why did he not get any? Fine. Good thing. Good that he got nothing. Good thing that Ning Xiaoxi had always been this mean to him. Or else, haha. Ning Xiaoxi, I'm leaving now. You'd better act well. Don't attract any moths. Don't smoke or drink. Don't get into fights. And most importantly, don't randomly hook up with girls again, not even unintentionally. Just be good, all right? Jiang Mai offered his sincere and earnest advice, being extremely benevolent. It was not that he did not want to tell her about his suspicions, but from the start, he had prickles crawling on his back and he knew without a doubt the consequences if he leaked anything out. Blondie, why are you acting all crazy? Ning Xi had nothing to say to him. She felt like Jiang Mai was being weird. Nothing. Whatever it is, remember your bro's words. I'm really going now. Bye-bye. The ominous presence behind him felt increasingly intimidating. So after bidding Ning Xi farewell, Jiang Mai practically whizzed out of the place. He had finally left a certain person's line of sight and walked briskly to the car park. At last, he had just felt fantastically relieved when he saw that a person was standing before his car. It was Mingyu. You uncle. Jiang Mai turned pale and almost wet his pants as he rushed to address him with a stutter. He subconsciously looked around. Then noticing that the underground car park was dimly lit and that there was no one around, he suddenly felt like he was about to be silenced forever. The man was silently leaning on the bonnet as his long fingers gently pinched a cigarette. The cigarette was glowing and his expression was hidden in the shadows. His silence only made one panic even more. Cough, cough, uncle. I didn't really think it really was you. I swear that I'll definitely keep it a secret. I'll definitely not tell Ning Xi. You saw me earlier. I didn't say anything, and, of course, when I get back, I'll definitely not secretly tell her either. Jiang Mai swore on his life, yet the man did not respond. At that moment, Ku Mingyu had an eerie aura around him, and Jiang Mai felt his forehead break out in cold sweat. He almost could not bear it, so he gritted his teeth and continued to say, "When it's necessary, I'll help you cover up." The moment he said that unseen tense pressure that had been gripping onto his neck suddenly vanished. The man looked down and crushed his cigarette, his low and hoarse voice instantly returning to the one Jiang Mai was familiar with. Good. Then, he turned around and left. That one word had practically frightened Jiang Mai till he had goosebumps. Damn it. If he had said something wrong earlier, would he have really been killed? Even if he was not his real nephew. Surely he did not have to be this cruel. Did he have to scare him like that? It was a good thing that even though he had a million questions in his heart, he had restrained himself from asking. Chapter 933. Stop seducing her again. After work, Ning Xi wanted to drop by the studio to have a look, but after thinking again, she decided to go to Platinum Palace first. The shooting schedule would only get increasingly busy after this, and she would have less time to be with the devil and baby little treasure later on. When she walked past the florist, she felt the sudden urge to buy a huge bouquet of fiery red roses. In the living room, Tingxiao was dressed in casual house clothes, reading the papers. That flawlessly sharp jaw, long legs, and lean body of his was like an oil painting that pleased her eyes. Ning Xi had unknowingly stood there to admire him for quite a while until Tingxiao noticed her gaze on him. He looked up, then saw the huge bouquet of roses in the girl's hands as she stared at him. When she met his eyes, Ning Xi abruptly returned to her senses and happily hopped over, stuffing the flowers into his embrace. Big boss, these are for you. Tingxiao was stumped for words, his cold jaw significantly softening. Thank you. He accepted the bouquet and sniffed the dewy petals. Not only was his cool face even more radiant with the roses, it had become even more bedazzling and as beautiful as the image in a high-definition television. Ning Xi held her cheeks in her palms and was entranced as she mumbled, "Sigh, seriously, you're not some kind of evil spirit, are you? I feel like I'm about to be charmed by you." What? He raised his brows. Those lightly raised brows had once again caused Ning Xi's heart to race, and she muttered, "How dare you ask? You're the one who made me unable to focus during the shoot. I keep thinking that this actor in our group is so similar to you. I was really possessed by the devil, and your poison attacked my heart." Back then when she used to shoot movies, she would never be distracted by anything. The man lightly caressed the rose petals and smiled, his low hoarse voice ringing in her ears. "You want to try attacking the poison with poison? Stop seducing her again." All Ning Xi said was, "Oh." Then she jumped onto him, the petals crushed in their embrace, all falling to the ground. Tingxiao laughed as he hugged her and sighed. "I'm only afraid that one day you'll immune to this poison." Ning Xi had noticed his uneasy emotions, so she instantly retorted, "No way. This poison has no antidote. In fact, it's one of a kind. Once poisoned, other poisons won't work. You." Tingxiao rubbed her head and then said seriously, "I looked through your script. There are still quite a number of dangerous scenes, so you must watch your own safety. You're not allowed to work too hard, you understand?" "I know." Ning Xi nodded. Even though the movie's more dangerous and exciting scenes were no more than the ones in the role for the movie Liang Biqin had stolen from her, there were still quite a number of them. There were more fighting scenes in this one, and even a scene involving a fall from a cliff. But as long as there were safety precautions, there definitely would be no problems. At night, in the study room, Tingxiao received a call from Cheng Feng. "Hello. Boss, there's something I need you to advise me on. Spill. Based on what the subordinates heard, Miss Ning Xi's movie seems to have already started shooting. Before this, you wanted to arrange for Xiongji to enter the crew to protect Miss Ning Xi. So how about now?" Cheng Feng asked. These 2 days, Xiongji and Shi Xiao had not dared to speak to the boss, so they kept bugging him instead. It was then up to him to ask what the boss thought. Chapter 934. A mysterious message. "Boss, do you need me to arrange for Xiongji to disguise as part of the crew? Or Shi Xiao?" Cheng Feng asked carefully. There's no need. Cheng Feng had been nervously figuring out how to pose this question for half a day, but all he got from the boss was a two-word answer before he hung up. Could it be because there were not that many dangerous scenes in this movie? No. Wait. With boss's personality, even if there was only one dangerous scene, he would not take things so lightly. Assistant Cheng, how did it go? What did boss say? Is he letting me or Xiongji go? When they saw Cheng Feng hang up, Xiongji and Xiao, who had been waiting on the sidelines for a long time, quickly rushed up to ask. Cheng Feng looked at the two of them and replied, "None of you have to go. The boss said that he doesn't need anyone there." When they heard this, Xiongji and Xiao looked at each other, their expressions in disbelief. "Assistant Cheng, are you sure?" "Why?" Cheng Feng was quite speechless at their reaction. "The two of you, Xiao, when you were delegated this task by the boss from the start, it was you who rejected the job. Xiongji, let's not talk about you neglecting your duties and leading Miss Ning Xi into danger. Knowing the boss, do you think he would use the two of you again? You should just give up and not think about it anymore. The boss might have already delegated someone else to protect her." "How can that be? I've asked around. None of our bros have been sent over," Xiao said agitatedly. "Could it be someone from the secret department? Have we been thoroughly discarded by the big boss?" Xiaoji looked disappointed. Cheng Feng shook his head. "I've already pointed the both of you to the best pathway, yet you didn't take it. So who's to blame now? But don't worry, it's not that serious. The boss just didn't delegate an important task to you." "How is this not serious?" Zhao's face turned beetroot as he shouted. He was really regretting it now. He was once the boss's highest regarded subordinate. Even the duty of protecting the lady boss had been assigned to him, but he had ruined it for himself, no thanks to his own arrogance and conceitedness. After she returned home to Platinum Palace, Ning Xi was about to fall asleep when her phone suddenly rang. When she saw who the sender of the message was, her expression changed in the next second. It was Tang Yi. Ever since she had returned from DC, she had not received any news from him, so she almost forgot about what had happened. Why did the first senior brother message her now? Ning Xi's instincts told her that it was nothing good. The last message he had sent was about an S-level mission about a marriage proposal, almost scaring her to death. Nonetheless, such a thing could not be resolved by simply avoiding it. With a heavy expression, Ning Xi struggled, and at last, she clicked on the message. On the screen were these words, "Bar number 8. See you half an hour later." There was just a venue and time. How outrageously simple, like Tang Yi's usual style, not giving anyone the possibility of rejecting him. Why would first senior brother invite her out to meet at the bar tonight? Ning Xi stood up and walked back and forth in her house. Then she replied, "What is it?" Tang Yi only replied with two words, "Arrive quickly." God damn it. Could he not tell her what was going on first, so she could at least prepare herself mentally instead of being scared to death like the last time? Ning Xi angrily replied again, "You tell me what is happening first." On the screen, "Your message was not sent successfully." Damn it. She had almost forgotten that Tang Yi had only allowed her the limit of one message a day. Damn it, this is so annoying. Ning Xi scratched her hair in frustration. Then she quickly packed up and prepared to leave. Before she left, she turned back and brought with her the gun that Lu Tingxiao had given her. Chapter 935. There are many pretty girls here. First senior brother had unexpectedly returned again. What could it be this time? Ning Xi was worried. 1,000 possibilities permutated in her mind on the way there, every one of them bloody and atrocious. She reached the bar right on time half an hour later. Ning Xi did not have the time to change when she received the message, so she was still wearing her male outfit. She stepped into the bar, which was washed in green light, in her black riding gloves and black boots. This was one of Imperial's busiest bars, and that time was also peak hour. In the center of the stage, a sexy dancer was gyrating on the pole, and the entire place was filled with booming music and clamor. This was obviously not the kind of meeting point that fit first senior brother's personality, so it really surprised her. As for second senior brother, on the other hand, he would definitely like it. Ning Xi wove through the crowd and was stopped by a few girls on the way. At last, she finally noticed a familiar shadow in the corner, far away from the stage. The man wore his gold-rimmed glasses as always. His polite and courteous demeanor stood out from the noisy bar. Of course, this aesthetic angle of him was just the surface. Ning Xi stood 3 steps away from Tang Yi and hesitated to move closer, wary of deceit. When he saw Ning, she stood there unmoving. Impatience flashed across the man's eyes. Come over. Ning Xi flew over and sat down, although she left an arm's length. Between them and her back was tensed up. First senior brother, you've called me over this time because... In a flash, Tang Yi suddenly whipped out a huge bouquet of flowers from behind him. Ning Xi's spine gave way, and she almost collapsed before him. Huh? Not again. Tang Yi did not say anything, only studying her with murderous eyes. Was he giving flowers or murdering someone on another's behalf? Ning Xi could only nervously accept the bouquet. However, she was silently cursing and laughing on the inside. No wonder the entire organization was full of single men. They were all crazy. If she did not increase their EQ, all of them would probably be single until the day they died. What was different from the last time was that this time, a certain someone did not ask Tang Yi to kneel down on one knee. In fact, that dude had just presented her a huge bouquet of black roses. The flower language for black roses was, "You are a demon, and you are all mine." Black flowers. As she looked at the bouquet, Ning Xi suddenly felt a weird emotion rise in her. Tang Yi suddenly said, "Call him." Huh? Call who? Ning Xi was stunned. Tang Lang. Second senior brother? Call him over. Ning Xi was instantly dumbfounded. Uffed. So, this was first senior brother's main objective. No wonder we met up here. He had actually used me to attract second senior brother here. The last time, second senior brother had used a lowly way to defeat him. If she called second senior brother, here now, the end of him would be, first senior brother, have you misunderstood? Why would I be able to contact second senior brother? To tell you the truth, after meeting the last time, I haven't been in contact with him. Ning Xi replied with an honest and sincere expression. Tang Yi nonchalantly arranged his collar and said, "If he doesn't come, you'll fight with me." Ning Xi grabbed her phone and dialed. "Hello, second senior brother. Second senior brother, hey. Come to bar number 8 to drink." "Yep, bar number 8. Come quickly. I'll be waiting. There are many pretty girls here. Hurry. It's okay if you don't have money. I'll pay." Chapter 936. I'm waiting for you. Ning Xi ended the call as soon as possible, then looked at Tang Yi nervously. "First senior brother, is that all right?" Tang Yi fondled the wine glass on the table and took a sip, leaving traces of wine on his lips. Behind his glasses, his eyes were full of bloodlust. "Second senior brother, I'm sorry. First senior brother is too scary." No one knew why first brother senior had come back this time, but capturing second senior brother was definitely his priority, even more so than an S-ranked mission. It was surely because of second senior brother's dirty trick the last time. Ning Xi was too afraid to talk to Tang Yi. She did not need to look at him to know that Tang Yi was extremely dangerous now. She downed the glass of beer in front of her. When she noticed that Tang Yi was not looking over, she tried to take her phone out sneakily and was thinking of sending Tang Lang a warning message. As she was about to type, Tang Yi's radar-like senses picked up on her intentions, and he glared at her. Ning Xi was intimidated, and she quickly smiled to cover up. I'm trying to send second senior brother a message and tell him our room number. You know, in case he can't find us." Tang Yi extended his arm, signaling her to pass him the phone. Ning Xi surrendered it obediently. She then saw Tang Yi sending a message to Tang Lang using her phone. What did he send? Ning Xi took a peek at Tang Yi's vampire-like pale fingers typing a message. "Room C, table 13. Come quickly. I'm waiting for you." He then returned the phone to Ning Xi emotionlessly. Ning Xi was speechless. Goosebumps rose on her skin when she saw how senior brother imitated the way she sent her messages. Just how much did he want to torture second senior brother? Time passed by and Ning Xi was getting more and more irritated. Well, since first senior brother is going to settle some private matters with second senior brother, can I leave first? I promise that I won't tell him about it. You know I won't dare to." "No." Tang Yi replied without hesitation. "Why? I've nothing to do here." Ning Xi almost cried. "I'm going to serve you an example," Tang Yi said coldly. Ugh. Ning Xi just stood there on the verge of breaking down. Whatever was going to happen to second senior brother would be an example to her. As Ning Xi felt dreadful, Tang Lang called her phone. "Hey, little junior sister, where's your table?" It was Tang Lang's ever-cheerful voice. You're here? So quickly." Ning Xi was surprised, and she turned to look at the entrance. "Didn't you say that there are a lot of pretty girls?" Of course, I'd be quick. Tang Lang replied cheerily. Ning Xi saw Tang Lang walk in. He really did dress up. He wore a snug black top with a gaping collar, proudly showing his buff chest. He also had a silver skull ring on his finger, and his curly dark hair was combed back, highlighting his charming smile. He looked just like himself. Chapter 937. Can I die happily? With her phone to her ear, Ning Xi crossed her fingers on her other hand, then said, "We're at your 2 o'clock. Oh, I see you. But why aren't there any girls? Where are they? Little junior sister, what's wrong with your eye? Are you all right?" Tang Lang walked over, still focused on his objective of picking up chicks and not noticing Ning Xi trying to signal him with her eyes. Ning Xi sat in a dark corner, and from his point of view, he could only see Ning Xi alone on the sofa. There was no one with her. What's that on your right? He saw a man with gold-framed glasses sitting quietly beside her with a wine glass in his hand, and Tang Lang freaked out. Ning Xi said in a weak voice, "As you can see, it's first senior brother." "Damn you, Tingxiao. What about the girls? You betrayed me. You're so dead," Tang Lang yelled as he was trying to look for an escape route. How naive. As he turned around, he felt pressure on his waist. A silver whip was wrapped around him, and he was pulled backwards. He rolled on the floor and crashed into a cold, sinister person. Tang Lang tried to get the whip off, but it was not working. He turned his head around and forced a smile. "Hey, baby, long time no see. I didn't expect such a warm welcome from you. You're making me embarrassed." Ning Xi covered her face. He was still trying to flirt right on the doorstep of death. Tang Yi said coldly and slowly, "I have something even more welcoming. Want to try?" Tang Lang's wrist was about to break, so he cried, "Be gentler, baby. Who's going to fight with you if you break me? We still have a long way ahead." "Shut up." Tang Yi held him firmly, and they left the bar. Tang Lang walked in front while Tang Yi controlled him from the back. To anyone else, they just seemed like close friends on a night out. Ning Xi tried to take the opportunity to sneak away, but the both of them spoke to her simultaneously. "Did you forget what I said?" Tang Yi said, "You bastard. I'll never forgive you if I die tonight." Tang Lang yelled. Ning Xi was speechless. Ning Xi followed them obediently and mumbled, "What can I do here? The difference is just watching you die and not watching you die. You betrayed me knowing that I'd die." Tang Lang roared. Ning Xi was incensed. "Don't you know how scary he is? If you were in my position, would you have done anything else?" Tang Lang yelled frustratedly, "I'd surely betray you. I'm not stupid." Moments later, Tang Yi led him into a quiet alley. It was a dead end, and there were high walls on both sides. Plus, the only way out was blocked by Tang Yi. What a perfect spot to dispose of someone. After he got free of the whip, Tang Lang rubbed his wrist sourly. "Come on, Tang Yi. I just beat you that one time. What do you want now?" Ning Xi's mouth twitched. Stupid, arrogant fool, mentioning his victory now. As expected, Tang Yi's expression darkened and his hand reached for his glasses. "Choose a way to die." Tang Lang gulped. "Can I die happily?" Chapter 938. All the best. I think you're still not learning your lesson here. Tang Yi slowly removed his glasses. Tang Lang freaked out. "Hey, don't always take off your glasses suddenly, all right? Let's talk this out." He was too late. Tang Yi's bloodlust was boldly directed at him, and the fierce beast inside him was uncaged. Tang Yi ran his fingers through his hair, then he flung his glasses towards Ning Xi. Ning Xi quickly and carefully took the glasses. She made a cheering gesture. "First senior brother, all the best." Tang Lang shook his fist at her. "You bastard, if I'm still alive later, I'll kill you." Ning Xi waved at him. "Talk to me later if you survive." Tang Yi started the assault, and each of them aimed at the other's weak points. Soon, Tang Yi went into manic mode. Ning Xi was holding the pair of glasses and her bouquet of black flowers, standing at the far end of the alley. "You're done for, second senior brother. First senior brother has gotten way better." "Shut up. I've improved as well, all right? I'm going to prove. You dare to get distracted while fighting with me?" They were really going at it. Ning Xi could see that both of them were doing their very best. In the end, they lost sight of everything else. Tang Yi clawed at Tang Lang's throat. "Why?" Tang Lang smiled grimly and dodged Tang Yi's fatal blow. Then he countered, "It'll be dangerous for you to get distracted as well." Ning Xi looked on silently as she saw first senior brother's pained expression. Why? She knew that first senior brother was asking why second senior brother had betrayed him. She had joined the organization halfway in, and when she had left, she had done so on her own. But what about second senior brother? Second senior brother had always regarded the organization as his home. He respected first senior brother like his real brother, and master was practically his father. So what made him betray all of them? Tang Lang, I'm asking you again. What? Tang Yi roared, his expression like a madman's. It was obvious that Tang Yi had put himself through some hellish training, and his power had increased significantly. Tang Lang was barely hanging in there. Most importantly, she could see that Tang Lang seemed demotivated to fight anymore. However, first senior brother would definitely not stop, because he could not control himself either. If this continued, Tang Lang would definitely be gravely injured or even die. As she saw Tang Ye's grip on Tang Lang's throat getting tighter, Ning Xi clenched her teeth. Then she put the things she was holding down and rushed between them, crashing into Tang Yi. Both of them flew apart. Tang Lang was coughing hard. Tang Yi glared at Ning Xi. Go away. Ning Xi quickly said. First senior brother, calm down. Let's talk this out, all right? Tang Yi picked up his glasses from the ground. Tang Lang, and also you, Tang Xi, I'm giving the both of you the last chance. Come back to the organization. Chapter 939. Would it kill you to get more cute girls? Even though she really missed first senior brother, third senior sister, and all her other brothers, she was still just a passing traveler to them. She still had to return to her own path in the end. I'm sorry, first senior brother, I think you know my current situation too. There's no way I could return to that kind of lifestyle with all that fighting and killing. Most importantly, there are barely any cute girls in the organization anymore. I've wanted to bring this up this many times. Would it kill you to get more cute girls as part of the employee benefits? When she finished the last sentence, Ning Xi was fuming angry. Tang Lang and Tang Yi had no words to reply her with. The few guys in the organization had yet to complain, yet she had the nerve to feel indignantly unjustified. So what was this sudden outrage about? Don't tell them that the reason she had left was because of this. Now that they recalled, she had indeed fought with Satan many times over this, and every time, she had been mercilessly rejected. At last, the only gentle girl left that they knew, Annie, was also rescued by Ning Xi back to the organization on her own accord without any permission. After Annie was brought back, she was almost thrown into the sea by Satan, and the two of them had fought to the end of the world. Tang Yi pinched the area between his brows and looked towards Tang Lang. What about you? A frivolous expression remained on Tang Lang's face. Yet this time, there was also a never-seen-before determination. Most definitely impossible. Tang Yi put on his glasses. I understand. Then, he looked up towards Tang Lang again. The person who visits the next time won't be me. He meant that apart from him, there would still be others coming to look for Tang Lang. Ning Xi had joined the organization halfway and then left, so she had not formally become an apprentice. After all, she was mainly skilled at guns and machines and had only dabbled in martial arts, but Tang Lang was different. He had become an apprentice since he was young, so betraying them would really get him killed. When Tang Lang heard this, his brows raised. Apart from you, who else have I been afraid of? Tang Yi closed his eyes, his gaze serious. What if the master sets out personally? Your life is important, don't mess around anymore. Based on Tang Lang's talents, if he intended to, exceeding the master's level was just a matter of time. In the end, he did not further interrogate Tang Lang's reason for such a betrayal. He was worried that even he himself would not be able to handle the actual reason. Tang Lang saluted, showing that he would obey his orders. Of course, I still have to protect my measly life to mess with you. Apart from me, who else can satisfy you? Ning Xi was speechless by this. She had initially been worried about so many possibilities, but at last, she was caught off guard and received this weird display of affection instead. She leaned against the wall looking like she was in utter pain. Enough, the two of you. Tang Lang instantly put his hand on his hips and laughed at the sky. This is karma, karma. I always have to watch you and Lu Tingxiao until my eyes are about to go blind. You're just jealous. Jealous that I escaped the single life. You'll be single forever. Hey, who's single now? I still have Xiao Yi. Tang Yi watched the two of them banter back and forth with a dull gaze. I'm leaving now. Ning Xi responded. Huh? So soon? Who knows when we'll be meeting the next time? We'll meet again very soon, said Tang Yi as he looked at her meaningfully. Then he turned around to leave. As she watched the first senior brother's departing figure, Ning Xi felt a little sad. Then she scratched her head curiously. Meeting again very soon? What did the first senior brother mean? Tang Lang shot her a look. Tang Lang did not randomly return this time. I'm afraid they've started to move back to China. Ning Xi's expression immediately changed. What do you mean that this includes Satan? Has he returned too? That can't be right. Tang Lang spread his hands apart. The truth is right before you. Is there still time if I start properly practicing my martial arts now? Chapter 940. Is one kiss enough? Is there still time if I start properly practicing my martial arts now? Ning Xi looked at Tang Lang with sparkling eyes. Tang Lang pat her on her little head. My junior sister, do you think you're like me? With your talents. Even if you start training from inside your mother's womb, you wouldn't make it in time. Ning Xi was upset. I can't make myself talented. You're so talented, yet you can't defeat first senior brother. You're always losing to him. That's because I can't bear to win over him. Tang Lang justified. No, it's obviously because you have the cancer of laziness, wasting your talent. Ning Xi looked at him condescendingly, then scoffed. What's so amazing about it? Whatever it is, I have someone influential to back me up. Oh, I cannot bear this. The provocation from tonight is too much. My heart is all over. I must go and look for baby. Little treasure to heal me. Ning Xi stuffed the bouquet of black flowers into Tang Lang's hands, then rode away on her motorbike. What the hell? Tang Lang looked at the black roses Ning Xi had stuffed into his hands, then picked out a pink note from the bouquet. Tang Lang read the words on the note, muttering to himself. Without you, I am an aimless soul. Without you, my love has lost its foundation. Without you, I am an expressionless face. Without you, I am a heart that stopped beating. Without you, I am a ball of flames without heat. I am a small stream that runs towards you, the vast blue sea. Oh, are you willing to receive me? Elegant sea. Oh, the small stream is awaiting your reply. When he read this, Tang Lang held his chest and pretended like he had been poisoned and wanted to vomit blood. My God, what the hell? He did not even need to ask to know who had given her this bouquet of flowers. He knew whose penmanship this cringy poem was from. No wonder Ning Xi had been easily seduced by Tingxiao. Good one. At Platinum Palace. It was late at night when he heard the sound of the door lock opening and light footsteps. Tingxiao, who was a light sleeper, had woken up and gone downstairs. He was surprised to see Ning Xi in the living room. Ning Xi? It's late. Why are you? Before he could finish, Ning Xi had run over and tiptoed to kiss him. Tingxiao was already asleep earlier. He wore pajamas, and with the sudden display of physical affection by the wife late at night, he was obviously still in a daze, but his instincts reacted right away. His arm reflexively held the girl's waist and searched for the small of her back, going deeper into the kiss. Amidst the cool night air came the gradual increase in heat. His familiar breath calmed Ning Xi down. She looked up at him and said, Big boss, please let me stay for the night. Can I sleep with little treasure tonight? I've just paid the rent. Tingxiao looked contemplatively at the girl and then said in a low voice, Is one kiss enough? True, little treasure is so cute. There should at least be two. Ning Xi then delivered another kiss. Tingxiao chuckled and accepted the girl's payment. Why did you suddenly come over? I suddenly miss you and little treasure. Now, I want to hug little treasure. I'll go upstairs to shower and change first. Ning Xi said impatiently. Go then. Ning Xi flew past him, leaving several black petals falling from her gently. Tingxiao's fingers captured those black rose petals, and his eyes darkened. Chapter 941. Soft and Fragrant Mommy. After Ning Xi finished showering and got changed into her pajamas, she crept in to sleep beside little treasure. She was not sure when Tingxiao and little treasure had become the source of her sense of security and become an evidence of her identity in this mortal world. As long as she could see them, she would have the courage, motivation, passion, and a stable heart. Tingxiao walked to the bedside and sat, helping the mother and son pair cover up well with the blanket, then looked at the girl and asked, Did something happen? Ning Xi slowly sat up and leaned into Tingxiao's embrace. After some thought, she decided that it was best not to hide anything from him, so she started to explain. Actually, I went to see someone tonight. I don't know if you still remember my first senior brother. Is that man who wears glasses and had taken me away in Philadelphia the last time?" "I remember." Tingxiao nodded slightly, a dim light filling his eyes. "It was him. He suddenly asked me to meet up at the bar tonight. But don't worry, he didn't make things hard for me. But second senior brother used some dirty tricks to defeat him the last time, so he wanted to fight with him. Then, we discussed some things about second senior brother leaving the faction. Well, whatever it is, first senior brother does not have any foul intentions towards us. He even secretly helped us and gave us a heads up," Ning Xi explained. And then, I heard second senior brother say that they seem to have moved inwards China now, including that person. Ning Xi hesitated to say anything further. Even her expression had changed a little. When he heard her last three words, Tingxiao subconsciously tensed up, and even the air pressure around had instantly dropped. A moment later, he finally said hoarsely, "So, what do you think?" Ning Xi felt a random chill, and she stole a look at Tingxiao's darkened expression, not understanding why his mood had suddenly turned dour. What do I think? About that person, or about the situation? Whatever it is, I just think it's quite troublesome. I don't want to be related to them, or anything about them anymore. I just want to live my life peacefully, shoot my movies, earn my money, be with my loved ones, and be with my baby darling. I just want to be fine." With Ning Xi's reassuring words, Tingxiao's stiff and cold expression gradually softened. After all, she had once liked that person and had rejected Tingxiao many times for the other guy. What he was more worried about was no doubt whether the other person's return would shake up any emotions within her. "Don't worry. With me around, no one can force you to do anything you don't want to. That's why I'm here to be close to you." In the morning, the sun rays seeped through the windows, warming the entire room. On the bed opposite the window, little Treasure was waking up in a daze from under his blanket. He arched his little body slightly and realized that there was a warmth beside him. In fact, there was something soft, and it smelled good. The little guy yawned, then opened his eyes and turned his head over. The first thing he saw unexpectedly was Auntie Xiaoxi beside him. "Mommy." The little bun immediately widened his eyes the way children did when they saw a house full of candy and toys. He liked neither candy nor toys. He liked Auntie Xiaoxi. The little bun instantly rolled out of bed and stared unblinkingly at his mommy, who was sound asleep beside him. He carefully poked his soft little finger on mommy's face. Then again. Soft. Very warm. Happiness. Chapter 942. Don't want to be separated from little Treasure. At that moment, there were footsteps at the door. Tingxiao leaned on the door frame and smiled at his son's face, clearly delighted by his sudden happiness. "She came over last night, but you were already asleep." The little bun immediately puffed up his cheeks to complain about his father not waking him up. That way he could spend more time with mommy. Baby, you're awake." Ning Xi woke up. The moment she opened up her eyes and saw the soft little bun, Ning Xi's mood perked up. She hugged the little bun in her embrace and rolled around the bed. "Oh, I don't want to wake up. I don't want to go to work. I don't want to be separated from my baby little Treasure." To hug the soft little bun on a winter morning like this was true happiness. Little Treasure immediately hugged Mommy Xiaoxi back too. He did not want to go to school either. He did not want to be separated from Mommy Xiaoxi. As he watched the two of them roll around in bed, Tingxiao laughed and shook his head. "I can help the two of you take leave." Ning Xi blinked, then looked out from under the blanket with her messy hair. "Forget it, Tingxiao. How can you be like this? Shouldn't you educate us like a strict leader of the family at a moment like this by making the two of us go to school and go to work?" Little Treasure followed suited and nodded. "Exactly." Tingxiao was speechless. Fine, it was his mistake. When she was fully charged from the little bun, Ning Xi was instantly energetic, and she had put all the unhappiness and troubles behind her. She could now be fully immersed in her work. Most of the day's shoot was scenes with Chen Hanchen, one of which was a fighting scene. She needed to rehearse beforehand, so when everyone else's scenes were being filmed, the two of them were practicing on the side. Chen Mian had hired a coach to teach them some martial arts moves. Chen Hanchen was in a pretty good mental state today, probably because he had waited for the scene where he would definitely fare better than Ning Xi. In the end, half a day later, Ning Xi was leaning on the deck chair, sipping on her drink as she sunbathed and enjoyed the casual chat with the girls surrounding her. while Chen Hanshin was still raining in sweat as he practiced with the coach. When he saw Chen Hanshin's sullen look, Chen Mian walked over to pat him on the shoulder. "Young man, I forgot to tell you. Ning Xi was previously a stunt double." Chen Hanshin had no words now. Damn it, is this dude a monster? Is there anything she isn't good at? Chi Fong stole looks at Ning Xi as he ran over to deliver a bottle of water to Chen Hanshin before he started. Was this dude originally a man and got reincarnated wrongly? This is too much. Chen Hanshin gulped down half a bottle of water, feeling dejected. It was fine if he had really lost to a man, but he was even crosser losing to a woman. He was a man, yet he could not measure up to a woman. Chi Fong knew that Chen Hanshin had not been happy with Ning Xi for a long time, just like him. He thought of something, then said, "No matter what, she's still a woman. I don't believe that she hasn't a single flaw. I must think of a way for her to stop acting cool. Then we'll see how she can continue being arrogant." Say, what are things that girls would definitely be especially afraid of? That the moment they see it, they'll definitely lose control and start even possibly crying. Chen Hanshin looked at Chi Fong. He definitely would not do these sort of things on his own accord, but since Chi Fong was ready to do it, he was happy to watch. After all, he had had enough. Chen Hanshin pretended to casually suggest, "Snakes, I guess?" Chapter 943. It's about to be frightened to death. Finally, when she had finally finished shooting the fight scene with Chen Hanshin, Ning Xi returned to her seat. The moment she sat down, Mingyu suddenly walked towards her. "What's up?" When she saw Mingyu was looking for her, Ning Xi felt odd. This guy would usually not take the initiative to interact with anyone. To avoid being negatively affected by him, she had intentionally paid zero attention to him. "I'm looking for Senior to rehearse some scenes," said Mingyu. "Oh, okay." It was an extremely normal reason, so Ning Xi did not think too much about it. She picked up her script and continued. "Let me see. Our scene for today is..." As Ning Xi spoke, there was suddenly a cool and slippery sensation on her wrist, triggering a reaction on her skin. She looked down to see that a tiny patterned snake had suddenly crawled onto her wrist. Before Ning Xi could react, it had caught Xiao Tao's eyes, and she let out an ear-shattering screech. "Oh, snake. Why is there a snake? Bro, she don't move. Don't move. There's really a snake. How gross. It's not poisonous, is it? What to do, what to do? Bro, I'll get someone to save you." Ji Yumeng was frantically running all over the place while the other girls had almost fainted out of fright. Ning Xi was just about to say something when, in the next second, the snake was already in Mingyu's hands. Mingyu's fingers clamped down on the snake, and it seemed like he was about to squeeze it to death with his bare hands. Suddenly, Ning Xi shouted, "No! Don't kill him." Mingyu looked over in confusion. Ning Xi unhappily shot him a look, then hurled out her hand. "Let go and give it to me." "Give it to her? Quick! It's about to be frightened to death by you, can't you see?" Ning Xi's tone was clearly upset. Can't he see? When he saw Ning Xi was upset and realized that this was a non-poisonous snake, Mingyu obediently delivered the snake to her. Ning Xi took the green little snake and consoled it by patting its shiny scales. "This is not a poisonous snake. It won't hurt people. It's so cute. How could you kill it?" Mingyu was speechless. He had initially wanted to be the hero that saved the beauty. How had he been scolded by the wife instead? Chi Fong and Chen Hanshin were speechless by the sight too. Where was the screeching and crying? Why was this not following the script they had in mind? Bro, don't fool around now. Be careful, it might bite you." Xiao Tao was so frightened that she was shaking now. "Don't worry, this kind of snake is pretty tame. You can bite it, and it wouldn't even bite back. Do you want to pet it? It's probably been awakened from its hibernation. That's why this little guy is still in a daze." No, thanks." Xiao Tao shook her head like a rattle drum. To show that she was different from other girls and to let her dream guy view her in a new light, Ji Yumeng mustered the courage and walked up. "Let me." Once Ji Yumeng started, all the other girls also saw that the snake on Ning Xi's hand was tame. After making sure that it was really not poisonous, they all walked up too. All the girls were buzzing as they listened to how Ning Xi differentiated a poisonous snake from a non-poisonous one. Chi Fong bit on the pillow in his arm in tears. "This dude is neither a woman nor a man. It's a monster. Oh, I'm so angry. But what the hell is up with that Mingyu? Why did he help her earlier? Shouldn't we all be on the same line of defense? How could he help the enemy?" Chapter 944. Little Treasure is here to visit. To calm everyone's panic, Ning Xi let everyone play with the snake for a while before letting it go among some bushes. When she returned to her seat, something flashed across Ning Xi's mind. It was winter now, so the snake would not have suddenly slithered out, unless... Uffed. Boys nowadays are really more and more immature. However, Kumingyu's reaction earlier had really surprised her. His speed of catching that snake was a little too quick, was it not? She could not even see it clearly. When he saw Ning Xi staring at him, Kumingyu called out, "Senior?" Ning Xi stroked her chin and suddenly went closer to him, her face inches away from his. "You wouldn't have fallen in love with me, would you?" The man was probably stunned for a whole second before he replied with an unchanged expression, "You think too much." Xiao Tao was pale at this sight. "Bro Shi, what are you doing? People might see." Ning Xi straightened up and said with an indifferent expression, "What's there to be nervous about? I'm rehearsing lines with Kumingyu." Rehearsing lines. Xiao Tao looked at the script. Indeed, there was a dialogue in the movie with a similar sort of scene. "Turns out you're rehearsing. You frightened me. Bro Shi, you're really good at acting. Even your rehearsals are so real." "Thank you, senior. I'll go get ready now," said Kumingyu before he turned around to leave, a subtle hurriedness in his footsteps. Very soon, evening came. Ning Xi was focused on preparing for the next scene when the director's assistant's voice was heard. "Bro Shi, it looks like someone's here to visit you on set." Another person visiting her? Was it Zhuang Qi or Zhao Mai? Ning Xi looked up, and when she had a clearer glimpse of the soft little one beside the assistant, she put the script down and shot to her feet before exclaiming, "Little Treasure?" When he saw his mommy, the poker-faced little bun beside the assistant instantly flew to Ning Xi. "Bro Shi, is this kid your relative? Earlier a girl brought him here, saying that this child is here to look for you," said the assistant as she looked at the little guy with starry eyes. It really was the first time she had seen such a beautiful child. A girl? It must have been the Lu family's maid, Wan Wan. It was impossible that Wan Wan would send Little Treasure over herself, so it must have been an order by Lu Tingxiao. It was probably because Lu Tingxiao noticed that she was in a bad mood yesterday, so he had made special arrangements for someone to send Little Treasure over. As Ning Xi thought about this, she happily carried the little bun, then explained after some careful thought, "It's my best friend's child, my godson." She decided that for Little Treasure to assume the identity of her godson was most convenient and would not spark any misunderstanding. It was a good thing the crew members of this team were simple-minded and no one would know Little Treasure, so even if Little Treasure visited her on set, it would not be a problem. A confident and unruly man holding a fair and soft little bun in his arms, his expression as gentle as water, while the little bun hugged the man's neck with fondness and clinginess. This scene was as heartwarming and beautiful as a painting. The assistant gaped. "This child seems to be very close to you." His parents are busy, so he usually likes sticking with me. He won't cause too much trouble for everyone, I hope. He's very obedient, and he won't simply run around." Ning Xi apologized in advance. "No worries, no worries. Besides, there's only one scene left before we're done, so there's not much trouble," the assistant quickly responded. "Hey, Ning Xi, where did you kidnap this doll from?" Chen Mian walked over and was shocked to see the little bun in Ning Xi's arms. Chapter 945. Cute little expression. "What kidnapping? This is my godson," Ning Xi insisted. Chen Mian looked at little bun again and again, his eyes burning brighter by the second. "This kid looks great. Is he interested in joining our industry?" Ning Xi's mouth twitched irritatedly. "He's only 5 years old, all right. So what if he's 5? You've got to start them early. Let me handle him, and I'll make sure that he gets famous." Chen Mian sounded really excited. His aura, his eyes, and even his nose, I can confirm that he'll definitely be handsome when he's all grown up as well. "No, thank you. Of course, he was going to be handsome. Just look at his father." "Are you sure? Do you have his parents' contact?" "I'll talk to them." Chen Mian was persistent. "You don't have to. I'm making the calls for him. He still needs to study. Director, stop trying to interfere in his life. You little brat. You have no idea how many kids I've rejected." Chen Mian left regretfully after being rejected by Ning Xi. The moment he left, a crowd gathered around them. "Wow, this kid is so cute, right? Isn't he?" Ning Xi was proud of the little bun. "Terribly. No wonder the director was so interested. I'd love to hug him. Little Treasure was looking around, but the moment he heard that he was going to be hugged like a soft toy, he clung onto his mother and buried his face in her neck just like a mole rat. Ning Xi patted his back and smiled. I'm sorry, he's a little shy and doesn't like to talk. Oh, he's cute being shy as well. Look at his expression. I've actually decided not to have kids in the future, but if my kid is this cute, I'd be willing to have one. Ji Yuming's heart melted. Qi Fong was frustrated as more people surrounded Ning Xi. First, there was Jiang Mai, then came Zhuang Qier, and today there was this super cute little kid. Just who was she? Oh God, why does she get all the good things in life? Show off. Chen Hanshan sneered. Qi Fong went along. I know, right? Qi Fong glanced at Kamingyu and was hoping that he could join their fray, but ever since he had helped Ning Xi once, Qi Fong decided to expel him out of the Three Musketeers. Well, it was not like he was truly ever in it. Although Ning Xi would have liked to stay with the little bun for a while longer, her next scene was starting soon, so she quickly kissed the little bun. I'm going to prepare for work. Wait for me here, all right? The little bun was holding a big bunch of snacks that the crew had given him, and he nodded. Xiao Tao, please help me look after him. All right, Bro Shi, go now. Xiao Tao happily accepted her newly assigned mission. It felt like Bro Shi was really gentle with the little kid, as if she was his real mother. A while after Ning Xi had gone into the dressing room, the little bun who was sitting on the chair suddenly focused on one direction. He was looking at Kumingyu. The little bun stared at him for some time, looked down, then continued staring at him like he was confused. He tilted his head to the side and frowned. Little Treasure, what's wrong? Xiao Tao's heart melted looking at his cute expression. The little bun blinked and suddenly jumped down from the chair, running towards Kumingyu. Chapter 946. Go and look for your mother. Little Treasure ran to Kumingyu and just stared at him. Kumingyu stayed silent. Staring right in front of him could not satisfy him anymore. So Little Treasure started orbiting around him, circling him again and again. He looked like he was conducting a scientific observation. Xiao Tao found the situation confusing and funny at the same time. She said, It seems that this kid likes you, Teacher Ku. He wants to play with you. Kumingyu extended his long arms and prevented Little Treasure from being tripped by a small rock. He looked exhausted. It's okay. Qi Fong was really annoyed. Birds of a feather flock together. This kid's sense of beauty is just as twisted. Of all the good-looking guys and girls here, he went to Kumingyu. Chen Hanshan just took a glance at the kid, then went back to reading his script. Qi Fong lazily flipped through the script as he mumbled. The next scene is between Ning Xi and Kumingyu. Oh, Ning Xi's going to be in her female outfit. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Ning Xi in a female outfit after 2 days here. It's really difficult to imagine. Xiao Tao, can you help me bring Ning Xi's bag in? Yi Qiu's voice hollered from the dressing room. Xiao Tao quickly replied, Okay, coming. Teacher Ku, can you look after him for a while? I'll be back right away. Xiao Tao requested Kumingyu for help as she saw Little Treasure seemed to like him. Sure. After Xiao Tao left, Little Treasure was still circling around Kumingyu. Kumingyu looked at the dressing room. Ning Xi should be done soon, and if she saw Little Treasure circling him. Don't keep circling around me, Kumingyu finally said. Little Treasure stopped in front of him, but his eyes never averted away. He was like a curious cat staring at the object of his interest. He even tried to touch Kumingyu's face with his hand. This kid was really similar to Ning Xi in this aspect. Even their reaction was the same. Kumingyu lowered his voice and said, Go and look for your mother. Ning Xi came out of the dressing room at this moment, and the little bun quickly went to her. Kumingyu was relieved. He then looked at the dressing room's direction. Ning Xi was wearing a pink one-piece floral dress. Her cheekbones were highlighted and her curves were accentuated beautifully, while her long black hair and beautiful eyes further enhanced her whole look. The makeup artist had probably tanned her skin for previous scenes. Her original skin tone was shining bright, and it looked like she was sparkling when she walked by. Oh my gosh, is this really our Bro Shi? What skills do you possess, Sis Tingxiao? She's become a totally different person. Chapter 947, found out by his son. It's not me, Bro Shi herself is the real deal. I just touch up here and there. Yi Qiu was impressed as ever as she watched the girl in front of her. Her potential was endless. Senior is so pretty. Ji Yumin was dumbfounded. Even as a woman, she was impressed. As expected of Senior, You're charming no matter if you're acting as a man or woman. I feel like I'm turning into a lesbian soon. Only Xiao Tao was able to keep calm. Now, everyone had witnessed how much of a beauty her bro she was as a woman. Sis Gigi's biggest worry was that she looked too pretty. Gulp. Among the crowd, there was Qi Fong admiring Ning Xi's beauty. Ning Xi. Chen Hanshan's script fell onto the floor. Ning Xi turned around, smiling, as she heard someone called her name. Chen Hanshan felt his senses lose control when he saw the girl's smile. His heart raced faster and his mind went blank. It's nothing. He thought that this woman was just like any other female celebrity he had seen before, that visuals from the televisions and pictures were just enhanced effects. Usually, their real image was multiple times worse than what was on screen. Some even looked like totally different people. It was the first time he saw someone actually look better in real life than in pictures and movies. The screen was unable to enhance her perfect image. It limited her. He had investigated her some time ago and thought he already knew all about her, but it was only now that he truly knew her. Qi Fong quickly went up to her and offered her his coat. Senior, it's cold. The scene isn't starting yet. Use my coat. Qi Fong, you're so good at this. You're way too fast. Ha ha ha, this guy. As everyone was focused on Ning Xi, Mingyu slipped the little bun a blanket. You know what to do. This time, he used his real voice. He was trying to make the wife happy by sending his child here. He thought that everything would be okay as he had successfully fooled his wife, but his son had found out. Instead of having Little Treasure circling him and making Ning Xi suspicious, he tried to get Little Treasure on his side. The little bun saw everyone surrounding his mother, so he got curious and suddenly forgot all about his father. He picked up the blanket and walked away. Before Ning Xi could reply Qi Fong, the little bun suddenly passed her a blanket right in front of her. Ning Xi turned to the little bun and she felt touched. Is this for me? Thank you so much. Qi Fong felt disappointed like a defeated pet dog. Ning Xi covered herself with the blanket Little Treasure passed her and thanked Qi Fong. Thank you. I have a blanket already. Use it yourself to avoid catching a cold. Qi Fong was glad about her counteroffer. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Chapter 948. How unfortunate. Chen Hanshan was looking speechlessly at Qi Fong, who was the one who kept complaining next to him and calling Ning Xi all sort of names, even putting the snake there. Did Qi Fong just experience memory loss? Qi Fong happily declared, I've decided that from now on, I'll be Senior's fan. A VIP fan. Was my brain fried before? I was actually jealous and creating problems for a pretty girl. What a loser I was. I did not expect this. Mingyu was the most calculative one here. He knew it all along and tried to get on Senior's good side. He even asked for an autograph from her. Plus, he also saved her just now. What a mistake on my part. Qi Fong kept mumbling regretfully to himself, almost slapping himself out of frustration. He then suddenly stared at Ning Xi. She's really so pretty. How could there be such a pretty girl? I'm really envious of you, Hanshan, that you can be the male lead. Chen Hanshan was speechless. Could you at least have a transition period for your shift in attitude? This is too fast. Where are your principles? Whatever. He was not the right person to tell him off as of now. Chen Hanshan picked up his script, pressed his hand to his chest, and tried to calm his racing heart. Why? He had never felt this way before. He was a prideful man, and he was especially strict when judging women from the entertainment industry, but now, looks good. You're even prettier than last time. Chen Mian was satisfied with Ning Xi's outlook, and he had nothing to complain about her. She had gone on screen without makeup when she was playing the supporting role in his previous movie, and at that time, she was already charming enough. Now, with fresh and youthful makeup, she totally fit his image of Ji Feishua. Come over here, Ning Xi, and Xiao Ku as well. Come here, Chen Mian called. Seeing how you guys cooperated so well yesterday, this scene shouldn't be too difficult. Just do what you do best, Ning Xi. Here's the part you need to take note of later. Ning Xi stood in front of the director while holding the little bun's hand. She was focused on the director, and the little bun was standing beside Mingyu, but he was not staring at him anymore. Afterwards, Chen Mian clapped. All right, everyone, this is our last scene today. We'll wrap up after this. This scene revolved around the female lead in her female outfit accidentally meeting the secondary male lead. Since the both of them acted well, one take was all it took. All the staff looked really happy to have such capable actors on their team. After work ended, a man rushed out, and as he was about to turn towards where he wanted to, someone blocked his path. CEO Lu. Ning Xi had been waiting for him, and she directly stood in front of him intentionally. Senior. Tingxiao put on a surprised expression. Ning Xi was enraged. Lu Tingxiao. Stop pretending. Little treasure circled around you 23 times. Do you think that I'm blind? Tingxiao stayed silent. He thought he had managed to fool her, but she had still seen them. This was unfortunate. Nonetheless, Lu Tingxiao felt that he could still turn things around. I don't really understand what you mean, Senior. Did you mistake me for someone else? The man acted innocently like a stranger. Ning Xi frowned. Are you really not Lu Tingxiao? Tingxiao replied. Nope. Ning Xi nodded. Oh, I see. All right then. Let me rephrase my question. Tingxiao felt something bad was coming. After a short pause, Ning Xi stared at him and asked, Mister, are you really not my husband? Chapter 949. Little Treasure Brand Father-Seeking Device. Tingxiao stayed silent. Lu Tingxiao did not expect that Ning Xi would do this. How could he answer no to this question? The man bit his lip and stood in silence. Ning Xi shrugged and turned away as she waved her hands. Okay, it seems that I'm mistaken. You couldn't possibly be my dear. Ning Xi's wrist was suddenly grabbed, and she was pulled into a warm hug with two strong arms wrapped around her. The man said in his deep voice, I am. He then wildly kissed the girl's lips. In the dark alley, the girl was pushed against the wall and kissed fiercely. The breezy environment turned really warm. It hurts. Ning Xi felt her tongue was going numb, and there was a slight soreness on her lips as well, so she complained. The man kissed her even deeper. He practically wanted to merge into one with her. You naughty one. Ning Xi bit the man's lip gently. You're the naughty one. If it wasn't for the little treasure-branded father-seeking device, how long did you plan to hide from me? Little treasure brand father-seeking device. That was an accurate name indeed. Forever, Lu Tingxiao replied. If he had not been found out, he was prepared to continue hiding it from her. Ning Xi was really angry. Then, why did you admit just now? You could have denied it. I don't have any evidence anyway. Lu Tingxiao sighed. You know that no matter what happens, I can never say no to that. Humph. Ning Xi acted all high and mighty towards him. Lu Tingxiao loved to see her like this, and he was about to kiss her again. Ning Xi pushed him away. I'm being serious with you. Let me ask you, is it because there are some dangerous scenes in this movie, and you're worried? She remembered that Lu Tingxiao had asked Xiongji to protect her. Then that incident happened whereby she was almost killed in Philadelphia. With Lu Tingxiao's personality, he probably could not trust Xiongji or anyone else to protect her anymore. Was that why he came personally? From what she knew, it was not easy to obtain such a well-made mask, and these masks could cause damage to the skin. Wearing it for around 10 minutes was enough to make a person uncomfortable, yet he wore it for such a long time. Ning Xi's heart softened. This is one of the reasons. Lu Tingxiao did not deny it as he looked at her. Another reason was for me. We're both really busy, plus we can't publicize our relationship, so the time we get to spend together is very little. I missed you. I'm sorry. Ning Xi felt all her anger dissolve. Besides, experiencing acting might help me to understand you better so that I can have some common topics to talk about with you. Then you'd probably find me less boring. No way. You're not boring at all. I like my boss the most. The most. Ning Xi's dissatisfaction turned into a touching and heartfelt moment as she clung to the man's neck and kissed him. Chapter 950. When will you marry me? The storm had passed. As Lu Tingxiao was kissing the girl, his nervous, floating heart came back to him. Ning Xi tilted her head and looked at him impressively. Lu Tingxiao, I never knew that you could act so well. I almost lost my job to you. I've got a great teacher to thank, Lu Tingxiao replied. You even have a teacher? Who is it? How do I not know about it? Ning Xi asked curiously. You? Me? I read through all the books and notes that you left with me, Lu Tingxiao said. Ning Xi was utterly speechless at this point. From learning about acting techniques to preparing the mask he donned every day, there were so many things to be done. It would take at least a few months to do all of that. Lu Tingxiao had probably started working on it the moment he got back from Philadelphia. She fully understood how busy he was. Almost every case he worked on was worth more than a few $100 million. Yet he had allocated so much time for this just to have some time to be with her. He even had to be afraid of getting her angry, so he hid what he was up to. Her career was despised by the upper-class society, yet he was willing to be with her, to understand her better and to protect her. No one has ever treated me this well before. Ning Xi hugged the man. I almost want to marry you right away. The Civil Administration Bureau has probably closed at this time already, but I can call them to come back, or maybe have them bring the necessary documents to my house. The man replied quickly. Haha, stop messing around. Ning Xi laughed. Tingxiao sighed. Then he rested his head on the girl's shoulder. Ning Xi, we just got into a relationship not too long ago, and this might be too sudden, but I've always been thinking about this every single second of the day. When will you marry me? Ning Xi looked at him quietly. Then with a serious tone she replied, when I can stand by your side. In the car, Ning Xi was driving, and at the back was Tingxiao and Little Treasure. Tingxiao had not removed his mask, and he still had Kamingyu's face on. So the little guy kept on staring at him, and he extended his hand to the face again. Tingxiao went closer to him and let him touch it. The little bun touched and felt his face, curious about new things. As Ning Xi observed the both of them from the rearview mirror, she said, Tingxiao, do you think Little Treasure has some special abilities? He could recognize us no matter how we change our looks. Tingxiao thought about it, but was not surprised. He realized long ago that his son possessed such ability. Some people had their own unique way of observing. Oftentimes, they could see little things that were overlooked by others. I'm not sure how to explain this, but it's probably something like a dog's sense of smell. He can detect something others can't. How could you compare our son to a dog? Oh, I have another question. Why don't you make a better-looking mask? I heard from the director that you're supposed to be the male lead, but your image didn't fit what he had in mind, so you became the secondary lead. Tingxiao replied, I'm too good-looking already. Ning Xi was speechless. Chapter 951, Happy Family. Ning Xi was speechless when she heard his reply. But afterward, she found out that the reason for choosing Kamingyu's mask was sort of related to how handsome Tingxiao was as well. Because of his prominent facial structure, they had experimented countless of times, and many of the masks had failed. Finally, only Kamingyu's face looked the most natural. So, technically it was because of how good-looking he was. Ning Xi was dressed in a male outfit today, and Tingxiao still had Kamingyu's mask on, so no one could recognize them before the movie aired. They brought Little Treasure to the supermarket. Dear, should we have hot pot tonight? Xiao Tao brought me some soup base for hot pot from her hometown. Ning Xi suggested. Sure, Tingxiao replied. Little Treasure nodded enthusiastically as well. They then went shopping for the food needed to make the hot pot. As they were walking, they realized that more and more people were looking at their direction. What had gone wrong? Ning Xi was confused. Oh, are they a family together? What a lovely family. However, I feel that guy over there looks a little plain. He doesn't seem to be a good match with the handsome one beside him. What do you know? This is called the gentle wife play. It's actually popular right now. What's a gentle wife play? Tingxiao asked Ning Xi. Ning Xi almost puked blood. You don't have to know what that is. She giggled to herself. How hilarious. The devil's on the receiving end while I'm deemed to be aggressive one, huh? Ning Xi's mistake was not realizing that two men walking in the supermarket with a child would attract so much attention, so they quickly went back to her apartment after buying what they needed. After they went back, Tingxiao started using the specially made ointment to remove his mask. Ning Xi saw his skin was slightly red from the irritation, and she felt heartbroken. It's all right. It'll be fine soon. I'm a man after all, Tingxiao said. No way. The face is very important to a man as well, and this face is related to me. Come over here. Ning Xi forced Tingxiao to sit down at her dresser table, and she opened a few bottles. Don't move. I'll help you do a mini facial. The wife was going to service him, so of course, Tingxiao complied obediently. Essence, toner, cream. Ning Xi carefully applied the stuff on Tingxiao's face, layer by layer. Wait, there's face cream as well. You have to use this after you wash your face every day. As she helped Tingxiao, the little bun walked over and pointed at his own face, indicating that he wanted some too. Ning Xi smiled. Your father needs it because he's not handsome enough, but you're way too handsome, so you don't need it. The little bun nodded and accepted her reasoning immediately. After they had dinner, Tingxiao went into the study room for some last-minute work while the little bun hopped into the shower. Little treasure, do you need any help? The little bun shook his head shyly, indicating that he would be all right on his own. Ning Xi patted the little bun's head and smiled. My little bun has grown up. Take your time, be careful, and don't slip. Ning Xi sat on the sofa after adjusting the water temperature for little treasure. Then she covered herself with a blanket and played a classic Western musical. Soft music started playing, and all was peaceful. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Who could it be this late at night? Both the little bun and Tingxiao were both here. Ning Xi nervously looked outside through the peephole. She could not believe who she saw, and she quickly opened the door. The girl outside hugged Ning Xi tightly. Bro Xi. Chapter 952. An unexpected guest. The girl started sobbing after she hugged Ning Xi, and Ning Xi's pajamas were soon stained wet on her shoulder. Ning Xi recalled a lot of old memories as well, and she held back tears of her own as she patted the girl's back. All right, now stop crying. Come in. Ning Xi welcomed the girl in and led her to the sofa. Then she poured her a cup of hot tea. The girl had long, black, straight hair, and her eyelashes were long like butterfly wings. She wore a hoodie with white furry lining, which made her small face look cute, as if she was an exquisitely made doll. The girl was weeping as she stared at Ning Xi like a lost dog that had finally found its master. Drink some tea. Ning Xi passed her the cup. Even Annie is here. It seems like second senior brother's information is accurate. That man is starting to come back. Thank you, Bro Xi. She looked at Ning Xi again, and her tears fell even harder. Bro Xi, you look really good in a female outfit, sob. Ning Xi was troubled. You cry when you see me, you cry when I pour you some tea, you even cry when you think I look good. Old habits die hard, don't they? But, Bro Xi, you've changed a lot. The girl looked around. The house was decorated with a warm color scheme, and it felt very cozy. Ning Xi was wearing a soft pink nightgown, her naturally wavy hair combed back, giving her a homey appearance. Although it was not her first time seeing Ning Xi in a female outfit, she almost could not recognize her. Within just a year, this woman's outlook and aura had changed so drastically. Ning Xi now felt like a stranger, and it made her feel uncomfortable, even a little afraid. As if the person she once knew had vanished altogether. Silly, people always change, or maybe, this is what I really look like. Ning Xi patted the girl's head. Let's talk about you now. Why are you back? Is it temporary or? The girl was still looking a little down. I'm not sure. I'm just following the boss orders. Who knows when's the next time he'll make me travel around the world again. So I took some time off to visit you tonight. Ning Xi knew they had secret agreements, and she did not want to know too much either. So she stopped asking further and changed the subject. How are you doing recently? Doing well. Annie started complaining. Not at all. After you left, the boss's temper got worse, and he always takes it out on me. He beats me, scolds me, and even prevents me from having meals. He also threatened to make me marry the monster beside us. Come back, Bro Xi. I really miss you. Ugh. Ning Xi looked helplessly at her. While that guy is terrible, he wouldn't really do it, and she's probably exaggerating, right? She knew that Annie was trying to convince her to go back. When she had rescued Annie, that guy was annoyed at her because of how weak she was and how she was always crying. Then they realized that Annie had a special talent. Chapter 953. After his beauty. One should not judge a book by its cover. This crybaby who loved all things fluffy was actually from a family of renowned doctors, and she had inherited incredible healing skills from her ancestors. In the end, that guy had agreed to keep her after realizing her potential. That man would never keep anyone without value, even more so. People who could drag the team down. One's ability determined their position within the organization and the amount of benefits they received. As the healer of the team, she enjoyed pretty decent benefits, which was why Ning Xi was able to leave her there without too much worry. I'm sorry, Annie. I'm not sure if first senior brother has informed you about my condition, but I can't go back now. Although cruel, Ning Xi went straight to the point. Annie put the cup down and held Ning Xi's hand gently. Why? Is it because of that man? Is what Bro Yi said true? Are you in a relationship with that man? Yes. Ning Xi was not going to lie. Annie felt nervous and she quickly said, Bro Xi, I've investigated that man. He isn't as simple as he looks on the surface. Do you know how many under-table deals he's made to get to where he is today? You might think that the boss is scary, but this man is worse than Satan. If you see his true colors. Ning Xi sighed and interrupted Annie. Which person in power has never made any sacrifices before? Annie, I'm not a saint. I'm fine as long as he's good to me. It would be impossible for the enormous Lu Corporation with businesses all over the world to be pure. Moreover, Lu Tingxiao had even accepted the few years she had been in America. So how could she reject him because of this? Annie was devastated by Ning Xi's reply, and she held her hand even tighter. Bro Xi, you've been totally charmed by him. That man has other bad intentions. Ning Xi laughed. Annie, I don't have anything for him to get from me. How could you say so? You have your beauty. Annie insisted. It should be I who's after his beauty. Ning Xi chuckled. I see, hey. Stop changing the topic. I was almost thrown off course. Annie complained. From the information she had gathered, the only thing she recognized was that the man was actually pretty good looking. No wonder, bro, she had fallen for him. Annie was thinking really hard before she continued. If you like his looks, I can find people who were better looking than him. To be honest, if our boss weren't so weird, he looks really cool when he's normal. No, I mean super cool. Ning Xi raised her eyebrows. Is he ever normal, though? No. Annie cried even harder. Poor child. Ning Xi patted her back and gave her a few pieces of tissue. All right, stop worrying about me anymore. I know what to do. After a long while of sobbing, Annie suddenly remembered something. Yes, I remember. Bro Xi, that man has a child. He's 5 years old. A 5-year-old child. I know. Then, that child is pretty cute. Chapter 954. Charmed by the little bun. It's not about being cute or not. Bro Xi, wake up and listen to me. It's not easy being a stepmother. There are countless examples before you. Let me tell you, Bro Xi, I knew a pretty lady who was young and beautiful before marriage, but ever since she got married to a man and became a stepmother, I almost couldn't recognize her. Another pretty lady also told me that she couldn't do anything right after getting married. No matter how kind she tried to be, she was taken for granted. The kid was really naughty, and he destroyed her relationship with her husband. There's also this other lady. Annie kept on rambling on and making one wonder how she knew all these stepmothers. It sure was difficult to find so many real examples. Ning Xi just sat there quietly and listened. Suddenly, the bathroom door was opened and the sounds of flip-flops coming out was heard. Ning Xi and the rambling Annie looked over. They then saw the little bun in his fluffy cartoon pajamas. So cute. Annie's scream almost popped Ning Xi's eardrums. The girl swiftly ran to little Treasure and hugged him. Oh my gosh. So cute. How could he be so cute? Why is there such a cute boy at your house, Bro Xi? Too cute. I've never seen anything cuter. He's even cuter than all the fluffy animals put together. Ning Xi pinched the space between her eyebrows as she saw Annie's exaggerated reaction. Annie loved everything that was fluffy and cute. For her, being cute was justice enough, so it was no surprise that she would be this excited when she saw the bun. Bro Xi, where is this kid from? Why is he here? Annie asked. He's Lu Tingxiao's son, Ning Xi replied. Annie went silent. She was dumbfounded. It was game over for her. The little bun took this chance to escape from this weird lady, and he went up to Ning Xi. Ning Xi held the little bun up and introduced him. Don't be afraid, little Treasure. She's a good friend of mine. Call her Auntie Annie. The little bun blinked and nodded with an expression of doubt. Why does Auntie Annie look like she was suffering? Was it because I pushed her away? Ning Xi smiled at him, understanding his uncertainty. She was probably a little sad after being pushed away from you just now. Do you want to give her a hug? The little bun nodded obediently. Ning Xi put the little bun down. Go on. The little bun took a glance at his mother, then walked towards Auntie Annie, with his arms wide open, and he hugged her. Since you're Mommy's good friend, I'll hug you a little more. Don't be sad anymore. Chapter 955. He is Lu Tingxiao's and yours? Feeling the cotton candy-like hands hugging her, Annie's heart melted as she looked into the little guy's beautiful eyes, which seemed like the stars in the sky. She could not believe it. Bro Xi, are you lying to me? Is this really Lu Tingxiao's son? Are you sure? Ning Xi nodded proudly. 100%. He's definitely Lu Tingxiao's son, and he's called Little Treasure. What do you think? I've not been lying. He's really cute, isn't he? Annie nodded her head vigorously. Way too cute. What should I do? I didn't prepare any gifts for you. Annie was looking around at herself and in her bag. Then, she took out some candy, a chocolate bar, a pill, and even her necklace, and gave them all to the little Bon. Her attitude had changed entirely. Just a minute ago, she was still saying how miserable being a stepmother could be and how terrible a stepson might turn out. Ning Xi put aside the candy and chocolate bar for the little Bon, then gently returned the necklace and the pill. These are too valuable. Take it back. He doesn't have any use for them anyway. You're right. Tingxiao's so rich. Annie carefully took back her necklace. Then she gave Ning Xi the red pill. Keep this. It's my latest invention. The contents can cure almost any poison. I've tested it personally. Ning Xi smiled. Then, I thank you on behalf on little treasure. Next time, if there's a next time, I'll prepare something better. I was in a haste this time, so I didn't expect to see little treasure as well. Annie said. Annie had totally forgotten about her rambling about being a miserable stepmother now. She could never mention it in front of such a cute creature. Such a cute child. No wonder she liked him. Ning Xi and Annie sat back on the sofa with the little Bon in between them. He was curiously studying the pill. This is unbelievable. How could Tingxiao's son be this cute? Annie still could not get over it. Although he does look a little like him. This is so illogical. Annie suddenly looked at Ning Xi. Xi, is this kid Tingxiao's and yours? Ning Xi's mouth twitched in amusement. My dear, you're overthinking. This. Father and mother? The little Bun had a wide smile on his face when he heard their conversation. Well, Annie saw the little Bun smile and was suspicious. Actually, looking carefully, the both of you look very similar. Really? Which part? Ning Xi raised her eyebrows. Annie nodded. Yes, you do. Maybe you haven't noticed, but when he smiled just now, he really looks like you. Especially the eyes. Annie suddenly thought of a key question. Who's the mother of this child? Ning Xi shrugged. I'm not sure because Tingxiao himself doesn't know either. Chapter 956, a totally different Tingxiao. Annie was enraged. This man's private life is so complicated. He doesn't even know who's the real mother of his own child. Annie lowered her voice out of consideration for little treasure. Ning Xi knew what she wanted to say. It's not what you think. He's actually a victim in this matter. Annie did not believe it. She thought that Ning Xi had been lied to. How could such a cute child have such a monstrous father? She could not imagine how little treasure and she could live under Tingxiao's tyranny and how much suffering they were going to endure. Ning Xi sighed at Annie's worried expression. What was this girl thinking about again? Maybe that guy made her drink something weird. Otherwise, why would she always be this worrisome? As both of them were chatting, the door to the study room opened and Tingxiao came out of the room. Ning Xi turned around. Tingxiao, are you done with your stuff? Are we bothering you? Who? Tingxiao? Annie looked at the study room as well. She then saw a tall man who was dressed in the same pajama style as Ning Xi. The man wore a pair of glasses and had a mug of coffee in his hand, looking relaxed and very family-oriented. There was no sign of any violence or tyranny as the rumor went. He looked just like a typical husband, not like a demon. Just a normal man who looked a little above average. And this is? Tingxiao looked at Annie questioningly. Ning Xi went over and clung on Tingxiao's arms as she introduced. This is my good friend from America, Annie. Annie, this is my boyfriend, Tingxiao. Hello. Tingxiao nodded. He did not look very welcoming, but he was polite. Hello. In Annie's impression, Tingxiao was a violent tyrant, even a monster, so she could not relate humanity to him. Tingxiao looked at his sleepy son. Then he went over and carried him. Little treasure looked sleepy. I'll put him to bed first. He knew that both of them must have a lot to talk about, so he was being considerate of them. The little Bun did not seem very happy, and he extended his hand to Ning Xi while resting his head on Tingxiao's shoulder. He did not want to sleep yet. Tingxiao patted his son's head. It's late already, don't be naughty now. Your mother hasn't seen Annie for a long time, and they must have a lot to talk about. The little Bun nodded and yawned. Your mother and Auntie Annie. He said it so naturally. What a kind and loving attitude this guy had towards his son. Annie was dumbfounded. This was very different from the Tingxiao she heard of. What had gone wrong? Chapter 957. Thank little treasure for me. Annie? What are you thinking? Ning Xi waved in front of Annie's eyes. Xi, is that really Tingxiao? Why does he look human? I mean, he actually looks gentle. Human? Ning Xi laughed. Of course he is. What else do you think he would be? I thought he's really scary. Ning Xi gave it some thought. Technically, he does have a scary side of him, but he's usually very gentle towards me and Little Treasure. I also thought he was scary when I first knew him, and I even gave him a nickname called the Devil. Annie suddenly understood why Ning Xi would be in a relationship with Tingxiao, a man like him who gave all his love to her. She thought that maybe she was treating Tingxiao like how she treated all her exes, but now she was sure that it was not that simple. It seemed that she was serious about it this time. Suddenly, Ning Xi's phone rang. Sorry, I'll answer this phone call first. It's all right. Annie replied. It was a phone call from Qiao Weilon, so it should be the studio. Ning Xi picked up quickly. Hello, Director Qiao. The 9 sets of outfits have been delivered, and I've sent the name list to your email. Please take a look at them. As usual, Qiao Weilon kept her message short and professional. All right, I'll check in a little while. Thank you for your hard work. The effect of this campaign should take place the soonest in around half a month. We just have to wait. During this period of time, I wonder if we could touch up our studio a little since it's not just our workplace, but also our meeting place with the clients. Thank you for reminding me. I'll talk to Momo about it later. It should be no problem leaving the designs to Shangza. I'll take care of the funding. Annie looked on silently as Ning Xi was talking on the phone. Aside from the Xi at home, she was seeing another side of Xi, the working Xi. Each side came as a surprise to her. The Tingxiao she knew was wild, but had an aura of loneliness around her, as if she did not care about anything anymore, not even her own life. However, now she was shining. Soon, Ning Xi finished her phone call, and Tingxiao came out of the room after Little Treasure had fallen asleep. He held a small brown teddy bear in his hand. Has Little Treasure slept? Ning Xi asked. Tingxiao nodded and went up to Annie. Then he gave her the teddy bear. Ms. Annie, this is Little Treasure's gift to you. Wow, a gift. How cute. Annie was surprised and hugged it to her chest. Thank you. Help me to thank Little Treasure. Her impression towards Tingxiao had definitely changed. Someone who had raised such a cute Little Treasure must be really great as well. Are you studying herbs and medicine, Ms. Annie? Tingxiao suddenly asked. How do you know? Annie was shocked. I saw the pill you gave Little Treasure just now, Tingxiao said. Chapter 958, Wishing You Happiness. Well, I'm studying it a little. Annie said. Ning Xi smiled. You're being too humble, Annie. Tingxiao, while she looks cute, she's actually very talented in healing. Annie was embarrassed. I'm not as good as she says. Tingxiao pulled open a drawer and took out a yellowish book tied in string. I received an ancient book about medical knowledge a few days ago. If you don't mind, please take it as a gift to commemorate our meeting for the first time. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Shi when she was overseas. It's all right. I didn't really do anything. I was the one being taken care of instead. And this is too valuable. Annie instantly knew that the book was extremely precious, and being an original, it must be priceless. Ning Xi put the book into Annie's hands. Just take it. We don't have any use for it anyway, and it's not true that you didn't do anything. There were a few times that you took care of me thoroughly when I was injured. All right, I'll take it, thank you. Annie kept quiet. She felt that there was no more reason for her to stay. She took a deep breath and smiled. Xi, I'm really happy meeting you today. I'll be leaving now. It's already late. So soon. I'll still be around here for some time. There'd still be chances to meet, as long as she doesn't find that I'm too annoying. Ning Xi and Tingxiao walked her to the first floor. Tingxiao waited in the house, while Ning Xi accompanied her to the car. Be careful on the road. You know that I always drive like a snail, so I don't go that fast anyway. Annie smiled. The night was quiet, and no one was around. Annie held her fists tight, loosened them, and then tightened them again. She then looked up and said in a trembling voice, Xi, are you really not coming back? Ning Xi sighed and gave her a hug. Annie, everyone has their own lives. I have mine and you have yours. You'll be fine on your own. You don't have to miss me. I'll be fine. Annie sobbed. I admit that I was really worried before I came, but Little Treasure's so cute, and Tingxiao's really nice as well. Xi, I wish you happiness. I think saying anything else would be futile. Thank you, I will. After saying goodbye to Ning Xi, Annie waved farewell and started her car engine. The car slowly left the apartment. From the rearview mirror, she saw the man put a thick coat on the girl as the girl smiled at him. They chatted and held each other's hand as they went back up. Bro, she was doing well. Really well. She had someone she loved, her dream, her career. She was doing much better than before. Why should she make her return? As they went back upstairs, Ning Xi hugged Lu Tingxiao and thanked him. Thank you, boss. What's that for? Lu Tingxiao leaned his back on the door. Ning Xi looked up at him. Thank you for treating my friend so well. You know she's from that side, don't you? All I know is that she's someone you care about, Lu Tingxiao simply replied. Chapter 959. You've been persuaded. Ning Xi grinned. Annie was probably here today to persuade me. But apparently, she's been persuaded by you and Little Treasure instead. Lu Tingxiao hugged the girl even tighter, and a steely glint appeared in his eyes. I'll never let anyone separate you from me, no matter who it is. I'll never leave you either. There was a prestigious abandoned villa somewhere up north, which used to be a home to the wealthy, but due to it being vacant for such a long time, and people found dead in it before, it became an infamous haunted house. Not only could it not be sold, no one dared to go near it. A black car slowly stopped in front of the villa, and a girl in a hoodie stepped out of it and walked in. The girl pushed the thick entrance door open with a creak. Numerous oil paintings hung around the middle-aged European-style living room. The windows were made of antique stained glass, and the fireplace in the living room was alive, burning with light and heat. There were two men and a woman sitting on the U-shaped sofa opposite the fireplace. The man who was sitting alone on one end of the sofa wore a pair of gold-framed glasses, and he was cleaning his dagger. On the other side, there was an older middle-aged man with a thick German book in his hands, and beside him was a beautiful lady with killer curves. She was fiddling with her gun out of boredom. The lady put away her gun when she saw Annie return, and she went up to her. My dear Annie, how did it go? It must have worked. Little junior sister could never stand to see you cry. Annie looked down and said quietly, I'm sorry, sis Xiao Xiao. I let everyone down. How could this be not you, Annie? Feng Xiao Xiao curiously looked at the teddy bear in her hand and asked, Where did this come from? Annie's face lit up. It's from Little Treasure. Oh, Little Treasure is Lu Tingxiao's son. He's really cute. Especially his eyes. They're as pretty as Bro Xi's. He's really adorable and obedient as well. I gave him a pill, and he gave me this in return. As for Lu Tingxiao, he gave me a book about medical knowledge to thank me for taking care of Bro Xi when she was overseas. Lu Tingxiao is totally different from what you all said. He's really kind and not as scary as rumored to be. Plus, he's gentle towards Bro Xi and was nice to me as well. He's a true gentleman. Annie's loud, cheerful voice filled up the empty living room. Feng Xiao Xiao, Tang Yi, and Feng Jin were all speechless. Annie was confused when she realized that all three of them were staring at her. Why are you guys looking at me? Did I say something wrong? Tang Yi pushed his glasses higher up on his nose and stayed silent. Feng Jin continued with his book and acted as if nothing happened. Feng Xiao Xiao almost went limp. Do you not realize that you've been persuaded, my dear? We sent you to get her back, and now you're on their side? What a letdown. Such a big loss for us. As expected of Lu Tingxiao and that kid, they are going so strong. Chapter 960. She will come crying to beg me. Annie seemed to have realized it too, so she cried mournfully, What do we do now? She did not know what had crossed her mind. How could she have actually forgotten all about her mission and even been persuaded herself? Feng Xiao Xiao shrugged. The last time, first senior brother did it the hard way. This time, you went with the soft approach. However, both soft and hard approaches are useless. What else is there to do? Because of Annie's failure, the atmosphere had suddenly turned sullen and no one said anything. At that moment, a faint voice was suddenly heard from one of the rooms upstairs. Sweet, little bait, a bear and a crappy book were enough to bribe you? That voice echoed in the empty hall, leaving a slight chill and terrifying vibe. When she heard that voice, Annie's shoulders shook and her face turned pale as she looked up. No, it's not like that. It's just that Lu Tingxiao was really different from the rumors. When she heard that bone-chilling voice and saw Feng Xiao Xiao urgently warning her with wide eyes, Annie instantly shut up and dared not say a single good thing about Lu Tingxiao. Every one of you, you've got quite the courage, eh? Who allowed you lot to ask her to return? Annie did not dare to breathe a word while Feng Xiao Xiao rubbed her nose and pretended not to know anything. Tang Yi was just about to say something when Feng Jin held him firmly by the shoulders and said, It was my idea. If Tingxiao really returns, that would obviously be best, but if she's unwilling, it's not our loss. Huh, she will return by herself. She will cry as she begs me to let her return. Annie and Feng Xiaoxiao looked worriedly at each other upon hearing the man's sinister voice. Feng Jin said with a poker face, Satan, we've just arrived in China, and our priority is to stabilize our presence there, so please don't be distracted now. Furthermore, this is Lu Tingxiao's turf, after all, and there's no need to alert the enemy. As for Tingxi, please just leave her to me. I'll give you a satisfactory explanation. Finally, the place fell silent again and nothing was heard from upstairs, signifying that he had probably agreed with what Feng Jin had said. When she heard Feng Jin, Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with worry. She gave him a charming smile and walked over to Feng Jin to ask, Head General, what are you thinking about doing? Feng Jin looked at her, then at Annie and Tang Yi before replying with a cold expression, Stick to your duties. This isn't something you should be worried about. Then, he turned around to leave. As she watched Feng Jin depart, Feng Xiaoxiao felt her head start to hurt, and she rubbed her temples. Feng Jin is different from us. At least we are friends with little junior sister and wouldn't really hurt her. But he's not the same. We don't know what he wants to do either. Tang Yi continued, Feng Jin's right though. We shouldn't be worried about this. As for little junior sister, there are people who will worry about her. Let's stop here about this matter. No one is allowed to intervene anymore. Okay. After Feng Jin and Tang Yi left, Feng Xiaoxiao pulled Annie over and quickly asked, Annie, what actually went down? Quick, tell me. Annie was sitting on the sofa. Then she said, Bro, she is really gorgeous in a female outfit. Lu Tingxiao is very gentle and Little Treasure is very adorable, obedient, and cute. The three of them are such a happy family. That's about it. Feng Xiaoxiao was speechless. Okay, I won't ask anything anymore. Dear Annie has obviously been thoroughly sucked over to the other side. Chapter 961. Spirit is on fire. Xiao Weilon had predicted that it would take half a month to a month's time. Yet the reality was that it took less than that. First, it was the imperial socialite Miss Wang's birthday banquet, and her outfits were always very fashionable within the socialites' circle, as she liked trying new and unique brands. On the day of her birthday banquet, she wore a vintage oriental dress, which reminded one of a hot cloud of volcanic ash, complementing her in a brilliant and moving way, mesmerizingly outshining the other beauties that night. The moment the banquet ended, many had already walked up to ask her about the brand of her outfit. They found out that it had been given by a good friend in the fashion industry and was designed by the Golden Award-winning mysterious designer, ZX. In fact, it had yet to be released in the market and was the latest design from the brand. Even Qin Shengyue was all fondness and praise for the outfit. Spirit started to a hot topic within the circle, and those who were presented with outfits but had not planned to wear them all took them out to flaunt. A few days later, a dame from the socialite circle had wine accidentally spilled on her dress during a certain banquet. She did not immediately have a change of clothes, and coincidentally the dress that Xiao Weilon had given her was in the car. The dame was loyal to well-known international brands, so she did not like wearing just any random brands, but she changed into it as she had no other choice. That night, after the dame had changed into the peacock blue qipao, it received endless praises from all the female guests. They all spoke about the delicateness of the dress and how it complemented her aura so well, as if it was tailored for her. Many of the middle-aged ladies her age had walked over to ask about the brand of her clothing and whose design it was. After that, there was another incident that caused quite a commotion. The old General Zhuang Zhongren had collaborated with Zhuang Liaoyuan and his granddaughter, Zhuang Qi, to receive very important guests from many countries, and this event was even streamed live on the national news. That day, the old general's granddaughter, Zhuang Qi, had worn a composed yet vivacious gown. Most importantly, this gown had perfectly combined fashion with Chinese elements, attracting the praises of being international friendly. Everyone admired the charm of the Chinese influence on the dress. Soon, Spirit was suddenly on fire. From the socialite circle to the dames, everyone talked about it, and it even got the country's support and funding in the form of the advocacy of local brands. Even though a few $1 million was not considered a lot, this meant that Spirit would have opportunities to represent the country in even more important occasions in the future. Oh my God, boss, We're on fire. Fire. Spirit is on fire. Our phones are exploding with calls. And the orders. All the orders. Han Momo was so excited. Then she hopped over to Xiao Weilon and sincerely bowed. Direction Xiao, you're amazing. I apologize for doubting you before this. You're really so amazing. Xiao Weilon looked at Ning Xi, who was busy looking through some customer details, and said, the truth is the effect I had predicted was only to open up a pathway for our market. The fact that it has progressed to this point wasn't within my expectations, especially with Miss Zhuang. She thought that the friend Ning Xi had mentioned she wanted to give the clothes to was just a normal socialite. But who would have known that it was actually old General Zhuang's daughter, the #1 socialite of Imperial, Zhuang Qier? What shocked her even more was that she never would have thought that Zhuang Qier would wear their clothes at such an occasion. Usually the outfits worn at those occasions would be controlled by personal stylists. One could not just wear anything they liked unless it was someone with a really special relationship that allowed Zhuang Qier to persuade the stylist to let her wear the outfit. Of course, their outfit quality and design could definitely pass the test and was outstanding enough for the stylist to agree with. Chapter 962. The story behind it all. When she heard what Xiao Weilon said, Ning Xi looked up from her documents and exclaimed, to be honest, I was surprised myself. We really owe Qier a huge one this time. When I'm done with all this, I must treat her to a feast. Boss, we have so many orders flowing in. Do we have to start rushing the production for the new items? I'm worried that we don't have enough manpower. We only have 10 craftsmen to cater to the bespoke orders. Ning Xi nodded at Xiao Weilon and said, Director Qian, you should already have a plan in mind, don't you? Since Xiao Weilon had dared to suggest that risky idea to just give the clothes away, she should definitely have something in mind already. Xiao Weilon said briskly, my plan is to temporarily reject all of the orders. If anyone asks, we'll just have to answer that we've run out of stock and that high-quality bespoke pieces must all be pre-ordered 3 months in advance. The customers who successfully pre-order will be serviced personally by our team who'll tailor outfit styles based on their image and aura. Reject all of them. Oh, Han Momo widened her eyes in shock. However, she was not as impulsive this time. Instead, she contemplated Xiao Weilon's reasoning. Director Xiao, are you trying to create the idea that the rarer something is, the greater it is in value? Xiao Weilon nodded. That's right. To the customers, something that's too easily attainable will be just as easy to ditch aside. The harder it is to purchase would only make them treasure and covet it more. If we give in to every request, they'll lose interest very quickly and even feel like they aren't special if everyone else wears the same piece too. This is why history got overdone in the socialite circle so quickly. They fell short of the market peak just for momentary profit. Ning Xi snapped her fingers. Okay, let's do that then. Coincidentally, we need to renovate our office and hire new staff and all that. Xiao Weilon paused, then continued. Additionally, I have another piece of good news, and the time is quite ripe now. I've shortlisted quite a few retailers with good potential, so we can begin our physical flagship stores. Whoa, hooray! Han Momo tugged at Gong Shang's arm and cheered excitedly. Ning Xi felt moved with a myriad of emotions bubbling within her. Finally, we made it. Shangza, are you okay? After the flagship store opens, we'll definitely need huge amounts of ready-made designs. Ning Xi asked in concern. Gong Shangza revealed a radiant smile and took out a huge stack of drafts from the drawer. I've long prepared for this day to come. Ning Xi looked at the design drafts with sparkling eyes. Just a skim of them, and she knew that they were products from the essence of the peak of his inspiration. Oh wow, so much effort. All of my partners are so reliable. I feel so secure. Boss, you're the one that makes us feel most secure. You always do things that we thought were impossible. Han Momo said with shining eyes as she voiced out Gong Shang's thoughts. Okay, enough brown-nosing. I'll definitely increase your salaries next month, with bonus thrown in. Boss, I love you. Okay, get to work now. Let me answer this call. The phone rang, and Ning Xi walked to the balcony to get it. Congrats, Boss Ning, greeted Qin Xingyue's voice. Ning Xi laughed. Don't call me boss. I can't accept this, Boss Qin. Don't be humble. You've progressed so much in such a short time that even I have to praise you. What's even more unexpected is that you've made my trump card submit to you so soon. Humph, It looks like after this 1 year, I won't be able to retrieve my trump card, huh? Qin Shenghua teased. Ning Xi's raised her brows. Hey, this is probably just my personal charm doing its trick. You punk. Qin Shenghua laughed, then said faintly, but now, can you tell me the story behind your mysterious designer, ZX? Chapter 963. Teacher Lu's Words of Wisdom. Ning Xi fell silent, then asked, I wonder if Boss Qin knows History's predecessor? History's predecessor, you mean Neon? It was an indie brand with rather great potential. I noticed it right from the start. David's designs are too ingenious, so Neon was just waiting for an opportunity. Then after they were noticed and Ning Xi invested in it, it had risen instantly. Ning Xi's expression was cold. ZX is the real founder of Neon. What? On the other end of the phone, Qin Xingyue's tone was beyond shocked. She obviously did not expect this turn of events. She finally understood why she had that weird feeling when she compared spirit and history before this. Now, all of her puzzled thoughts were answered. So, that's why, I guessed correctly that David was the real copycat. No, even worse than that, he's a straight-up thief. Even though this result was surprising, it was still within reason. No wonder. Now it makes sense, but why don't you guys expose this? Qin Xinghua asked, puzzled. Ning Xi nonchalantly replied, Humph, in such a situation where we have no evidence, who would believe the words of the weaker one? But that doesn't matter anymore. One day, I want to introduce my designer with a proper title to the world. At the balcony entrance, Gong Shanza had wanted to look for Ning Xi. Just as he pushed the door open, he heard Ning Xi saying this on the balcony, totally catching him off guard, and his eyes instantly reddened. His heart felt as if it had been hit by a truck. The young man tightened his grip on the design drafts and took a deep breath before slowly backing out. You're a big talker. Qin Shenghua chortled, although she felt like this was actually not bragging. Then, I'll wish you luck. Remember to treat me to a meal. Definitely. In the following period of time, many socialities and wealthy young men who wanted to please girls had called Spirit almost every day to inquire about how to place orders, some even personally dropping by. However, it did not matter how powerful or famous they were, or how much money they offered. All of them had left empty-handed. Spirit's answer to everyone was that they were out of stock and people needed to pre-order. To order a set of Spirit's high-quality pieces was not easy. Even so, the pre-order bills still continued to pile up without signs of slowing down. It had formed a queue of up to 6 months and counting. Among the socialites, especially among the aristocrats, there were not only those with great wealth. Some of them were business-minded. As well, they proposed to put Spirit's ready-made wear on retail shelves, so that they could expand their businesses too. In just 1 month, Spirit had rode on their wave of irresistible force and opened up a flagship store in Imperial and soon expanded to 3 different branches. Their business in other provinces was also expanding. If all went well, they could start planning to enter the international market next year. At night, at Platinum Palace, Ning Xi had specially cooked a feast and opened a bottle of red wine to celebrate. Congratulations, said Lu Tingxiao as he raised his glass to the girl. As she looked at the godlike man opposite her, Ning Xi clinked her glass to his and drank up. Thank you. The little bun who was watched them did not want to be outdone and picked up his glass of milk too. Ning Xi laughed and clinked her glass with his cup too. Then she leaned on her chin and sighed. Ah, it feels so surreal now that things are going so smoothly all of a sudden. You have taken sturdy steps and made your way here. You've prepared well, so there's no reason for worry, advised Lu Tingxiao. As she watched Lu Tingxiao educate her like he was a life coach, Ning Xi held back a giggle and nodded as seriously as she could. Teacher Lu's Words of Wisdom. Chapter 964. One step closer to making Big Boss my wife. After dinner, Ning Xi suddenly remembered something very important and quickly looked at her baby little treasure. Oh, little treasure, there's something I need your help with. Can you help mommy write some calligraphy? He could certainly help mommy, so little treasure nodded happily. In the study room, Ning Xi had prepared a calligraphy brush, some ink, and paper. Then she started to grind the block of ink. Because little treasure could not reach the top of the desk, Lu Tingxiao had lifted him atop a stool. Little treasure tilted his head, asking his mommy what she wanted him to write. Ning Xi thought about it, then said, Help me write. How can the goldfish be a person of no particular talent? It transforms into a dragon with trials and hardships. The dragon can cry to the ninth heavens and call for change, and the tables will turn and opportunities will abound. Little Treasure nodded, then picked up the brush and started to write. Throughout this period of time, Little Treasure had not fallen behind in his training. The healthier he was, the more stable and energetically he could control the brush. It glided through the paper like a swimming dragon, complemented by these words that were penetratingly powerful. My baby is becoming more and more amazing, praised Ning Xi. Tingxiao looked at her and asked, Are you presenting this to someone? Ning Xi was suddenly shocked. Big boss, how did you know? To who? Tingxiao asked. I want to give it to Gong Shangzi. What do you think? Don't these words suit him very well? Ning Xi beamed with happiness, but she did not get Tingxiao's answer. She turned to look, and indeed, someone was jealous again. Are you jealous? Ning Xi propped up her arms and leaned her head over to peer at him. Tingxiao looked at her with a poker face. Where's mine? When she saw Tingxiao's childlike manner of asking for a present, Ning Xi found him extremely adorable and could not help but lean over and kiss him. Will this do? He gave a dissatisfied look, showing that it was barely satisfactory, but just as he was about to continue, a public service announcement suddenly slid in between them. Little Treasure held up a piece of paper with the announcement with a serious face. On the paper, he had written a few words in huge fonts. Baby is angry. Tingxiao was speechless. Ning Xi was dying of laughter. She quickly kissed the little bun on his cheek to compensate. I'm sorry. Baby, please don't be angry. The little bun was satisfied. Then he picked up his personal stamp and continued to work. Late at night, the moon was clear and bright while the night was cold. Because Ning Xi had had a few drinks, she stayed over at his bungalow. In the dead of the night, Tingxiao felt something amiss, so he pulled away from his blanket and got up. He pushed through the door to Ning Xi's room lightly and found no one inside. Neither was she in Little Treasure's room. As he anxiously wondered where she could be, the moonlight shone through the window, and he saw a shadow in the garden. Tingxiao reflexively took the blanket from his bed and rushed downstairs. The night breeze caressed his skin while the leaves on the trees rustled gently. Under the moonlight, Tingxiao saw from afar that the girl sat on a swing with a can of beer in her hand. It's late. Why aren't you asleep? Tingxiao rushed over and put the blanket over her, then touched her hands to see if they were cold. Big boss. When she saw who it was, Ning Xi immediately clung to him like a koala, her head nuzzled in the space of his neck. I'm happy. So happy that I can't sleep. Are you that happy? Tingxiao stroked the girl's head. Ning Xi nodded, then said with a serious expression, Of course I'm happy. I'm one step closer to the day that I can take the big boss as my wife. Tingxiao was obviously stunned when he heard this. He cleared his throat and said with a calm demeanor, You should be happy about it. Chapter 965. Big boss, you're so corrupted. Nevertheless, she seemed calm, the instant sparkle in her eyes giving away the good mood of the owner. Nonetheless, as happy as you are, you still have to sleep. So let's go back now. Tingxiao took away the beer can in her hand. Ning Xi opened her arms and playfully said, Carry me. Tingxiao naturally complied. Even after Tingxiao had carefully carried her back to bed, Ning Xi still did not want to let go. Accompany me. Tingxiao hesitated for a moment before complying in the end. Ning Xi lay on the bed restfully before she opened her eyes again and looked bright-eyed at the man who laid beside her. Big boss, I'm drunk. Ning Xi rolled and leaned on his chest, then poked him with a finger and asked curiously, It's such a golden opportunity. Wouldn't you like to take advantage of me? Tingxiao held the crazy girl's little hand and said without any expression, You still have work tomorrow. Ning Xi was confused. Must work have an inevitable connection with you taking advantage of me? Tingxiao continued calmly. If I take advantage of you, you won't be able to work tomorrow. Maybe you wouldn't even be able to the day after and the day after that. What he implied was that she would not be able to leave the bed for a few days. Big boss, you're so corrupted. Ning Xi instantly looked at him accusingly, then scoffed to expose him. Was it because of what you said before about how you have a principle of not condoning prematerial sex? Tingxiao replied, Have I said that before? Ning Xi was speechless. The next day, after work, Ning Xi went straight to the studio and presented Little Treasure's calligraphy work to Gong Shangza. "Thank you, boss." Gong Shangza was touched. A mix of emotions stirred within him just by looking at the words. Haha, no need to thank me. There's no way I could have written this. I asked someone to write it for me. It's a very amazing master who wrote it, so keep it safe. It'll definitely appreciate in price in the future. Ning Xi teased. Gong Shangza appreciated it deeply and looked at it for a long time before hanging it at the most obvious spot. When Xiao Weilan saw Ning Xi come over, she quickly walked over in her high heels to report about her work. Boss, to ensure the interest of our retailers, we can only open up 5 branches at most in Imperial. We currently have 3, so now we're down to 2. These are some of the suitable areas that I've just picked out. Okay, let me take a look. Ning Xi put down her bag and took the documents from Xiao Weilan's desk. Before she could go through anything, she caught sight of another stack of information on Xiao Weilan's desk from the corner of her eye. Those are some of the retail applications that I've filtered out, Xiao Weilan explained. Ning Xi picked up the first proposal on the top and was surprised to see a familiar name on it. Lu Xinyan. Yes, cousin to the CEO of the Lu Corporation, Lu Tingxiao. Have you heard of her too? Xiao Weilan asked. I've heard a little about her. Ning Xi nodded slightly, then asked, what's wrong? Does she not fit our criteria? Based on identity alone, Lu Tingxiao's cousin would be more than enough. But, based on what I've learned, Lu Xian aspires to be an entrepreneur, but she's not really business-minded. Every one of her businesses all suffered huge losses. We're in the most important phase, so we must be careful in choosing retailers. As much as Lu Xinyan has great support backing her up, there's no way we can let our brand be played around by her. It could affect our brand, or worse, affect our market presence. Chapter 966. We meet again. Xiao Weilan was worried that Ning Xi was overconfident about Lu Xinyan's identity, so she explained to her why she did not prioritize her as a candidate. Ning Xi smiled mysteriously. What a coincidence. I didn't want to work with this person before too. Boss, the branch is running dry. We need to reallocate some stock from the main store. Han Momo ran to her, panting with one hand holding her phone. How many do we roughly need? Ning Xi asked. Han Momo handed over the form in her hand and said, 52 in total. In comparison to Spirit's bespoke line's vintage magnificence and outstanding design, Spirit's ready-made line was not that far off in terms of quality. From the design to the materials, they had all gone through tight quality checks, and they had strictly limited the number of garments in the same design to avoid their clothes being too common, hence their sales numbers were pretty good. So many. Ning Xi looked at the form and noticed that most of them were the more expensive designs which came up to a considerable amount. Most of the current employees were newly hired, but she could not simply let anyone do it. I got it. Coincidentally, I'm free now. I'll personally reallocate the main store stock. Spirit's main store had opened in Central Imperial's largest premium outlet. Not too long ago, Ning Xi had met up with Zhuang Qi to shop here the last time. She had even sighed in sorrow when she dropped by History's flagship store. Who would have thought that today, her own shop too could sit in this golden triangle? Ning Xi had called the main store first, informing them that she would be over to transfer the stock personally and had them get the stock ready beforehand. Then, she got her chauffeur and made her way to the premium outlet. When she reached the premium outlet, Ning Xi was walking towards the store when she unexpectedly bumped into some familiar faces in the elevator. Inside the lift, Guan Xiao was intimately holding onto the arm of a noble and elegant woman. She was smiling as she spoke to her. An adorable and lovable girl beside the woman was also chatting away happily. It was Guan Xiao, Yan Rui, and Lu Xinyan. Upon realizing who it was in the elevator, Ning Xi had already stepped in and the door automatically closed behind her. At the same time, when all 3 of them saw Ning Xi in the lift, they were stunned and it became awkward. Miss Ning, what a coincidence, we meet again. The first person to speak was Guan Xiao. Guan Xiao wore a composed champagne Prada dress, which was one of their latest designs. Her outfit was easily worth a few $100,000. A Louis Vuitton bag hung on her arm, and flawless pearls decorated her neck and wrist while her posture was calm and graceful as if she did not bear any hostility and grudges against the person before her. After Yan Rui's temporary shock, she evaluated Ning Xi and did not say anything. Miss Guan, Miss Lu, Madam Lu. Ning Xi only nodded slightly, and considered her greetings courteous enough. Then she stood quietly aside without any intention of making small talk. How unlucky. We were shopping so happily. How did we bump into this woman? Lu Xinyan gently took Yan Rui's arm and looked clearly upset. When she heard Lu Xinyan mumbling, Ning Xi subconsciously took a second look at her. When she had a clear look of the outfit on her, a slight surprise flashed across her eyes. The floral and bird pattern dress in the style of calligraphy ink on Lu Xinyan was clearly from Spirit's bespoke line. Ning Xi had seen it in Gongshan's design drafts, and she had a memorable impression of it. However, this naturally was not one of those that Xiao Weilon had given out, because Lu Xinyan was not on the name list. She had probably pre-ordered it when the studio released the news of being out of stock. Chapter 967, a really awesome store. When she noticed Ning Xi's gaze on her, Lu Xinyan was suddenly delighted and told Yan Rui, "Auntie, I'll bring you to a really awesome store later. It just opened recently, and you'll definitely like the style of clothes they have." Yan Rui laughed mirthfully. "How could I possibly wear clothes that you young ladies fancy? No, they also have many styles that suit you, especially with your charisma. Besides, when you stand beside me in Tingxiao, you look completely like our sister. Oh, you, how could you spew such nonsense?" Yan Rui was secretly pleased to hear her compliment. No woman would truly brush off their appearance. It did not matter how old they were. However, Lu Xinyan was not exaggerating. Compared to women her age, Yan Rui had indeed aged fairly well. "Auntie, Xinyan is not spewing nonsense. Whenever I shop with you, there have been quite a few times that friends we bump into have asked me privately about when I have another elder sister." Guanxiao smiled as she said this. As Yan Rui was being showered with compliments by the two girls beside her, she smiled broadly in amusement. Guanxiao seemed to have said those words to amuse Yan Rui, but the truth was that she was also intending to let Ning Xi hear her. Quite a few times implied that Guanxiao was very close to Yan Rui and that they always came out to shop together. "But aren't most of the new brands not very reliable?" Guanxiao asked worriedly. Lu Xinyan quickly replied, "Xiao, don't worry. Do you still remember the peacock blue qipao that Madame Fong wore at the dinner banquet? Didn't you think it was pretty too, Auntie? That qipao is the brand I'm talking about. A few days ago, when Miss Zhuang was receiving international guests with General Zhuang, she wore this brand too. Sadly, you can't buy the bespoke ones anymore. You'll need to pre-order at least 3 months in advance. Nevertheless, I've gone to visit the boutique, and the ready-made ones are not bad too. They're completely fine to wear casually, and they've got a lot of styles in the main store." Really, Yan Rui started to take interest in this amazing brand. She did have a good impression of the gown Madame Fong wore because it was indeed very pretty, and she liked the style. If it was worn by the Zhuangs to receive such prominent guests, it should be quite a top-notch brand. "Yeah, Auntie, trust my insights. Look, do you think this outfit looks nice on me?" "Not bad. It's very pretty." "Exactly. This was one of their pieces that I managed to snag before they were out of stock." The elevator slowly ascended, and in between conversations, they arrived at their floor. Ning Xi was on her way to Spirit's flagship store, while Lu Xinyan, Guanxiao, and Yan Rui coincidentally wanted to check out Spirit's clothes too. Thus all 4 of them had left the elevator at the same time. When Lu Xinyan saw that Ning Xi had walked out at the same time as them, she looked unhappy, but she did not say anything. She only scoffed and pulled Yan Rui away. Ning Xi did not want to get involved with them. Plus, it was even more awkward to walk together, so she had intentionally slowed down her pace behind them until she was quite a distance away. As they walked, her phone rang. The flagship storekeeper had called to say that they had begun the reallocation of stock and asked her to wait for a while until they completed. Chapter 968 followed all the way to the store. At the same time, the 3 of them, including Lu Xinyan, reached the store. The decoration in Spirit was unlike histories that had been designed in a vintage style to the T. Ning Xi had noticed during her observation the last time that that sort of vintage theme was a little too heavy and gloomy. Thus, Spirit's main color palette was on the nude side. It used elements of Chinese aesthetics and at the same time, combined it with modern minimalism. Altogether, it looked very fresh, simple, and elegant. Apart from that, the store had also put in extra effort in the rest area. They provided a comfortable waiting area for the men who accompanied their girlfriends and wives to shop, and in another corner was a special play area for children. It was very people-friendly. After Yen Rui walked in, her eyes skimmed the area, and when she saw that there were a few children playing with wooden blocks in the play area, her gaze instantly softened. Her first impression of this store was a good one. To actually think of things like these, one could tell that the boss was a detailed and gentle person. Usually, stores would not waste space on things like these. "Miss Liu, you're here." When they saw the customers who had walked in, the shop assistants greeted them and served them tea. The last time Lu Xinyan had come, she had snagged up quite a few pieces. Furthermore, she was wearing one of Spirit's rare bespoke pieces on her, so the shop assistants remembered her quite well. They noticed two other people beside Lu Xinyan. One was in her 20s, and the other was slightly older. They both had extraordinary charisma, especially the older lady. They surmised that she must be someone important. The shop assistants naturally did not dare neglect them and were even more eagerly attentive towards them. "Is the store manager not here?" Lu Xinyan looked around and asked. "The store manager is currently in the storeroom sorting out some stock. Is there anything we can help you with, Ms. Liu?" The shop assistant inquired passionately. "Do you have these few outfits in your store?" Lu Xinyan turned on her phone, clicked on her photo album, and showed the shop assistant the few outfits she wanted. The shop assistant took a look and quickly replied, "Yes, these are selling like hotcakes. All of the other branches are out of stock. Only our flagship store has some. However, one of the two just arrived today, and we haven't had the time to hang them out. Initially, we were preparing to put up the new arrivals tomorrow, but if you'd like to have them, I can go and get them for you from the storeroom now, Miss Liu." Sure. When she knew that there was stock, Lu Xinyan was overjoyed. "Okay, then please have some tea and wait for a moment," said the shop assistant before she went to the storeroom for the outfits. Not too long after the shop assistant had left, Ning Xi walked in. The store manager and one of the shop assistants had gone to the storeroom, and the other one was busily assisting a few other customers, so they did not notice Ning Xi's arrival. Instead, it was Lu Xinyan who saw Ning Xi the moment she walked in. Ning Xi had not only got off on the same floor as them, she had even walked into the same store. Lu Xinyan tried to keep a cool expression but could not hold it in any longer. "What's wrong with this person? She's everywhere. And she actually followed us all the way into this store. There's no need to do this even if she wants to worm into a relationship. Doesn't she know that she's really annoying?" Lu Xinyan's voice was loud enough for Ning Xi to hear. Guan Ziao nudged Lu Xinyan. "Xinyan, she's just here to look at the clothes." "Look at what clothes?" "She obviously heard our conversation in the lift and followed us here. Do you think she's stupid?" Lu Xinyan bitterly tugged at Yen Rui's arm. "Auntie, don't bother about people like her." Yen Rui frowned. Even though she did not say anything, she could not help but feel uncomfortable that Ning Xi was stalking her. Chapter 969. Now I've seen it all. When she saw Lu Xinyan's irritated expression, Ning Xi asked plainly, "Do you own this store, Miss Liu? Did people have to get her permission to enter?" Lu Xintan was stunned, and when she realized what she meant, her temper raged. "You? So what if I do or not? Dare you say that you didn't intentionally follow us in because you want to get close to Auntie?" Ning Xi wanted to say something, but in the end, she just shook her head and laughed. She walked straight to sit at the rest area, closing her eyes while she waited for the store manager to prepare the stock. Last night, she had been headstrong and drank till late at night. Then she had to shoot for the entire day. The moment she finished shooting, she had gone to the studio, then rushed here without stopping to rest. She was already beyond exhausted, so there was no need for her to waste more energy on others. Look at her. She has nothing to say. She doesn't even want to buy any clothes. She's just sitting there. Obviously, she's just here to prove her presence only. Guan Ziao shook her head. Have you ever seen anyone prove her presence like that? She's probably just waiting for someone. I've never seen it before, but now I've really seen it all, Lu Xinyan muttered. Yen Rui obviously did not want to be tangled in this, so she pat Lu Xinyan on the shoulder and said, "Let's look at the clothes." Seeing that Yen Rui was not at ease, Lu Xinyan finally shut up. However, once she thought about Ning Xi's words, she felt very angry. So what if she did not own the store? She was about to open a retail store, but they had the nerve to reply her saying that her qualifications did not suit their request. How unimaginable. Simply based on the identity of Lu Tingxiao's cousin, no one would not give her face. It was just a newly started brand, yet they had unexpectedly rejected her. However, she really did like this brand's designs very much. In fact, she felt that this time, She was certain that she did not make an error of judgment. She would definitely not make losses again, so she still had not given up hope. "Oh, Ani, come over and see this. I think it suits you well. I've noticed it since the last time I came over to shop. It's a good thing it hasn't been sold. Even though this outfit is lovely, it chooses its wearers, and I think only you can dominate it." Ani. It was an ornate qipao with embroidered crabapple flowers, which was not overly extravagant. In fact, Yanrui felt that this piece was stunning. "It is not bad, isn't it? Auntie, I'll give this to you. You don't even need to try it on for me to know that you'll look very good in this." Lu Xinyan immediately had another shop assistant pack the outfit for her. "You punk, you wouldn't have something you need my help for, do you?" Yanrui laughed as she caressed the gown. She did like it very much. Lu Xinyan playfully shook Yanrui's arm and meekly said, "Auntie, you're so smart. Actually, your niece does have a small favor to ask of you." "I knew it. That's why you're so eager in currying my favor. What is it now?" Yanrui mocked. "Well, actually, I want to open up a retail store for Spirit, but they rejected my application, replying that my qualifications are not suitable. I have money and resources. How am I not suitable? Why do you want to put another fashion brand on your retail shelf?" Yanrui felt a headache coming on when she heard this. "Xinyan, just listen to your father and be an obedient lady, or go to Tingxiao's company and have him arrange a stable position for you. Isn't that much better?" "I don't want that. I like to go into business." "Auntie, can you help me to beg cousin? As long as he says a word, he can definitely solve everything." Lu Xinyan was begging like a spoiled child. Yanrui looked helplessly at her. "Xinyan, it's not that Ani doesn't want to help you, but I can't say much to your cousin. How about you look for him yourself?" They had so many relatives from the lines of descendants that continue to branch out, and if everyone looked for Tingxiao for every little thing, he would die from being so boy. Thus, usually for such requests, she would reject whenever she could and not trouble her son, even if it was for Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan's head drooped when she heard this. Her lingering fears showed on her face. "I don't dare to look for him myself. He's been charmed by that woman. The last time I accidentally offended her too. So maybe that woman's already said some things to cousin and he now hates me. Tingxiao, how about you talk to my cousin for me?" Chapter 970. Money is not a problem. Since Yanrui had also rejected her suggestion and obviously did not want to trouble Lu Tingxiao, Guanxiao would obviously not go against Yanrui's wishes and help Lu Xinyan herself. Compared to Lu Xinyan, Yanrui came first. Thus, Guanxiao had tactfully advised, "Xinyan, your cousin is so busy recently. It's best if you don't trouble him for this kind of thing." When she heard Guanxiao's answer, Yanrui's expression clearly showed that she was satisfied. However, Lu Xinyan would obviously be unhappy now. Guanxiao thought about it and continued, "It's not that there isn't any other way. Even though I'm not familiar with China, I can get my friends to ask if they can have a word with the people in charge at Spirit. That'd be great. Tingxiao, you're brilliant." Lu Xinyan immediately cheered up. "Oh, you? Wait, I'll call right now to help you ask. But don't have too high hopes. It might not work. If you're calling, Tingxiao, then it'll definitely work." Guanxiao walked to a corner facing a display shelf and flipped through her contacts, stopping to click on Mo Lingtian's number. Among all her friends in China, Mo Lingtian had the best connections. "Hello, Lingtian." "Hello, Xiao. Long time no hear one." Mo Lingtian's overjoyed voice greeted from the other end of the phone. After all, it was rare for Guanxiao to call him. "Lingtian, I have something that I need your help with. I wonder if you don't mind." "Of course. Nothing is a problem when it comes to you. What is it? Tell me. I guarantee to get it done properly for you." "Well, it's not really my problem. It's Xinyan, who wants to retail a brand called Spirit, but she didn't get through their shortlisting process. I've just returned to China and don't know many people, so I wonder if you could help me put me through to the right people." "Ah, it's Xinyan." Mo Lingtian's tone lowered quite a bit. Lu Xinyan was someone from the Lus, so there was no doubt for who and why Guanxiao was so helpful to Lu Xinyan. "If you can't, then," Mo Lingtian cut her off and said, "It's not that I can't. Wait for me. I'll help you ask around now." "Thank you then." Guanxiao was grateful. "If you manage to get a connection, just tell them that money is not a problem." "Okay, I know, don't need to thank me." After Mo Lingtian hung up, The nonchalant expression on him was instantly replaced by loneliness, bitterness lingering on his face. How could he have the heart to reject her requests, even if he knew that she was doing it for another man? After calming down, Mo Lingtian immediately got someone to ask about Spirit. This studio was rather mysterious. The designer used an anonymous name to promote his clothing under the codename ZX, and no one knew who the owner behind it was. In the end, he still had to use some of his private means to investigate. After all, the Mo family was best at searching for information, so it was quite easy to investigate this little thing. Once he found out the truth, he was entirely dumbfounded. Uffed. Spirit's owner is actually that little bunny? From his investigation, Spirit Studio had advanced gradually. It was an unexpected champion in the fashion industry, and now, with its momentum, it was about to take over the internationally acclaimed history. He did not understand this little bunny the more he observed her. Because he was entrusted this task by Guanxiao, Mo Lingtian did not dare to delay any further once he figured it out. He immediately called Ning Xi. Chapter 971. Wouldn't I be stupid if I agree? At that moment, Ning Xi, who was napping at the rest area, was suddenly awakened by the sound of her phone ringing. It was an unknown number. Ning Xi picked it up. Hello, who's this? Hello, it's me, Mo Lingtian. Do you still remember me, little bunny? Oh, Mr. Mo, of course I do. In the shopping area, Guanxiao thought she heard Ning Xi say Mr. Mo and found it weird, but she did not pay too much attention. Hee, good that you remember. Mo Lingtian changed his tone into one that sought a favor. Little bunny, you're so cool. I heard that you're the owner behind Spirit. Ning Xi raised her brows in surprise. Then she sat up and replied. How did you know? Did Tingxiao tell you? I've got my sources. I'm thinking about asking you for a favor, Boss Ning. I wonder if that's possible. Just do it for Tingxiao's sake. I'm Tingxiao's best bro. What favor? Well, I'll just cut the long story short. Xinyan wants to put your brand on her retail shelves, but she did not get shortlisted. So do you think you could bypass the rules a little? After all, this lady is still Tingxiao's cousin, isn't she? On the other end of the phone, a slight laughter was heard. This sound gave Mo Lingtian goosebumps. What is it, Boss Ning? Is there a problem? Ning Xi looked towards Lu Xinyan and Guanxiao, who were not too far away in the shopping area, and lowered her voice to say indistinctly, I'm just a little surprised. I couldn't tell that you're actually a loyal one. Master Mo, you're really working hard just for your little beauty. You know that she's doing it for another man, yet you continue to help her without regrets. The moment she said that, Mo Lingtian was flabbergasted. How did you know? He did not even mention Guanxiao at all, did he? It doesn't matter how I know. Let's leave work and our private lives separate. Plus, there's no way I would agree. Ning Xi firmly rejected. Why? Money is not an issue. Just treat it as a favor for a bro. Ning Xi rolled her eyes. In terms of work, our studio does have rules. If one is not qualified, then they definitely cannot do retail. Personally, Guanxiao is doing so much to get close to my boyfriend, so wouldn't I be stupid if I agree? Mo Lingtian was speechless. She had left him with nothing to say. He would never have thought that this little bunny would know everything. How amazing. Initially, such a thing would not be an issue as long as one had connections and wealth, but it was clear that in this situation, an abundance of wealth was of no use. After Ning Xi hung up on Mo Lingtian's call, Guanxiao's phone rang. How did it go? Did your friend call you back? Quickly answer your phone. Lu Xinyan asked excitedly. Guanxiao smiled and nodded. Yes, don't be anxious. I'll pick up now. Hello. Guanxiao picked up. When she heard Mo Lingtian share what happened, Guanxiao's expression changed. Obviously, there was no way Mo Lingtian could tell her the truth. So he simply answered that the other party had told him that they could not go against the rules and did not budge. Okay, I understand. No worries. Thank you so much. This is something that can't be helped. Thank you anyway. Guanxiao just uttered, then hung up. I'm so sorry, Xinyan. It still won't do. When Xinyan heard this, she instantly drooped her head in disappointment. However, a moment later, she still consoled Guanxiao. Never mind, Xiao. I understand the studio's point of view. It's a little hard to handle, but I'll think of more ways later on. Humph. The more they won't let me do this, the more I want to. As she watched Lu Xinyan's reaction, Yen Rui looked amused. You stubborn girl, when will you change? Chapter 972. Our boss is here to reallocate the stock. Because the storeroom was messy with a lot of boxes and stock around, the shop assistant that had gone to get outfits from the storeroom had gone for quite a while and not yet returned. Ning Xi continued to sit in the quiet rest area, and she did not look like she was leaving. Lu Xinyan looked towards Ning Xi and instantly shifted the anger from her failure to get the retail opportunity onto her. She said unhappily, "Sis Xiao, auntie, now do you believe that she's followed us here intentionally? Would anyone wait for this long someone else? Besides, there are so many other places. There's the milk tea shop, the coffee shop, the restaurant. Yet of all places, why did she choose to sit here and wait?" This time, even Xiao did not say anything. Her instincts told her that there was no way Ning Xi would use such a forceful way to get close to them, but when she thought again, she felt that it could be possible. After all, for a woman of Ning Xi's level, any opportunity to ask for a favor or even wanting to get close to the two elders of the Lu family was impossible. This time, she had unexpectedly bumped into them. So to seek for an opportunity to look good in front of Yan Rui was still quite understandable. However, Xiao did not know what she wanted to do next now that she had followed them here. After the lessons learned from previous encounters, Xiao tensed up and did not dare to take things easy. Lu Xinyan had a hot temper, and at that moment, her patience threshold had reached its limit. She walked quickly to Ning Xi and said, "You there, are you done? Are you addicted to following us? Does my cousin know how thick-skinned you are? You come to this store and not buy any clothes, yet you rightfully sit here and sleep, treating this place like your home. Can your skin not be so thick?" Ning Xi felt her head hurt by the surge in the noise level, and she looked up coldly. "Are you done talking?" When she saw Ning Xi's arrogance, Lu Xinyan exploded and was ready to ditch her courteousness to scold her when suddenly a series of footsteps were heard from behind her. The first person to approach them was the shop assistant who had gone to get the clothes earlier. I'm sorry. The storeroom was a little messy. Sorry I've made you wait for so long. Miss Lu, I've brought over all the outfits you wanted." Distracted, Lu Xinyan rushed off to look at the clothes. Behind the shop assistant was the flagship store manager that Lu Xinyan recognized. There were also several other male employees, and every one of them was moving stacks of garments. "Miss Lu, you're here? I'm really sorry, as I'm really quite busy today. Our boss is here in store to reallocate some stock, so I can't personally assist you. If there's anything you need, please just let Xiao Zhao know," greeted the manager courteously to indicate his regret. When Lu Xinyan heard him, she looked suspiciously at him. Spirit's boss? She had been in the store for quite a long time. How come she had not seen anyone who looked like the boss? There were only a few of customers who came in and went out, and all the shop assistants who were busy running around. The owner of Spirit seemed to be quite mysterious. When she was informed that she had not passed the retail audit process, she wanted to propose to meet up with the boss for a chat. In fact, she had continuously made a few calls, but the reply every time was that the boss was very busy, so she had not managed to meet up with the person until now. So, when she heard the manager's words, Lu Xinyan was quite curious and was quite interested to meet this owner. "Manager, is the boss already in the store? Why didn't I see him or her? Coincidentally, there are some collaborations that I would like to discuss with your boss," Lu Xinyan told the manager. Chapter 973. Their boss is Ning Xi? When the manager heard that, he quickly skimmed the store but did not immediately see her. "The boss said she's already here. Let me make a call to ask." Boss, you're here." The manager, who was about to make a call, put down his phone and looked at Ning Xi, who walking towards their direction from the rest corner. She quickly said, "Boss, all the stock you need has been moved out. Please check it. Oh, and Miss Lu here seems to have something to discuss with you." The manager then introduced Lu Xinyan. "Miss Lu, this is our boss. If you have anything, you may speak to her directly." What? The moment the manager said that, not only Lu Xinyan, but Xiao and Yan Rui were all taken aback. What did the manager mean? Their boss was Ning Xi? No, wait, manager. What did you say? You mean this woman is your boss? Yes. When the manager saw Lu Xinyan's shocked expression, he thought that it was because she was shocked that Ning Xi was so young and beautiful. To be honest, the first time she had met her female boss, she was blown away by her age and beauty too. The manager smiled and explained, "Our boss is usually very low-key, plus she's quite a busy woman, so very few people have seen her. Miss Lu, you've come at a good time. Coincidentally, our boss came over to the flagship store to reallocate some stock, or else, we usually don't see the boss herself either. Ning Xi was Spirit's owner. The reason why she had walked into the store and sat there without leaving was because she was waiting for the stock to be prepared. When she heard the manager's words, Lu Xinyan's face turned a pale green hue. Initially, Yin Rui had thought that Ning Xi was here for her. Now, she looked incredibly awkward, but she was more surprised. Who'd expect that this shop I thought was not bad would actually be owned by this woman? Guan Xiao frowned, suddenly thinking of a minor detail. Earlier, she had heard Ning Xi mention Mr. Mo on the phone. Could she have been on the phone with Mo Lingtian earlier? No wonder even Mo Lingtian could not get the other party to turn a blind eye to the rules. Spirit's owner was this woman. She was alert, but she would never have thought that this would be the outcome. Who would have thought? Miss Ning is actually Spirit's boss. Young and promising indeed. Guan Xiao exclaimed. Miss Guan, you're very kind. Please continue to take your time to browse. As for Miss Lu's request, I believe Director Qiao has already made it very clear to her, concluded Ning Xi. Ning Xi then left to continue her work. All of a sudden, from behind her, she heard Lu Xinyan scream. Ning Xi, stop right there. It was you. You intentionally stopped me from that retail opportunity, didn't you? This is obviously your way of public payback for our private matters. Ning Xi did not want to say anything at first, but since so many employees were present, she had to say something. Thus, she turned around and said to Lu Xinyan, Miss Lu, I would like to ask you a question. If you didn't have the name Lu Tingxiao backing you, would anyone willingly work with you based on your highly unsuccessful career? If she did not have Lu Tingxiao's name backing her or the Lu family's background, Lu Xinyan was surprisingly at a loss for words to answer Ning Xi. Spirit has just only gotten on track. I'm sorry that I really can't leave it at your expense, Miss Lu. Chapter 974. Your boss has stronger support. After her confrontation, she saw that Lu Xinyan was biting her lip, looking embarrassed. Ning Xi paused, and then continued. But I can see that you really do like our brand, and I thank you for your love and support. If you're really interested in putting Spirit on your shelves, if you can show us how serious you are and not forgetting how sincere you are, Spirit's door is always open to you. On that note, Ning Xi simply said, goodbye, and left. What's so great about Spirit? Who cares? It's just a crappy brand. Even though Lu Xinyan had been humiliated by those words earlier, there was no way she would admit that. She blurted out curses before she could control herself. No one has ever dared to say such words to me, and it has to be from the mouth of this annoying woman. Did she seriously just imply that if I don't have the protection of my family background, I'd be deemed useless? Yin Rui looked at Lu Xinyan and shook her head in disapproval. She said with a serious expression, Xinyan, actually what that girl said makes sense. If you really want to show some results of your own, don't do things with a lack of perseverance. Do things seriously, focus on doing one thing right. Otherwise, just by squandering time and money, the Lu family doesn't need you to show your face in public. I don't want to. I don't believe that I can't. Lu Xinyan ran out of the shop with tears threatening to fall. Guan Xiao and Yin Rui quickly chased after her, but they could not find her. Sigh, this child. She's still young and hot-tempered. What an unruly girl for her age. Yin Rui sighed. When she thought about how Ning Xi was probably only a few years older than Lu Xinyan, but had already founded her own brand and was doing so successfully, Yin Rui could not help but feel rueful. What happened today had really changed her view of the woman. She had thought that she only worked in the entertainment industry and relied on her looks, but who would have known that she was different? Every word she had uttered to Xinyan earlier had also rung true. Just that when it came to her status, such a pity. Seeing Yin Rui gaze admirably into the store at Ning Xi, Guan Xiao suddenly felt worried. She held Yin Rui to walk forward and said, Ani, actually it's good that Xinyan has the heart and passion. If she perseveres, she might really achieve something. Don't I know her well enough? She really doesn't have the talent. But I can see that Xinyan seems quite sad. Actually, Spirit is really not all that amazing. I've heard some bad rumors about how Spirit's designer copied the work of another brand, History. Why don't I go back and help Xinyan contact History, so she can sell their products instead? History is well known internationally, and it's much more acclaimed than Spirit. Yin Rui patted her on the hand. Sorry to bother you about her. Auntie, you're too kind. This is just a small matter. Besides, Xinyan is my friend too. Guan Xiao said as a million thoughts crossed her mind. She suddenly realized that unknowingly, that woman had slowly strengthened one step at a time. She had even changed Yin Rui's thoughts from using little treasure to today's incident. Initially, she wanted to have a fair competition and not use any other methods to deal with that woman, but now she started to panic. When Lu Xinyan and the rest had left, the manager and a few shop assistants looked worriedly at Ning Xi. Boss, Lu Xinyan has pretty good support behind her. Are you sure it won't be a problem? Ning Xi checked the stock as she casually said, Don't worry, your boss has stronger support. Chapter 975. Make him wake up. At night, in a high-class villa estate. What's the matter, Xiao? Did something make you unhappy? Didn't you go out with Auntie Lu today? Guan Rui asked out of concern as he saw her looking unwell. Guan Xiao frowned. Father, when I was out with Auntie Lu today, we met that woman and I found out that she's the owner behind one of the top recently trending brands, which even got a grant from the government. Guan Rui smiled kindly. That's what's got you down? I thought what could have made you upset. It must be because of Lu Tingxiao's help. Otherwise, what could she do on her own? But I didn't expect Lu Tingxiao would go this far for her. He's probably trying to prepare her to marry into his family by attempting to raise her value. Guan Rui's expression darkened. We can't let that woman continue with her plans anymore. Guan Xiao looked worriedly at him. What are you trying to do, father? Lu Tingxiao is so protective towards that woman. Not even Auntie or Uncle Lu dares to do anything. After spending some time with Yin Rui recently, she had been hearing a lot about that woman. She found out that the ever-filial Lu Tingxiao had actually rebelled against his family and even argued fiercely with his father, all because of that woman. How unbelievable. Don't fret. I don't have to do anything. A woman in the entertainment industry like her will surely have a few skeletons in the closet, Guan Rui sneered coldly. Guan Xiao understood her father's meaning. Father, do you mean? But she's already with Lu Tingxiao now, so why would she be with someone else? With Lu Tingxiao, she doesn't have to make any shady deals. She did not think the woman would be stupid. Ning Xi was not an opponent to be taken lightly of. Guan Rui shook his head. Xiao, you're still too naive. Human greed is infinite, especially for women living at the bottom of the food chain and with the worst personality possible, even being extremely flirtatious. No matter how well she hides it, it'll come out one day. So, father, does this mean that you found out about something? Guan Xiao asked. Guan Rui smiled. Don't worry about it. I'll handle this matter. Just spend more time with your Auntie Lu. Avoid them still minding about what happened at the dinner. Got it. Guan Xiao nodded and thought about the whole matter deeply. At first, because of her own pride, she felt that she would never lose no matter what tricks the woman played. But eventually, she realized that things were out of her control. Lu Tingxiao's attitude towards the woman was unbelievable. The man who was ever rational, the man she thought was the only one that could stand beside her, was charmed by such a cheap woman. She could never accept this. Finally, Guan Xiao convinced herself she need not play fair against this kind of people. She had to make Lu Tingxiao wake up and return to the person she knew. Chapter 976. Biased. As Spirit Studios' business was booming, everything was going smoothly with the shooting crew as well. The secondary female lead had finally arrived after finishing her dance competition. She danced ballet, and her looks, aura, and acting were pretty good. As for Chun Hanshin and Qi Fong, their attitude towards Ning Xi had changed for the better now. They tried to be cooperative when acting and not look for trouble anymore. Without realizing how quickly time passed, the shooting process entered its final period. It was 2 months earlier than the estimated timeline, and Chen Mian was really happy about it. That morning when Ning Xi reached the set, she went up to Kamingyu and handed over a pink plastic bag. Kiki, I brought you some breakfast. Accepting the lovely breakfast brought by the wife, Kamingyu looked at Ning Xi gently. Thank you, senior. Oh, here's some milk here. Drink it. Ning Xi then gave him a carton of strawberry milk. Senior, what about mine? Why does only Kamingyu get it? Senior, you're being biased. You only get breakfast for Kamingyu every day. Qi Fong complained. Because Cuckoo helped me catch that snake before. Ning Xi looked at Qi Fong proudly. Qi Fong pressed his hand to his chest in mock hurt. That was so not worth it. I gave someone else the chance despite spending so much effort to catch that snake, and now it benefited Kamingyu. I should have saved her back then. Wait, she did not even need to be saved. Nevertheless, when he thought about it, Senior had started to change her attitude towards Kamingyu since the day he caught the snake for her. After finishing breakfast, Ning Xi went up to Kamingyu again. Kiki, come, let's practice. Kamingyu nodded. Senior, that's unfair. Why do you only practice with Kamingyu? Chi Fong was at it again, his jealousy rearing its ugly head. Ning Xi replied as a matter of factly, because Keek's not from a film school, so as a senior, of course, I have to help him. Chi Fong scratched his head. Senior, don't you think it's ridiculous? Aside from you, he has the best acting skills among the crew. And why do you call him Kiki and not call me Chi-Chi? Or Fong Fong? Ning Xi blinked. Chi-Chi, Fong Fong. That sounds so weird. Chi Fong was speechless. He ran away with his heart feeling like it had been stabbed. How frustrating. Chun Hanshin aside, he did not care about Ji Yumeng and Jian Shu since they were girls, but why was Kamingyu being more favored than him? He was far better looking than Kamingyu. Ji Yumeng also mumbled. Bro Shi, you're actually quite biased towards Kamingyu. Even I'm getting jealous. Ha ha ha, he's just too pitiful in the movie, so I have to treat him better in real life. Ning Xi laughed. Well, that, and he is my boyfriend after all. Chen Mian was touched when he saw the bunch of youngsters getting along together. He was reminded of his first movie shoot 10 years ago. As the props were being prepared, Chen Mian clapped his hands. Let's get ready, we're starting. Noted, director. All right. Chapter 977. Everyone has a secret. 3, 2, 1. Action. In the current scene, all the 6 actors were present, and this was the climax of the whole movie. In order to create a better effect, Chen Mian purposely shot this scene later so that they had time to bond with one another. Set venue, a karaoke lounge. Characters present, Tingxiao, Ji Feishua, Ling Yu, Yin Qianli, Jiang Xiaomei, Ji Yumeng. With the help of the female lead, Ji Feishua, Tingxiao finally got together with the woman of his dreams, Yin Qianli, and secured a romantic relationship. It was Yin Qianli's birthday that day, and Tingxiao had invited some friends over to celebrate for her. Haha, here's a toast to our birthday girl, Qianli, and Tingxiao. I wish that the both of you will stay together forever and have lots of kids. Jiang Xiaomei raised her wine glass and smiled. Yin Qianli blushed, while Tingxiao laughed and nudged Jiang Xiaomei's shoulder. What are you talking about? Ooh, the both of you should make a toast to your matchmaker. Jiang Xiaomei looked.